Кого-то привлекают творческие специальности, а кого-то точные. Кто-то хочет заниматься бизнесом, а кто-то компьютерными науками. Но в каждом из этих направлений есть огромное количество различных специальностей. Предположим, вы хотите заниматься бизнесом. Но чем ритейл отличается от общего менеджмента? Чем финансы отличаются от банковского дела? Кто такие финжиры? Как вузы учат брокеров или маркетологов? 21-26 сентября во время недели профориентации профессора ведущих зарубежных вузов помогут вам выбрать именно ту специальность, в которой у вас лежит душа. Они расскажут, как вузы готовят высококлассных специалистов, какие предметы изучаются во время бакалаврских и магистерских программ, как стажировки помогают с дальнейшим трудоустройством. Итак, 21 сентября – все об образовании в области бизнеса. 22 сентября – марафон для тех, кто хочет изучать юриспруденцию. 23 сентября – все о специализациях в инженерии. 24 сентября – марафон о профессиях в области естественно-научных дисциплин. 25 сентября – день, посвященный творческим специальностям, а в субботу 26 сентября вы узнаете о том, как поступать в зарубежные университеты. Если вы планируете учиться в вузах Канады, Великобритании, США, Австралии, Новой Зеландии или Европы, регистрируйтесь на наши бесплатные презентации и тренинги. Неделя профориентации проходит онлайн на платформе Zoom. Регистрируйтесь, а накануне мероприятия мы пришлем вам напоминание, чтобы вы не забыли присоединиться к трансляции. И главное, это будет не просто трансляция, но в режиме реального времени вы сможете задавать вопросы и получать на них ответы зарубежных и отечественных специалистов. Мероприятие подготовлено для абитуриентов и их родителей образовательной группой Students International и Международным IELTS тест-центром. До встречи в Zoom.
Итак, дорогие друзья, слушатели, студенты, родители, всем добрый день, добрый вечер. Меня зовут Виктория, я работаю в компании Students International в отделе стран Океании и Юго-Восточной Азии, и я рада приветствовать вас на нашем недельном профориентационном марафоне, который стартовал вчера и продлится всю неделю, включительно в субботу. У нас для вас припасено очень много интересных выступлений, презентаций от наших замечательных представителей, от профессоров. Также у вас будет возможность пообщаться со студентами. На слайде вы видите расписание сегодняшнего дня, и он у нас посвящен такой интересной специальности, как юриспруденция. На очереди у нас с вами выступление представителя из университета австралийского, называется University of Tasmania. Я вижу, что наш представитель уже подключился, поэтому не буду оттягивать момент и буквально через пару секунд передам ей слово. Но, дорогие друзья, хочу вас попросить не стесняться задавать ваши вопросы в чат-бокс, потому что для вас это уникальная возможность напрямую пообщаться с представителями учебных заведений. И, пожалуйста, если вы слушаете нас в Zoom, если вы подключились к прямой трансляции через любые социальные платформы, на которых ведется вещание нашего вебинара, не стесняйтесь, присылайте нам ваши вопросы, и в конце каждой презентации мы будем рады на них ответить. Но давайте же, наконец, перейдем к первому на сегодняшний день мероприятию. Я передаю слово нашей коллеге. Hi, Ruth. I can see that you joined us already. Could you please unmute yourself and turn on the video, if you don't mind, please? Oh, fantastic. Nice to see you here with us today. So we're ready to give you a word. Please go ahead with your presentation. We look forward to hearing from you about the University of Tasmania and law degrees that you offer. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Despite my background, which is Cradle Mountain in Tasmania, I am actually based in the UK. So it is early morning for me as well. So good morning. I hope everybody is well. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today. I wanted to give you a little bit of information about Tasmania, where we're based, because I know that Tasmania is probably Australia's best kept secret, and then I'll give some information about our law degree. if I can just share my screen with you. Just give me one moment and I can get onto my presentation. Okay. So this is a picture of our law school at the university, just to give you a glimpse of the setting that we have. So just to give you some information about where we are, where Tasmania is. This is, as you can see, a map of Australia. We are down in the southernmost tip. We are the only island state in Australia, and we're the most southern point of Australia as well. So you can see Hobart there down in the bottom. There we go. That's Tasmania, otherwise known as Tassie. So on the island of Tasmania, we have two main cities, Launceston and Hobart. The University of Tasmania has campuses in both of those locations. We are roughly about an hour away from Melbourne by plane, and New Zealand is 6 hours away. We have a population of 500,000, and there you can see the split of our population between our two major cities. In terms of the university, we have just over 38,000 students studying with us, and about 7,000 of those are international. So we are a very large and vibrant university, but we are the only university in the state of Tasmania. So that gives us, affords us an awful lot of advantages. Just to give you a brief description of the island, it's very rural. 45% of the island is part of a reserve or a national park or a World Heritage Site. So it's an absolutely beautiful place to study. We've got mountains where we get snow in the winter months, lots of ancient forests, lots of water sports as well, as you can imagine, being an island, and really good surfing if you're into your surfing, or if you want to learn a new sport. And we do boast the cleanest air on any inhabited place on Earth. It is a really gorgeous spot. Just to give you an indication of some of the activities that are available to our students, we've got lots and lots of clubs and societies, and as you can imagine, many of those activities take place outside, with the diving and the rafting and the climbing. We should have everything, something to suit most people, whether you're into extreme sports or whether you just like to go for a bit of a walk. It should all be there for you. We have some very unique specialities at UTAS. We are #1 in the world for Southern Ocean research. Lonely Planet is ranked as #4 must visit destination in the world. We are actually the 4th oldest Australian university. 4th again in the world for marine and freshwater biology. We also have a specialisation in oceanography and fisheries, agriculture and forestry as well, as you can imagine, with being in such a rural location. These are the colleges that we have at the university. So we are a very comprehensive university, and it's the College of Arts, Law and Education that I'll be talking to you about today, because that's where our law degrees sit. So just to give you an idea, I'll be running through why you should study at the University of Tasmania Law School, to give you a snapshot of our law degree, student experience and also graduate outcomes, and what you should take away and remember from today's presentation. So we are often known as the best little law school in Australia. Our primary emphasis has been to ensure that we are a place of excellence in teaching and research, and our students leave our law school imbued with some of our core values, which is that law is a vehicle for a more just society in Tasmania, Australia, and in the rest of the world. We have a special student experience at UTAS because we are a smaller law school. It's much easier to build a very close community of excellence. Our lecturers and professors know all of their students by their first name. Because we are the 4th oldest university in Australia, we have been teaching law at UTAS for over 125 years. We have big strengths in research. As you can see, we have the Tasmanian Law Reform Institute based at the university, the Centre for Law and Genetics, and we always host the Australian Forum for Climate Intervention Governance. We also have lots of different specialisations that you can undertake together with our law degree. So law of the oceans and the Antarctic, biotechnological law, Indigenous peoples and the law, environmental law, climate change. We try to focus on the specialisations that we have within the island and within our state. So, how does UTAS help law students succeed? We are ranked in the top 125 law schools globally. And we have access to, unprecedented access to, the legal industry within Tasmania. Because we are the only law school in the state, you'll find that probably 85% of the judges and magistrates and senior lawyers, 85% of those are graduates of the UTAS Law School. And consequently, we have the advantage of them being able to come into our classrooms and to speak with our students and to present with them. Our students are also placed in their law firms so they can experience firsthand law in practice. We try to encourage a very self-motivated and innovative student body. There are many volunteer opportunities for our students, which gives them a valuable experience within their degree. As I said in the previous slide, we look to explore the specialist areas from our unique locational research. So there are many opportunities for students to interact with leading researchers in various fields. We currently have 2 professors who are jointly associated with the law school and the Marine and Antarctic Science Research Group, which gives our students superb access to professors within that specialist area. We also have a wide range of combined degrees, and our aim is to broaden those combined degrees out so that we have a further range of specialisations. But things like the Bachelor of Natural Sciences and Wilderness Studies and Law, and also the Bachelor of Marine and Antarctic Science with Law. These are 2 areas which we are very prestigious in. There's also an opportunity for students to undertake simulated law firm work. We try to develop excellent practical skills for our students so that when they graduate from the university, they are much better prepared. This gives you an idea of the layout of the law degree. The pink slides are, the pink boxes, sorry, are the ones that students have to do. So there are key units within the degree that which are compulsory, and students take within all 4 years of the degree. Sorry, 3.5 years of the degree. There's also quite a lot of electives. We are very proud of the fact that our law program offers an awful lot of flexibility. There's also opportunities for students who don't want to do the traditional law LLB, which qualifies them to work in a courtroom. There's various combined degrees and opportunities for students to undertake a legal studies major or minor as a Bachelor of Arts or a Bachelor of Justice Studies. As I say, this is for students who want to be involved in the law, but they don't actually want to be a barrister or a solicitor and actually be in the courtroom. We also have the Tasmanian Legal Practice course, which we're very proud of. It is an opportunity for students to do a 6-month legal practice course after they have completed their LLB. And it's actually delivered by the legal profession in Tasmania. So we have judges and magistrates that give students experience in both the Supreme Court of Tasmania and the Magistrates' Courts. And this is done on a rotational basis, so that every other week you get an opportunity to actually have experience of those environments. It is very practically orientated, and it runs for 26 weeks full time. This is an opportunity for students to undertake this after they've graduated, and they'll get a diploma of legal practice from the university. This just gives you a little bit of a flavour of what some of our international students have said about our degree. First student here, Salman, is talking about the International Justice Initiative, which they undertook, and they've been working with various international criminal courts and getting exposure to areas of the law that perhaps you wouldn't get if you were involved in a larger law school. Sam talks about the networking opportunities and the fact that the Faculty of Law provides students the opportunity to rub shoulders with judges, prosecutors, and civil litigators. So again, one of the advantages of being in a slightly smaller law school, and obviously being the only law school in the state of Tasmania. And Daniela talks a little bit about the core subjects and also the practical activities that the degree allows you to do. So the graduate outcomes for the Faculty of Law. We're very proud of these stats. Recent graduates, 85.9% were satisfied with the overall with their law course, and considering that the national average is 82%, then that's a great percentage for us to have, to be above national average. 81% of our graduates of our graduate diploma in legal practice are in full-time employment. And for anybody going into the law profession in Australia, That's a pretty healthy salary that you can expect to achieve, 100,000 Australian dollars. That's the average full-time annual salary for any of our law graduates. So if you take nothing else away from today's presentation, I've just got 5 things for you to remember about studying law with us. We're one of the, let's say, top 125 law schools globally. We feel that it helps being small. It benefits our students whilst they are studying with us and when they have graduated. We have very self-motivated students. We encourage that, and they develop a lot of the student-driven justice initiatives and lots of volunteering opportunities. The fact that we are in a unique location and we have some specialised areas of research allows our students to access those disciplines and to be able to match their degree within those areas of specialisation. We have very good access to practical legal firm work and also the opportunity to have judges and magistrates visit the university and undertake simulated legal firm work as well. Very good connections, very good networks. And the opportunity to be admitted to legal practice the same year that you graduate. So on completion of the degree, you are able to enter the workforce. There is nothing else that you need to do. And we do feel that the practical experience that we give to students is key in enabling students to do that. Okay, so that's my presentation. How do I get back to the main screen? Oh, here we go. I'm happy to take any questions that anybody might have and give as much information as I can. Despite my name, Ruth Law, I don't actually work in the law school, and there's definitely a whole heap of information that the law school has, that if I'm not able to answer your questions, I will be able to direct you to colleagues who can.
Well, Ruth, thank you so much for the presentation. Well, just in case, if we have any specific questions from the students, maybe I would suggest bringing back the presentation on screen so you could slide back and forth to the topics that our students might be interested in.
Okay, yeah. I'll share my screen again then.
Yeah, that would be very helpful for all of us. And let me check the chat box, as I think we do have some inquiries from our fantastic students. And the first one is from Simeon. Oh, okay, that's a great question indeed. And Simeon is asking if he finishes high school, can he become a lawyer in Australia? And he's asking to describe step-by-step process, if you may, please.
Yes, I mean, obviously we take students from high school. I don't have the equivalent score that you would need to obtain. In Australia, we work, you would be familiar, Victoria, with the ATAR score. And we do ask students who qualify from high school to have at least an ATAR equivalent of 80%. I'd have to have a look and see what that equates to for high school qualifications. But yes, you would enter the program from high school as long as you are a high achieving student, undertake the degree, and upon graduation, you would then have a qualification which would enable you to work in Australia. You would then obviously have to apply for employment in Australia, and then for you to remain in the country there would have to be an application for a working visa, which I don't have all the details on, but it is quite a straightforward process.
Sorry, I muted myself. Thank you so much for the answer. We do have a bit more inquiries from our listeners, and Nadia is wondering if she can apply for the bachelor course straight away after the secondary school in Russia. Just in case, I'd love to remind you that we have 11 years educational system here in Russia. So I believe that our students need to undergo a special preparation course. And if you could talk a bit more about this course, that would be fantastic.
Yes, sorry, I'm not that familiar with the Russian high school, so I wasn't aware that there were less years of education. So my apologies there. There are pathway programs that students can undertake, foundation programs. These last for a year. They have various specializations depending on what degree you're wanting to go into. There's obviously a science pathway as well as a education, law and humanities pathway as well. So students would need to complete that to be eligible. If they're undertaking the pathway course, then yes, they'd need to be achieving at least an 80% grade point average during the foundation for them to be eligible to then progress into a full degree after that. The pathway course can be applied for in the same way as any other full degree, and it's important that when applying for that foundation program, you indicate what specialisation you're wanting to go into, so that we are able to combine an offer which includes the foundation program together with the full degree. So students know exactly what the timescales are, but also what costs they're going to incur as well.
Well, thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'll quickly elaborate in Russian, just in case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but thank you. Итак, друзья, с вашего позволения я быстренько прокомментирую речь нашей замечательной коллеги на русском языке. Смотрите, да, что касается поступления на бакалавриат после школы. Поскольку в Австралии 12-летняя система образования, у нас 11-летняя, то выпускники наших школ перед тем, как быть зачисленными на первый курс бакалавриата, проходят подготовительный год. При каждом университете он свой, и университет Тасмании предлагает студентам так называемый курс Foundation, который длится 1 год, и по окончании этого Foundation вы дальше переходите, при успешном окончании этой программы вы переходите на первый курс бакалавриата. Ну и бакалавриат стандартно длится 3-4 года, то есть, как вы видели на слайде, юридическая, да, программа, она 3,5 года длится в университете. Если вас в деталях интересует процесс поступления, пожалуйста, обращайтесь к нам после вебинара, либо задавайте вопросы в чате, пока у вас есть такой шанс, да, и с нами на связи университет Тасмании. С удовольствием ответим и прокомментируем. Вот, и, Семен, по поводу вашего вопроса о том, да, как вот пошагово вы попросили описать процесс, ну, безусловно, после школы сначала foundation, потом 3,5 года бакалавриата, и после этого всем студентам еще необходимо пройти юридическую практику, или это legal practice называется в английском языке, да, и как только вы вот эти 3 этапа выполните, в последующем вы можете сдать профессиональные экзамены и получить аккредитацию для того, чтобы стать практикующим специалистом. Безусловно, говорю пока в общих чертах, но будем рады, да, погрузиться в детали с вами. Пожалуйста, пишите, какие именно моменты вам могут быть интересны. Вот. И у нас сегодня еще впереди 2 выступления по поводу получения юридического образования в Австралии, поэтому, пожалуйста, оставайтесь с нами на связи. Будет много интересного. Давайте перейдем к следующим вопросам. Так, Павел, я закончил 3 курса на юридическом университете. Можно ли перевестись с зачетом предметов? Павел, спасибо большое за такой вопрос. Давайте позволим ответить на него нашему представителю. I'm back to you.
Okay, I just wanted to mention, sorry, I didn't cover the fact that in the foundation program, it also helps students to improve on their English language skills as well.
Yeah.
So there's different entry points depending on what students' English language skills are at the time of application. Obviously, the better the English, there's a fast track option, but we can take students who have an IELTS of 5. They're able to also undertake the pathway program, and that will enable them to improve their language skills, because for entry into the law degree you need to have an equivalent of IELTS of 6.5. So that pathway program allows students to improve their English as well as bringing them up to speed academically as well.
Well, thank you so much for this extra comments. I'll just deliver it in Russian quickly. Итак, дорогие друзья, да, небольшое дополнение от нашего представителя. Вот, по поводу языковых требований, безусловно, да, подтвердить уровень английского языка для вас очень важно, в какую страну и в какой университет вы не поступали бы. Поэтому помимо школьного аттестата с хорошими оценками, вам нужно будет сдать еще и один из международных экзаменов, но чаще всего это IELTS, потому что он более универсальный и принимается в любой стране. Вот. И для foundation как раз-таки, да, требования, они несколько лояльнее, нежели при поступлении напрямую на бакалавриат. И там, ну, для бакалавриата, да, минимальное требование 6,5 и ниже 6 в каждой части. Для foundation будет немного пониже, это 5,5 и 6,0, да, поскольку в университете дополнительно есть ускоренный формат foundation, и для него требуется балл повыше. Если же вы поступаете на стандартную годичную программу, то IELTS 5,5. Обязательно обратите внимание на то, что для обучения вам нужно сдавать академический модуль. Вот. Итак, Павел, извините, пожалуйста, давайте вернемся к вашему вопросу. So another question from Pavel, and he says that he finished the 3rd year of law degree in Russian University, and he'd like to transfer to the Australian University, and he's wondering if he can do that to the University of Tasmania with recognition of prior learning.
That's absolutely a possibility. Obviously, our admissions team would have to go through a fairly rigorous check of what units had been studied already and how comparable they are to the units that we offer. And once that, that piece of work had been done, then we would be able to indicate to the student just how much credit they could possibly achieve. Obviously, there are some core modules that students have to do to be able to obtain the Australian LLB. and it's important that we're able to see that, that they have been undertaken. If not, then the student may not get as much as 3 years worth of credit. They may have to join our bachelor degree in it. But at the time of application, if the student can submit as much detailed information as possible about the degree that they have undertaken, and information about the individual units that they've done, then that will make our admissions team's job a lot easier.
Oh, beautiful, thank you. And as always, a quick elaboration in Russian. Павел, еще раз благодарим за такой интересный и очень насущный вопрос. Смотрите, безусловно, возможность подать заявку в Австралийский университет и запросить перезачет предметов, она всегда есть. Что важно учесть? Да? Первый момент. Для какой бы программы вы не производили перезачет дисциплин, в программе, которую предлагает Австралийский университет, всегда есть стандартный набор обязательных предметов, которые вам нужно будет все равно изучить. Вот, поэтому, естественно, там уже университет, производя оценку полученных документов, они посмотрят, какие предметы вам можно исключить из учебного плана, какие вам все-таки нужно будет пройти, даже если в России вы их уже тоже изучали. Второй момент, да, помимо выписки из университета о том, какие, ну, стандартные, да, академические выписки, где написано, какие зачеты и экзамены вы сдали и какие оценки получили, для подробной оценки и перезачета предметов, как правило, университет запрашивает детальную информацию по каждому профильному предмету. Профильному я имею в виду связанному именно с юриспруденцией, да, поскольку, ну, у нас, сами понимаете, в России учебный план предполагает иной раз изучение не связанных с профессией предметов, вот, но для таких дисциплин вам не нужно предоставлять подробное описание, но вот если мы говорим именно о узкоспециализированных дисциплинах, то тогда нужно будет подготовить действительно подробную детальную выписку, и если вы планируете вот как раз-таки, да, рассмотреть такой вариант, то будем рады более детально, да, обсудить с вами этот нюанс. И на что еще стоит обращать внимание, я, может быть, немного забегу вперед, и в субботу, да, когда у нас будут общие презентации по направлениям, мы с вами более подробно поговорим. Но, как вы можете знать, в Австралии выпускники университетов могут получать визу выпускника, которая дает вам право в стране еще дополнительно находиться 1,5 либо 2 года. Так вот, для того, чтобы получить эту визу, вам нужно закончить курс бакалавриата либо магистратуры продолжительностью не менее 2 лет. Соответственно, даже если австралийский вуз по максимуму сможет вам засчитать ваше обучение в российском университете, то важно помнить и соблюдать правило 2 лет. Да? И, ну, возможно, вам все равно придется в процессе обучения в Австралии пройти те предметы, которые вы уже изучали в России, но опять-таки, поскольку подход к обучению разный в 2 странах, вы от этого нисколько не потеряете, а наоборот, да, можете дополнительно подчеркнуть для себя новые знания. Вот. Надеемся, мы на ваш вопрос ответили. Если у вас еще будет появляться, пожалуйста, пишите. So, Ruth, we have another question from Simeon, and he's asking if it's easier to enter law school in Tasmania or on the continent. Do you know if the requirements are the same?
I would say that the academic and English language requirements would be very similar. We're a highly ranked law school at UTAS, very high standard. So our entry requirements would be comparable to that of any that you would get anywhere in Europe. Certainly any of the UK law schools, the entry requirements would be very, very similar. So in answer to the question, it would be no easier or harder. I think if you are a high achieving student and you've got a good level of English, then you have lots of choices, lots of opportunities, and UTAS would be one of them.
Thank you so much, Ruth. Семен, спасибо за ваш вопрос. Ну, на самом деле, если смотреть по требованиям к поступлению на бакалавриат, они будут по всей Австралии одинаковые, ну, преимущественно, да. И вопрос здесь даже не в легкости поступления, возможно, будет, а именно в возможных перспективах. Как Рут обозначила ранее, университет Тасмании по факту это единственный вуз в Тасмании, и выпускники университета, они находятся в несколько привилегированном положении, поскольку, ну, по сути, это вуз-монополист, да, и они предлагают студентам хорошие перспективы для того, чтобы пройти вот эту самую юридическую практику и постараться закрепиться, да, тем более Тасмания – это региональная Австралия, и как вы можете знать, или даже если не знаете, да, я сейчас с вами поделюсь этим нюансом, те ребята, которые заканчивают обучение в региональной Австралии, они еще получают дополнительный год к визе выпускника. Вот. Поэтому здесь, да, конкретно в этом университете есть, помимо рейтинга юридической школы, она входит, напомню, в топ-125 в мире, у вас есть преимущество также после получения образования конкретно в университете Тасмании. Надежда. Чтобы поступить, нужно только пятерки в аттестате иметь. Если не против, я быстренько отвечу на этот вопрос, не задействуя нашу коллегу. На самом деле не обязательно иметь одни пятерки в аттестате. И, ну, в идеале, конечно же, желательно, чтобы ваш средний балл был не ниже 4. Но если он будет чуть ниже, то университет все равно готов рассмотреть студентов на поступление. Поэтому, если вдруг, да, по окончании школы у вас вдруг закрадутся в аттестат 4, то ничего страшного, вы все так же имеете высокие шансы поступить в университет.
Also just wanted, sorry, have you finished translating?
Yeah, that's fine. I just finished, so please go ahead.
I just wanted to mention as well, I hadn't got a slide on it, but in terms of tuition fees, I know nobody's actually asked about that yet, but University of Tasmania does have a merit-based scholarship for international students. So it's called the Tasmanian International Student Scholarship, TIS for short. It does offer students with a good GPA a 25% tuition fee discount for each of their years of study. So that is something that students don't have to apply for separately. When they submit their application, they are automatically assessed based on their grades of their previous studies as to whether they meet the requirements for the scholarship. And if they do, then they will be automatically awarded it, and that will be reflected in their tuition fees.
Well, thanks. I think I need to make our students happy and to translate it into Russian,
Okay.
as scholarships is something that is of a great interest to the students. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. Итак, да, как раз мы недавно, буквально минуту назад поговорили с вами про средний балл, который требуется для поступления, и очень хорошая новость заключается в том, что тем студентам, у кого будут хорошие, высокие оценки в аттестате, неважно, поступаете вы после школы на бакалавриат через Foundation, либо если вы поступаете уже на базе высшего образования, ВУЗ предлагает 25% стипендию для студентов, и замечательная новость в том, что эта стипендия не требует подачи отдельной заявки, то есть когда мы отправляем ваши документы на рассмотрение в приемную комиссию, ВУЗ автоматически их оценивает, и когда они готовы принять решение по вашим документам, они сообщают, если у вас хороший средний балл, о том, что вы являетесь счастливым обладателем 25% стипендии. Вот. Так, давайте двигаемся дальше по вопросам, пока у нас есть время. Татьяна, нужно ли проходить подготовительную программу для тех, кто собирается в магистратуру? Замечательный вопрос, давайте подключим нашего представителя. So, Ruth, we have another fabulous question from Tatiana. She's wondering if she wishes to apply for master degree. Does she have to undergo any preparatory course?
Is this the master degree in
I think so, because we had a law day, but just in case, I'll double check with the student after you speak a bit about the opportunities for those who already have bachelor degree in Russia, whether in a law area or absolutely non-relevant.
Yeah. So for students who already have an undergraduate degree, there is a graduate entry opportunity into our law program. You would have to complete our undergraduate LLB before you'd be able to enter our postgraduate program, which is the legal practice program that I detailed in the slides. I got this one here, the Tasmanian Legal Practice course. That is our postgraduate professional legal training program. And that is 1 semester in duration, 26 weeks. You would need to have our undergraduate LLB in order to enter that program, but you can enter our undergraduate LLB as a graduate entry if you have an undergraduate degree in something else. But like your previous student, the point at which you enter that program would depend on what law courses have been undertaken prior to application.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, law background graduates can apply for Bachelor of Laws graduate entry, but those who has non-law degree, they should apply for Bachelor of Laws, or they can also apply for Bachelor of Laws graduate entry.
They can apply for the Bachelor of Law graduate entry. The most that they're going to be able to kind of shave off from the law degree is just 1 year though. So if you've done a law degree prior to entry to our program, you're likely to be able to be given a bit more credit for what you've done. If you haven't done a law degree at all, then you really just enter into the 2nd year. So it's the 1st year that you wouldn't have to do of our LLB.
Thank you so much. Татьяна, спасибо за очень интересный вопрос. Смотрите, ну вот отдельно магистратуры именно по юриспруденции в университете Тасмании нет, поскольку вот программа поствысшего уровня, она уже у них идет как раз-таки legal practice, или практика, которую проходят те, кто в последующем планирует получить аккредитацию и стать практикующими специалистами. Вот. Но в зависимости от того, какой диплом бакалавра, в какой области он был у вас получен, вы можете поступать либо на программу Bachelor of Laws, о которой сегодня говорила Рут, либо же вы можете поступить на программу Bachelor of Laws, которая с пометкой Graduate Entry. То есть это как раз-таки курсы для тех, у кого уже есть юридический бэкграунд, полученный не в рамках англосаксонского права, но вы хотите учиться за рубежом и как раз-таки изучать именно англосаксонскую правовую систему. Для таких студентов специально разработан курс, который называется Bachelor of Laws Graduate Entry. Вот. Надеемся, наш ответ был полезен, но если у вас остались вопросы, пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь их писать. So let me look through the chat box as we have a bit more inquiries. There's a question from Elena. She's asking if law specialists are in high demand in Australia, and can international students be competitive compared to domestic ones?
So if law specialists are in high demand?
Are in high demand in Australia, and especially if we speak about international students who travel to Australia to get the law degree.
I mean, obviously, the specializations that we offer are in line with our unique areas of research, which equip students with a specialized degree, which would allow them to work anywhere in the world with that specialization. You know, if you are not wanting to necessarily stay in Australia, but you're wanting to come back home, if that's an industry that you're interested in and one that is strong in your home country, then obviously it would be advantageous. It's an area that we are able to offer, those specializations that we offer that other law schools around Australia would not, because they're not in the unique geographical situation that we are in. In terms of competitiveness, international and domestic students are not differentiated against. If you have our law degree with that specialization, then regardless of whether you're an international student or a domestic student, nobody's given a specific preference. You are as well equipped as any domestic student would be.
Sorry, I'm back again. Well, Ruth, thank you so much. I'm sure it was very helpful answer to the student. We have another one from Anastasia. Is TOEFL accepted in your law school?
Yes, it is. I'll just have a look, see what the TOEFL equivalent is. Yes, the TOEFL would be accepted. We tend to advertise the IELTS simply because that is a more common English proficiency test that students take. But yes, we do accept the TOEFL as well. The IBT TOEFL.
Yeah. Well, excellent. I think that's really great news, as the students have an alternative to choose whether they love to do IELTS or TOEFL or maybe any other exam that they are more comfortable with. And I think we have the final question for this session, and this one is about the internships for master degrees. Well, I believe not law degrees, but in general, if you offer some kind of internships for your students.
Yes, it varies depending on which, sorry, is this at postgraduate level or undergraduate level?
That's the postgraduate level.
Yeah, okay. It would depend on each individual postgraduate program. And as you would probably realise, the postgraduate programs can vary anywhere between 1.5 years to 2 years in duration. So there is scope within those programs to have internship opportunities. That's an area that we are particularly proud of at UTAS, because we have such good access to local industry and firms all around the state. Then we're not competing with other universities to secure those internships, because we're the only university in Tasmania. Then we get first pick. So yes, there's lots of opportunities for students, and the university will actually assist students in finding those internships. They're not left to their own devices to have to seek them out. We do actually give assistance with those as well.
Well, thanks for answering this question. It was fantastic. Дорогие друзья, спасибо большое за ваши очень нестандартные и активные вопросы. Надеемся, данная сессия была для вас очень полезной, информативной. И если у вас остались еще какие-то моменты, которые мы вдруг не обсудили, пожалуйста, оставайтесь с нами на связи, пишите ваши вопросы в чате. Давайте поблагодарим нашего замечательного представителя и будем двигаться дальше. So Ruth, I think we covered a lot of interesting facts about the University of Tasmania and law degrees. We'd love to thank you so much for this presentation. It was very interesting. It was very, our students were very active, and hopefully we'll see you soon in the future. Please stay safe and healthy, and see you soon.
Thank you very much. And I'm more than happy if students want to contact me directly if they have any other questions that they think of later on in the day. Students can contact me direct if you wanted to give out my details. Happy to do that. And thank you for having me.
Thanks. Thank you too. Have a great day.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Итак, дорогие друзья, буквально через несколько минут мы продолжим наше выступление. Пока я хочу напомнить, что наша неделя международной профориентации была организована лучшим образовательным агентством Восточной Европы согласно Study Travel Magazine, компанией Students International. Мы работаем в индустрии образования за рубежом с 1992 года. Нашими соорганизаторами сегодня являются наши коллеги из лицензированного центра подготовки к экзамену IELTS School, и наши замечательные преподаватели готовят студентов, готовят на нужный балл студентов из России и других стран, поскольку мы проводим занятия как очно, так и онлайн. Дополнительно нашими соорганизаторами сегодня являются Международный экзаменационный центр Students International. И хочу отметить, что мы принимаем экзамен в более чем 30 городах России и Украины. И более того, Students International – это единственный центр в России, который дает вам возможность сдать IELTS в любом доступном сегодня формате, начиная от обычного академического и заканчивая IELTS UKVI, либо же компьютерным IELTS. Отмечу, что наш образовательный марафон является полноценной неделей профориентации, и в рамках этой недели любой участник может получить электронный сертификат, где будут прописаны бонусы от подготовки к сдаче экзамена и от сдачи самого экзамена. Чтобы получить сертификат, который вы можете наблюдать на слайде, вам необходимо выполнить всего 2 условия. Первое – прослушать минимум 20% от курса, и потом написать нам на адрес info@studinter.ru, указав полностью ваши фамилии, имя, отчество, имейл и телефон. Пожалуйста, присылайте нам ваши запросы, чтобы получить свой сертификат. Сейчас на слайде вы видите расписание сегодняшнего дня. У нас на очереди выступление наших коллег из другого австралийского университета Macquarie. Но перед тем, как мы перейдем к нему, хочу обозначить, что мы очень гордимся нашей обширной партнерской базой. Да? Мы сотрудничаем с нашими учебными заведениями уже более 25 лет, и по факту компания Students International является первым этапом приемной комиссии. И сразу, как только вы определитесь со страной, с университетом и с программой, с чем мы также будем рады вам помочь, мы готовы оказать вам поддержку и помочь подготовить и подать документы в выбранный вами университет и в последующем оказать курирование вплоть до вашего отъезда в страну. Если у вас есть вопросы по обучению за рубежом, вы можете обратиться в любой из наших 40 офисов, которые располагаются в России, Украине и Казахстане. Наши опытные коллеги будут готовы и рады вам помочь в любой момент. Пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь, обращайтесь и задавайте ваши вопросы. Давайте же, наконец-таки, перейдем к нашей следующей презентации. Еще раз, да, у нас сейчас будет выступать университет Macquarie. Поговорим мы с вами про международное, частное и очень актуальное на сегодняшний день экологическое право. Давайте дадим слово нашему коллеге. Kevin, hello.
Hello.
Fabulous. Hi there. It's
hello. How are you today? Yep.
Oh, fantastic. We have great students. They're very active. They have fantastic questions. So I'm sure you get a few of them for yourself as well. Thank you so much for being with us today.
No problem. Yeah, my pleasure.
I'm just ready to give you a word. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Victoria. Hello, everyone. I lost my Russian. You know, it's been a while that I actually haven't spoken Russian. Здравствуйте, меня зовут Kevin. Очень приятно. That's it. So today, my name is Kevin. I'm actually working for Macquarie University, located in Sydney, Australia. And so today I will be talking about a bit of information about Macquarie University in general, and also followed by I'll be talking about a bit of a Bachelor of Laws that is actually offered at Macquarie University. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay, just give me a second. Yep. I shared the wrong screen. Yep. Can you all see the presentations?
Yeah, we can see
okay
that.
All right. Okay, that's good. So first of all, I'll actually go through the Macquarie University in general, and then followed by I'll be doing the Bachelor of Laws, and then we can probably do Q&A session at the end. Okay. All right. So okay, there's a bit of a glitch. Okay, so Macquarie University is actually located in Sydney, Australia. So Sydney, you probably, some of you may have actually traveled to Sydney in your lifetime, or probably when you're on a holiday or business trip, I don't know, but so it's actually top 3 most livable city in the world, and also top 5 safest city in the world, and top 10 best student city in the world. So this is actually the view that you will be enjoying when you actually come to Australia, Sydney. So why Sydney? I mean, for example, if I go to Russia, normally first city that I actually have to go is actually Moscow or St. Petersburg, because it's capital city. But why Sydney? Sydney is not a capital city of Australia, but it's actually the commercial hub of Australia with better career opportunity, and also is actually one of the countries that actually has a lot of multinationalism and also multicultural. So we have a lot of multicultural, different cultural background, including myself. That you will actually get to see a lot of different people, people from different cultures, people from different ethnic background. So this is actually where most of the students, and also a lot of international students, actually wants to come for the big city for their better career opportunities. So Macquarie University is actually located northwest of the Sydney city centre. So it's actually about 15 kilometers away. And as you can see, we've got little campus called the Sydney City Campus, but that's actually for a selected program in the city. And our main campus is actually Macquarie University, which is actually located near Macquarie Technology Park. And Macquarie University also has, we used to have a train station, but now it's actually changed to metros. That's actually since May 2019. So we actually have the Sydney Metro running, I should say, around the campus, I should say, just below our campus. So as soon as you actually walk up from the Sydney Metro, there's actually Macquarie University campus. So Macquarie University is actually located something called the Macquarie Park Innovation District. So this is actually one of the area. So you will see on the left hand side, you will see the Macquarie University campus, and also that's actually Macquarie University Park, Macquarie Park Innovation District. So they're actually right next to each other. So and on the right hand side, you will see the how close this Macquarie Park Business Park is actually located. Right next to the Macquarie University. So this is actually for us to collaborate, create, and also connect, and also community engagements with the all these job opportunity or any opportunity, any research opportunity that we actually have with the Macquarie Park Innovation District. So just to give you some figures about this MPID is actually, well, at Macquarie University we have about 40,000 students, 2,800 staff. And with the MPID, there are 45,000 employees across the MPID. And we are talking about like, 300 international company, which is actually located at this Sydney's most innovative district. So what it means is that we should be able to connect, and also we should be able to do any research with all these international company from, different countries. And this is actually the snapshot of the, I should say aerial shot of the Macquarie University campus in the evening. That's very nice and pinkish, purple color. So as I mentioned earlier, we have about 41,000 students, and Macquarie University is actually just over 50 years old. So we were actually established back in 1964. We have about 150 partner universities for student exchange in more than 40 countries. With Russia, we actually do have a student exchange with the Moscow State University and also St. Petersburg State University. And university is actually, Macquarie University is actually only Australian university with its own train station. And also we have a private hospital on campus, and it's actually located on 126 hectares of the Parkland campus. So I know that, because of the COVID pandemic, we had a bit of a disruption of the international students coming to university. So basically our message is that, start online and join us actually in Australia when the border is actually closed. So with this message, Macquarie University is actually world-class university, ranked top 1% of the world university. And Macquarie University actually ranked #1 in Australia for the graduate employment rate. And 8 subjects of Macquarie University is actually ranked top 100 globally. and we have $4 million Australian dollars scholarship for international student, which I will talk about at the later stage. So in terms of our offering, I mean, we actually didn't have much of the international student from Russia to start online with us for session 2. I think that's because of the time difference, because I think at the moment time difference is actually 7 hours. So it's actually 6 p.m. here in Sydney, but I'm sure it's actually about 11 a.m. in Moscow. So even the student actually wants to do, they may have really decent infrastructure or the decent internet connection, but I think the time difference was actually kind of like one of the obstacle, and also kind of like pull back for Russian students to actually start with us in session 2, July this year. But bear in mind that Macquarie University is actually the founding partner of the Open University Australia. So in Australia, we have something called the Open University Australia, and Macquarie is actually one of the university, and we are actually one of the founding partners. So we are actually expert in delivering online contents, and we've been actually doing in the domestic market. So when we actually had a COVID pandemic, it only took us about a few weeks to actually roll out our the existing delivery to online. So session 2 successfully, we've actually transformed. So 95% of our courses was actually delivered online for international students who actually could not travel to Australia. So, okay. All right, so these are actually our offering. So we have business area. I should say this is actually one of the most popular area of the study for Russian students, and we have education, engineering, IT, environment, another popular area of study for Russian, has a medical science, law and criminology, media and creative arts, communications, science. I think science is actually the area that we have lots of Russian students for the PhD, not for bachelor or the masters, but we have a lot of students who's actually conducting their PhD at Macquarie University, followed by society, history, language, and MBA. And we also do have the English language center we actually run. So for those students who actually does not meet the English requirement for the course they apply for, so normally we'll say it's IELTS or TOEFL. So we actually do offer general English, academic English, and also study tour. So study tour does not actually apply to individual, but that's more like group of a student who's actually coming from single university as a group to Macquarie University to conduct the study tour. And then we also do have the IELTS testing preparation courses. So generally speaking, for those students who's actually seeking for the further degree at the university level, whether it's a bachelor or the master's, depends on their level of English. They might start from the general English, but most of the time, they will actually go through the academic English. And then we have something called the Macquarie University International College. So this is actually for students who actually does not meet the direct entry to bachelor degree, undergraduates, but this is actually the pathway where they could actually go to foundation. And after foundation, they will actually go to first year of the bachelor degree. And we also have diploma, which is actually equivalent to first year of the bachelor degree. But after completing bachelor, you'll be going to second year of the bachelor degree. So Macquarie University actually do run Macquarie University International College. So it's not actually outsourced to third party. So it's actually operated by the university. We have a unique 6 weeks teaching term, and each term you only stack 2 subjects. So 2 subjects per term. So this way, students can actually concentrate just the 2 subjects in their term, and then progress to the next, next term for the different units. So as I mentioned earlier, so we have a standard foundation, intensive, and also the diploma. And then probably at the bottom, I've actually updated this so that you guys are actually familiar with the Russian attestat. Attestat, is that, I'm not sure whether that's my pronunciation is actually correct, but attestat 3.0 will allow you to go to the standard foundation. 3.2 will allow you to go to the intensive, and if the student has 3.75, will be allowing you to go to the diploma level. And then standard foundation is actually 8 subject, 4 term, around 35 weeks. Intakes is actually 3 times a year. And we have an intensive program, which is actually the 50% of the standard foundation, which is 2 terms, 15 weeks, and then 3 intakes per year, which is February, April, and October. So depends on which degree that you actually want to pursue in your future bachelor degree. You will be choosing your stream, whether it's actually business, arts, science, and engineering. And then this is actually the diploma. So we have 4 different diploma. That's diploma of commerce, diploma in engineering, and also diploma in IT. And finally, is actually diploma of arts and media and communication. So diploma program actually consists of actually 8 subjects, which will be part of your exemption when you actually go to second year. So that 8 subject is actually equivalent to first year bachelor degree, but you have up to 2 advantage module. At the bottom it says normally that's actually so that's not count towards your GPA, is actually free of charge. So that's actually support without pressure, but this is actually does not apply to everyone. So if the student actually have decent level of English or the decent level of mathematics, they actually don't need to do it. So this is actually some of the additional support that we actually provide for diploma student. So a high performing student can actually complete the diploma within 4 terms instead of actually the 5 terms. All right, so this is actually just a snapshot of the Russian qualification entry requirement for the MUIC, which I've actually mentioned about standard foundation, intensive program, and also diploma. And also I've actually included the direct entry to the undergraduate level. So you'll be looking at about 4.5 out of 5 for attested requirements. And of course, in terms of the IELTS requirements, for the lowest one is actually 5.5 IELTS academic, 5.0 in each band. And then you will see the pattern that it will actually increase by 0.5. So MUIC intensive program diploma has exactly the same, because the duration of the intensive program is only 15 weeks. So that's why they actually need to be ready for the university university degree after probably 3 or 4 months. So that's why even though it's actually considered as a foundation leading you to the first year of bachelor, but the English requirement has been actually set as a 6.0 for this one. And for the bachelor degree, minimum IELTS requirement is actually 6.5 academic, 6.0 in each band. But however, I've actually put it something in red at the bottom. Higher English required for course like law, clinical science, or medical field, or the education actually require something higher, which I'll actually explain later in my other presentation on of the Bachelor of Laws. So I'm not sure if the audience, we have all this, different audience actually joining this session, and some of the students might actually wants to know about bachelor, but some of the students actually wants to know about master. So in 2020, we've actually done some curriculum review over past few years, and we actually introduced a lot of a different curriculum in 2020, and one of them is actually 1-year master degree, which you will find similarly from the UK market. So we're actually introducing, Australia's largest range of the 1-year master degrees. And what happened is, if you actually have the relevant background, or if you have the good GPA, or if you have a relevant work experience before joining the master, there's a way that you can actually reduce your duration. So standard duration of the master degree in Australia is actually around 2 years, but depends on your relevance of your study, your GPA, or work experience, you are able to reduce your study duration up to 1 year. So instead of studying 2 years, you can actually study 1 year if you actually meet the requirement. Having said that, because we were able to reduce standard 2 years duration to 1 year, we actually were able to come up with the this something called the double degree double master degree. So I've actually included some of the example, the actual program that we actually run. So for example, we have a Master of Commerce and Master of Finance. So basically, students who actually miss the both course requirement, you will be able to study double masters within 2 years duration. So instead of doing single master 2 years, you have option of doing 2 years double master degree. All right. So Macquarie University, when it comes to our curriculum and also curriculum design and our teaching, it's actually, so basically our aim is actually to responding to the industry needs. So basically employability is actually priority from day one, as soon as you actually join the Macquarie University. So we have all this, wonderful extra curriculum that's actually available for students, not just the domestic, but also international student as well. So we have something called the Global Leadership Program, and this is actually open to all Macquarie students. And also for undergraduate students, you will see that a lot of our unit is actually something called the PACE unit. It stands for Professional and Community Engagement. So this is actually work integrated learning through the PACE unit. So for some degree, let's say in business or media, PACE unit could be internship, some other humanity subject, or some of the social related degree. It might be called as community engagement, so like volunteering. But in some of the IT or engineering, they might be called it as a project. So all Macquarie University undergraduates actually do have the PACE unit is actually embedded, so which means that is actually part of your degree. And then we have the outbound mobility exchange program, where you can actually go other country for the semester, or the 1 year for the exchange and the mobility opportunities. So yeah, now the next slide is actually the investment of how the university has actually invested a lot of the different facilities. So these are the what has been already established. So this has been already established, and we've been actually running, having this facility probably more than 5 years. So we have a train station, private hospital, and also the robotic library. And we have a study space, which is actually the muse on the top left-hand side. And we have a media labs and also the incubators, etc. And then this is actually the future of the Macquarie University. So some of them, which I will actually quickly go through. So this is actually the artistic image of the what university. This is actually the central courtyard. So we actually try to create a place that supports the university aspiration and also the vision, and of course for our students' well-being. So this is actually the central courtyard. Just for information, this is actually due to be completed in early next year. So this will be ready in early, when I say early, probably before the session 1, so February 2021, this will be ready. And then we have something called the Arts Precinct. So this is actually the Faculty of Arts. This is already finished, and this is actually we've already opened this about a month ago. So this is actually the coming to the live. And the last one is actually the Macquarie Law School. We haven't actually started the construction of this building, but this is actually going to be start very soon as we finish the central courtyard. So this is actually some of the facility that buildings that we actually developing on Macquarie University campus. Okay, last but least, I think the very important information about the scholarships. So Macquarie University has one of the most generous scholarship programs in Australia. And also we actually do have some of the dedicated scholarship for the Russian students. So I've actually broken down into the two major ones. So we have something called the Macquarie University Russian Federation Scholarship. And the second one is actually Macquarie University International College Scholarship. So Macquarie University Russian Federation Scholarship. So this is actually that any Russian student, if they're actually coming for 4 years bachelor degree, the scholarship that they will get is actually up to $20,000. So every year they will receive 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. If the student is actually coming for 1 year masters, of course, that's actually the $5,000 per year. But so basically what's important is that it's not just a one-off. It's not like one-off payment, but it actually depends on the duration of your program. So if you're actually coming for 2 years master, is actually 5,000, 5,000. So it's actually by the duration of your program. And we've been actually doing this for quite a number of years, and we have actually applying this scheme for the Russian student who's actually commencing in 2020, but also in 2021 as well. So we will continue the same scholarship. And I'm sure that there will be a lot of question of, okay, what is the criteria? Do I actually need to get a high GPA from my university back in Russia or high school? So this is actually very simple. So all you need to do is actually meet the academic and also English requirement for the course that you actually apply for, and you will be commencing in 2020 or 2021 next year. And you gotta be, I think one of the most important part is that you gotta be a citizen of Russia. And then when you actually enroll, you just have to enroll and begin your course as per your offer letter. And I think the, it says something about the accept your offer letter and pay the commencement fee by the required acceptance deadline, but that's normally given, on the offer letter. So there's no designated offer letter. So it really depends on the when you actually apply. And you actually do not need to apply for the separate scholarship for this. And you'll be automatically assessed for the scholarship when you actually apply for your program. And yeah, so there's no extra step that you actually need to go through in order to apply for the scholarship. And the second one is actually more for the undergraduate students. So Macquarie University International College Scholarship. So remember I actually mentioned about intensive program, standard foundation and diploma. So this is actually given for those students who's actually coming via our pathway provider. The difference is that the amount, so that's actually the $3,000 one-off towards the with the eligible course behind. But bear in mind that when the student actually progress to the bachelor, first year of bachelor after foundation, or second year of bachelor degree after diploma, remember the one that I actually mentioned earlier? So this scholarship will be applied. So those students who is actually coming for the undergraduate via the pathway, they will be able to receive the International College Scholarship plus the Macquarie University Russian Federation Scholarship. So you can actually get both of them. But only the exception is for the college scholarship, it's a non-business program. So we actually do have a scholarship for the arts, media, communication, engineering, IT, and also arts stream and the media stream for the standard foundation, and science and IT engineering stream. So non-business and no intensive foundation. But as long as it's actually diploma from non-business, standard foundation from non-business area, student will be able to receive this scholarship on top of the Macquarie University Russian Federation scholarships. Okay, so probably I just want to give you touch base then, what are the popular programs for Russian student who's actually coming to Macquarie? And these are some of the figure that I actually captured based on the 2020 information. So as you can see, we have a lot of students actually coming for the Bachelor of Commerce, Applied Finance, and Master of Commerce. And you will see that a lot of, when it comes to Bachelor or Master, a lot of them is actually on the business area. But when it comes to science, you will see a lot of a PhD student in the science area. And probably because of the our double masters, we actually had a lot of students actually doing the combination. So some of the examples that I saw was actually we had a student from doing the business and also media as a double masters. And we have some other student who's actually doing media and also international relation as the double masters. Okay, and these are some of the testimonial that we actually received from the Russian students. So Ivan is actually one of our first international students for the Bachelor of Clinical Science, and of course he has actually already graduated with us. And we have Ekaterina. She was actually our MBA student, of course, already completed, but she's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, she's actually currently working in Sydney after her MBA study. And then finally we have the Maya. Again, she's actually one of the Russian Global Education Program GEP scholarship recipient, but she actually came to Macquarie for the Master of Sustainable Development student. So so this is actually the some of the testimonial that we actually have for our Russian students. Okay. Just to, last page of my presentation, just the general information. I've actually listed out the what would be the durations and what's the English requirements and or just the general information. So just bear in mind that some courses like health science, education, actual study, they're actually offered once per year. So in Australia, we have either February or July intake. For MBA, we have MBA and also Applied Finance. They actually have a different intakes. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the minimum academic entry requirement, academic English requirement is actually 6.5, but some courses actually require higher than that. So I think education is actually one of the one of the courses that actually require really high IELTS. You'll be looking at about 7.5, and speaking and listening has to be 8.0, and the other two band has to be 7.0. So yeah, so it really depends on the what course that you actually apply for. Yeah. All right. And next step, if you're actually thinking of Macquarie University, there's actually no fee. So Macquarie University actually don't charge any application fee for international students. So you can actually apply through our long history, working relation with the Student International. We've been actually working with the Student International for a long time. Yep. And also, we will actually, process your application, see if you actually meet the requirements, if you're not meeting the requirement, what are the other alternate options? And then, definitely, we will be able to, process your application in a timely manner. And then, when you actually decide to accept, of course, it will be the orientation will be online due to the COVID-19 at this stage. But of course, this is actually something temporary, but of course when things actually get better, we'll definitely will be welcoming you to warm Sydney Australian weather. All right, so just to give you some information about the Australian advantage, why Australia? Australia actually have a streamlined visa and also post-study work visa. So post-study work visa means that if you actually study in Australia at university level, you are for the minimum of 2 years duration, you will be able to work 2 years more after that. Of course, if you're actually studying PhD, it will be about 3 years. And then, during your work, during your study, you can actually work as a part-time, but if it's actually your school holiday, you can actually work unlimited. There's no restriction. Safety and also lifestyle is actually very good in Australia. I mean, you probably noticed that my ethnic background is not from, well, I wasn't born in Australia. I was actually born in South Korea, but I came to Australia as an international student back in 1992. And one of the reasons that I actually chose Australia is actually because of the safety of some other English speaking country. And if you look at a lot of Australian university, you probably don't see many, but a lot of Australian, there are only about 41, 42 Australian university here, but a lot of them is actually ranked in the world for quality purpose. And, because of the, and also Australia is actually one of the countries that actually has really high starting salary. So if I'm not exactly sure what's the, hourly rate for working in Russia or even in capital city Moscow, but Australia has a very high starting salary, and also for just the casual work, I think the minimum wage that you need to receive is actually about $19 per hour. So $19 per hour, Australian dollars. And finally, lastly, very important thing, weather. So in Australia, just best. I think if someone asks me to describe Australian weather, I should say it's actually warm and warmer. Well, warm and hotter. So we just ends up having the winter, but average winter temperature here in Australia is actually about 20 degree, and we actually don't have snow in Sydney, unfortunately. But nice warm weather. This is actually where you can actually go swimming or surfing, even in winter as well. So I will say a lot of students from Russia actually they tends to choose Australia due to the weather condition, which is actually very warm. So, all right. Well, thank you very much. That's actually end of my presentation. Victoria, should I actually jump to next presentations, or should I, jump onto the Bachelor of Law?
Well, as we have a law education day today, I would encourage you to move to the Bachelor of Laws degree.
Okay, all right. That's fine. So it's just that because when I'm sharing the presentation, I know that there's actually a couple of chats. There were actually a couple of questions there, but it's just that I can't actually see while I'm actually doing the presentation. But I will definitely get back to those questions later. Okay.
Sure, absolutely. As we have, we have 10 minutes more for the presentation, and at the end of the presentation, we'll be able to touch upon those inquiries.
Not a problem. Yeah, because I actually because what happened is I've got a lot of slides, but I actually want to get rid of the go through the slide as quickly as possible so that I can actually do have a lot of Q&A with the students. Okay, so bear with me for a second. So next one is actually the Bachelor of Law. And this one actually has a less slide.
No worries, but I think we'll fit in 10 minutes. And actually, Bachelor of Laws is something that our students are looking forward to hearing about.
Okay, all right.
Please proceed with this one.
Okay, all right. So now, can you guys actually all see the familiar building which I mentioned that we haven't actually started, but we will be? All right. So change makers of the future. So I'm actually going to talk about, Macquarie Law School. So we have, this is actually pretty much all the degree that we actually have under Macquarie Law School. And you can see that we have undergraduate, postgraduate pathway, and also postgraduate master level. So with the undergraduate, we have a single degree, which is Bachelor of Laws, which is 4 years. And then we have something called the combined degree, where you can actually have Bachelor of Laws plus your second bachelor. Normally, it will take about 5 or 6 years. So you guys actually know that, pretty much the minimum duration of bachelor degree in Australia is actually 3 years. So if you actually combine 4 years of the Bachelor of Law plus your second bachelor, that's about 7 years. But by getting rid of all those elective space, what happened is we were able to come up with 5 years or 6 years. And then for the postgraduate level, we have Juris Doctors. So Juris Doctors, I know that there were actually the session of the Juris Doctor earlier, but for other providers. So Juris Doctor is actually for any student who has actually bachelor degree from overseas or elsewhere. Not from the law background, but it's actually more for the career switch degree. So let's say if the student has a bachelor degree in which one should I go? Media, for example, and they actually wants to practice, solicitor in Australia, and Juris Doctor will be the suitable program that they can actually do. And but Master of Laws 1 year or the International Trade and Commerce Law, these are actually some of the degree that they actually don't actually guarantee any practice in Australia as a lawyer or solicitor as a lawyer. It's actually more of the student who actually has the bachelor degree in the law area wants to upskill their law professions in the master degree. In some country like Thailand, if they have done the law back in their home country and actually do some kind of 2 years worth of the law degree in Australia. And what happened is Macquarie University is actually recognized by the Thailand government so that they can actually practice as a lawyer back to their home country in Thailand. So this is actually subject to which country that we talk about, but Master of Laws and Master of International Trade and Commerce Law does not actually allow you to practice as a lawyer in Australia. It's got to be Juris Doctor or Bachelor of Laws, whether it's a single or the combined degree. And the next one, it's actually the same. Remember I said combined degree, so I've just decided to list out every single combined degree that you can actually do. So we have applied finance, arts, BBA, commerce, cybersecurity, environment, international studies, and so on. And I think one of the only exception is that if you actually combine with the Bachelor of Laws and Bachelor of Psychology honors, that's actually 6 years. That's because Bachelor of Psychology honors itself is actually 4 years degree, where other second bachelor degree is actually 3 years. So that's why other degree is actually 5 years in duration, but a psychology honors is actually 6 years in total. So, what are the course key features? I'm not going to read every single one of them. We have very interdisciplinary approach of this degree where, our graduate actually, actually provide a feedback that is actually provide really realistic understanding of the world and its people and also its issue, and which I'll talk about in the next slide. So learn from academy who actually have who actually has different background or the expertise in the broad range of the law. So it includes international law, environmental law, private law, public law, and so on. And also Macquarie Law School is actually home to the Center for Environmental Law. And then I should say, as a law student at Macquarie University, you will have opportunity to take a part in the extensive range of the mooting competition organized by the Macquarie University Law Society. I should say Macquarie University Law Society is actually one of the most active society available on Macquarie University campus. So this is actually, so throughout this competition, you will be able to make friends, learn professional skills and also your time. So it's not about learning, but also you actually engage with other people. And then we have our award-winning law PACE unit, which I mentioned earlier in my general slide. So this is actually where you have opportunity to put your legal knowledge into the practice so that when you actually graduate, you are work ready. And then, as a graduate, you'll be actually, joining our distinguished alumni who actually, who was actually some of Australia's leading judge and also national law firm, diplomats, a lot of parliament members, senior executive in the private sector. And lastly, Macquarie is actually ranked, among the top 100 institutions in the world for the law, according to the QS subject ranking. So, for example, if you actually completed law at Macquarie, in Australia, for example, in Australia, so what would be the career opportunity? So I've actually listed out what occupation that you will be going for. So it could be baristas or solicitors. You could be diplomat, lobbyist, managers in the corporate sectors, policy officer. It could be politicians and the senior public servants. And I've actually listed out probably what would be, who will be your future employers. So it could be communicable. So it's not just about, you becoming a lawyer and working for the law firm, but, you could actually work for NGO, even pharmaceutical company, and also startups or even, technology and the telecommunication company. So there are, a lot of a different area or different sector industry that you can actually work for when you actually complete the Bachelor of Laws. This is actually a bit overwhelming. So to give you some better understanding of the degree structure, I've actually decided to put everything on the website. So what happened is if you actually go to Macquarie University website, you still have a hard time to understand what you're actually going to learn. So I've actually, managed to put, it took me a while to put on the one slide. So, but what happened is we have course on, so 240 credit points, that's 24 subjects. And just bear in mind that normally in a year, 1 year, you study 8 subjects. So 8 subjects per year. So normally by semester, we have 2 semesters, you study 4 subjects. So that's actually total of 32 subjects. So 8 times 4, Bachelor of Law, 4 years, so that's 32. So during your 4 years bachelor degree, you have 24 subjects as core zone you must do. And then you have a flexible zone at the bottom. So flexible zone is actually, you can use your flexible zone to any undergraduate unit as long as you actually meet the requisite. Yeah. So we will be focusing on the core zone. So on the left-hand side, you will see that I've actually listed out 15 subjects, 15. So these are the you must do. That is not optional. So you actually need to do all of the 15 subject on the far left-hand side. And then one in the middle, it has elective 1 unit from this list. So this is actually the practical unit that I was actually talking about. Like, it could be, PACE unit on campus, and also placement program, or it could be professional placement, or it could be Macquarie University Social Justice Clinic. So all these are, you must choose one of them. And then on the far right-hand side, you will see the elective 8 units from 80 credit points. So that's 80 subject. And you have the whole range of the different electives that you can choose from. So, it really depends on your area of interest. So if you actually wants to know about environment, you could probably, I would actually go with environmental planning law, climate law, and, and there's also environmental law. There's actually, what else? Probably international environmental law. So, and if you're actually more about the, gender, or the, child, or the, female, that could be, child elder law. So, and also you will have some of the international law exchange subjects as well. So this will give you some of the idea that, what option that you can actually choose throughout your 4 years bachelor degree. Of course, if you actually divide the section in half on the left-hand side, that's compulsory. But with the electives, yes, you have to choose 8 of them, but it's actually subject to your interest. So this is actually to give you that it's not just becoming a lawyer, but you can actually specialize in the area that you actually want to pursue in your future career. Right. So in terms of the accreditation, Macquarie University is actually, accredited by the New South Wales, legal practitioner, Council of the Law Society, New South Wales. You probably heard something called the in the middle. So when student completing the degree, whether it's a JD or whether it's a Bachelor of Law, in addition to that, you actually need to require to have the profession actually required to have the all graduates to complete a period of the practical legal training. So it actually stands for PLT. So that includes the including further study, or it could be continuing professional development unit, or supervised experience in the legal practice before being admitted to the practice as a barrister or the solicitor. So this is actually something that you actually do after you complete your degree, and also this is actually the compulsory for to be qualified as an Australian legal practitioner in Australia. Okay. All right. So just to summarize the point of difference of what's Macquarie's difference. So with the Bachelor of Law, we have single and also double degree available depending on your area of interest. And also we have the flip learning, listen to lectures at any time, use the class time for the discussion and interaction. So you will have, opportunity to so we actually do have a lot of, so pretty much all our lecture is actually, it doesn't have to be live. When it's a listen to lecture at any time, means that it's actually recorded, so you can actually listen to your lecture anytime and in your own space, in your own time, so that you can actually go and over. And then this is actually something unique about Macquarie University, that we have this unique requirement for completion of PACE, which is professional and community engagement. So this is actually available for Bachelor of Laws and also JD program. And we have really small class size, developing really strong network among the cohort. And lastly, you will have opportunity for mooting and also engagement with the student society, especially Macquarie University Law Society. For yes, law degree is not easy. Of course, you actually need to have really strong academic background. So in terms of the entrance requirement, ATA probably about 90 is actually required. But if you're actually coming from the international school, IB 32 mark is actually equivalent. Is actually required. And in terms of the IELTS, 7.0. but with the minimum band of 6.5 each of them. So that's actually the so you actually require slightly higher English level than any other 6.5 required program. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. And what happened is I'll probably will take some questions from the audience.
Thank you so much, Kevin. We do have a few inquiries in the chat box. Two of them quite extensive but amazing inquiries from Simon. Would you like me to read them out loud?
Yeah.
You can see them as well. So the first one is about if I complete degree in law in Macquarie.
Oh, Victoria, is it okay if I just read it and actually answer?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think the question is, if I actually complete a degree in law in Australia or anywhere in Australia, could I work as a lawyer in other countries? For example, in Singapore or China? Okay, let me just check.
Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Singapore or China, or should I take additional law course in that country, or degree is actually acceptable in other Asian countries? That's a good question, and that's actually one of the common questions that we receive. What happened is something that you will have to. So, for example, of course, if you actually complete a degree in Australia, you just need to follow the Australia regulation. Normally, it's actually by the states. What happened is if you actually complete, law degree in Australia, I think what happened is it will be best for you to find out if there are any accreditation body, any government regulation to recognize overseas qualification. So my answer to that question would be yes or no, because it will be subject to which country that you like to practice. For example, one of the way that you can probably easily find out is actually in maybe in Russia. I'm sure that there must be the regulations set by the governments how to become a lawyer in Russia, and they will always have the section that what will be some of the exception if you have completed your bachelor degree or law degree in overseas. So definitely, it's not 100% automatic. There's no 100% automatic transformation of your degree from country where you studied and country where you actually practice. So that's actually the same for other Asian country as well. So for example, I'm originally from South Korea, so I can give you a bit of a the case where we actually had. I had a lawyer from South Korea. He actually has done the law degree and he's actually a solicitor. But for him to practice in Australia, so it's not 100% recognized, not automatic recognized. So he actually have to do some courses in Australia to be qualified as a lawyer or solicitor in Australia. So that's why that student was actually doing the JD. Yeah. And then I think the Simone had a second question. I know the England student can take a gap year during his bachelor degree to work for 1 year between his second and third. Is it possible in Macquarie to work as a lawyer assistant for practice? Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not 100% familiar with the UK. When you say student can take a gap year during his bachelor degree, are we talking about international student or are we talking about local UK citizen?
I think we're talking about the international student as probably that's my wild guess.
Okay, so what happened is I'm actually giving the information for the international students. So what happened is when students actually come to Australia as a student visa holders, your obligations, your role is actually to study, not your sandwich course in the UK. Oh, okay. So what happened is in Australia, when you actually take a gap year, it means that you are actually not studying. You are actually what happened is your student visa actually no longer valid. So which means that you will actually need to go back to your home country. But however, in Australia, you can actually work part-time during your studies. So that's normally 40 hours per fortnightly and unlimited during the school break. So in Australia, you are not allowed to take a gap year in Australia during your study, but you can actually work as a part-time. And if it's actually the holiday, you can actually work as a full-time. Yeah. So I hope that that's actually answer your question. So no gap year in Australia when you actually, because when you say, taking a gap year means that you are actually withdrawing your study from the university. That means that university will actually cancel. We are not going to cancel the visa, but we're actually going to cancel the COE. So what happened is, legally, you are not actually allowed to remain in Australia as a student visa holders because you've actually withdrawn yourself from the university. But however, in Australia, you actually do it during your part-time, during your studies, or on the holiday. So we have a lot of students who actually work as lawyers, like assistants, during their studies. So I hope that answer, that questions.
Well, thank you so much. I think we have 1-2 minutes for the last question from Alexei. And he's wondering if Macquarie has a program that would allow the student to study, to do paralegal studies. Well, it's a 1-year course, as Alexei says.
Oh, you mean the are you talking about the
legal assistant or something?
PLT, so practice, what do you call it? Professional legal training?
Well, I don't think so. I think the student is interested in paralegal studies, and it's the 1-year course. Probably it's offered in some other countries that lets the student to train to become as a legal assistant and not the solicitor or barrister.
Oh, okay. So I think what Alex is referring to is actually probably 1-year master. I mean, does not allow them to become a what do you call it? Solicitor or the lawyer, but someone who actually wants to know about the degree in law, right? Not typically as a practice as a lawyer or the solicitor. So I think if that's the case, as I mentioned earlier, there was actually something called
could you please unmute yourself?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that I was actually unmuted. All right, sorry. I think the what he's referring to is actually probably Master of Laws. Remember, I said something about we have some other 1-year master degree actually does not allow them to become a practice in lawyer in Australia, but there's actually Master of Laws and also Master of International and Trade Law. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I think it's high time for us to pass a word to another speaker soon. Before we do that, I'd love to thank you so much. It was a great presentation. I think we had very good questions from students, and hopefully to see you soon during some.
All right. Yeah, and you've got my presentation so that you can probably send out to the students that so it has all the information about the just general information and also detailed information about Bachelor of Laws.
Well, yeah. Once again, thank you so much, Kevin. Please enjoy.
All right, thank you.
It was lovely to see you. All right, bye. Итак, дорогие друзья, спасибо большое, что прослушали вебинар наших коллег из университета Macquarie. Надеемся, было интересно и полезно. Через несколько минут наша презентация продолжится. Пока я хотела бы напомнить, что неделя международной профориентации была организована лучшим агентством Восточной Европы согласно журналу Study Travel Magazine, компанией Students International, и мы работаем в сфере образования за рубежом с 1992 года. Нашими соорганизаторами сегодня является лицензированный центр по подготовке к экзамену IELTS School, и наши преподаватели готовят на необходимый балл студентов из России и из других стран, поскольку наши занятия ведутся как онлайн, так и очно. И также нашими соорганизаторами сегодня является Международный экзаменационный центр Students International. Мы принимаем экзамен в более чем 30 городах России и Украины. И, что еще немаловажно, Students International – это единственный экзаменационный центр в России, где вы можете сдать IELTS в любом формате, начиная от обычного академического и заканчивая IELTS UKVI, либо же IELTS компьютерным. Наш образовательный марафон, так, давайте сейчас 5 секунд. Вот, наш образовательный марафон является полноценной неделей профориентации, и в рамках этой недели любой желающий может получить онлайн-сертификат. В сертификате будут прописаны бонусы подготовки к IELTS и сдачи этого экзамена. И для того, чтобы стать счастливым обладателем сертификата, вам нужно выполнить всего 2 условия. Первое – прослушать минимум 20% от курса. И второе – прислать нам на электронный адрес info@studenter.ru ваши фамилию, имя, отчество полностью, свой email и телефон. На слайде вы сейчас видите расписание. Вас ждет очень много интересной информации, поэтому, пожалуйста, оставайтесь с нами. У нас довольно обширная партнерская база, и мы очень горды тем, что вот уже на протяжении 28 лет сотрудничаем с нашими учебными заведениями. И компания Students International на самом деле является первым этапом приемной комиссии. Поэтому, дорогие друзья, как только вы определитесь с будущей профессией, со страной, с университетом и с программой, с чем мы тоже вам можем помочь, мы будем рады курировать весь последующий ваш процесс поступления и отъезда в страну назначения. Вы можете обратиться в любой из 40 офисов, которые находятся в России, Украине и Казахстане, и наши суперопытные коллеги будут рады вам помочь ответить на все вопросы и подобрать самый подходящий для вас вариант. Итак, мы подошли с вами к следующей презентации. Наш марафон продолжается, и его продолжат наши представители из Queen Mary University of London. И я хотела бы передать слово своей коллеге Виктории. Виктория, прошу.
Да, Виктория, спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые слушатели. Рада приветствовать вас сегодня на нашем мероприятии. Меня зовут Виктория, и я являюсь менеджером образовательных программ компании Students International. Следующая наша презентация будет посвящена специализированным программам LLM, таким как корпоративное, банковское, конкурентное право в Британском университете Queen Mary University. И я рада приветствовать сегодня регионального менеджера университета Джоша Ибрахим и представителей приемной комиссии программы бакалавриата Эль и Петрову Льюис. Josh.
Hello there. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I can pass the word to you so that are you able to share your presentation?
Yep, I will just do that now. Bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
Let me know when you can see it.
We can see it perfectly.
Okay, it's great news. Okay, so, yeah, you ready for me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, so hello and welcome everyone to this presentation by Queen Mary University of London. My name is Josh Ibrahim and I'm the Regional Manager for Europe and CIS here at Queen Mary. And I'm also joined today by Elle Gillespie and Petrova Lewis from our School of Law and the Centre for Natural Law Studies. I'm just going to do a quick mic test before we get started with the presentation. So Elle and Petrova, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Josh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Petrova. Brilliant. Okay, so we'll get started. So we're going to talk about both the undergraduate and the postgraduate law offering that we have at Queen Mary University of London. Let me just get, there we go. So just before we get started on that, I'll give you a little bit of a history about Queen Mary as an institution itself. So we're established as a full university in 1785. And we're formed of an amalgamation between the London Hospital Medical College, St Bartholomew's Medical College, Westfield College, and Queen Mary College. St Bartholomew's Medical College actually goes back in teaching even further than, say, 1785 into the 1100s. We also have 9 Nobel Prize winners currently associated with the university. In terms of who we are and what we're about as an institution, what I would say is international is very much at the heart of what we do. This outlook pervades all areas of the university. So whether that's the diversity of our students, our staff, the education, the research, and our engagement and partnerships that we have with institutions across the globe, we are very internationally focused. This was summed up in the latest Times Higher Education rankings, where we're ranked top 20 in the world for our international outlook. And then in terms of us as an institution, our ranking is 12th in the UK and 110th in the world overall. And just to really drive home that point about us being an international institution, we have over 27,000 students and 162 different nationalities currently studying with us. 35% of that student body is made up of overseas students and 9% is EU students. And we also have 4,000 students currently studying at one of our partner institutions in China as well. I thought before we get started, we'd also talk a little bit about the COVID-19 contingency plans that we've had for this academic year. And I know the people on this call will be starting their courses either in January or next September, but these are the provisions that we're providing to our students at the moment. So how is teaching currently taking place this September? The teaching and learning will be blended. So this is a core proportion of online study with wraparound academic and mentoring support. So all of this, if you wanted to, you would be able to take the semester entirely online, but we are also offering face-to-face education wherever possible on campus for our students, whether that's in the form of seminars or one-to-one kind of sessions with our academics. If this is safe and practical to do so in a socially distanced manner, we are trying to implement this as much as we can. And will the campus be safe for the students? Of course, yes, we've been taking lots of different provisions in order to make sure that the campus is COVID secure. So the learning spaces are being reconfigured to enable appropriate social distancing as long as this is necessary. So that means, you know, instead of having seats next to each other, there'll be 2 meters apart, things like this. We're also implementing one-way systems around our campus. And there's hand sanitizers pretty much at every entrance on the campus. I've been on campus myself the last few weeks and can see this in action. There's also videos on YouTube about how we've taken these steps. But another important thing to note about the COVID-19 contingency plans is that a lot of our postgraduate programs, as well as having the September start, they will also be having a January start. And these January courses are still open for applications now. So if you are looking at studying in the UK, it may be possible to join us in January. Now, I know you're here for a law talk today, but I would just like to flag that the Centre for Commercial Law Studies are pretty much offering a full range of programs with a January start as well as a September start. I think Petrova may touch on this a little bit more in her talk later. Before we hand you over to Elle to talk about the undergraduate law studies, just a quick note. So she's going to be talking about going into direct entry for our programs, but a lot of Russian students, if you're studying the Attestat Certificate of Secondary Education, you will be required to do a foundation, either with us. So we have a 1-year foundation program or an integrated foundation program, whichever is more interesting for you and whichever would keep your options open. But we will require a minimum in all subjects in order to be eligible for that. To apply for a foundation as well, you would also need a UK VI IELTS. And as you'll see in the top right of your screen, this depends on which foundation program it is that you want to take, whether we need a 6.0 or a 5.0 overall. So that is all for me at the moment. We will have some questions at the end, but I'm now going to hand over to Elle. Thank you very much.
Yes, hi everybody. Thank you for joining us today. So as Josh said, I'm the admissions manager for the School of Law, but I deal specifically with the recruitment and the admissions for our undergraduate programs. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our LLBs, the programs that we offer and the opportunities available to our students. I will be here for the whole hour though, so of course I'll be around to answer any questions that you may have after my presentation. So do you want to start with this next slide, Josh? Okay, so a little bit about us first. We're a very highly ranked law school, currently ranked 30th in the world for law, according to the QS World University Rankings by subject. And because we are such a highly ranked, very successful law school, this helps us attract not only the best students, but of course the best academic teaching staff as well. And many of our academics really are world leaders in their field. And so this offers the highest quality of teaching for our students. As Josh mentioned, we're very proud of our multicultural, diverse student body at Queen Mary. And the current undergraduate law student body is made up of more than 80 different nationalities, so extremely diverse and multicultural. We usually have a really nice balance of about a third of our cohort are UK students, a third are from Europe, and a third are international students, which is a really great balance. London, of course, always attracts international students because it's a fantastic city to live and work and study in, but in particular for law, because geographically we are so closely located to some of the biggest law firms in the world, and that really helps us to foster a very successful relationship within the industry, which offers so many opportunities for our law students. Okay, next slide. So here's a list of the LLB programs that you can apply to via UCAS, which is the application process for undergraduate programs in the UK. We have the 3-year law program, which is very standard. You'll find this program up in every law school in the UK. We also offer 2 programs that offer a year abroad as part of your study. So it extends to a 4-year program in total. And the 3rd year of study is at a placement in either Europe or, or outside of Europe. And I'll go on to show you the list of the placement, the countries that are available shortly. We also offer an English and French law double degree, which is 4 years, because that is 2 years at Queen Mary and then 2 years in Paris. And again, I'll talk a little bit more in a bit more detail about that shortly, because that's quite a unique program. We also offer 2 law programs that are joint degrees. They're joint honours degrees that we share with another department at Queen Mary. So either law and politics, which is shared with the Politics and International Relations School, and law and business shared with the Business School. So still qualifying law degrees, but they are for students who like the idea of combining law with another subject that obviously relate very well to a law degree. And finally, we offer a 2-year LLB programme. This is an accelerated programme that is available only to students who already have a bachelor's degree. So usually students will have done a degree in another subject, and because they have studied to that level, they are able to cope with a slightly accelerated programme. So it's the same programme as the 3-year LLB, but it's just condensed into 2 years instead. So important to remember that all of our LLB programs are qualifying law degrees. That means that you can go on to do further training and practice in England and Wales. Next slide, please, Josh. So here's a quick list of the English and European law placement opportunities. So this is one that includes the 3rd year study abroad. As you can see, the countries listed on the left are all taught in English, so you're not required to have an additional a foreign language qualification in order to be eligible to study abroad in your 3rd year. We do have placements in France, Germany and Spain that are taught in the native language. So students, only students who have a very high ability in those languages would be eligible to apply for those placements. And the next slide, please, Josh. Okay, and so the global law programme is exactly the same in terms of content of the English and European law programme, but all of the placements are outside of Europe. And again, the majority are taught in English, and just Argentina and Brazil you would be required to have Portuguese or Spanish to be eligible for those placements. So many of our placement partnership institutions are very, very successful law schools. The Singapore placement is at NUS, the Hong Kong placement is at HKU, Australia is at the University of Brisbane. So they're really, really amazing opportunities to go and study and learn about law in another jurisdiction. The students who study a year abroad are law is obviously a very competitive industry, and so employers are looking for students who have done something a little bit different. So things like work experience and study abroad opportunities can really help to set graduates apart when law firms are looking at who they want to take on. So next slide, please, Josh. The LLB Law in Practice was unique to Queen Mary until very recently. I think this year one other university has just introduced this. This is a fantastic program for our students. You may note that this LLB Law in Practice wasn't available in my list of programs that you can apply for, because this is only available to students who are currently enrolled at Queen Mary, who then are invited to make an internal application at the end of the first year. But the Law in Practice program is an 8-month paid internship at one of the law firms based in London, and global law firms such as Reed Smith, BCLP and Bindmans. So a student will study at Queen Mary for the first and second year. Successful candidates who are shortlisted and interviewed by the law firms sort of at the end of the first year, beginning of the second year, will then in their third year go on to do this 8-month paid internship. It's a fantastic opportunity, of course, because you're learning really fantastic practical skills in a work-based environment. And so our students come back, complete the LLB program at Queen Mary, and when they graduate, they not only have a qualifying law degree, but they also have a significant amount of work experience. Many of our students who have completed the Law in Practice program have been offered training contracts by the law firms that they have worked at. It's not guaranteed, but of course, if you work hard and impress, then that is something that can come of the Law in Practice program. Next slide, please, Josh. A little bit more about our English and French law program. This is a very special and very competitive program because it is a dual degree. That's a dual qualifying degree. So students will spend 2 years at Queen Mary, and then they will go to Paris at the Sorbonne University for their third and fourth year. And upon completion of that, they will have satisfied the academic qualifications to be able to go on and train and practice in both England and Wales, but also in France. So it's a dual qualifying degree. Because it is taught in Paris in French, only students with either native ability in French and English, or a very, very high level of French will be eligible to apply for the English and French law. And currently this is the only LLB program that we interview candidates for. So it's highly selective and very competitive, but a fantastic opportunity for students who have that English and French language ability and are interested in getting a dual qualification in 2 different jurisdictions. Okay, next slide, Josh. This is just a brief overview of the 7, what we call foundations of legal knowledge. So these are 7 core law modules that you have to complete and pass in order to graduate with a qualifying law degree. Obviously, I don't have time to go into detail about what each the component of all of those modules, but of course you can go onto our website and have a good look at what they actually entail. And all of our modules will have different assessments as well, different assessment methods. So some might be more exam-based, some might be more coursework based or oral presentations, and most modules will be a combination of all of those different mixed methods of assessment. Next slide, please. Okay, a very quick overview of the teaching and what we call the contact time, where you would be expected to be on campus, either in a tutorial or a lecture. It's actually only about 12 hours a week for most of our LLB students, slightly more for the senior status, 15 hours a week. where you will be, as I say, in either a lecture or a tutorial. But of course, we do recommend that students will do an extra 25 to 30 hours of self-study to supplement that each week. We try to keep our staff to student ratios as small as possible for the tutorials. So that helps our academic members of staff really get to understand our students, make sure that the students are on track. And that's something that's quite a key thing that we try to maintain those very small tutorial groups. So the difference between lectures and tutorials: lectures, you can be in very large lecture theatres with almost the whole cohort of that year being taught a particular subject, and there's very little room for interaction. You then go away, do some reading, and then you come back either later in the week or the following week, and you have this much smaller tutorial group with up to 12 students and your academic, where you get to really discuss what you're learning. Okay, next slide. Okay, and a very quick mention about our Legal Advice Centre, which is a really important part of the Department of Law at Queen Mary. The Legal Advice Centre is a first-tier advice centre for the local community and also staff and students who want to come and get free legal advice. And this is a really key element of for our undergraduate students, because they can play a huge part working in the Legal Advice Centre, and it offers, you know, that really amazing practical work experience whilst you're also studying the theoretical side of the programme. So students can get involved. The first year is usually taking notes, interviewing clients, understanding how the LAC works, and then our second and final year students can actually have cases of their own. So they interview the clients, go off, do some reading about the case, and then present a letter of legal advice to the client. Of course, this is all done under very strict supervision of trained legal practitioners. And again, this is where our fantastic relationships with local law firms plays a part, because we have over 100 solicitors from local law firms in London who come in and mentor our students on a regular basis, and help to sort of coach our students through the process of working in the Legal Advice Centre. It's not guaranteed that you're given a place to work in the LAC. You do have to make an application when you start at the school, but actually, really anybody who applies are given some kind of work experience. We also have an LAC module, which is available in the second or the final year. So students can actually do a module which makes it part of their LLB programme, which involves, I think it's 5 cases throughout that year within the Legal Advice Centre. Okay, next slide. This is just a list of the law student societies. So our student body are fantastically active. If there's a society that you wish was there and wasn't, you'll be able to just build one yourself when you come to Queen Mary. The staff and are very supportive of helping students build their own societies. But the usual sort of law society for aspiring solicitors, bar and mooting society for aspiring barristers, pro bono society are very active, and also provide opportunities for students to do some sort of work experience abroad, just in a shorter period of time, a couple of weeks here and there, or throughout the summer. And as you can see, the list, they're continually adding more and more societies. I can't keep up with them. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so a very quick mention about the entry requirements. Because we are such a successful, highly ranked law school, we do have high entry requirements. As Josh mentioned, we don't accept the Russian attestat unless a student has gone on to do a foundation programme afterwards. But if you're at an international school, you're taking A-levels or the International Baccalaureate, our standard entry requirement is A-star AA from 3 A-levels. The English and French LLB does require that French A-level. And for law and politics, it's slightly lower because we share with the politics school, and that's 3 A's. For IB students, we're looking at 36 points overall with 666 at higher level. And it's worth noting or mentioning that we don't really have a specific subject requirement. We just prefer a subject we prefer students who have done strong academic subjects such as history, English literature, It's only really a problem if we have students who have taken very arts-based programs, A-levels. For students who are interested in the senior status LLB, we need the equivalent of a 2-1 or an upper second class degree in the UK, which is a 4-year Russian diploma with 4 out of 5 GPA, or the 5-year specialist diploma with 4 out of 5. And important to note here that Queen Mary do not require the LNAT. Some of the law schools in the UK do require it, but we feel that our entry requirements are already high enough, and so we are happy to accept students who meet that academic requirement without the LNAT test. Next slide, although I think I'm running out of, yeah, I'm going to leave the personal statement advice, but if anybody of course does have any questions about personal statements later, then I can give you some key bits of advice about the kinds of things that we look for. Okay, and I'll hand you over to Petrova. Thank you.
Thank you, Elle, and thank you for joining us on this presentation for Queen Mary University. My name is Petrova, and I will be discussing a bit more about the postgraduate LLM programs at Queen Mary. So hopefully there are some participants on here that are potentially interested in studying a master's qualification in law. So Josh, could you go on to the next slide, please? I'm not going to go through all of the same details because, sorry, let me just put my video on so you can see me. Elle, my colleague, may have covered some of those, so I don't mean to repeat myself. So I just wanted to give you a bit of history about the postgraduate law at Queen Mary. We have a Centre for Commercial Law, and this was created in 1980 by Sir Roy Good. And he created one of the first law schools with a commercial law focus in the UK. And actually this year we're celebrating 40 years. So it's been a massive milestone for us as an institution. But if we have students that are interested in non-commercial law subjects, we do both. So we do commercial law and we do non-commercial law for postgraduate level. Our research at the university is internationally renowned, and we have a very, as Elle mentioned, a very strong academic community that are well versed in research. We've mentioned about our rankings and that we're a Russell group. And another thing to point out is that we do offer programs in London and in Paris. So we have a campus and we do deliver some postgraduate programs in Paris as well. One other key thing to make note of is that we actually have one of the largest LLM programs in the UK and in Europe, and we attract students from over 100 countries. Josh, could you go on to the next slide for me, please? Thank you. So just to put this a little bit in perspective, we have about 26 different LLM options. So those will cover commercial and non-commercial law. And within those options, they are built up of modules. And one of the reasons why we're one of the largest LLM providers in the UK is that we offer about 160 different modules. So normally we offer more, but because of COVID, we've had to streamline some of them for this year. And these 160 modules stretch across all of our different programs and our different LLM programs, which I will discuss in a bit. The key aspect of the LLM at Queen Mary is that you can actually tailor your LLM to the career that you want. So if you want to mix your modules from different specialisms, we're able to give you the flexibility to do that, which is quite popular and there's a big attraction for students from all over the world to come to Queen Mary. Our programs usually run for 3 semesters. And we also have programs with our finance school, and we also do joint programs with other universities in Europe, Paris with Sorbonne, as Elle mentioned, and in Singapore as well. Josh, could you Thank you. Just to point that our location for the Postgraduate Law Centre for our commercial law is in Holborn in central London. And our central London campus is in the legal district. So if you are thinking about coming and obviously depending on circumstances and you are able to attend classes, most of the commercial law ones will be based in our central London. Just to note that our department is based, a Department of Law for our undergraduate program, and some of our non-commercial programs are based in our main campus in East London. We have student accommodation in East London, and our Paris campus is very central as well. It is in the centre of Paris. So it's just to give you a bit of perspective about the location of the law school. Josh, could we move over? So more importantly, let's discuss the range of programs that we have on for the LLMs and at Queen Mary. So I mentioned earlier that we have a very large portfolio of programs, and these range from everything from studying a specialized LLM in art law to insurance or immigration or competition. I mean, the list is quite extensive, and I'm not going to go through the content of each and every one of these programs because I'd be here all day. And most of that information you will be able to find. It's very comprehensive on our website. The main bulk of our programs are LLM programs, but we also offer postgraduate certificates. We do professional training. We do also a master's, and we do an MA. So if you're a student that does not have an undergraduate law degree, we do have a couple of programs actually that is available for students to do without an undergraduate law degree, but you would have to have a business degree. So we have an MSc in intellectual property, and we have which would require you to either have an engineering background or a business background. And we have an MA in regulations and compliance, and we would review students from many different disciplines if they want to do that. But the vast majority are the LLM programs, and the vast majority of students want to study an LLM program. Josh, can we move on to the next one? Thank you. Now, the entry requirements for the LLM program at Queen Mary is a 2-1 UK bachelor's degree in law. Now, my colleague Josh can discuss how that converts into the equivalent Russian qualification. But just to let you know that, if you do have a slightly lower grade, we can review your application, but this would be in conjunction with professional legal experience that's actually relevant to the law degree that you're doing. So if you have been practicing, say, for instance, in banking and finance law, but you do come in under a 2-1, then you need to send us a thorough description and CV of your work experience, and then we will review it on a case by case. So it's not guaranteed, but we will review work experience, or if you have any other professional legal qualifications from your home country as well. So if you do come in slightly under, do not be deterred from putting in a strong application, but it does have to be strong. We'll also review non-law graduates, may also be considered, again, but you would have to have quite extensive work experience. So it would be a minimum of 5 years and directly related to the program of study. Again, this is discretionary, and the school will review this on a case-by-case basis. Josh, could we go on to the next? Thank you. The English language requirement. So this is a significant part of your entry criteria. And for the postgraduate law programs, we usually would ask for an IELTS of overall 7 grade. So this is quite high. And the reason why we have this quite high is because our cohort is very diverse internationally. And also, so is our academic body. So it's very important that everyone has a good level of English for communication across, with the other students, and we've been able to produce the extensive written work for the subject, and also, you know, we're communicating with the academics. So we have a 7 overall in writing, and then it's 5.5 in reading, listening and speaking. We do accept the TOEFL and with different slightly grades as well, accordingly. Again, if you do not meet these entry criteria for English, again, please don't be deterred, because we do have pre-sessional programs. So when people do come in slightly under, we have different pre-sessional programs. We have, it would depend on your score, and our admissions team would recommend. But if you don't submit your application, then you would never know. So please do still submit an application. If you haven't completed your IELTS, you can still complete an application, because we will review your academics, and then we can obviously give you conditional offers until you submit your grades. And if you do come in below your grade, still submit them, because the admissions department will advise you if you can do a pre-sessional English, which is additional English course with us before your program starts, to get you up to speed. Josh, if we move on. So I just also wanted to talk briefly about our in-sessional program. So alongside studying the LLM program, we offer an in-sessional program, and this is free for our students. And it's basically a critical thinking and writing in law course. And it's usually for students where English isn't their first language, but you will find that most students will attend. And it will help you to understand academic English for law, because many, because we attract such a diverse cohort, the understanding and the interpretation of English is different for different countries. And therefore it needs to be standardized when we're interpreting it for English law. So this lesson will help and sort of and bring to light some of these issues. They will help you in terms of doing legal research, how to critically think, write dissertations if you're required to do your dissertation, and help you develop your oral presentation skills. For some of those that do not have any work experience and may not be as sort of confident in presenting and negotiating, this program will help with developing those skills, because you're going to be, in hindsight, you will be dealing with clients, and your ability to be able to communicate with them, to be able to present in court and etc. is highly desirable. And hopefully these will be skills that you would have learned as well on your undergraduate program and by doing mooting, but just so that you know that we have this session. And it may be part of your offer that you will have to attend this. And if it's not, you can still attend it. It's free, and we welcome people onto this program. Josh, if we move on to the next slide. So I just wanted to briefly discuss some of the additional opportunities for students outside of the classroom, outside of the academic program. We offer students lots of opportunities at Queen Mary, especially in the law school, to develop your soft skills, to develop your networking, and to develop your some work experience as well. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of these opportunities. So one of them we offer students is called a specialism representative. And basically it's like being a class president. So for your class, if you say, for instance, you're doing the LLM in tax, there will be a small number of you that will be elected. You put yourself forward to represent the class, and you will discuss with the academics and with the school about the program and how to make improvements. If you feel like there's improvements to be made, you will be the student voice. You will also organize careers events as well for your classmates and social events. And you'll have a team, and the university usually will give you a small budget to facilitate this. Now, this is an extra task for you, but it's actually very good, because you'll be able to develop contacts with law firms who you may ask to come and support and do careers events. You'll also develop leadership skills with your classmates and with your team. And also it demonstrates that you are an individual that not only thinks about your own development and progress, but that of others. And also it does bode very well for employability. Another very key program that we have on the postgraduate law school is a professional legal mentors scheme. So this is something that you have to apply for once you start the program, and we will match students with a professional mentor, and they will be your designated mentor, and they will help you in areas that you may need additional support with. And they are usually professional lawyers, people with senior roles in corporate firms and in law firms. Some of them are our alumni, and some of them come from our legal contacts. And these mentors, they're there to kind of give you some guidance, help you to think about navigating your way through your career. So they're not necessarily there to give you a job, but they will support you in, how to go about driving forward your career. And what we try to do is put you in touch and connect you with a mentor in the field that you're interested in. So if you're looking to be an IP lawyer in intellectual property, we will try to match you with somebody from the IP industry. So we wouldn't necessarily put someone interested in IP with an immigration lawyer, because it's going to be difficult for them to navigate you. So this is a very, very popular scheme. We introduced it maybe about 3 years ago, and it has grown from strength to strength. We have a limited number of mentors, so you do have to apply. And we're always actively seeking to grow and expand this program. It doesn't cost any money, and you cannot apply for it in advance. We also have like what we call a Q Legal project, and it's a bit like a legal advice centre, and it's for postgraduate students. And we work mainly with giving advice to startup companies and entrepreneurs in our local area. So again, you'll be dealing with real clients, giving them real advice. And it runs similar to the legal advice centre, where you'd have a lawyer, a professional lawyer alongside you just to help facilitate. You will be dealing with real clients and helping them to resolve real issues. A lot of it is around technology, data protection, and business related issues rather than personal related issues. So again, this is a fantastic opportunity, especially if you don't have any work experience and you're coming from undergrad. Obviously, we have lots of seminars and conferences which are related to our research institutes, and they attract people from industry. And it's very recommended that students from our LLM try to attend some of these. Some of them do require you to pay to attend, but usually students will get nominal charge. So for instance, if we're having a conference on the games development and data protection, and if you're studying in that area, then go along. You're going to meet people that are actually working in the industry and have a lot of insight from the actual conferences. So we have hundreds of conferences and seminars. And again, just like the undergrad, there's lots of postgraduate law societies. You can join the ELSA, European Law Student Association. There are many legal and non-legal student groups that you can join in your short time at Queen Mary. So just can we move on to the next slide? Thank you. I've mentioned about Q Legal. This is kind of like our pro bono project, again, for the work experience, and it's award winning. And we do have a video that you can watch, and that has our students from there talking a bit about their experiences. Thank you. Just can we move on? So to make an application for the LLM, just to bear in mind that we have usually a start date is in September, but because of COVID this year, we actually have a start date in January. So if you are potentially interested in starting a program in January, you can apply for that now online. It's available for you. And we will review those applications sort of in the coming weeks. Otherwise, if you're thinking about next September, applications for that will be opening up very soon. Just to bear in mind that because of COVID, obviously, some of our programs will be, it's delivered blended, and this will be part face-to-face, but also some of it will be online. And if you're unable to get to the UK because of all the restrictions or, you know, anything that may be hindering you from coming, then you can actually study fully online. So we are making those provisions for those programs starting in September of this year and starting in January. You can study those ongoing online. We haven't decided whether we'll do that for September 2021 though, but for January, I mean, you potentially could study your program fully online. Just to be aware that when you're making your application, please submit your IELTS, but if you don't, then you can submit those at a later date. You need to give us your transcripts. Again, you can apply online. You can apply via your agent. I would always recommend using your agent initially because they can guide you through the application process, and also any visa process and all of the other admin that is related to your application. And we don't charge for applications. You can defer for 1 year. So if you have applied and you decide, actually, look, it's really not going to work for me this year, but you do want to hold your place because prospectively you could come in September 2021, then we can reserve. And if you apply for September 21 and you want to reserve for 22, then we can do that as well. So Josh, if we go through to the next slide, please. So I just want to quickly highlight some of the key points for Queen Mary postgraduate law. I think one of the biggest factors is the module choice and the flexibility of the modules. So if you're interested in studying corporate and commercial law, but you have a desire to, you're interested in some aspects of human rights, you can actually study a couple of the modules from that area. So you can mix and match. If you're studying IP, but you want to do some modules in dispute resolution, you can mix and you can bring in some dispute resolution modules into your LLM. So this has, like I mentioned before, this is really popular for students, and it is a massive draw because we have so much choice. And you're not confined into a box of studying these set modules across the whole of your LLM. Again, we're highly ranked worldwide by the QS, which it's good to have that recognition. We are recognized and respected law school and qualification worldwide. You'll meet many of our alumni, and we're setting up chapters in all of our different countries. So you'll find that you'll go to work for a law firm and you're sure to bump into someone that has actually worked in Queen Mary. We have a London and Paris location. Our academics and our research is excellent, world's leading. We work with Microsoft, we advise governments, we've helped set up IP courts in some countries. So, you know, the work of our academics is outstanding and is extensive, and it reaches far beyond the UK. You'll be able to access our legal network of students and lawyers from our alumni database. And you can also be part of a chapter when you relocate back to Russia, or if you go to work internationally, you can tap into the alumni network within that country. So if you end up in Greece, if you end up in Ghana, wherever your travels and wherever your work takes you, there will be an alumni network for you to tap into straight away. We have our mentoring scheme, which is quite unique in the UK. We have a legal career support. So we have a career service specifically for law students, and they will support you in your application. for if you're applying for jobs internationally, if you need any kind of support in developing your skills for securing a job. We also have many links with law firms and practice and the work experience that you can gain through the Q Legal. So there are lots of reasons why you would want to be interested in finding out a bit more about Queen Mary University. So we please do look on our website, and you will be able to find a lot more information on there, or again in the Q&A session. So that's all from me, and thank you for listening to the presentation.
Thank you, Josh, Elle, and Petrova for this presentation and detailed information about bachelor's degrees and LLM degrees. We have a couple of questions from our students now. First of all, we have two questions regarding the practice after studying LLM or bachelor's degree program in law. If there are opportunities to work, to practice, to work as a lawyer or to practice law after graduating.
Sorry, I would invite Josh probably just to have a quick chat, because obviously the visas have changed recently in the UK, which will allow students to stay on in the UK and work for a particular period of time. Now, whether they secure a job to work as a lawyer, it will depend on whether you have a qualifying law degree to practice in the UK. The LLM in particular is an academic qualification. So the LLM does not qualify you as a lawyer. It just qualifies you to be have specialist knowledge within that legal remit and legal area. So if you're studying tax and a sort of a tax LLM, it doesn't make you a tax LLM lawyer, but if you're a practicing lawyer, it gives you that advanced knowledge of tax law. But you can stay on in the UK and you have that opportunity, but Josh can probably discuss that a bit more in detail.
Yeah, just to follow up with what you're saying there, Petrova. So in previous years, it used to be that I think you'd have about 3 months after you graduated to stay in the UK that you could work without a sponsor. As of next year, so for you guys coming on to be studying next year, the visa regime in the UK is changing, and they're implementing a new student route, which essentially means that if you've graduated from a UK university, then you would be allowed to work for up to 2 years after the date of your studies are completed without a sponsor from a company. So it's theoretically possible. Like Petrova was saying, it may be that you need extra qualifications in order to physically practice as a lawyer. But in terms of from an immigration point of view, yeah, you can stay working in the UK for up to 2 years after you've studied without a sponsor. And then hopefully after that, you may find a company willing to sponsor you to stay on longer as well.
Yeah, and just to add, obviously the LLB is does sort of satisfy the academic requirement to then enable to go on to do further training, so that students who graduate and do the further training can then become practicing legal practitioners within England and Wales, or also within France if they do the English and French law degree. It certainly isn't the case that law firms will prefer UK students. That's not the case, but they obviously, it is absolutely a competitive industry. And so students of any nationality will need to impress future employers. The matter of sponsoring and securing the visa side of things is actually a relatively easy thing for a law firm to do. But of course, it's about whether, how well you impress those employers. Absolutely, though, English language is very definitely a necessity, having that high level of English language ability. So that would be the only advantage that a UK student would have over a non-UK student is their English language ability. But that's part of the reason why we have quite a high English language qualification requirement to get onto the LLBs or the LLMs. Not only so that students can cope really well with the high level of teaching and assessment, but also they can enjoy the opportunities that are available throughout their studies with the local law firms. And obviously, once they've graduated, it stands them in good stead then to go on to gain work in the UK if that's what they choose to do.
Thank you for your comments, Elle. And we have another question. If there is a program with a dual diploma program in law?
Only the English and French law, which is the program I talked about that has 2 years at Queen Mary and 2 years in Paris. So that's a dual qualification. So students who graduate from those 4 years of study will be eligible to go on to do the practical training both in France or in England and Wales, or both if they want to. So it does satisfy the academic requirements in both of those jurisdictions.
And at the moment, our last question, what is the deadline for applying onto LLB or LLM program?
So for LLB programs, the UCAS deadline for fair consideration is January the 15th. So whichever entry point a student is interested in applying to, they need to have applied the January prior, and we only have September intakes for all of our undergraduate LLB programs. Students can apply after the January 15th deadline until the end of June, but they are, excuse me, they are considered late applications, and that does mean that universities in the UK aren't obliged to consider those students in the same with the same degree of fairness. In reality, most universities do still do, but some of our programs, especially the English and the English and French law, for example, are so competitive that we have to have that January 15th cutoff. So we don't allow or consider late applications for some of our programs. The LLM, Petrova, I believe the LLM has a much longer
Oh yeah, yeah, the LLM program, if you're applying for September 2021, to be honest, you can apply up until late July next year. If you're thinking or considering maybe sneaking onto the January program that starts this January, then we will review applications really into November. So that is the cut, but we tend to be a bit more flexible because you don't have to apply through UCAS, and because the applications are pretty much direct, so you apply for your agent and your agent would apply directly to us, we don't need as much lead time as the undergraduate program.
Elle, you mentioned law in practice program, and I personally had a question. If you said that the students can practice after the first year or the second year, they can, is that internship full-time or part-time?
It's full-time. So once a student enrolls into the School of Law at Queen Mary, at the end of their first year, all of our students are invited to apply for the year in practice program. So then throughout the second year, that's when students are shortlisted by staff within the school. We look at the grades that they've achieved, their attendance, any sort of extracurricular activities that help to build a good, strong application. We put forward those shortlisted candidates to the law firms, and then the law firms interview. So the law firms then get to select which students they want to offer this internship to. And that internship will happen in the third year. So it does mean that the program has to be stretched to 4 years in total. So they'll do the first and second year at Queen Mary, they'll go off and do the law and practice program and then come back and do their final year. So the law and practice program it's like a full-time job, basically. You go into the firm every day, 5 days a week, and you work at that firm. Some of the firms will allow students or encourage students to move around the department so that they're gaining experience in lots of different areas within the law firm. But yes, they pay very well, I believe. but it is a full-time study, and some of our full-time internship. Some of our students have been able to negotiate after the 8 months to stay on and do an extra few months. That's not guaranteed, and it's not really part of the program. But of course, if they are getting on really well at the law firm, and the law firm are happy to extend that internship by a couple of months, and that's just a local agreement between the student and the firm. So some of our students have done up to 10 or 12 months of the internship, and come straight back out of the internship back into their final year of study in September.
That is a really good opportunity for our students to practice law and to work as a lawyer if they want after completing their degree program. Yeah. We have to move on, unfortunately, with our next presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you again. It was nice to see you.
And of course, lots more information is available on our website for anyone who wasn't able to have a question answered.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Elle.
I'll put my email address in the chat room if anyone wants to contact me after as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. И через несколько минут мы продолжим наше мероприятие, но я напоминаю, что неделя международной профориентации организована лучшим агентством Восточной Европы по версии Study Travel Magazine компании Students International. Мы работаем в сфере образования за рубежом с 1992 года, и соорганизаторами нашего сегодняшнего на неделе профориентации является также языковой центр IELTS School, специалисты которого помогают подготовиться на необходимый балл всем жителям России и других стран, поскольку наши занятия проходят как очно, так и онлайн. И соорганизатором третьим является экзаменационный центр по сдаче IELTS Test Center. IELTS Test Center, и на экран, секунду, я сейчас постараюсь вывести нашу бонусную программу, то есть это тот сертификат, который мы присуждаем всем слушателям, которые прослушают 20% от курса, от данного мероприятия, который включает бонусы. И бонусы данные включают бонус по подготовке к IELTS и по сдаче IELTS. И для этого, что вам нужно сделать, вам нужно прослушать 20% и отправить ваши контактные детали на наш email info@studinter.ru, включая ваше фамилия, имя, отчество и запрос о том, что вы прослушали и хотите получить данный сертификат для бонусов. К сожалению, у меня небольшие технические проблемы, но следующим по расписанию у нас сегодня Мария. Да, я передаю слово Марии, которая расскажет нам про юридическое образование в университете Ноттингем. Мария, пожалуйста, передаю слово вам.
Виктория, спасибо большое. С радостью приму эстафетную палочку. Друзья, рада вас приветствовать. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining for our last session today. Today, at the moment, we're going to cover the very interesting session, very interesting and very important topic. So a lot of young people, just like you joining us today, have been dreaming to become lawyers, but not everyone knows what's the most essential step towards your career in law. And today, my wonderful colleagues from the University of Nottingham, Tav Masai and Valentina Nikitina, are going to tell you that. So we're going to tell you all the secrets. So please listen carefully. Do type in your questions in the chat box. Don't be shy. The more questions, the better. And I won't be keeping you any longer, so please tap the floor. Oh, sorry, Valentina would be first. And yes, we would talk briefly about the University of Nottingham, and then tap the floor would be all yours. So, Vala, please do share your screen by all means.
Одну секунду. Сейчас мы поделимся экраном. Скажите мне, насколько мой экран видно сейчас?
Видно? Да, все видим. Спасибо.
I will definitely go to English eventually later, but right now I'm going to share the presentation and my thoughts in Russian. If anybody has a single question, please do drop it in the question box or into the chat box. And I will tell you today a little bit about the University of Nottingham before we give the floor to wonderful Taff, who is an absolute huge resource for all of you who are interested in law, or actually a lot of other subjects in the University of Nottingham. So, going into Russian. Сегодня мы поговорим немножечко сначала про университет в целом. Университет Ноттингема состоит из 6 кампусов. Эти кампусы находятся как в Великобритании, так и в Китае и Малайзии. Но сегодня мы разговариваем predominantly, в основном, о Великобритании. В университете сейчас порядка 33 тысяч студентов, из которых 27% уже иностранные студенты. Почему это может быть важно для вас при выборе университета? Мы очень часто слышим от родителей вопрос, какие национальности приезжают, есть ли наши студенты, нет ли наших студентов. Университет Ноттингема, на мой взгляд, это идеальный баланс между тем, что есть как наши студенты, так и студенты многих других национальностей. У вас есть возможность получить все, что получает иностранный студент, все внимание, всю детальную информацию, но одновременно с этим, если вы хотите больше общаться с британцами, такая возможность тоже присутствует. Это чисто ваш выбор. Университет Ноттингема – это университет группы Рассел. Я уверена, что вам уже несколько раз в течение сегодняшнего дня рассказали о том, что это такое, поэтому я очень быстро скажу, что это, по сути, британская лига плюща. То есть это самый элитный, самый сильный университет Великобритании. И если вы ищете для себя возможность учиться в месте, которое имеет высокую репутацию и большие возможности, то это один из способов определить именно такой вуз. Также скажу, что университет обладает полновесным кампусом. Очень частый вопрос от родителей – это что именно ждет моего ребенка, когда он приедет на территорию университета. В контексте Ноттингема это территория, в которой есть как здания, где студенты учатся, аудитории, так и резиденции, спортивный центр, магазины. Все, что по сути является важным для студента во время обучения. Как говорили представители университета всегда, если вы не хотите покидать территорию кампуса, вам это не нужно. Все, что нужно для жизни, уже на территории. Также отмечу, что преподавание сейчас идет на территории самого университета на кампусе, но для студентов, которые не могут приехать по той или иной причине, также есть онлайн-обучение. Если нет такой возможности, с опцией присоединиться физически позже уже на территорию самого вуза. Где же находится Ноттингем? Ноттингем находится в 2,5-3 часах от Лондона, над ним, по сути, если вы видите карту, в центральной части Англии. В Ноттингеме живет порядка 750 тысяч человек, и это 7-й по размерам город Великобритании. Опять же, почему это может быть важно? Мы прекрасно понимаем, что выбирая университет, вы выбираете не только академический уровень, вы также выбираете рабочие возможности, которые идут за вашим образованием, и стажировки, которые происходят во время вашего обучения часто. Так вот, для того, чтобы это было возможным, лучше всего, чтобы город и обладал инфраструктурой, которая отражает и рабочую жизнь тоже. И Ноттингем один из наиболее хороших примеров именно такого сосуществования. У вас есть прекрасный вуз, в котором вы можете учиться, и множество бизнесов, которые ищут сотрудников как на стажировке, так и на дальнейшее трудоустройство. Как упоминали наши коллеги до этого, у вас будет возможность на 2 года работы после окончания обучения. Размер города, где находится вуз, это тоже важный фактор. Ну и, конечно, рядом с университетом находится 3 возможных аэропорта, так что коммуникация по воздуху из того места, где вы находитесь, до Ноттингема будет довольно простой. Важно также сказать, что у Ноттингема довольно интересная, я бы сказала, уникальная позиция среди других британских вузов, потому что одновременно с активной социальной, урбанистической где-то жизнью есть и исторический элемент университета. Немногие знают, допустим, что под Ноттингемом находится целая сеть пещер, в которых в древние времена хранили различные провиант, продукты. Также территория вуза близко находится к лесам, и многие из вас, наверное, все слышали про Робин Гуда и связанные с этим истории и концепты. Ну и, конечно, мой любимый немножко шуточный факт о том, что в Ноттингеме находится самый старый британский паб. Поэтому, если вы любите то, что относится к классической Великобритании, возможно, Ноттингем – это также место для вас. И, конечно, то, зачем мы всегда приходим на любую презентацию, чуть-чуть рейтингов. Университет Ноттингема относится к топ-100 вузов мира. Когда мы говорим про уровень узнаваемости университета, он, конечно, всегда делится на то, что известно в стране, в регионе, в Европе и так далее. Так вот, университет Ноттингема известен в мире, и он относится к 100 лучшим вузам именно в мире. Он также относится к топ-15 вузов Великобритании. У него золотой уровень преподавания. Это очень важный фактор, потому что за исключением репутации есть и то, что фактически видят студенты day to day, да, каждый фактически день обучения. Золотой стандарт подразумевает, что все, что дается академически студенту, не просто самого хорошего уровня, оно также обладает определенным sensitivity, да, то есть пониманием того, как нужно учиться иностранному студенту тоже. А в это включены не только форматы обучения, вы пришли на занятия, но и tutoring, то есть дополнительные занятия, возможность задавать вопросы преподавателю и вообще строить наиболее комфортную коммуникацию для себя каждый день. Ну и, конечно, последний фактор, о котором я уже немного упоминала, это то, что университет очень активно таргетируется работодателями. То есть вы не просто получаете красивый, яркий диплом, вы получаете возможность устроить свою карьерную жизнь. А это в конечном итоге тот результат, за которым к нам приходят и студенты, и родители. Немножечко про различные subject rankings. Да? Я знаю, что мы сегодня разговариваем про юриспруденцию. Юриспруденции нет на этом слайде, но сразу скажу, что по юриспруденции университет Ноттингема 12-й в Великобритании. Он также, как вы видите, 9-й по бухгалтерскому делу и финансам, 6-й по фармацевтике, 8-й по коммуникациям и 1-й по electrical and electronic engineering. Я должна сказать, что это, конечно, очень разные направления, разные специализации, большой разброс. Но, на мой взгляд, это наиболее хороший показатель того, что университет не фокусируется на одном каком-то направлении, отдавая этому весь свой ресурс. Мы говорим о том, что вуз очень многоуровневый, очень разнообразный и работает в большом количестве областей. Любое из этого, что вам интересно, и множество других направлений, о которых я поговорю или которые я вам покажу на следующих слайдах, все это доступно и возможно в вузе. Также быстро скажу, что кроме вышеупомянутого прекрасного кампуса, есть еще 2 направления, которые упоминаются реже, но могут быть очень важны для вас. Университет Ноттингема в прошлом году был лучшим университетом по спорту, то есть если вас интересует различные спортивные направления, очень много разных и спортивных команд, и клубов есть в вузе, и это также один из самых известных вузов для международных студентов, то есть для нас с вами, а это означает, что все ситуации, все проблемы, все вопросы университет уже решил, решает многократно, и никакое ваше волнение не будет решено, не будет отвечено. Это, по-моему, очень важно в работе со студентами, которые приезжают к нам сразу после школы. Какой же студент интересен для вуза и какому студенту может быть интересен сам университет? Конечно, это студент, который хочет увидеть полновесный кампус, то есть территорию, где есть абсолютно все. Человек, которому интересно как урбанистическое направление, urban setting так называемый, так и исторический город. Студенты, которые любят большое количество международных студентов на кампусе. Ну и, конечно, активный, динамично развивающийся вуз. Все это университет Ноттингема, и если вы ищете что-то подобное для себя, возможно, вы только что нашли идеальный вариант. Я обещала показать дополнительные предметы, которые могут быть. Вы видите, что есть все, начиная от гуманитарного направления истории, заканчивая, чем-то более техническим, таким как компьютеры, IT и так далее. Если вас интересует все, что угодно, что вы видите сейчас, пожалуйста, пишите нашим коллегам из Students International, Марии, она расскажет вам в деталях про каждое из этих направлений. Ну и, конечно, мой последний слайд, я знаю, что я заняла все свое время, несколько упоминаний тех направлений, которые очень популярны в университете. Как вы видите с левой стороны, это как и то, что является, наверное, менее известным на территории России, такое направление, как Nutrition and Dietetics, но вы также увидите LLB Law, о котором сегодня более детально будет рассказывать вам ТАФ. Отмечу, что это просто подборка того, что является наиболее популярным. Если вы для себя найдете то, что кажется вам более интересным, пожалуйста, задавайте вопросы. Я уверена, что тенденции образования и тенденции интересных специальностей, по сути, создаются нами с вами. Да? То есть давайте смотреть на это с этой точки зрения. Я буду рада, I would be very happy to pass on to Taf at this stage. Let me give a look to questions, because I had a few. Apologies as I was going. Just a second. Okay. Right. Okay, well, it's all okay. We're absolutely fine. Let me just pass on to Taf and turn off my screen share. Here we go.
Thank you, Talia. Thank you, everyone, and thank you especially for this opportunity to come and present and talk about one of our premier degrees, which is the LLB at Nottingham. I'm going to share my screen and run through some important things for you guys to think about and for you to note as you try to make your decision in terms of where you would like to study. So my name is Taf. I am the academic director here in the college, and my role really is to oversee all the teaching and student experience within the college. And on top of that, I also am a link between students and the university in terms of trying to find out what the university requires and expects of students before they arrive. So my presentation, the first 2-3 slides, will sort of rehash everything that Talia talked about. And so this is what I'm going to share with you. I'm going to share with you a little bit about the vision of the college. Talia spoke a lot about the university, and it's a great university. I think one statistic that was missing from that is that Nottingham is a top 100 university in the world. And if you take a moment to try and think how many universities there are in the world, and for this university to be in the top 100 suggests that you potentially could have an opportunity to come to a great global university, and it's a great place to start your career. So we'll talk about the vision. We'll talk about a little bit about the recruitment and the growth of the college. We'll talk about the diversity in our student group. Where do our students come from? I'll give you a little bit of figures on that. And also I'll talk about our excellent results. We pride ourselves as being the highest performing college within the Kaplan group, but also with being the college that has given its students the greatest opportunity to progress because of our focus on the student. We're a very student-centered organization, and whatever we do is really designed to give students an opportunity to do well and to progress. And lastly, the majority of my presentation will focus on LNAT, which is a key requirement for students that are looking to progress to the University of Nottingham to study law. LNAT is a challenge, but over the last 4 years that we've been here, we've found a way to make students perform very high, and you'll see that in the data that I'm going to show you as we progress. So it's no secret that the University of Nottingham is a truly global university. We have 2 campuses in China and Malaysia, and in the UK there are 6 campuses that are teaching different things. There's the main campus where we are situated, and there's a Jubilee campus where we run a lot of our business modules. There's Sutton Bonington campus where we do a lot of science and agriculture. The university is spread quite widely within the city of Nottingham. Here at Tunic, what we specialize in is called technology enhanced learning. So we put technology at the center of the way that we deliver our teaching. And when you come here, you're going to walk into potentially a classroom that is nothing like you've seen before. We do not have whiteboards in front for students to look at. We do not have teachers that stand in the middle of the room. Our students and teachers interact in what we call active learning. And active learning requires that the technology is central to what you're doing. We use a variety of applications. So as a student in the college, you'll be required to carry with you at all times either a tablet or a laptop, because all your teaching and learning will be accessed via the internet. And within the college, we use technology to make sure that you find it easy to get all the learning and the training that you need in order to do well. We are very active in supporting our students. We're the only college in Kaplan that still offers one-to-one personal tutor time. We do this because we believe that our students have a different challenge compared to all the other colleges. Our students are expected to perform at the highest level. Here in the college, our minimum criteria to progress to the university would be considered a distinction at other colleges. So if you're looking to progress to a degree like law, for example, the average academic score you need is 70%, and the average language score you need is also 7 for IELTS or 70% for the Kaplan Award. So you're operating in a high performance environment, and we believe that part of the reason we're successful is because we offer excellent student support. We offer a lot of student engagement activities. We have a very vibrant student board here. When you come at the beginning of the year, we allow students to choose their own representative. It's quite an exciting time in college because those that believe they should be student representatives participate in an election and represent themselves so that the students can choose who they believe is the right person to represent them. As Talia has already said, we're a Russell Group University, which means we are very research intensive. We in a great city. If you ever read anywhere as you were growing up, I'm sure you came across a guy called Robin Hood. This is the home of Robin Hood. So there's a lot of his story. It's a great city for students. We have 2 universities, 3 colleges, and there's a lot of vibrant atmosphere. It's a city that students do really well in. We're centrally located, as you have seen in the map before. We're 2 hours away from everywhere. We're 2 hours away from Manchester, 2 hours away from Liverpool, 2 hours away from Newcastle, and we are 35 minutes away from East Midlands Airport and an hour away from Birmingham Airport. So great location for travel, great location for connecting the rest of the UK. So coming here, you could come to do our foundation in business law and social science, and this includes arts and humanities. We also offer a connection, though it is not taught in the college, engineering and physical sciences, which is run by the university. Or you could do a science foundation in which you will do things like food and nutrition and dietetics, physiotherapy, pharmacy, and so forth. So the college has been here since 2017, and over that time, we've grown from 48 students. Last year, we had 650 students graduating from the college. We are extremely popular, and because of that popularity, the college has been able to draw students from a vast number of countries. We had 56 countries represented last year. The main areas where students come from are China, Kuwait, Hong Kong, Nigeria, and Singapore. But I know I'm speaking to a lot of Russian students. We've always had a Russian student in the college, at least 2, sometimes 4, 5. So we have great understanding of how the cultural diversity in the college is useful for student development. In terms of our diversity targets, the university requires that we keep no more than 28% Chinese so that the rest of the world is represented and it's a balanced student board. So focusing on law, in terms of subject diversity, there's a lot of subjects that Talia showed, and for law, unfortunately, because it is a very popular course, the university has got a cap of 55 students per year. So you can imagine that it's a great competitive program that if you can get on it and you do really well, you're setting yourself up to enter into one of the best law schools in the world. If you look at last year's ratings, the University of Nottingham Law School was number 41 in the world and number 9 in the UK. So a great statistic to start from. you would be going into a truly great school. In terms of the college progression overall, 98% of our students passed the Kaplan Award. And of those 98%, 92% progressed to the university. And this is 90% at foundation, 99% at pre-masters. It is amazing that very few of our students, and if actually I can put a number to it, only 2 students didn't pass last year, the Kaplan Award. And 90% were able to progress. For law, I can tell you with confidence that 100% of our students progressed into LLB, which is a great fit because, as I said before, it's not an easy program for you to get on to. Remember, minimum marks for academic is 70% and minimum marks for language is 7 IELTS or 70% for the Kaplan Award. So it's an intensive course, but students do well. Right, that's the one thing that we need to remember, that students do well because the college works very well together with the school to make sure that we provide a great opportunity for our students to progress onto their law degrees. In terms of student recommendation, students believe, 90% of our students believe that they were very well supported in the college and that they were also greatly connected to other students. It's a great place to be. So let's focus on the reason why I came to speak to you today is about studying law at the University of Nottingham, starting first as a pathway student at the University of Nottingham International College, which I represent. So on the Pathway Foundation, on the foundation program, you're going to study 5 modules. And these 5 modules are logic and critical thinking, which develops your ability to synthesize information and to understand what a variety of facts actually add up and produce. We're challenging you to look beyond a simple line. And as a lawyer, at some point, you're going to have to make a deduction and subtraction of the evidence in front of you to determine whether this case makes sense or does not make sense. The evidence is truly representative of the facts. So logic and critical thinking is your first ladder onto starting to get into the mindset of a lawyer. Because we're operating in a global environment, we also offer that our students do contemporary global issues, and these are things that are currently going on around the world. How do they influence the way that the environment works? We will look at people, society, and culture, because law, for the most part, is going to represent people and is going to represent the society, whether it is from a corporate perspective or from an individual perspective. So it's a great starting point. You'll also have an opportunity to do a research project. And on the research project, you'll have a chance to choose a topic of personal interest so that you can develop that into a full project with the support of your tutors. This is a great skill because it teaches you to work independently. It teaches you to develop investigative skills that are useful as you progress through your career as a student and further on into becoming a lawyer. Some students will arrive at the college without meeting the required level of language, so they will do something called English for academic purposes. In English for academic purposes, we are looking at 4 skills. We are looking at speaking, reading, listening, and writing. And each of those you will have experienced if you've done your IELTS yet. We are looking for you to score an average of 7 because that is what is required for you to progress to the university. Some students, for the majority of them on the law program, will arrive having already met the level 7 requirement, and if they have, they will be exempt from doing language for academic purposes. So you may end up doing just 4 instead of 5 subjects if you've already met through IELTS your language requirement. And further to that, because we appreciate that if you look at the subjects, there's not a lot of law being addressed within the core subjects, we offer 2 enhancement modules. And I think that these 2 enhancement modules are absolutely critical to the success we have to students being able to progress onto the university. We offer term 1, so this would be if you were here today in Nottingham from September to December, we offer LNAT preparation, right? So we spend 2 hours a week looking and practicing LNAT questions, trying to understand why LNAT could be difficult for some students, but we try to make it easy for our students because of experience and also because of learning and understanding how the LNAT assessment is conducted. In term 2, we start to get to develop your law skills, your understanding of legal principles and systems. And in this, we try to pick a few contents from the university's first year and give you some important skills for you to develop, so that when you arrive at the University of Nottingham to study law, there'll be some things that will not be new to you. For example, contract law, tort law, those are important aspects. And over time, we've realized, getting feedback from our students, that we should develop that a lot more. So in term 2, you do 2 hours on top of your subjects doing legal principles and systems, because we believe that this is going to give you a great chance when you arrive at university. These will not be new things. So you start at an advantage compared to students that are coming straight out of high school, not having gone through a pathway program. So what is LNAT? All right, in the next few slides, I'm going to explain what LNAT is. I'm going to explain how it can influence progression for students, and I'm going to explain how we prepare and the process that students go through to register for LNAT. So LNAT is an entry assessment for undergraduate law. LNAT was developed by a group of 11 universities. 2 of them are overseas universities. One is Singapore, and there's another one in Spain. The other 9 universities are all British universities. And out of these 9, Nottingham is one of them. And they developed this test to see if students can demonstrate the required level of intellect that would make them successful on a challenging program, their ability for critical reasoning, comprehension, and a command for English, right? So English is an absolute key. This is why our entry requirement is as high as 7, because we believe that anything lower than that, law will be a challenging subject for you to study. What LNAT does not do is to test your knowledge of law, right? So again, this may seem peculiar to some people. If it's a test to go to law, how come it does not ask any questions relating to law? Yes, the reason is you need a basic characteristic in order for you to do well at law. You need to be a great thinker. You need to be great at analysis and comprehension, but most importantly, you need to function at a high level of English, right? That's what you need to be good at law. And if you go back to the subjects that you're going to do on this program, you will realize that that's what we are trying to develop in you. We are not trying to develop a great lawyer at foundation. No, what we're trying to develop is a student with great intellectual abilities, great critical reasoning, great comprehension, and fantastic at performing in English, right? And those are the same things that LNAT is going to assess you on. So our history as a college, we've been here for 4 years, and over the last 4 years, we've prepared students for LNAT. In the first year, it was very new to us. We didn't understand how it works. And if you look at our progression here at the bottom for 2017, you realize that we registered 13 students, 8 passed and 5 didn't pass. The 5 that didn't pass had to go and study law at a different university. And then we went to 2018, we had more students. And again, we performed, I suppose, well, you could say. Our pass rate was over 50%. We had 31 students progressing to study law. Unfortunately, 23 students didn't make it. So at this point, myself as the academic director and the people that are working on the law program, we spent summer looking at how do we make it easier for our students to pass LNAT. So we developed a lot of resources. We tapped into a lot of publicly accessible resources, and we developed our LNAT classes. And after that, having developed those LNAT classes, in 2019, we went, 55 students were enrolled onto the program and 53 students passed the LNAT, right? That is fantastic. We are looking at 98% progression to the law school based on very strong performance for LNAT. So we believe that we have been able to crack what is required to pass LNAT. And on top of that, the university, working well with us, were able to revise their entry requirement. When we first arrived, the entry minimum was 18, but last year the entry minimum was 15. However, because of strong LNAT performance, all our students that progressed had 17 or higher. So we were over and above the minimum requirement. This is because we structured, put together a program of preparation that gave students a lot of confidence and the ability to go and do really well on their test. And again, I'll reiterate the things that we put together is that we looked at how do we define students' intellectual abilities and how do we improve them, okay? And so this working together with our English tutors, we were able to create texts and exercises and tasks that help students to perform very high level critical reasoning, very challenging comprehension, and as well working together with the English tutors, they were able to improve their English. And the sessions that we run use practice questions that help students to appreciate the type of questioning that you're going to come across when you start to do LNAT. It's not a straightforward question, but if you give it thought and you're ready for it, it's not a complicated question to answer. There's a variety of ways that they approach it. Students can also find preparation materials online, and we guide you, we give you all the pointers and indicators of where you can find preparation materials so that your preparation for LNAT is as comprehensive as possible. We know what it is required for you to progress, and we'll provide you with all the support that you need to be able to do so. So I know I've said that LNAT is challenging, and I thought it would be a great opportunity just to show you the type of questions and language that is used in an LNAT exam. This is an actual question that came from LNAT, and it's a multiple choice question, but what you notice is that it's a long question, right? It's a full 3 paragraphs that you're supposed to read in a very short space of time and find an answer. And the question is not a straightforward one. And if you look at that, you'll see that it throws in a trick in the question. It says, which of the following is not, and the word not is in bold, so this is the most important part of the question, is not a statement which can be verified, right? So 2 things to pay attention to would be the word not and the word verified, right? And so what do we need to verify? Given practice and training, you'd be able to read that paragraph and be able to see what can be verified. Verification usually relies on facts, okay? And without facts, you cannot verify. So you would be trained to pick out all the facts from this paragraph and be able to identify yourself which of those statements cannot be verified, right? So this is some of the challenges. We spent nearly 20 weeks going through this practice process, giving you time to develop your intellectual abilities, your comprehension, your critical reasoning, so that when you read this paragraph, you're not reading English words, you're looking to pick out facts and be able to understand how the story relates to challenging those skills that you should develop. So that's how a multiple choice question looks on LNAT. An essay question for LNAT looks slightly different. Again, it is trying to catch out your comprehension and understanding of English. In this case, the statement says, in a Western society, arranged marriages should no longer be tolerated, okay? In a Western society, arranged marriages should no longer be tolerated. A lot of the time, students will misunderstand the question, right? We are looking at arranged marriages, but then there's the word tolerated. Tolerated means unacceptable, right? And usually students will make a mistake where arranged marriages will be confused with forced marriages. Those are 2 different things. The question is not asking you about forced marriages, but it implies force by using the word tolerated. And this can confuse and can be tricky for students that have not received the right training. But what we are doing here, as you can imagine, we are trying to operate at a very high level where students are able to deduce what the question is saying without falling into the trap of understanding something that is not there. And just to show that, there's a small note there that says a common error is to confuse arranged marriages with forced marriages. The question of whether forced marriages should be tolerated is much easier because force and tolerance are quite clear. And so where we say arranged, there are societies in which arranged marriages are quite acceptable. I'm not sure how it works in Russia. I know in England it's not common amongst certain groups, but in other groups, arranged marriages are quite common and actually very well appreciated. So it's challenging you to go beyond what you know and to understand the world as in general. And this is something that you would have learned in your culture module. You would have learned it in the society module. So this builds your knowledge and understanding so that when you come across a question like this, you're not only operating on things that you know from your immediate life, but you've got a global understanding and appreciation of how to approach such a question. So how do we go about getting registered and getting students ready? I've told you about the classes that we run, but the process is quite simple. When we come back in January, if you were a September student, we will tell you that you need to register for LNAT, and we do this about 2 weeks into the term, and we give you nearly 2 months to register. And we support you in class. Your teacher will ask you to get onto the LNAT website, to create an account. And once you've created an account, you'll take that to reception and the college will pay your LNAT test fees for you. Last year, the LNAT test fees were £50 and we had 55 students doing LNAT and we paid for all of it. However, the university at some point realized that students did not have a fair chance to prepare because of COVID. So they suspended the requirement for LNAT for 2020. Students did not need to do LNAT, but these are things that we are looking at and seeing how does that apply going into the new year. So far, all the indications are that the university is going to require students to do LNAT in future, but those are ongoing conversations. So we'll help you with your registration and we'll tell you when the test is going to be. This is going to be slightly different for direct entry students. I need to specify that. If you're a direct entry student, you need to have done your test by the 31st of January. If you're a Kaplan pathway student coming through the college, you need to have done your test by the 31st of March. So there's 2 months difference. And our students, if you have been accepted to come to the college, you're on a conditional offer to the University of Nottingham. They know you're coming. You just have to prove that you deserve the opportunity to go there. So we don't go through UCAS. As soon as you're accepted to come onto the college, it means that your place is reserved at the university. And so this is why we don't have to do our LNAT by January and we've got a bit of time. If you're a student joining the college in January, your test will be in May. Because remember, we need to give you a term to practice and prepare for LNAT. And then after term 1, at the beginning of term 2, you'll be registered to go and do your LNAT. So we will support you to do all the registration. The college pays for your fees. And when you have taken your test, normally within 2 weeks, we will get the results. And we put together a session where we tell students individually how they did for LNAT. It was much difficult at the beginning because not many students did well, but now that we've kind of figured out how we go about getting good results out of LNAT, it's a very easy process. Okay, that's my talk on LNAT. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. If they're in Russian, I'm sure Maria and Talia will be able to translate for me.
So thank you very much, Saf, for such an insightful presentation. And I'm sure our students are thrilled and I can see questions coming in. I just wanted to let you know that our webinar is we are broadcasting the whole session on our social media, so I'll be reading out some questions from social media as well.
Cool.
And so let's look at the questions. Okay, Simona is asking if he's done 1 or a year and a half of his Bachelor of Law, assuming in Russia, and then decided to change the subject completely because he understood that it wasn't what he would love to do in the future. Would he have to reapply, or for instance, if he could just be transferred to another specialization? So I guess, Vala, this question would be to you.
Potentially, yeah. So let me answer that in Russian. I think the question was in Russian, hence the answer.
It would only be reasonable.
Fair enough. Я скажу так, если вы уже учились в России какое-то количество времени, у вас может быть шанс попробовать поступить на первый курс университета по другому направлению, но это не стандартный путь. Стандартный путь – это программа Foundation, которая является программой нулевого года, да? То есть это то, что уравнивает образовательные системы. Если наши студенты учатся 11 лет, дальше идут на Foundation, британские студенты учатся в школе 12-13 лет и сразу идут в вуз. Да? То есть здесь два, скажем так, подхода. Я видела успешные ситуации, где студент, имея год-полтора года обучения в своей стране, подавался, поступал на первый курс и так далее. По поводу смены специальностей. Опять же, технически это должно быть возможно, поскольку вы вряд ли сможете перескочить на второй год, вы можете пытаться поступить на первый. Но, как обычно говорят в таких ситуациях, это очень case by case, да? То есть нужно смотреть, с чем вы пришли, на что вы хотите поступить, какой у вас английский, и при сборе всей этой информации может что-то получиться. От себя хочу добавить, что если вы поняли, что это не ваше, вообще что-либо не ваше, на мой субъективный взгляд, это хороший момент, это хороший знак, что вы осознали, что что-то не так. Соответственно, нужно менять направление, да? То есть вы идете к Марии, вы говорите, что Мария, я хочу вот это, что можно сделать? И я бы посоветовала, допустим, не отбрасывать в сторону концепт Foundation. Если вы вот сейчас осознали, что что-то не ваше, есть начало занятий вот сейчас, потом в ноябре, потом в январе. Вы можете любой процесс переквалификации завершить летом и начать бакалавр заново с сентября. То есть здесь нет потери времени, и здесь есть большой уровень гибкости. Длинно ответила, надеюсь, что ответила на ваш вопрос. Если нет, напишите, we will follow up with an answer.
Дина, спасибо огромное за такой очень подробный и понятный ответ. Надеюсь, Семен, мы ответили на ваш вопрос. So, Tak, the next question is over for you.
Okay.
So, Tatiana's done with her first year of bachelor studies here, and she intends to apply directly for LLB to Nottingham, I hope. Does she have to pass LNAT in advance in this case?
Yeah. She would need to pass LNAT in advance in order to secure a place. So she would, if she's joining in September, she would need to do her LNAT by the 31st of January.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic. So, Tatiana, watch out. You need to prepare. So, we do have some questions from social media. And so Sergey is asking, are the mock LNAT tests available somewhere in order to get prepared somehow? Because, well, we do understand when they start the program with the college at Nottingham, they would be able to practice as much as they can. But what if a student wants to do some preparation prior to the studies at IFP program? So where can we find the info?
All you have to do is go on Google and type LNAT test. You will be given a lot of resources. There's a lot of resources, including LNAT's own website. On LNAT's own website, there's a set of questions. I think there are 4 banks, which means that there'll be 4 different sets of questions containing 6 other questions, and you'll be able to practice those. However, I should also add that you'll only get multiple choice practice. The essay questions, they change all the time, so they do not put those up. But you can get a lot of information online.
Fabulous. So thank you very much. And we have one more question. Oh, we got some more questions. So, Vaля, this one is for you. Требуются ли еще дополнительные экзамены для поступления или достаточно аттестата и IELTS, ну и в дальнейшем уже LNAT, когда мы говорим о бакалавриате?
Вам достаточно с точки зрения документов аттестата, вам достаточно английского языка, но я подчеркну, что если речь идет о поступлении после школы, то есть у вас 11 лет обучения стандартных, вам нужно сдать IELTS UKVI. Это один из типов IELTS. Вы можете прекрасно это сделать как раз с помощью Марии, с ее помощью записаться на него. И кроме этого, мы академически оцениваем вас на основании оценок по аттестату, и английский язык, соответственно, удовлетворяет наш linguistical requirement, so to say, language requirement. Значит, что еще может быть потенциально добавлено к этому? Аппликационная форма, паспорт. Также у нас есть возможность предлагать нашим студентам скидки. Для того, чтобы у вас была возможность быть рассмотренным на нее, было бы также полезно написать мотивационное письмо по детальным требованиям. Мария также вам расскажет, там есть свои детали. В остальном, для того, чтобы поступить на foundation, то есть на нулевой год, который идет сразу после школы, нужно только это. Я также должна добавить комментарий, что это очень популярный вопрос. Должна добавить комментарий, что если вы отучились в стандартной просто русской школе, то есть только аттестат, только 11 лет, вам нужна программа Foundation, и способ обойти это требование мало/нет. Вот. Если вы сделали IB, A-Level, GCSE, и это уже другой разговор, там есть свои варианты, но если у нас в руках аттестат, то приходите, расскажем, поясним.
Спасибо большое. Двигаемся к следующему вопросу. Тут у нас небольшой дубляж вопросов в чате и из социальных сетей, поэтому я сейчас соединю вопрос. So, Taf, could you please comment on whether student needs to pass on that? Well, no, I will start from another way. So there are different ways to continue a career after studying law. So some students might become barristers, some might become lawyers, etc. So there are different options. So for every do we need to pass on that for every single specialization, or is it essential for every single route, or that depends?
LNAT is only for undergraduate law. And I think once a student has finished undergraduate law and they want to choose specialization, for example, the university offers 7 or 8 different law specializations, and those do not need LNAT. So LNAT is only required to get onto undergraduate law.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple more questions. Yeah. I don't know if I would like to answer that, so I'll just read it out in English and maybe Taf or Violet,
okay,
you could comment on that. Are the programs with practice available? I mean, law with some placement, or there is no such a thing at all?
The university has an employability center which works with a variety of law firms, London law firms, Birmingham law firms, Nottingham, to place students for internships and placement. Because the university is highly regarded, there are some firms that it has contracts with to send students for internships. So there will be an opportunity if they do the 4-year program to go and do a 1-year internship before they come back to finish, and the university would be able to support them, if not to secure a placement, but to secure opportunities for interviews for placement.
How hard it is to get a placement? Because, well, law is utterly competitive as far as I know, and I'm not a lawyer. So how hard it is?
It is very hard. You have to imagine that you're competing against some of the brightest students in the world, given our status in terms of law. And so the opportunity, first of all, applies to the students in the University of Nottingham, and amongst those, you will find that it's extremely competitive. And then if you apply the national context to it, it becomes even more competitive. However, I think that there's more to do with the person's character and ambitions than the amount of competition there is. If you're determined and if you find a way to make yourself outstanding, you will get an opportunity.
Fabulous. So thank you very much. And this leads me to my next question. This one is coming from me. Well, I know that among the listeners of our webinar today, we do have a lot of students in their final school year.
Yeah.
So, and we do know that it takes time, you know, to prepare for the application, for the study process, etc. So, what would you recommend to our almost school graduates, school leavers? How much time do they need in order to prepare for NAT specifically and for their application to Nottingham to study law?
Okay, we give it 20 weeks preparation, 2 hours a week. If you're able to afford more time in a week, you could do it for a shorter period, but there's no way of getting away from the fact that you need to do some work, right? So if you use our template, we use 2 hours a week for about 20 weeks, and then give yourself another 3 weeks or so, you should be ready for the exam. However, I would say what you need to focus on is not just the complexity of the test, but remember also that the test happens in a very time-constrained environment. So you've only got so much time. I think for that long question I put on the screen, you've got 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes to read it, synthesize it, understand it, and then come up with an answer. So the training is complex, right? Give yourself as much time as possible and be committed to doing the work. Because it's not just understanding the paragraph, you've got a clock ticking down and you have to finish. If you don't finish, chances are that you're not going to do well.
Well, I do hope that we haven't scared off all the students.
No. The idea is not to scare, but to give a realistic picture. Yeah. I am happy for people to send me an email to discuss this further, and I'm happy to point people towards resources for them to do well. It's all in preparation, right? It's all in preparation. If you prepare well, you'll do well. And I think that's the one thing, if you look at our progression, we managed to find a way to prepare well. And once we figured that out, our pass rate is fantastic. It's just preparation. Prepare well, you'll do well.
Well, I guess that practice makes perfect. So with your help and the help of your colleagues, our students, which are already brilliant, could ace it in no time, again, with your valuable help. Yeah. So thank you very much for your time and for this session. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you very much.
Can I just add that if you're looking to come to our college to go and do law at Nottingham, you do not need to do LNAT before you get here, right? Please don't do it, because LNAT is valid for 1 year. And if you don't do well before you get here, you may not have an opportunity to do it before you start university. Okay. So I would encourage those that are coming to us, take your time, start when you join us, and then let's work that journey together so that we prepare you effectively to do well. If you're not coming with us, give yourself time to prepare and be mindful of the deadlines, because if you miss a deadline, it may affect your progression.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good.
So, and now we unfortunately have to move on with our sessions. We have a lot prepared for our students today. So I would like to thank you again for joining us, and hopefully we'll see a lot of students coming your way to Nottingham pretty soon.
Fantastic. I look forward to seeing you all that are coming, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
И через 5 минут мы продолжим наше мероприятие. Напоминаем, что профориентационную неделю организовывает компания Students International, лучшее образовательное агентство Восточной Европы по версии Study and Travel Magazine. Мы работаем в сфере образования уже больше 28 лет, с 1992 года. Нашими соорганизаторами являются лицензированный центр подготовки к экзамену IELTS School, чьи преподаватели помогают подготовиться на необходимый для поступления балл студентам из России и других стран. Ведь сейчас занятия проходят не только очно в нашем офисе, но и онлайн. И также Международный центр Students International IELTS Test Center, где вы можете сдать все виды IELTS, начиная от UKVI и заканчивая компьютерным IELTS. Мы подготовили для наших слушателей специальный бонус. Наша профориентационная неделя является полноценным курсом по профориентации по обучению за рубежом. Вы можете получить электронный сертификат участника нашего онлайн-курса. Что же нужно для этого сделать? Прослушать минимум 20% от курса и написать нам об этом на адрес, который вы видите на ваших экранах: info@studinter.ru. При этом в вашем письме необходимо указать ваше ФИО полностью, ваш имейл и контактный телефон. И мы направим вам сертификат участника, который подарит вам небольшие бонусы по сдаче экзамена IELTS и подготовке к этому экзамену. И на ваших экранах сейчас вы видите нашу адженду, расписание сессий, которые мы приготовили для вас на сегодня. Мы гордимся нашей партнерской базой, с которой мы уже работаем на протяжении 28, даже уже чуть больше лет. И мы являемся первой ступенькой приемной комиссии в вузы-партнеры, которые вы видите на ваших экранах. Мы будем рады помочь вам выбрать страну, если вы еще этого не сделали, учебное заведение, программу и, конечно же, собрать и подготовить и оценить все необходимые документы для подачи. Мы помогаем более 3000 студентов ежегодно и будем рады помочь и вам. Поэтому обязательно обращайтесь в наши офисы. На нашем сайте StudInter вы можете найти контактные данные офиса в вашем городе. У нас офисов 40, поэтому все коллеги уже ждут вас, друзья. Не стесняйтесь к нам обращаться. Я уже вижу моих коллег, которые готовы перенять эстафетную палочку. Вижу Викторию, вижу нашу коллегу Доминик из Ирландии, из Trinity College. Хотела бы сказать небольшую подводку. Dominic is having a birthday today, so thank you very much for joining us on your birthday. We wish you all the happiness in the world and thank you very much for being with us.
And in Russian, с днем рождения, Доминик!
Thank you.
Мария, спасибо большое за вступление. И я еще раз хотела бы представиться. Меня зовут Виктория, и я являюсь менеджером образовательных программ в компании Students International. И следующая наша презентация будет посвящена европейскому международному бизнес-праву в престижном вузе Trinity College Dublin. И напоминаю вам, прежде чем я передам слово Доминик, что все ваши вопросы, которые у вас возникают в ходе презентации, вы можете писать в чат, и мы будем рады ответить на них по завершении данной презентации. Dominic, again, happy birthday, and wish you a magical day today. And we can start our presentation. I pass the word on to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen first. And I am sharing now. Can you see this?
Yes, we can see it perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Dominic, and I'm from Trinity College Dublin, the University of Dublin. And I'm delighted to speak to you today about studying law at Ireland's most prestigious university. So just to introduce you to the university, we are a research-intensive university, and we're located in the heart of Dublin City. Trinity is a very old institution. We were established in 1592 by Queen Elizabeth I, but we very much provide our students with 21st century knowledge today. Trinity is proud to be a very international place. We've been ranked the 16th most international university in the world, and we have students from 120 countries on average represented on campus. Actually, 27% of our population comes from outside of Ireland. Our staff is also very international, and 40% of our academic staff also comes from outside of Ireland. So if you join us at Trinity, you really are part of an international community. So a little bit about us. We are very proud to be Ireland's leading university, and we have been for over 400 years. We are also Ireland's most innovative university, and this is really much focused in our curriculum. We teach you about the most innovative research when you study with us. We are really proud to be #1 in Europe for educating entrepreneurs, and we have been for 5 years in a row. Whether you study law, but you can also, have that opportunity of maybe opening your own law firm with the knowledge of entrepreneurship that we pass on to you. And then we're very proud to be 39th in the world for graduate employment rates and alumni outcome. Studying at Trinity is really, a career starter due to the prestige of the institution. Still talking about who we are and why you may want to come study at Trinity, we're ranked 14th in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, so very much focusing on the future of the world and the planet, And there's individual ranking. We are really proud to be #3 in the world for gender equality and #5 for sustainable cities and communities. So I'll play a short video now, and I hope this plays well on your respective screens.
Inspiration has lived here since 1592, and more than 400 years later, it's still going strong. Inspiration has helped burgeoning writers put pen to paper and given world leaders a head start. It has set the stage for budding playwrights and created characters that will never die. For countless actors who started here, inspiration has played a part. Work done in Trinity helped split the atom, battled cancer, and guided man's first giant leap. From here, we've inspired people around the world. But even with this proud history, we are firmly focused on the future. Today, we are making new discoveries and inspiring the next generation of history makers.
So I hope you enjoyed the video with some beautiful views of our campus, and it also featured some of our alumni. We have a range of prestigious people who've studied with us over the years, such as Jonathan Swift, who wrote Gulliver's Travel, for example, Oscar Wilde, probably our most famous alum, Ernest Walton, who was the first person to split the atom, Samuel Beckett, winner of a Nobel Prize in Literature, William Campbell, Nobel Prize in Medicine, Mary Robinson, who actually studied law with us. Mary Robinson was the first female president of Ireland, and she was a UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Mary McAlee is also another law graduate from Trinity. Actually, she's our current vice provost, and she was also president of Ireland. And then Jack Gleeson, for those of you who watch Game of Thrones. So a little bit about Ireland, and I won't speak too much to that, but I just want to give you an idea about why you may want to come and study in Ireland. You can see here that we are a short flight away from Moscow, just 5 hours to reach the little green dot right next to the UK. And I just want to emphasize, I think the main thing about studying in Ireland is that it's a very friendly and safe environment. I hope that if you've been to Ireland, you can attest to this. Ireland is a small country, but with really, really friendly people. We are the main English-speaking country in the European Union. We have a long tradition in education excellence. You can see that our university is really, really old. And today, top companies have chosen to come to Ireland. So we have the European headquarters of Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, PayPal, Airbnb, eBay, Apple, Microsoft, and many more. And all those companies, you may think they're not related to you as a prospective law student, but they are. All these companies have legal departments and hire people who've studied law. Another reason to study in Ireland is that we are first in Europe for completion of third-level education. So we have the highest percentage of people who go to university. Our currency is the euro, and we offer stay-back visas. So if you want to study in Ireland, you can stay for 1 or 2 years after graduation. And I was mentioning some of these companies, and you can see some of these companies and how they're all around us, all around Trinity. And this is really important because it means you have career opportunities, internship opportunities throughout your studies with us. Now, a little bit about the law school at Trinity. Our law school is really old. It was established in 1740, and it's the 6th oldest law school in the English-speaking world. We always ranked in the top 100 for law in the QS ranking. So, is law for you? Should you study law with us at Trinity? To answer that question, I think you need to answer whether you enjoy problem solving, critical thinking, questioning and challenging issues. Another thing is, are you interested in history, society, governance, and current affairs? Because this is really key part. You need to be interested in those things if you want to study law with us. And finally, do you like clear and articulate expression? This is key to studying law. So we have lots of types of law, and today I'm speaking especially about business and European law, but I just want to flag that whatever your interest, there may be a type of law that's appropriate. So for example, if you're interested in politics, you may want to study constitutional law with us. If you're interested in business, we have company law and commercial law as part of our law degree. And if you're more interested in justice, you can focus on international human rights, environmental law, or public interest law. So I don't know how many of you are looking at undergraduate degree, how many of you may be looking at postgraduate degree, but I'll start by talking about studying undergraduate law at Trinity. So what is quite interesting about studying law at Trinity is that you have several options. So all these degrees are LLBs, but you can do just pure law. You can do law and business, law in French, law in German, and law in political science. So this is particularly relevant in terms of European law, or business law, because if you focus on European law and you have French or German, that allows you to expand your horizon. If you do political science, for example, you learn about the intricacies, for example, of the European Union while studying law at the same time. And you can see this image here is a little bit complicated, so let me talk you through this. You can see the top part is single honors, and this is when you study only law. So you would study only law, but you can have a minor if you wanted to. And then the second section, joint honors. Joint honors is for law and business, law and French, law and German, and law and political science, where you have 2 subjects. And you can major in both subjects, but you also have the possibility of majoring in law and having French or business as a minor. Or you can even have business as a major and minor in law. And you can also drop the second subject should you wish to. So let's say you decided to apply for business and law, and you decided that you don't like business that much, that's okay. You can drop business and major only in law after your second year. So just to give you an idea of the flexibility and range of options that we have at Trinity. In terms of the structure of our law degree, this is the same for all the law options. So all the degrees are 4 years, and you would study approximately 60 credits per year. That means approximately 10 to 12 hours of teaching per week. So that is not very much, 10 or 12 hours of teaching per week, but this is because law is a very reading intensive course. In addition to the classroom time, you need to be at home and really study. In year 1 and 2, you have a set list of modules. So you cannot really pick what you want to study in your first 2 years, but you have a balance between academic and practical aspects of the law. And in year 2, you take 20 credits outside of law. So that's an opportunity to study, business or language or anything that is of interest to you. Then year 3 and 4, you can have optional modules. So that's when you can explore your interests. I talked earlier about interest in political science, where you can study constitutional law, interest in justice, where you can study environmental law. So this is what you can do in your 3rd and 4th year. Really tailor your studies to your interests. In your 3rd year, you have the option of studying abroad. We work with the most prestigious universities around the world. So you have the possibility of going to Hong Kong University or University of Sydney, University of Toronto, for example. In your 4th year, you have to do a capstone project. So this is an introduction to research, and it's really crucial if you want to continue your studies into a master's or a PhD. And then in your 4th year, you also have a clinical legal education module, which is basically an internship if you wish to do an internship during your 4th year. Moving on to postgraduate law degree at Trinity. So we have several options. You can see we have a general LLM, we have international and comparative law, we have international and European business law, intellectual property and information technology law, and an MSc in law and finance. You can see there's a little asterisk here after our intellectual property and information technology law, because this program gives you access to the Pan-European Seal professional traineeship program. So this is a traineeship that you can do after completing your master, and it's a paid traineeship coordinated by the European Union, if you wanted to do that. So in terms of the structure of our law program, you study 3 modules per semester, and each are worth 10 credits. So if you do a general LLM, you can choose any modules you want. But if you focused on European and business law, for example, you could choose only module from a specific list. And then each module is offered for 1 semester only and involves 22 hours of classwork. So that's per module. And then at the end of your degree, you have to write a dissertation, and that's required from all of our master's students. So here are some of the modules you can choose from. You can see it's a really, really broad offering, anything that may be of interest to you, from the Chinese legal system to globalization and law, EU aviation law, international business and tax law. And not all the modules are listed here, but this is just to give you an idea of the really broad range of options that we offer in our degrees. Then we have the finance and law. So this is a master's in science, and the structure is a bit more fixed. So you have mandatory modules that you have to take, which is half of the course, and half is elective modules. And you can choose either to focus on finance or to focus on law. And you can you have to write a research paper, which can be supervised either by the School of Law or the School of Business, depending on your interests. And you can see here a list of mandatory modules that you have to take as part of this program. Now, moving on to what it means to be a law student in Trinity outside of the classroom. So first of all, you know, a library is an important part of your studies. We are really proud of the Trinity Library. This particular one is really beautiful. But in addition to that, Trinity has a legal deposit privilege since 1801, which means we have a copy of any book printed in the UK or in Ireland. So in terms of your research for law, you have access to all the books that have been written in this part of the world. So, you know, really crucial for your research. And Trinity is the largest library in Ireland with over 6 million items available. So in terms of students' life, we have lots of clubs and societies, and you can join anything that is of interest to you. But in terms of being a law student, we have dedicated student societies for law students. So we have the Law Sauce, which is the general law society, which any law student can join. We also have a free legal advice center. And this is our students offering free legal advice with the supervision of a lawyer for people who don't have the means to pay for their legal fees, for example. We have a European Law Students Association. This enables you to interact with students all over the European Union around what it means to study law. We have the Trinity College Law Review, which is a law journal, and it's the oldest one in Ireland. And we also have the Trinity Law Student Colloquium, where students from all over the world come to Trinity and debate and present on their research around these different aspects of the law. So if you want to get involved with law outside of the classroom, there's really quite a bit that you can do as a law student at Trinity. In terms of career development, so our career center is here to help you build your career. We help you establish the steps that you need to take in order to develop the career that you want to have. We help you with your CV and interview preparation. We help you with finding an internship. When you study in Ireland, you are allowed to work 20 hours per week during term and 40 hours during vacation, which means that you can have a part-time job, and you can also have a full-time internship over the summer, for example. When you study in Ireland, your work visa allows you, you get a work visa for 1 year after a bachelor's degree and for 2 years after a master's degree. And we're really proud to say that 95% of our students are employed or in future studies within 6 months. In terms of career opportunities for law students, so we found after, asking our students what they do after studying law in Trinity, we find that they have a variety of careers in Ireland or abroad. Many of them work in the area of law, but many of them have chosen different routes as well, using their law degree as a stepping stone towards, a career in business, journalism, accountancy, banking, insurance, politics, foreign affairs, and public policy. I just want to flag that a law degree doesn't allow you to practice law as a solicitor or a barrister in Ireland. Once you've completed your law degree, you need to take additional exam, the bar exam, in order to practice. But our degrees offer the modules that you need to prepare for exams to take the bar in Ireland or in the UK. So we offer both preparation. I wanted to also give you some statistics about what our law students are doing. So our class of 2017, where we had 106 respondents, we see that 64% were in employment, 4% were due to start a job, and 28 were in further studies. Only 1% were seeking employment. So students had found, what they wanted to do after their law degree. And you can see that very many of them were pursuing further studies after a bachelor's degree in law at Trinity. For our master's students, we found that 82% were employed, and 14% were undertaking further studies, so going to maybe into a PhD or further research, and 4% were seeking employment. So in terms of entry requirements, what do you need to come and study law with us at Trinity? So if you are currently in high school and you're preparing for your attestat, we would ask you to have an average 4 out of 5 on your high school transcripts. And you will need to take IELTS or TOEFL. And if you want to study law, our requirements are a little bit higher. So you need to have IELTS 6 overall with no band below 5.5, or TOEFL 72 with 20 in writing. If you are a really strong student and you're about to have all 5 on your attestat, you don't have to do the foundation program and you can start your bachelor's degree directly. In that case, you would need IELTS 6.5 with all bands at 6. And if you're doing an international qualification, such as IB or A level, you can also join us directly in an undergraduate program. If you want to study law at the master's level, you would need a GPA overall of 4 out of 5 from a recognized institution, and you would need IELTS 6.5 overall or TOEFL 88. So in terms of fees, you can see these are the fees for 2021, because we don't have the fees yet for next year, but this is just to give you an indication of how much it costs to study law with us. So if you have to do the foundation, that's about 16,500 euros for the first year. Our undergraduate law degree is 20,000 euros per year. And you can see here we have 2 fees. So the MSc in finance and law is 19,500, and our other law programs are about 20,200. And then in terms of living expenses, we recommend between 10 and 15,000 for living expenses. You can see here 15,000 is a really, really generous estimate. You actually don't need that much, but we just want you to be ready when you're considering your finances. In terms of scholarship, we have the Global Excellence Scholarship, which is open to all law applicants. And this is between 2,500 and 5,000 euros deducted from the first year of these. And that's open to all students from foundation, bachelor's and master's students. We also have the Foundation Scholarship, which is not related to our foundation program. This is the most prestigious scholarship in Trinity. It's called Foundation because it's from the founding of Trinity, when Trinity was created by Queen Elizabeth I. She was a very smart woman. In addition to purchasing the land where the university is based, she purchased the land around the university and rented it out around. And the money collected from the rent to this day is used to offer scholarship to our students. So to get that scholarship, you have to take an elective exam in the second year of your bachelor's degree. And you take 4 papers, and if you get all A's, you get the scholarship, which gives you discounted tuition fee, free housing, and 1 free meal per day for 5 years. So this allows you to finish your bachelor's degree in law, to start a master's maybe, and continue on to a PhD if you wanted to do so. So this is it for my presentation today, and I'll leave you with a last sentence. We hope that you let Trinity shape you so you can shape the world. And we want this for all of our students. We want all of our students to shape the world around them. But it's particularly true, I think, if you study law, because the impact you can have on society is really quite big. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominic, for your presentation. We have several questions, and first question from Tatiana regarding if there is a chance if students can transfer from our university to Trinity after the second year bachelor's degree.
Yep, so it is quite difficult to transfer into Trinity. It is possible, but quite difficult. So what happens when you apply? You need to apply as an advanced entry student, and people from Student International will help you with that. But what will happen is we look at your transcript, and the first step is we will determine if you're eligible to study in the first year of Trinity. So we'd say yes or no to that. And if we say yes to the first year, we will then look at all the courses you took in your Russian university. We will compare them to the courses in Trinity. And if they match, we'll say, okay, you don't have to do your first year. And then we'll look at the second year and we will see if the courses match. And if they match, we say, okay, you can come into your third year. So it is possible, but it really depends on the courses, being closely linked to each other.
Татьяна, то есть таким образом есть возможность перевестись после второго курса, но здесь будут проверять полностью соответствие вашей программы, на которой вы проходите сейчас обучение, да, то есть это, конечно же, должна быть, если речь идет о юриспруденции, то, соответственно, вы должны учиться на программе юриспруденции. И в зависимости от того, насколько ваши программы и модули соответствуют программе Trinity, то они будут принимать от этого, отталкиваться и принимать решение, смогут ли, например, после второго курса вас перевести на третий, или если есть некие несоответствия, соответственно, они могут предложить вам перевод на второй курс. Another question. You mentioned that students can study at LLB program. They can go abroad and study at the University of Toronto or Sydney. Is that a dual diploma, or will they get another certificate? No, that's not. Mm-hmm.
It's not a dual diploma, so it's just a study abroad. It's an exchange, so they will get a transcript from the University of Toronto or the University of Sydney to, prove that they did this, but they will graduate from Trinity.
And what about tuition fees? Will they stay the same, or they will pay tuition of the University of Toronto, for example?
They will pay the Trinity tuition fees. So it's a good deal if you go to University of Toronto, because I think they're quite more expensive than we are.
Yes, exactly. but that's a good opportunity. Here is another question about the job opportunities after completing LLB or LLM. If there is any difference, for example, if the student already has a degree in law and he got it in Russian university, will there be any difficulties in finding job after receiving the degree, LLM degree?
It depends on the kind of job. So typically, you know, as I mentioned, to practice as a solicitor or barrister, you need to have taken the bar exam. But actually, we have lots of international lawyers in Ireland who work in legal departments of companies and who are not qualified as solicitors or barristers in Ireland. So actually, we have lots, you know, I mentioned we have so many multinational companies in Ireland, and these multinational companies hire people from all over the world who've completed an LLM at Trinity.
So that they can practice, for example, several years working as a lawyer in an international company, and after that they can, if they want to become a solicitor or barrister, they
have to take the exams. But yes, you can work in the field of law in Ireland after completing an LLM.
But there will still be this chance to pass the exam after the practice and become a solicitor. Okay.
Yeah, and lots of people do that where, you know, maybe they have a job in a legal department of a company, and at the same time they're studying independently to take the bar exam in Ireland.
Okay, thank you, Dominic. And we'll see if there is any other question. Well, we have a question regarding the residence, but I would, first of all, I want to clarify the deadline for applying to LLB programs or LLM programs at Trinity College Dublin.
Yeah, so the deadline is end of June next year.
For all the programs, I mean LLB and LLM.
Yeah, for all the programs. Just keep in mind that, especially for the LLM, admission is on a rolling basis, which means the course may be full before the deadline. So typically, you know, if you want a good chance of applying and the course not being full, I typically recommend applying before February. But when it comes to it, the official deadline is end of June. So, you know, always apply early because we're on a rolling admission basis.
And the deadline for applying for the accommodation?
So typically, you can only, you cannot apply for the accommodation right after you're admitted. So you can typically only apply for accommodation between April and July.
Okay, I will translate shortly. Что касается того времени, до которого вы можете делать зачисление на программу бакалавриата или магистратуры по юриспруденции, для программ бакалавриата вы можете подавать свои документы вплоть до июня, но, конечно же, мы советуем это делать намного заранее, примерно где-то до февраля, как Доминик упомянула по поводу программы магистратуры, потому что действительно очень много желающих, и это довольно сильное направление в университете. Что касается подачи заявки в резиденцию, вы не можете сразу после того, как вы зачислены, подать вашу заявку, потому что они открываются немного позже. Ну, то есть, если вы подали заявку в феврале, соответственно, вас рассмотрели за 2 или 4 недели, то на резиденцию вы можете подать примерно где-то в апреле. И, в принципе, в этом году у нас студенты, которые были зачислены, подавались и в июне, и получали места в резиденциях. Татьяна, я надеюсь, мы ответили на ваш вопрос. Еще раз хотела бы напомнить, что все ваши вопросы можете писать в наш чат, и мы будем рады с Доминик на них ответить. There is another question from Tatiana. If the student doesn't understand or need any support in learning, if there is any person, tutor, or department that can help him or support him.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of our students have a tutor, so they're assigned to a tutor. Typically, the tutor is not in their department. So even if they have any difficulties like conflict with their department, this person is an academic who's an advocate for them, who can help them, guide them if they have any academic difficulty, any personal problem, or so on. In addition to the personal tutor, if there's anything around maybe language, we offer free English courses throughout the first semester, which can really help, you know, international students if they have difficulties with writing in English, for example. And then the office in which I'm based, the Global Relations Office, also have dedicated international student support.
Татьяна, да, есть подобная поддержка, то есть для каждого студента будет определенный человек, которого они, как правило, называют тьютор, и он больше, конечно, занимается академической составляющей, академической частью, то есть если будут какие-либо конфликты, либо студент что-то не понимает в его там расписании, нужна какая-то помощь, этот человек помогает студентам. Но также есть в университете отдел, который занимается непосредственно делами, в частности, например, иностранных студентов. Ну, то есть это те люди, которые могут ему помочь в каких-то бытовых вопросах, да. Если нужна, например, помощь в повышении уровня английского языка, студент предлагает факультативные занятия, особенно в первый год, по английскому языку для всех студентов, которым действительно нужна, например, помощь либо в разговорном языке, либо в письменной части, потому что у многих студентов бывают, как правило, трудности, так как очень много занятий курсовых, проектных. Это очень важно, то, как вы пишете, то, как грамотно вы излагаете там свои мысли, к примеру, да, и подготавливаетесь к тем или иным заданиям. С этим совсем помогает, есть факультативные занятия, действительно помогает университет. So there is no more questions, I guess. Let me check another chat box. Regarding the entry requirements for LLM programs, if there are any other documents or requirements that our students need to provide to be accepted onto the course?
It's the application to law is pretty straightforward. So we typically need academic transcripts, you know, with your grades, highlighting what you've studied. If you have not studied law, you can still be admitted to one of the programs, but you need to have some sort of background. So maybe you've taken some modules in law. Then you need to have a personal statement explaining why you want to study law with us. If you're changing course of study, so for example, if you did not major in law and you want to study law, it's really important in that part to explain why you may want to study law. We need your proof of English proficiency, a copy of your passport, your CV, and 2 letters of recommendation from your professors. So very straightforward.
Thank you, Dominic. То есть для того, чтобы быть зачисленными на программу магистратуры, требуется ваш диплом, желательно, конечно, в сфере юриспруденции, чтобы был хороший средний балл по успеваемости, и рекомендательные письма обязательно. IELTS, I know that university also accepts TOEFL results and Duolingo results this year. Do you know if
So TOEFL will still be accepted next year. And for Duolingo, we hope to know very soon. It's very likely that Trinity will accept it, but we will confirm this in the coming weeks.
All right. То есть они принимают результаты экзамена IELTS, результаты экзамена TOEFL, и в этом году также было введено то, что они принимают результаты экзамена Duolingo, но пока это не подтверждено, будет ли он также входить, ну, то есть будут ли они принимать результаты данного экзамена в следующем году или нет. Пожалуйста, пишите все ваши вопросы в чат. Ну, а у меня есть еще один вопрос. Can you please clarify the admissions process for LLB programs? Because our students, after completing 11 years of education, as long as I know, they cannot be accepted directly onto the first year of the bachelor's degree program.
Actually, they can, if they get all 5 on the attestat.
For all the programs.
Yeah, for all. So if you have a student, really good student, who get all 5 on the attestat, they can be admitted directly in the bachelor's degree. And every year, you know, we have students from Russia who come directly in our bachelor's degree. If students don't have all 5s on the attestat, then they need to complete 1 year on the foundation program before starting the bachelor's degree.
And what is the language requirement?
To come directly in the bachelor's degree, it's IELTS 6.5 with no subscore below 6. And then if they do the foundation program, it's IELTS 6 with no subscore below 5.5.
Thank you, Dominic. То есть сейчас мы прояснили вопрос по поступлению напрямую на бакалавриат, да, то есть программы бакалавриата в университете, как правило, продолжительностью в 4 года, и наши студенты после 11 лет поступают, могут поступить напрямую на программу бакалавриата, в том случае, если в аттестате у них только 5, то есть это средний балл 5.0 из 5, и результат общий балл IELTS 6.5 и не менее 6.0 по каждому из модулей. Если вы поступаете на программу Foundation, то требования к поступлению будут немного ниже по языку, естественно, да, если это аттестат, то они принимают примерно где-то со средним баллом 4.0. We have another question. Does the student need any accreditation to work as a lawyer? As I know that we already clarified this question, but can we clarify it again?
Yeah, so there's 2 types of lawyers in Ireland. There's solicitor and barrister. So a solicitor is somebody who works in a firm, in an office, and a barrister is somebody who goes to court to, you know, argue different, you know, arguments. So these 2 need to take the bar exam, and there are different exams. So if you want to be a solicitor, you would have to follow some procedures where you need to take some exams and do internship at the same time. And the process takes about 2 years. And if you want to be a barrister, you have to do a special course in a special, it's not a university, it's a school just for barrister. You need to do this course and then take the exam in order to become a barrister. So you would need at least another year of studies.
Аккредитации, но здесь скорее речь идет о том, что вы хотите практиковать. То есть в Ирландии есть 2 типа юристов, да, это юристы, которые защищают какие-либо дела в судах, да, ну, то есть они делятся на солиситор и баристер. Если вы хотите стать кем-либо из данных юристов, то вам обязательно нужно будет пройти, либо сдать экзамен, либо пройти определенную практику, работу. Но, как мы уже до этого упоминали, то есть если вы, к примеру, не можете сразу после обучения сдать данный экзамен, вы можете работать, получить практику определенную в международных компаниях, да, вы можете отработать как юрист и получить определенный опыт, и после этого, собственно, сдать экзамен и стать юристом в Ирландии. То есть это займет более длительный срок, но, тем не менее, это возможно. Татьяна, я надеюсь, мы ответили на ваш вопрос. Если нужно что-то будет вам прояснить, я буду рада ответить на дополнительные вопросы. Вы можете обращаться ко мне, вы можете звонить, вы можете написать на наш электронный адрес. Чуть позже я предоставлю наши контактные детали. Let me check another chat box. We have a question regarding the sports. I mean, if students, what do the students after their studies, if they have any opportunity to, I don't know, go to swimming or anywhere else?
Yep. So we have a gym on campus, which was renovated quite recently. So very nice gym, which includes an Olympic swimming pool and, you know, various gym material. We have a climbing wall. We have a rugby pitch. Rugby is very important in Ireland. We have Gaelic sports pitch. So in Ireland, we have sports that are only for Ireland. So we have Gaelic football and we have hurling. So we have those pitches on campus. So these are all on campus. In addition to that, we have training for rowing by the River Liffey, which is in the middle of Dublin. We have lots of students who do sea sports. So they go to the sea, which is really close to campus. So we have professional sports. So if you're, for example, training for the Olympics, we have students in Trinity who participate in the Olympics. And we also have sports for fun. So if you want to join, you know, the football club or the Frisbee club. So we have really lots of sports going on in Trinity.
Это действительно так. Мы в свое время имели возможность посетить огромный кампус университета, и в университете действительно есть и как тренажерные залы, так и огромные бассейн, да, олимпийского размера. То есть, как Доминик сейчас упомянула, есть большое количество тех спортивных занятий, которые вы можете посещать как профессионально. То есть если вы, там, к примеру, планируете поехать на какие-то Олимпийские игры или вы просто занимаетесь этим для себя, то есть у вас есть возможность использовать абсолютно все facilities университета, и вуз предоставляет возможность там заниматься плаванием, регби и так далее. Надеюсь, мы ответили на ваш вопрос. Посмотрим, что у нас. I think that we have no more questions for today. Thank you, Dominic. And again, happy birthday. I hope you will have a great day today. I will move on with my speech, with my presentation, short slides. And thank you again for joining us today and for the information you provided regarding the programs and university.
Great. Thank you very much for organizing the event today. And I hope to see lots of the students in Trinity very, very soon. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, Dominic. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ну, а мы продолжим с нашим мероприятием, и через 10 минут наше мероприятие продолжится, а я бы хотела напомнить, что неделя международной профориентации. Так, секунду. что я бы хотела продолжить. Так, секунду. Подскажите, пожалуйста, слышите ли вы меня, потому что у меня не отображается. Хорошо, спасибо большое, да, извините за данную заминку. Я хотела бы упомянуть еще раз, что данное мероприятие организовано лучшим агентством Восточной Европы по версии Study Travel Magazine, Students International, и мы работаем в сфере образования с 1992 года. Соорганизаторами недели международной профориентации являются в том числе Центр подготовки к экзамену IELTS School, специалисты, преподаватели которого помогают подготовиться на необходимый балл всем жителям России и других стран в том числе, поскольку наши занятия проходят как очно, так и онлайн. И Международный экзаменационный центр IELTS Students International. Мы принимаем экзамен в более чем 30 городах России и Украины. Кроме того, Students International – единственный центр в России, где вы можете сдать практически любой из существующих типов форматов экзаменов от обычного модуля, академического модуля IELTS до IELTS UKVI и компьютерного IELTS. Наш образовательный марафон является полноценной профориентационной неделей, и мы для всех слушателей подготовили бонусный сертификат. То есть каждый студент или школьник может получить данный сертификат, и в данном сертификате вы получаете бонус либо по подготовке к экзамену или сдаче экзамена. Для этого есть вот два условия. То есть вам нужно прослушать 20% от нашего образовательного марафона международной профориентации и написать нам на наш электронный адрес info@studinter.ru и указать ваше фамилия, имя, отчество полностью, свой имейл и телефон. Еще раз напоминаю, что пишите, пожалуйста, на наш имейл info@studinter.ru. И у нас по расписанию следующей нашей по расписанию будет образование в Великобритании, ну а до этого я хотела бы, конечно же, сказать, что мы горды тем, что мы работаем с таким большим количеством университетов, что мы являемся первой ступенью приемной комиссии в университетах и работаем уже порядка 28 лет в области образования. И все наши партнеры, все наши университеты доверяют нам данное дело зачисления всех студентов. И, как правило, мы помогаем после того, как вы определились, после того, как вы выбрали тот путь, ту специализацию, мы помогаем с зачислением и координируем вас в течение всего процесса зачисления в университет. Ну и, конечно же, мы всегда рады помочь вам принять решение, определиться с той специализацией, на которую вы хотите поступить. И для этого мы организовали эту неделю международной профориентации, в течение которой каждый день мы постарались уделить какому-либо направлению для того, чтобы вы наиболее подробно могли понять, в какой стране, какие есть перспективы обучения, да, какие есть перспективы работы. И надеюсь, что данное мероприятие является для вас познавательным. И я перехожу и передаю слово своей коллеге Марии. Мария, скажите, пожалуйста, вы с нами здесь сейчас?
Да, конечно, я здесь. Спасибо, Виктория, за вводную часть. Мы ждем наших коллег из Эдинбурга, мы чуть-чуть пошли на опережение графика, так сказать, поэтому буквально пару минут нужно будет подождать моих коллег из University of Edinburgh. Я думаю, что мы можем использовать данные пару минут с пользой. Я сейчас попрошу вас немножечко со мной поговорить, надеюсь, вы будете не против. Да, напишите, пожалуйста, в чате, либо в Q&A, был ли кто-то из вас в Эдинбурге, и кто-то уже, возможно, предварительно рассматривал Эдинбург как одну из опций, да, где вы хотели учиться в дальнейшем. Давайте немножечко поговорим. Так. Не стесняйтесь, пожалуйста, напишите. Да, нет, были, не были, не знаю, сомневаюсь, очень хочу учиться в Шотландии. Варианты возможны, пожалуйста, дайте знать, что вы нас слушаете. Вот, тем временем, пока вы пишете ваши ответы, я бы хотела сказать, возможно, снять... Да, уже вот кто-то был, пока нет. Мне очень нравятся варианты с «пока нет». Да, это очень верный такой ответ. Оксана, я уверена, Татьяна, что вы очень скоро уже поедете. Да, кто-то уже даже учился на присяжном в Эдинбурге. Потрясающе. Тамара, спасибо большое за ваш комментарий. Так, у нас еще больше, пока нет. Ну, это только пока, да, друзья, мы можем помочь вам поступить и, собственно, навестить Эдинбург, навестить университет и стать полноправным студентом данного рейтингового учебного заведения. У нас очень много поступает вопросов в последнее время относительно ситуации в целом в Шотландии, да, и в Эдинбурге в частности. Все мы сейчас находимся в таком несколько подвешенном состоянии относительно коронавируса. Вот, но хочу прям с радостью сказать вам, что в Шотландии, насколько я знаю, по последней статистике, именно в Эдинбурге уже мне кажется, нет новых кейсов, поэтому это максимально безопасная среда, да, для обучения, нахождения, для жизни. Вот, и у нас даже те студенты, которые поступили в Эдинбург уже давно, значит, чуть ли не в конце прошлого года, и которые должны были начать обучение вот в этом сентябре, отставили все сомнения и едут на обучение очное. Я очень довольна, и вот уже на самом деле на этой неделе стартовали занятия даже, да, поэтому если у вас вдруг возникают какие-то вопросы и сомнения относительно того, насколько безопасно и стоит ли ехать, и можно ли поехать в Великобританию, именно в Шотландию, совершенно точно говорю, что да, можно, да, нужно, да, возможно и да, безопасно. Обучение будет не в таком формате, как мы сегодня с вами встречаемся, да, не в онлайне. Будут занятия, особенно тьюториалы и семинары, проходить лично со студентами, с преподавателями в обычном режиме, чуть на большем расстоянии между партами, чем обычно. Но в остальном процесс не изменится. Ну, возможно, единственное, у вас будет больше санитайзеров в комнате, а так все будет as usual. Вот. Единственное, что совсем крупные лекции, которые рассчитаны на несколько потоков, на 100 плюс человек, естественно, такой поток достаточно сложно рассадить, да, на расстоянии безопасном друг от друга. Поэтому, конечно, такие лекции будут проходить уже онлайн для обеспечения безопасности студентов в первую очередь. Вот. Друзья, вот вы так себя активно ведете, и мы очень рады, что вы сегодня к нам присоединились. Расскажите, пожалуйста, кто из вас какой вид права хотел бы изучать? Да, и кто из вас здесь бакалавр, а кто магистр? Признавайтесь, пожалуйста, потому что вот мой коллега написал мне, что вот он уже прям подключается, сейчас бежит к нам с презентацией, чтобы рассказать про доступные варианты обучения по праву в университете Эдинбурга. Так, я вижу, что у нас есть почти выпускники школы. Да, Оксана, спасибо. Вы у нас пойдете на бакалавриат. Так, кто еще? Не стесняйтесь. Так, пока не определились. Но я надеюсь, что лекции, которые сегодня у нас проходят, помогут вам как-то хотя бы сориентироваться. Так, Татьяна, на втором курсе в университете. Спасибо большое. Виктория, бакалавриат по международному праву. Прекрасно, спасибо. Вы уже такой у нас прекрасный, суперосознанный студент. Так, международное право после 11 класса. Татьяна, спасибо большое. Так, чудесно. То есть у нас совсем нет магистров здесь. Да, все магистры спрятались. Или просто стесняются разговаривать с нами, что тоже возможно. Так, посмотрим, не появился ли у нас наш спикер. Так, спикер, видимо, где-то в пути. Так, ну, ничего страшного. Да. Отлично, друзья, пока мы ждем нашего коллегу Хариша, который расскажет про Эдинбург, не могли бы вы поделиться с нами, как вы готовитесь, если вообще готовитесь к поступлению на право? Вот я вижу, что у нас здесь в основном преобладают ребята, которые заканчивают школу. Да, готовитесь ли вы уже, я надеюсь, что вы послушали сессию про экзамен ЛАТ, который вам предстоит сдавать, чтобы успешно поступить на бакалавриат, уже, да, на саму академическую программу. Кто-то вообще к нему готовится? Знали ли вы до этого, что это такое, или нет? Или никак не готовитесь? Или готовитесь сейчас к ЕГЭ? Так, я вижу, уже здесь наш гость присоединился. So, Harish, thank you very much for joining us. We've been waiting for you and chatting in the meantime while we are promoting you to panelists. Да, друзья, вы пока можете готовить ваши вопросы для Хариша. Так, а я пока прочитаю, что вы нам ответили. Так, в основном все готовятся с репетиторами. Будете готовиться к ЛНАТ. Это прекрасно, Татьяна. Надеюсь, что коллеги вас сориентировали. Так, окей. Сейчас мы дадим Харишу слово. Окей. Так. So, Harish, do you think you could share your screen now?
Yeah, Maria. Yes, Maria. I'm just opening my PowerPoint. So just give me 1 second.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, and sorry for the delay.
No, it's all right. We've been having a lovely chat in the meantime.
Good. That's good. I'm just going to share my screen now.
So I'll stop sharing mine.
Okay. Oh, okay. I can't. I think it's disabled.
Okay. So могу ли я попросить моих коллег, пожалуйста, дать Харишу право делиться презентацией? А то у меня данного права, к сожалению, нет. Вот, могу я вас попросить, пожалуйста? So please bear with us a second. We are promoting you to panelists now. So it shouldn't be a minute. So while we're waiting, do you think you could comment on a little bit on the situation in Edinburgh COVID-wise, so that we could give our students understanding that life goes on and it's safe? studies commencing like in order, just as usual.
Oh, just to give us an introduction to what we're doing so far with COVID.
Yes, please.
Yeah, of course. So just as a quick introduction, my name is Harish. I'm from the University of Edinburgh as the regional manager for Russia and Central Asia. Based here in Edinburgh, teaching has started as of this week. We are offering a hybrid approach to learning. What this means is for those students who aren't able to make it here in Edinburgh, in the UK, they can start their courses right now online. And for those who are here, we're not running lectures, but we're running kind of still small classroom activity, seminars and tutorials and so forth on that basis. So we are taking the approach that we are open to the world for anyone, wherever they are, to start their courses and still get the same benefits of Edinburgh resources, particularly digitally, to kind of undertake their education, whether that's a 4-year undergraduate program, which we offer, or a 1-year master's, which we offer in the UK as well.
Thank you very much. So we already have some questions coming your way. And while there's some technical glitches apparently, so I'm trying to get hold of my colleagues. Okay. So everyone's getting really excited about different courses, law-related courses, obviously, at Edinburgh. So you can expect a lot of questions. Oh, you can share your screen and video now.
Oh, great.
So you can expect a lot of questions. Just to remind everyone, our webinar is being broadcasted on social media as well. On Facebook, contact like Russian Facebook and YouTube. So we'll be reading out questions from there as well. So enjoy. Harish, the floor is all finally yours. So please share your video and presentation with everyone. Everyone's been so excited about it.
It's spoke too soon, Maria. Hold on, I'm just okay, hold on. I'm just giving the kind of changing the settings that it can allow me to share my screen, because it wasn't doing it. So hold on.
Now you're a panelist, so you should be able to do that.
Yeah, it just wasn't picking up the PowerPoint. PowerPoint wasn't being picked up. Okay.
Because at the moment we can't see either you nor the PowerPoint at all.
Yeah, it's not. I tried to share it, but when I share it, it's not. It's recognizing PowerPoint wants to share it, but it's not. Doing that. I'm just going to try again. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. Right, hopefully this will work.
Yes.
Can everyone see this? Yes?
Yeah,
great.
Fantastic.
Great, so I'm going to give a quick introduction to the University of Edinburgh, and then these 3 slides focus on the law school, which unfortunately we've not been able to get academics here from the law school today due to teaching starting this week, but they've kindly shared these slides with me to share with the Russian audience. So just as a quick introduction to Edinburgh, we're one of 6 ancient universities founded in 1583, along with Glasgow, St Andrews, Oxford, Cambridge. We kind of offer a 4-year undergraduate degree program in Scotland. This is for all Scottish universities, comprising of a major and minor combination. So it's 2 years of multidisciplinary subjects, a major and minor, and then specialism starting in year 3. In year 3 as well. And for masters, we offer a 1-year master's degree. Our faculty setup is made up of 3 faculties. I'll focus on the law school, given the relevance of today's seminar. But we have our College of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, which is the largest college, which the law school sits under. But you've also got schools of business, economics, social and political science, psychology, language, literature and culture. There are 12 faculties in that college. And then we've got the College of Science and Engineering, popular subjects including computer science, chemistry, biological sciences, and so forth. And then our College of Medicine and Veterinary Medicine, which is the only co-joint medical and veterinary medical college in the UK. And veterinary sciences, we're currently ranked 1st in the UK for as well. So just to give you a bit of context with Edinburgh, we're in the capital of Scotland, Edinburgh's capital city, Scotland, population 500,000 people. Russian students, we just have around just under 100 students studying from Russia, an undergraduate or a postgraduate degree, more of them studying a postgraduate master's degree, which is either in law, management. We have a lot of interest in our business school or in engineering related subjects as well. So we have that, and our international student population is very strong, with half of the students international. So just under 44% of our students are international. 18,000 students are international, and then overall the total student population is 41,000 students in total, including international and students from the UK as well. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an introduction to Edinburgh. These slides are specific to the law school, which I'll go through. So our law school is one of the 6th oldest law schools in the UK. It was established in 1707, and it's currently ranked in the top 25 universities in the world for law. This is under the latest QS rankings 2020. Edinburgh as a university is ranked in the top 20 in the world under the same ranking. So for everything, Edinburgh is ranked top 20. For law, it's in the top 25 universities in the world. It's situated in the historic old college, which is the picture of this, the picture highlighted here on the right is Old College, recently refurbished last year, which is where our law school sits. And it's part of the Scotland's legal community. The other thing to note is that Scottish law is very different from English law. When you're studying in Scotland, you do look at aspects of English law, but given that England, Wales, and Scotland have separate governments, the legal systems are different. So you do have a lot of focus on Scottish law. But the courts of Scotland and Scottish Parliament are in walking distance. We also have one of the largest law libraries in the UK and house the library of the Europa Institute, which is an outstanding European documentation centre, which will be relevant to this audience here, because it means there's a lot of wealthy, rich information you can access, excuse me, for your studies as well. So that gives you a bit of context to the law school. In terms of ranking in the UK, we're currently 6th in the UK for law as well. This slide will give you a bit of an overview to the variety of LLM programs we have to offer. Now, we offer law at both a bachelor's level, which, as I said, is a 4-year degree program, which can be combined with economics or business. And we also offer it as at a master's level as well. So these are just the variety of LLMs or MSc programs that we have on offer, including medical law and ethics, global crime, justice and security, European law, criminology and criminal justice. Both the LLM and MSc are one of our most popular subjects of interest, LLMs, as well, for the international audience, particularly those going into that area, and intellectual property law as well. And probably one of the more relevant ones, particularly in today's digital climate that we're all operating in, is the innovation, technology and the law as well. That's very popular, given particularly areas around cybersecurity, which we don't offer as an LLM, but this would be the closest to it, around areas of cybersecurity at the moment. So these are all 1-year master's programs. And there's no kind of internship component. It's very much the studying. It's very much taught master's programs. But we do also have research programs as well. Now, these are LLMs by research or PhDs, which can lead to 3 years worth of study in collaboration with one or more of one of our supervisors. But some people prefer to do an LLM by research first because it gives the foundations into leading to a PhD later on. So that gives a strong sense of the portfolio of the LLM offerings we have. And we've got a variety of academics who have published academic research in relation to public policy, in relation to European law, in relation to ethics, commercial law or statutory law as well. There's a lot of academics who've got their research based there as well. This slide in terms of the programs by online learning, we are all working in an online climate at the moment. These are already online, these programs. So these LLMs, information technology law, our LLM in law, medical law and ethics, commercial law, these were already online. Before we kind of did a combination of online and face-to-face teaching, these are LLMs that were already online. And they have start dates in September and January. So there is flexibility to study when it's convenient for you, any part of the world, whether you're in Russia or in any other part of the world, and full-time or part-time as well. So these have that flexibility. The taught programs which are here, which even though some are going online, the taught programs which are here, these are 1 year masters only, but they only start in September. So we don't have another intake. They only start in September. These LLM online programs, you have the flexibility to start in September or January. It's entirely up to you. We've got the contact details here for our admissions to the law school, which are who are very responsive. Entry for 2021 will be confirmed in October. So we haven't updated the programs for 2021 entry yet, but that will be confirmed in October. The application process is all done online. You're submitting kind of your relevant documentation from your bachelor's degree, which we typically look at a 4.5 average. And then we also would ask a personal statement, so 500 words, which is split into 2 questions. One looking at why you're looking at Edinburgh, specifically, why the law school and the particular area of law. And then the second question to that is what career opportunities there are, or what's coming next for you as a result of doing one of our LLMs as well. So that's the second, so it's a 2-part question in total, 500 words for you there. So, and it's all done online. We do ask for an English language test to be taken in IELTS, which would typically for the law school, because it is competitive, would be a 7 we would ask for. We'd ask for a 7 in IELTS overall to be achieved with a 6.5 in each individual English reading, writing, and speaking. The other thing to say about our taught master's degrees, the popular ones it's most important to apply early. So do apply, if you're looking at 2021 entry, do apply between October to January, because popular programs like criminal law, criminal justice, commercial law, and intellectual property law and the general LLM do attract a lot of applications, and so they are competitive. That's from across the world as well. So it is much better to apply earlier than later. The last thing to say, which is about scholarships available from the law school, any scholarships that are offered are based on academic merit, and you have to have received an offer from the university first before you look at any scholarships available in the law school. But I should also note that scholarships aren't available for every LLM. It's only for some particular programs, such as the LLM in European law, LLM in global environment and climate change law, and I think one other LLM program as well, but it's not available for all the LLMs scholarships. And if there are any, it's based on academic merit, and it's a reduction in tuition fees that is offered as well. That is it from me. I will be very happy to take any questions now. I hope, Maria, that's covered everything from what you're expecting for the audience.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harish, for covering the law part of the presentation. I suggest answering some questions, and then we could move on to the aspect of studying in Scotland, because as you may see, we're discussing like option of studying law in different countries, and it would be lovely to highlight why students should go and study law at Edinburgh in Scotland rather than, for instance, in England or in Ireland or in different countries. But I have the slides ready, so not to worry. And let's have a look at the questions first. Oh, we have quite a few. So I will read them out loud to you, if that's okay. So the first question is from Dimit. He's planning to apply to LLM International Banking and Finance Law, and he's a current student in MA Honours Economics with Finance, and he did have some law courses during his Master of Arts. Does he have a suitable profile to apply for an LLM program? Dimit, could you please comment on what's your bachelor degree? So was it a Bachelor of Laws that you've been studying, or any other program, or was it banking finance related, economics? Like, what was it? Because it would be easier for us to reply. And okay. Oh, so you're already doing your degree in Scotland. Okay. Let's get this Scottish. So it was okay. Okay, all right. So Harish, could you please comment on this question from Dimit, please?
Yeah, so I'm just going to put the link as well, Dimit, to this particular LLM for international banking and finance law. We do actually consider, in terms of considerations, the type of students we look for. I think you would be suitable because we do consider a degree in either law, finance, accounting, management, or business studies. Now, we would look for a very strong, Maria, did you say Debbie is already studying in the UK?
So Dimit mentioned that he's been studying in Scotland. So I assume it's an integrated degree, so bachelor plus master.
Right. Okay. So we would expect maybe a good, strong 2-1 degree. So a 65, 66% to achieve. And we would, again, need to kind of have demonstration of financial regulation within your degree already, within your current degree as well. The program, this particular program is competitive, but I think if you can demonstrate your interest and demonstrate your economic and financial knowledge, Demi, you're a current student of us. Great, you're a current student of us. Yeah, if you can demonstrate that, then that should be fine. So I think you would be suitable based on your current course here at Edinburgh to progress to one of these courses. And of course, we would always encourage that. That's something, particularly in this climate, we're looking to encourage students who are doing a current degree to kind of continue. And there is actually a graduate discount available now for those students like yourselves, Demid, who are looking to progress to the next level up of degree.
Okay, so thank you very much, Harish, for that. We have a couple of more questions. Would it be possible to get a postgraduate study route visa after completing an online program? Because we all know that Edinburgh has some options for studying online. Would it be possible for students to get a post-study visa afterwards?
Is that if they do the degree solely online, Maria?
Yeah.
So that's unfortunately not the case. There is a postgraduate study. There is a post-study work visa that was announced by the UK government, but we anticipate that's for all international students graduating next year. But students, to be eligible, students have to arrive in the UK by April 2021, 6th of April 2021. So unfortunately, whilst we're saying students, given the current circumstances, can start online, to be eligible for the visa, you have to come in person for that, unfortunately.
Okay, so thank you very much. And okay, we have a couple more questions. If I study offline, like on-site, on campus in the UK, what should I do in order to receive a possibility to work in the UK in the sphere of law after graduation?
That's a really interesting one in terms of the graduate opportunities within the degree. I'd say is have a look at the law school website, which I'll put here as well. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. The law school, and there are some career profiles that are highlighted, that the law school has highlighted based on the degrees, in terms of those who go into working in NGOs, those who go into working in a consultancy pro bono aspect, which can be done online still in these circumstances. It is going to be difficult. We can't say what will happen, particularly during the current climate. We can't say this is the type of career that you're going to be kind of ending up with, but we can at least provide suggestions. We can at least say, oh, this is where a previous student went, this is what they're doing now, this is how they kind of increase their network, or kind of got into kind of the legal profession as well. So I will put that in the message box.
Okay, so thank you very much. We have some more questions from Ilya. So am I right that I can submit IELTS results after submitting the initial application?
Yes, yeah, so that's correct. either. You can submit after you've submitted your application. If an offer is made, it would just be conditional on your IELTS. And as I said, for the law school specifically, it's a 7 or higher that they ask for the law school.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you. And now we move on to the questions from the chat box. Are there a lot of students from Russia at Edinburgh? And how successful, like academically, are they?
Oh wow, Maria, that's a very big question. Who is that? Who's asked that? What's their name?
Milena.
Okay, that's a really good question. Our Russian students are very successful in what they do, in terms of what they go on to. We do currently have around 100 Russian students studying with us at the moment, but studying postgraduate or undergraduate degrees. We've got a very strong Russian alumni community in Moscow, actually, where the majority of our alumni sit. One of our most popular ones is an ambassador for us, Anton Lusenko, who did a management degree from the business school. He's now got his own company, but he's worked in different other areas as well. So again, I think it's really what you make of it in terms of what the alum have done. It really has been what they've made of it. Some of those who've worked in the business school specifically have gone into working at KPMG or PwC in Moscow. Some have gone into teaching. Some have gone into teaching at Moscow State University or at the Higher School of Economics as well, which is one of our university partners. So it really depends as well. But yeah, the value is, I think it's what they, whilst we can't guarantee the job, it's really what they've done with the degree afterwards.
Thank you, Harish. And we have another question. So when offers are usually being made for students? So let's say we apply in October, because we always advise our students to apply in October, like as early as possible. So let's say we've applied in October. So when can we expect an offer?
Yeah, that's a good question, Demid, as well. Again, the law school, as I said, is very competitive for applications. So hopefully if you apply in October, typically, and Maria knows this very well, we do take a while for applications to be processed from the point of submission. It can take a minimum of 4 to 8 weeks for an application to be processed, decision to be received as well. So I would say if you apply in October, you're looking at, again, it would also depend on if it's not a popular LLM. So say if it was LLM in criminal law and criminal justice or commercial law, some of them have selection deadlines where they group all the applicants together and then they announce them after a particular deadline. If it's one like medical law or intellectual property law, this would fall within the 4 to 8 week time frame not when you submitted the application, but from when it's actually being screened, from when it's actually screened.
Thank you, Harish. And as of now, we don't have any questions. But guys, you can type them in. We still have a lot of time to cover that. And if you don't mind, we could move on to studying Scotland bit. So I'm sure that you already persuaded my students to apply to Edinburgh to study law. But could you please comment a little bit more on why Scotland? So I have the slides ready for you, and we could both comment on them. Because well, I have a lot to say on this subject. So why students should study in Scotland rather than in other countries? Could you please say us a couple of words on that?
Of course, Maria, of course. And Maria knows this. She's a big fan of Edinburgh herself. So there are 19 universities in Scotland, 19 universities, all with, it's an academic research hub, international academic community across the 19 universities. There's a lot of leading discoveries and inventions that have come through from Scotland, such as drug development, biomedical sciences, the chemical engineering sector, and renewable energy as well, particularly in sustainable energy. That has all started in Scotland. And of course, in total across the Scottish universities, so whether it's Edinburgh, Glasgow, St Andrews, collectively, we all represent over 600 years of higher education. So there's a lot of history already associated and a lot of research of key discoveries, inventions that we know today that have been rooted in Scotland.
Yes, indeed. And I can also say that Scotland is a massive, a country of massive history. So when you arrive, you just feel that being a student here is something special because the atmosphere, especially around the campus, it's just fantastic. So you would love, I'm sure of it, you would enjoy being a student in Edinburgh because the whole atmosphere helps you to study. And I think that Dimit could comment on that too. Dimit, are you agree with me that Edinburgh atmosphere helps you to study? Or not really? You've been studying for quite a while in Edinburgh already, so I hope that you could have my word for it too. Okay, but it's not only atmosphere, it's not only the ambience of the universities that do help us out. It's a lot more. So Harwich recently told us that, well, and I guess our students may know that as well, that Scotland is an international business and enterprise destination. So I'm sure that those who are considering at least to stay in the UK on a post-study visa would have no problem seeking employment afterwards. Of course, yes, of course, it might be tricky, as it usually is, but in any country. But I know that our students are super bright, I can do anything, and it won't be a problem for them to seek employment upon graduation. Harish, do you happen to have at least rough statistics on the employability of Edinburgh students upon graduation?
Yeah, of course, Maria. So Edinburgh is currently top 10 in the UK for student employability and top 100 in the student employability global rankings. So that puts us in context of Manchester and Warwick, as well as leading universities for employability. So it really is about what students take from the degree, the value of the degree, how they utilize that. We should also say our graduates are valued by employers with kind of actively sought after graduating. So usually about post 80% of graduates are actively sought after from around 3,000 employers, both UK based and from overseas as well. So, but it really is, my top tip is really about how you would present yourself to future employers post your degree as well.
So while we were talking, we received a couple of questions from social media on the subject. So if you don't mind, I'll read them out at the moment so that we won't lose it. So the one question is, do you happen to, are there any programs on law at Edinburgh that contains the practical components, so placement or internship, something like that? Are there any such programs at all?
Not within the law school, no. Now, given, I think that's the nature of a one-year master's degree as well, in that there's not a lot of time really to utilize to do an internship as well. So what my tip would be is think about what you're planning to do with the degree afterwards, from the beginning, from when you start your course. Don't wait till the end, because the law programs and most of our master's programs are kind of taught master's degrees that will focus on key elements of study within that. That will help further research, but there's not necessarily a fixed internship component as part of it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. But I'm sure that the Career Centre of the university is helping out as much as they can to secure both employment or internship during the studies or after the studies. Am I right?
Yes, definitely. The Career Service is there to help both online or in our kind of academic library, which they're usually based in, to provide guidance, particularly in terms of building your employability through either CV writing, interview practice. We should also note that specifically for law, they do, in normal circumstances, they would host a careers fair, a law careers fair specifically. That should be going virtual very soon as well. And I'll put the link in here for everyone.
Thank you. Also, we would love to comment on the cultural aspect of being a student at Edinburgh. COVID has changed our plans a little bit for this year, but usually, could you please, Harish, tell us a little bit of the cultural aspect of life in Edinburgh?
Yep, so very cultural city, very rich in history. Again, there's a rich in architecture as well. We've got a castle, we've got the National Gallery, we've got the museum, the National Museum, one of the largest museums in Europe. Normally we would be hosting a festival one every single month of the year in normal circumstances, including the world's largest arts and cultural festival, which is the Fringe, which usually would take place in August. And population, I didn't mention this earlier, population is 500,000 in Edinburgh. Students make up 1/10 of that. In the Fringe time, the population, we used to say it doubles, but actually trebles in size, because tourists from Russia, Europe, wider Europe, the UK, all come to visit us here in Scotland for the festival. But then out with August, there's also a jazz festival, a book festival, an international festival, and a film festival as well. So there's always something to gather people together as well. The book festival, given current circumstances, was held last month, actually all online. So that was a great opportunity for people to still get connected as well. Theatre productions, we know theatres aren't opening yet, but again, in normal circumstances, the theatre is a very heavily way to get involved with the arts and cultural scene, as well as live music as well. Both Edinburgh and Glasgow definitely hubs for live music.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. The questions keep coming.
Wow.
So there are 2 questions, but I'll combine it. I'll combine them in one, if you allow me. Are there any law-related festivals or law-related societies within the university? It's an interesting question.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a law-related festival would look like, but there are definitely law-related societies, such as the Model UN. There's the Law Society, which is one of the university's largest and most active societies, and it's got over 1,000 active members as part of that. There's also the Graduate Law Society as well, for students who study the 2-year accelerated program for graduates, or any of the LLMs. So as well, so it's it's really for people to connect in a social context as well, but to kind of talk about summer placement, to offer summer placement talks, academic panel discussions, and bring the LLM community together. So that's the Graduate Law Society and the Law Society as well.
Thank you. And we have a question from Maxime. He's asking, do you have to take any tests or exams in order to get to a society?
For a society?
Yeah.
No, not at all. So societies, this will apply to all of the UK universities as well. In Edinburgh, we've got over 300 student-led societies, entirely led by students, but they are not acting at all as they may do maybe in Russia or in other parts of the world, in a formalized capacity. They have a formal structure, but there's no formalized capacity in it. But it's very much there for you to connect. They're all there designed to be social, whether that's a subject-specific society such as the Law Society, or we also have a Model UN as well, or a debating society as well. It's very much the opportunity to connect with others, but in an informal capacity. But so no test.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. And we have a further question from Maxime on societies. He seems to be really excited about the opportunity to get into law one when he comes to the university. And he asked, let's say there is no, for instance, intellectual property law society when he joins the university. Can he form one, or is it not?
Yeah, he can do. My only concern would be for students for postgraduate study. Again, 1 year is not a lot of time to spend outside of studying, doing other things, whether it's online or in person. But yeah, I don't think there is an intellectual property society. It doesn't exist because that would come under the Graduate Law Society. But if you wanted to and you thought there was room to create a society, you can do so. But I would warn, it is a lot of effort to do so whilst you're doing a 1-year master's at the same time.
Yeah, I imagine it is. Thank you. And we have another question from Alex regarding applying to a master's degree. So he imagines that, please bear with me, I'm just translating in my head. So he imagines that these societies, especially subject-related ones, would look really fantastic on the CV when a student is applying for a master's degree. what happens to an applicant if he doesn't, like, if he hasn't attended any societies because he studied in different countries, country where this thing is not common at a university? So would he be refused a place at the uni or not so? Or does he or she still have a chance to receive an offer from Edinburgh in this case?
As in, if they hadn't participated in any student societies from there, like whether it was at Moscow State University or no, they wouldn't be penalised at all for not having participated in a student society. We would want to see outside interests, but a student society isn't a compulsory requirement.
Yeah, thank you. Fantastic. So, and this slide partly answers the question, two questions that are coming via social media. So, like everyone knows now that in order to get to bachelor degree, the majority of Russian students who are finishing their school have to apply for IFP, for a foundation program. But it's with Edinburgh.
Say that again.
The same with the Edinburgh University.
A foundation program. Yes, so we have a foundation program within our College of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences. Within our College of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, we have a foundation. Foundation program, and that required to be taken for anyone looking to kind of study a social science, so like law or economics. For science and engineering subjects, I should add is that is direct entry to the university on UCAS itself.
Thank you. And if we're talking about law students, future law students, would there be LNAT preparation available for them during their first year of studies?
Say that again, Maria.
Would it be possible for students applying to bachelor programs in law at the University of Edinburgh to get some LNAT preparation, national exam for
so I should say for bachelor's degrees, for studying, and Demi should know this if he's doing a bachelor degree, I think, but I don't think it's in law, is that we don't take the LNAT. We're one of the few UK universities to not take the LNAT. Others like UCL do ask the LNAT. We don't. So it would just be, if you're looking at the foundation to enter kind of, if you've not come from an international school in Russia, it would be, you would take the foundation program, which is 1 year. It costs around £1,500. Usually 60 students are as part of the cohort, the foundation, and it's more of an introductory. It's a introductory to social sciences, to the foundations, not necessarily law specific, but it gives you the introduction to studying in the UK, what academics is like. That's 1 year. And then if there is successful completion of that 1 year, then it allows progression into the undergraduate study.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And some students notice that on a slide here says that usually a bachelor degree takes 4 years to complete in Scotland, and precisely at the University of Edinburgh. They've already attended some sessions today and yesterday on studies in the UK, and they know that the majority of programs last for 3 years if we're talking about the undergrads. So could you please comment on why here we say that a bachelor degree is 4 years?
Yep. So the 4-year system applies to all Scottish universities. So many of you may be familiar with the US system, which has this major and minor combination. That actually started in Scotland, given our 600 years history. So it's a major in the sense that you're applying to law as your main degree, but in the first 2 years, you can take some minor subjects, say economics or learn a language as electives in the first 2 years. And then at the end of the second year, you're only then declaring your major. And then specialism really starts in year 3. If you studied in England, so in an English university, such as Warwick or Manchester or UCL, the you would start from year one. Specialism would start from year one. Whereas what we're doing in Scotland, we're giving a lot of introductory stuff in the first year, not as a foundation, but introductory to allow you to settle into your degree before specialism starts in the third year.
Fabulous, thank you. Because, well, it usually, well, it always confuses our students because, well, when we're doing research and discussing the programs and they see that in the UK, in England, let's say it's only 3 years and in Scotland it's 4 years, they're usually getting confused, like, why is that?
Yeah.
So thank you very much for explaining. So, yes, we already covered that, and also there is an opportunity to combine both bachelor and master's degree and apply for a longish degree, graduate with a master. So as we can see, some students here has already done that, so that's a relief. The system is working, so all is well. And if Dimit, if you could still share some thoughts about studying in Edinburgh, that would be fantastic. So please don't be shy. If you could say a couple of words, that would be interesting to know. What does it feel like to, you know, to study in Edinburgh from a student perspective? So please, by all means, if you're still here and listening to us, please share some thoughts. Yes, this is what Harish just explained to you. This is how a degree looks like, just to give you an idea why it's seem to be a little bit longish than in other countries. Okay, so you can see again some information about Scotland having one of the best top universities, in Edinburgh included. So Harish, could you please tell us about a little bit about the recent rankings, because I know these been updated. Yeah. Could you please tell us a little bit about the one of the best Russell Group universities in Scotland and in the UK in general?
Yeah, thanks very much, Maria. Yeah, and you just mentioned the Russell Group there itself as well. We should do a quick introduction to the Russell Group. Yes. Edinburgh is one of 24 UK universities that are part of the Russell Group. What the Russell Group means is it means that universities like Edinburgh, Manchester, Warwick, UCL and King's College London, LSE, and to name, those are just a handful, are all very strong for their teaching and research. They have very strong reputations for teaching and research. So it's a very strong network for the UK. In terms of rankings, as we've put the employability rankings here already, yes. QS World University Ranking, we're now, for 2021, we are 20th in the world for that. So we are consistently in the top 20. You'll see many universities use different rankings, QS, Times Higher Education, Shanghai Jiao Tong. We use the QS one because it gives a more holistic overview to kind of teaching, research, and student experience as well.
Thank you. And usually our students ask us, like, what's the most important ranking? And we usually say that it's never the only one. It's a combination of rankings. And so thank you very much for including the info from different perspectives on the university. Okay, and now we come to the most interesting part, collaboration between Edinburgh and Russia. So I hope Edinburgh loves Russian students. So Harish, could you please confirm that?
Yes, we do. We've been welcoming Russian students for many, many years now, with just under 100, as we said, currently studying. In terms of, I should also give some new information in terms of postgraduate students from the School of Law. Yes, for this intake, we've actually got 7 students from Russia studying an LLM with us for the 2020 intake, who've just started as of last week. So they've started degrees in information technology law, intellectual property law, comparative and European private law, and global crime, justice and security, all 7 of them from Russia studying LLM, 1-year LLM with us from the law school. So that shows you the attraction is already there within Russia. We've got a Princess Dashkova Center, which has been around for many years, and we've hosted Russian academics, Russian visiting professors over the last decade or so. Links we've got with Russian institutions are many, including the Higher School of Economics in Moscow and St. Petersburg University as well. These we've demonstrated strong Erasmus funding. Edinburgh has just received over £1 million of Erasmus funding to continue to support overseas institutions such as this. I mentioned about our alumni, 280 of them in total so far, and just a majority, as you'd expect, are from Moscow itself. But there's a small community, but they would usually regularly connect, and there is a Facebook page for the alumni community for Russia as well.
And while we were talking about it, we received a question from YouTube. So do you happen to know, Harish, if we have, let's say, a prospective student, for instance, Svetlana, she's considering picking Edinburgh as her study destination. Just wondering whether it would be possible to connect with the alumni, maybe attend a meeting they're gathering, just to get some feedback, maybe to ask some questions.
Yeah, so the alumni group is a closed Facebook group that is actually managed by Anton himself. So, but if you did want to connect with the Russian alumni, we would obviously need to request their permissions first. We need to request their permissions in the first instance to do that. And then we can, we would need to let our alumni team know. But it is a popular query we get for prospective students wanting to connect with an alumni. And yep, our Russian alumni have said on the past they're very happy to do that themselves as well.
Okay. Fantastic. And another question regarding, well, partly the alumni club. Since you have a connection, I mean, the University of Edinburgh has the connection between High School of Economics and St. Petersburg State University. Could we expect some maybe guest lectures from law academics soon in Russia, maybe at least via like online connection, like a webinar or something like that?
It is something we can look at, Maria, if there's interest from the Russian market, particularly in any particular areas of law, whether it's medical law, commercial law, ethics, or intellectual property. If we identify that, we can connect, we can give our academics enough time, and if there's interest, then we can definitely arrange something.
Okay, fabulous. So thank you very much, and thank you guys for all the questions and being really active. Again, some info. Okay, so I thought we had another question, but it's just you commenting. Thank you. Thanks for sending the link to the chat box. So,
yes. I was just going to say, Maria, I've just put our entry requirements there for master's study, which, as I think I mentioned earlier, is that we'd look at an average grade of 4, whether from the baccalaureate or specialist diploma from a recognized institution in Russia.
Yeah, so thank you, thanks a lot. And while I'm just looking at the timing, and it seems that we are coming to close of the presentation, but before we move on to the next session, I just want to highlight again that Edinburgh is one of the top academically ranked universities, and if you make it and apply and get an offer, you won't regret it. So it's one of the best destinations that you could choose for law studies and different other aspects, other subjects, I mean. So just look at the rankings, then look at your transcripts and prepare to apply. Do you guys, before we move on, do you guys happen to have any more questions to us? Please, let's wait for a minute or so, and then we would pass the floor to our colleagues from a different country. Okay.
I'll just leave my contact details, Maria, in case anyone wants to get in touch as well.
And again, if you have any questions regarding Edinburgh later, we would be happy to have you, because, well, we are representatives of the Edinburgh here in Russia and CIS. So we'll be happy to counsel you on the documents, on the on the program that is right for you. So we will make it possible for you to apply successfully to Edinburgh. So please do reach out by all means. So it seems that we don't have any other questions. So thank you very much, guys, for being so active again. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Harish, for your time. I know it's super hectic at the moment and the teaching just started in Edinburgh. So it's all a little bit hectic, more hectic than usual, I would say, given the COVID time. And thank you very much for making it and for answering the questions of our students. So hopefully we could expect a lot of students coming to Edinburgh to your way next intake already.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thanks to everyone who's joined, especially Demid as a current student as well. Great to have you here. And yeah, if anyone will be interested in a law-specific session from one of our academics, we can look to arrange that in the future. Thanks a lot, Maria.
Thank you. Have a good day. And мы, друзья, с вами двигаемся дальше. Спасибо большое, что так активно принимали участие в нашей сессии. И буквально через 10 минут мы продолжим нашу профориентационную неделю. Напоминаю, что данное мероприятие, наша профориентационная неделя, организовывает агентство Students International, лучшее агентство Восточной Европы по версии Study and Travel Magazine. Мы работаем в сфере образования за рубежом с 1992 года. Нашими соорганизаторами является лицензированный центр по подготовке к экзамену IELTS School, чьи преподаватели всегда готовы поддержать вас и натренировать на самый необходимый, самый высший балл для поступления в ваш вуз мечты. Хочу обратить здесь внимание, что мы готовили и продолжаем готовить не только студентов из Москвы, но и со всех городов, и более того, со всех стран, где бы вы ни находились. Пожалуйста, пишите нам, мы будем рады вас подготовить к сдаче IELTS. Ведь сейчас занятия проходят не только очно, но и онлайн для вашего удобства, поэтому мы всегда с вами. Друзья, обращайтесь. И наш третий организатор – это Международный центр сдачи IELTS Test Center. Только у нас вы можете сдать все виды экзамена от IELTS UKVI до Computer-Based IELTS. Более того, мы принимаем IELTS в более чем 30 городах России и Украины, поэтому записывайтесь обязательно и сдавайте экзамен для поступления. Напоминаю вам, что данная профориентационная неделя является полноценной профориентацией. Что же это значит? Вы можете получить настоящий сертификат участника профориентационной недели. И что же для этого нужно сделать, спросите вы? Нужно сделать всего две вещи. Во-первых, прослушать как минимум 20% от курса по выбранной вами специальности. Напоминаю, что сегодня мы разбираем все аспекты изучения права в разных странах. А для того, чтобы получить сертификат, вот вы прослушали 20% курса, что же надо дальше сделать? Нужно написать нам на адрес, который вы видите на наших экранах. info@studentов.ru. В вашем письме необходимо указать ваши фамилии, имя, отчество, полностью ваш email и контактный телефон. И тогда вы получите заветный сертификат, который не только принесет вам специальные бонусы при сдаче IELTS и при подготовке к нему, но и, безусловно, очень хорошо отразится на вашем заявлении в университет. Поэтому, если вы планируете подавать на право в один из зарубежных вузов, то, пожалуйста, слушайте наши лекции внимательно и обязательно просите у нас сертификат. И буквально через пару минут я передам слово нашим коллегам. На ваших экранах сейчас отобразилось, я надеюсь, расписание нашего сегодняшнего дня. Впереди вас еще ждет 5 сессий, поэтому, друзья, столько всего интересного просто невозможно. Мы очень гордимся нашей партнерской базой. Мы работаем с нашими партнерами, со всеми теми вузами, которые вы видите сейчас в расписании на ваших экранах, уже более 28 лет. И мы компания Students International являемся первой ступенью приемной комиссии в России, Украине и Казахстане. Поэтому, друзья, если вы задумали ваше поступление за рубеж, обращайтесь к нам, мы будем рады помочь вам собрать документы, помимо этого оценить их и подобрать подходящую программу и университет, и сделаем все возможное, чтобы вы поступили и учились за рубежом в вузе мечты. Обращаю ваше внимание, что у нас 40 офисов по всей территории России, Украины и Казахстана, поэтому, чтобы найти ближайший офис к вам, пожалуйста, зайдите на наш сайт studenter.ru, найдите нужный вам город и обязательно обращайтесь к коллегам, мы все будем рады вас проконсультировать и вам помочь. Мы помогаем отправиться на учебу более 3000 студентов каждый год, я уверена, что вы можете стать одним из этих студентов. Итак, наш образовательный профессиональный марафон продолжается, и я рада передать слово в солнечный Кипр и моей коллеге Валерии. So, Valeria, could you please make sure that we can see you and hear you? And I would be ready to pass the floor over to you. Fantastic. So the connection is perfect. I can see you. The floor is all yours then.
Так, большое спасибо за то, что передали слово, Мария. И я рада представить нашу следующую тему и сама представиться. Меня зовут Валерия Рябинина. Я работаю в европейском отделе нашей компании Students International. И наш следующий семинар посвящен обучению на Кипре, и тема звучит следующим образом: как же получить юридическое образование на Кипре, какие есть преимущества, какие есть, что необходимо сделать, чтобы поступить на такие программы, и что же потом, собственно, это самое главное, что же потом делать с этим образованием. План на следующий час у нас таков. Сначала мы расскажем вам немного про университет, чтобы вы понимали, где он находится, почему, в принципе, стоит ехать на Кипр и получать образование на острове, потому что у многих из вас Кипр ассоциируется больше с туристическим направлением, но, конечно, в конце вебинара вы поймете, почему стоит выбирать эту страну не только для отдыха, но и для образования. У нас сегодня, а именно сейчас, много гостей, целых 3 сотрудника университета, которые будут рассказывать про программы. Это два преподавателя, которые непосредственно и будут рассказывать про нюансы получения образования, и сотрудник университета Евгения Косян, которая на данный момент к нам сейчас подключается, и уже совсем скоро мы ее увидим. Ну, и для того, чтобы уже перейти к нашей главной теме, начну с того, что покажу наше видео университета. Я уже вижу Евгению, рада видеть. Одну секунду, я включаю наше видео, чтобы вы могли уже сами собственными глазами составить свое впечатление об университете. Друзья, на данный момент, пока я включаю видео, хочу напомнить, что вы можете все ваши вопросы по ходу вебинара писать в чат, и в самом конце вебинара мы ответим на все ваши вопросы. Еще секунду, включаю наше видео. Так, ну а теперь, друзья, так как вы уже просмотрели видео, мы сейчас расскажем, вернее, я уже готова передать слово своей коллеге Евгении Касьян. Евгения сотрудник университета, отвечает на все вопросы поступающих студентов, на все, которые у них имеются и по поводу визы, и по поводу программ. Мы вместе готовы поделиться и отвечать на все вопросы. Евгения, пожалуйста, подключайтесь, я вас вижу и, скорее всего, уже скоро услышу.
Да, добрый день, Валерия, спасибо огромное. Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, добрый день, очень рада приветствовать вас всех сегодня на нашем вебинаре. Спасибо, что нашли время присоединиться и послушать про высшее образование на Кипре. Я надеюсь, вы проведете это время с пользой. Сейчас я попробую поделиться экраном, дабы открыть свою презентацию. И мы быстренько пробежимся, буквально несколько слов про университет Никосии, что же такое ЮНИК, где находится ЮНИК и что изучают в нашем университете. Ну а потом перейдем непосредственно именно к программе «Право и международные отношения», презентации, которые приготовили мои коллеги, преподаватели университета Никосии, департамента права. Итак, университет Никосия или University of Nicosia. Где же находится университет Никосии? Университет Никосии находится на Кипре, небольшом острове в Средиземноморье, который располагается между 3 континентов. И на сегодняшний день, согласно версии Всемирной организации здравоохранения, занимает 1-е место по безопасности для студентов, друзья. Я уверена, многие из вас уже бывали на Кипре, кто не бывал, пожалуйста, милости просим. Я уверена, вам понравится эта замечательная страна. Столицей Кипра является Никосия. Никосия, европейская столица Кипра, занимает 1-е место по количеству образованных людей, представляете, процент образованных людей, согласно Financial Times. Нас сравнивали ни много ни мало с такими городами, как Кембридж, Оксфорд, Женева. И в этом смысле именно Никосия выбилась на 1-е место. Валерия правильно сказала, Кипр принято считать больше туристическим направлением, но несмотря на это, нельзя забывать, что Кипр, помимо туризма, имеет очень сильную экономику, предлагает банковские услуги инвесторам, бухгалтерские услуги, инвестиционные, очень сильно развито судоходство, туризм и, конечно же, недвижимость. То есть, по большому счету, если говорим о Кипре, то Кипр – это глобальный хаб как раз бухгалтерских, банковских услуг, судоходства и туризма. 80% населения говорят по-английски. Кипр занимает 2-е место в рейтинге стран с лучшим климатом в мире. Зимой мы катаемся на горных лыжах и тут же плаваем в чистейшем Средиземном море, оцененном голубыми флагами. И, конечно же, Кипр занимает 5-е место в рейтинге стран для переезда. Именно поэтому здесь, на Кипре, проживает самое большое русскоязычное сообщество в Европе, к которому я сама присоединилась 5 лет назад, друзья. Вот таким образом выглядит кампус университета Никосии, очень современный, вместе с шикарными студенческими резиденциями, 20 зданий, 25 исследовательских центров, более 400 университетов-партнеров, более 100 программ бакалавриата, магистратуры, докторантуры. И можете себе представить, у нас обучается более 12 тысяч студентов. Мы закрываем фактически 6 континентов. Университет Никосии занимает лидирующие позиции в мире в области преподавания блокчейн-технологий цифровых валют. Об этом вам довелось услышать вчера, на вчерашнем вебинаре. Ну и, конечно же, я не могу не сказать о том, что помимо европейского диплома, который вы получите по окончании вуза, мы предлагаем так называемое европейское приложение к диплому. Не каждый вуз может похвастаться вот такой услугой, но, тем не менее, университет Никосии заботится все-таки о своих будущих выпускниках, потому что мы понимаем, что именно европейское приложение к диплому существенно облегчит их возможности во время трудоустройства. Вы видите огромное количество рейтингов, наград. У нас нет времени сейчас об этом говорить. Вы можете зайти на наш сайт unique.ac.cy и проверить, в общем-то, почитать и узнать всю информацию либо на сайте, либо через наших официальных представителей в России Students International. Если говорить о качестве образования, то Unique занимает 42-е место в мире в категории качества образования среди 58 стран и 500 университетов, согласно всемирному университетскому рейтингу Times Higher Education. Что касается нашего лидерства на европейской образовательной арене, то именно Unique является европейским лидером в области дистанционного обучения. Мы были первым университетом в Европе, удостоенным 5-звездочного рейтинга от исследовательского центра QS за онлайн-технологии в обучении. Поэтому, друзья, сейчас в непростое время пандемии, когда не всех получается прилететь на кампус и пройти обучение на Кипре, не переживайте, вы можете поступить на наши дистанционные программы, в том числе и на программу «Право и международные отношения», и пройти обучение дистанционно, получив европейское образование. Ну а для тех, кто сможет приехать, есть возможность проживать, пожалуй, лучших на сегодняшний день студенческих резиденциях университета Никосия, Six, U и Triangle. Об этом вы можете узнать поподробнее у наших представителей Students International. А для тех из вас, кто еще не определился, на какую программу поступать, право или международные отношения, то я предлагаю пройти тест, уникальный Аристон-тест онлайн, который поможет выявить ваши скрытые таланты и, соответственно, поможет вам определиться с выбором будущей профессии. Спасибо огромное за внимание. Я бы хотела передать слово Валерии. Ну и, конечно же, уже не с нетерпением ждем услышать наших коллег университета Никосии, наших профессоров, которые расскажут вам про замечательные программы «Право» и «Международные отношения».
Женя, большое спасибо за презентацию. Теперь мы двигаемся дальше. У нас сейчас по плану, напомню, будут выступать двое преподавателей, которые расскажут про нюансы программ юридических и про нюансы поступления, цены и прочее. Хочу, прежде чем мы начнем, попросить всех участников написать, какие программы вас интересуют. Планируете ли вы поступать на программу бакалавриата или программу магистратуры? Можно прямо в чате, прямо сейчас напишите слово «бакалавриат» или «магистратура», пожалуйста, чтобы мы понимали, для кого нам больше сделать эту презентацию, больше для тех или иных студентов. Ну, и если вы обучаетесь в школе, то просто можно написать «я учусь в школе». Также напоминаю, что в самом конце мы, как правило, будем раздавать бонусы. Озвучим их в самом конце нашей презентации после вопросов и ответов. Ну, а пока вы пишете, я буду уже передавать слово нашим преподавателям и перейду на английский язык, поэтому, ребята, все, что вам останется непонятным, пожалуйста, обращайтесь ко мне, все контакты мы также напишем в чате, и в конце презентации озвучим контакты, как можно со мной связаться, чтобы получить подробную консультацию. So I am ready to introduce our guests today. Today we have two professors. One is Mihalis Kantos, assistant professor. I can already see you here, and I am happy to see and welcome you on our webinar. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be with you today.
And Sergio Smitos, assistant professor.
Thank you very much.
Will tell us about law program at Unique. So I am ready to pass it on to you. The floor is yours. Please start your presentation and tell me if you need any help.
Thanks a lot.
Valeria and Evgenia. Sergey, I will now share the screen. Okay. Sergey will start with the presentation of the programs of the Department of Law.
Yes, please. Share your presentation.
Okay, waiting for the screen sharing. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Stergios Mitas from the Law Department of the University of Nicosia. We are delighted to be here with you. Evgenia has given you very well and very vividly the general presentation of our university. I can assure you that they are all true. Let me, if I may, proceed with some general remarks on the law school and the law department of our university and the programs it offers in terms of LLB and postgraduate legal education. And I will be glad to answer or clarify everything you may wish on the Q&A section. Well, first of all, our university and our department is the first among the Cypriot universities that has offered a LLB legal education in Cyprus, accredited by all the competent national authorities, and as well as accredited in the professional level by the Cypriot Law Council. I mean, in terms of the professional rights to be registered in the bar, give exams, and practice law. A specific trait that it is of high importance and, let me say, characterizes in terms of quality our law school, our law department, is that it is built upon a comparative philosophy of legal education. It is perhaps, if I may say that, a worldwide unique phenomenon that gives full course and full range legal education in all three legal system families. I mean, the legal system of the continental law, the legal system of the English-based common law, and the legal system of the so-called mixed legal systems, which is the Cypriot legal system. And as a matter of fact, the basic program of the law department, the LLB, the Bachelor of Laws, is offering a full range of compulsory and elective courses in both English law, not both, in English law, as well as in Cypriot and in Greek law, and in all three languages. As a matter of fact, we host and we teach and we live with them many international students from around the globe that take basic legal as well as specialized legal education in English-speaking courses and programs with us. The program the program intends to give basic legal education as well as specialized legal training that has significant modern day and practical importance. I mean, in courses such as bioethics, international data protection, human rights protection, intellectual property, and things like that, as well as courses and seminars that lay strong methodological foundations on legal science, such as philosophy of law, history of law, legal methodology, etc. After the LLB, the bachelor holder can, of course, under provisions of residence law, either seek to make practice in Cyprus or, of course, in his or her homeland. The basic postgraduate program is the LLM, the Master of Laws, as it is called. The Master of Laws is given both in conventional and in DL, in distance learning mode of delivery, and it is both in English-speaking mode as well as in Greek-speaking mode. Let me add on this that the LLB, unfortunately or not, but this is the logic of the legal education, the basic legal education, is offered only in vis-a-vis mode of delivery, in conventional mode of delivery, not distance learning. But our master programs are all offered as well in distance learning modes. So the LLM program is 1.5 years. It is as well accredited by the relevant national quality assurance authorities. And its feature is that it gives the offer for the student to make an option to concentrate his or her course path, either on a concentration that is based on European business law courses, such as energy law, intellectual property law, competition law, finance law, etc., either or in human rights, fundamental rights, social justice courses path, such as criminal law and social justice, international and European protection of human rights, fundamental rights, etc. As I said before, if I may stress it again, it is offered as well in conventional mode as in DL mode, and both in English and Greek language. Ensuite, the PhD is as well given in English and in Greek language mode. And it requires, more or less vaguely speaking, either having already a title of LLB or an LLM, and of course constructing a research proposal in the field of law and modern legal research. I wish to refer moreover to some joint programs that our department has with some Greek centered, no, it's the first page, it's the first page. Okay, with some Greek-based institutions, there is first of all the Master in the Law of the Economy and the Enterprises, which is offered in DL mode with the Hellenic Open University of Athens, and a master program as well, the Master in Criminal Law and Addictions, which is a joint master program with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Unfortunately, the Master on Criminal Law and Addictions is given only on a conventional mode. We don't have a distance learning mode for that program. And perhaps, unfortunately, since I'm speaking before an international audience, those two joint programs are in Greek language. If I may now, I pass the floor to my dear colleague Michalis Kondos, and I can come back if there are any points to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stergia. Now I will continue with the programs of the Department of Politics and Governance. Let me stress here that the School of Law of the University of Nicosia is composed of two departments. It's the Department of Law, the bigger department of our school, and the Department of Politics and Governance. Let me also, following up with what Stergios said in his presentation, let me underline two issues. The first one has to do with distance learning studies in the School of Law and generally in the University of Nicosia. I'm sure that some details have been said already, but I cannot listen or read Russian, so I'm not sure in detail what was said. The University of Nicosia has a very advanced distance learning unit, which occupies dozens of people, which deals with dozens of programs of study and thousands of students. And it is awarded with 5 stars award by the QA institution, which is the highest award for distance learning programs. And I have to say that the University of Nicosia was the first university in the European Union to be awarded with 5 stars in distance learning education in the European Union. The second point that I would like to underline is what we mean by saying that when you study in Cyprus, you study in Europe. When we're saying that our programs are accredited, they are recognized and accredited, we mean that they are accredited by the Cypriot and the Greek as long as programs are offered in the Greek language. Accreditation agencies, which are members of the European Accreditation Agency. Therefore, being accredited by the Cypriot Accreditation Agency means that automatically you are accredited at the European level. So in that sense, we are talking about programs and degrees that are accredited and recognized at the European Union's level. So getting back to our programs, the programs of the Department of Politics and Governance, we focus on two areas. The first area is international relations and European studies. The second area is public administration. We have one bachelor's degree program. It's a Bachelor in International Relations and European Studies, offered in conventional, not distance learning mode. So you have to study face-to-face, to be there physically in order to enroll and study in this program. It is offered since 2007. It is accredited as all our programs are. And it is composed of two big thematic pillars, the thematic pillar of international relations and the thematic pillar of European studies. We have, in some, you have to complete 40 courses in order to graduate, 11 core courses from the pillar of international relations, and 11 core courses from the pillar of European studies. The rest of the remaining courses are elective courses from a big spectrum of categories of elective courses, ranging from our major of international relations and European studies to computer studies, to mathematics, business, languages, etc. Now, when it comes to our master's degree in international relations and European studies, this degree is offered in 1.5 years. It's 8 courses plus a master's thesis, which is compulsory. It is offered both in Greek and English. The bachelor program is only offered in English, and the master program is also offered in distance learning mode. So the master's program in international relations and European studies is offered in Greek and English, in distance learning and conventional form. And we have 6 core courses, including, it's actually 5 core courses and the thesis, the master thesis, plus 3 elective courses. According to the elective courses that you choose to take, you may complete a concentration. We have 2 concentrations: the concentration of international security and energy, and the concentration of Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern studies. I have to say here and underline that our department especially focuses and has a great expertise on Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East studies. This program, the master's program in international relations and European studies, and particularly the conventional form of the program, is also offered as a dual master's degree program with the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, the so-called MGIMO. How does this work? You study 1 year in Nicosia, the University of Nicosia, 2 semesters, and 1 year, 2 semesters in Moscow, and at the end, assuming of course that you have successfully completed all your obligations, you are awarded with 2 degrees. 1 degree of international relations and European studies by the University of Nicosia, and 1 degree of political consulting by MGIMO. It's 2 degrees in the price of 1 in 2 years instead of 3. And the one of them is offered by the well-known Moscow State Institute of International Relations, which is the Academy of Foreign Affairs and Diplomacy of the Russian Federation. It is also offered as a dual master's degree with Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv in Ukraine. It is a cooperation that dates back to, I think, almost 10 years ago. And we have hosted a lot of students from Ukraine under this dual program. Now, let me talk about the Master in Public Administration. The Master in Public Administration, the so-called MPA, for the time being, is offered only in Greek, both in conventional and distance learning form, but only in Greek. However, we are planning, and we have already undertaken the right steps to offer it in English as well, but I guess this will happen not earlier than 2 years. For the time being, it is only offered in Greek. And we also have the PhD programs, one in international relations and European studies, and one in public administration. In both these PhD programs, the admissions criteria, the entry criteria are more or less the same as those for the law programs described by my colleague before. They are offered both in English and Greek, so you can submit your PhD proposal both in Greek, either in Greek or in English. Especially talking about the PhD in international relations and European studies, I repeat that the main focus here is pertaining with Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern studies. Of course, we accept proposals in other fields as well. We also have an interdepartmental program, the Master in Law and Politics in the European Union, which is jointly offered by the departments of Politics and Governance and Law. It is also offered both in conventional and distance learning mode, and it is offered as a dual master's with Yaroslav Mudry National Law University in Ukraine and Kazimieras Simonavicius University in Lithuania. It is also offered, as well as the Master in International Relations and European Studies, as a dual master's program with MGIMO, the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, under the same terms as the ones I described before. This program is also offered in cooperation with the prestigious Center of European and Constitutional Law, the so-called Tsatsos Foundation, one of the best known research centers in Greece focusing on constitutional law. Last but not least, I must underline our PhD in human rights, society, and multi-level governance, which is a joint degree offered with the universities of Padova in Italy, Zagreb in Croatia, and Western Sydney in Australia. It is a very prestigious program, and it is particularly difficult to enter this program. You need to have a really good proposal. Now, if I have some more minutes, I can tell you some more details about the School of Law in general. Some of them have already been said by Stergios regarding the aims of the school. It is a school that tries to offer comparative education, not only in the programs of law, but also generally in the rest of the programs that we offer. We are heavily internationalized, and this is mainly reflected by the cooperations that we have internationally. Some of them have already been underlined regarding the joint and the dual programs that we offer. And we are also trying to differentiate and specialize in fields of growing and cutting edge importance by offering programs which are academically sound and focusing on such cutting edge topics. We are also pretty active when it comes to research. I will give you some more details in a couple of minutes. These are some of the memberships, the international memberships that we have. Let me underline the Black Sea and Eastern Mediterranean Academic Network. We are a founding member of this network of over 50 universities, many of them Russian universities, universities from Ukraine, from Kazakhstan, from Armenia. I happen to be the representative of the University of Nicosia in this network. We have a very close cooperation when it comes to exchange programs, as well as common research proposals with special focus on sustainable energy and other pertinent issues. Some of the cooperation agreements that we maintain with the London University, with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece, the University of Padova in Italy, the Western Sydney, the University of Western Sydney, the University of Zagreb, the Hellenic Open University, the Taras Shevchenko University, McGill University, and so on. Let me stress here that we also have an extensive network of Erasmus Plus agreements with many universities in the European Union and in other countries, which means that students who study in the University of Nicosia can choose to live for a semester or a whole year, especially in the undergraduate programs, and have an Erasmus Plus exchange experience in another university, in another country, in another member state of the European Union, and the credits that he or she will take in that university will be transferred and recognized in his or her degree at the end of the studies. So this is another very strong asset that the University of Nicosia, as well as many universities in the European Union, has. And regarding our research projects on which I talked a while ago, let me stress that we have been awarded a lot of grants in the context of competitive research calls. Let me underline the Jean Monnet Center of Excellence and the Jean Monnet Chair that we have been awarded some years ago. Also the Marie Curie program that we are currently running. We have already been awarded grants by the European Commission, the European Parliament. I myself am currently participating in a program of the European Parliament under the Trans-European Public Studies Agency, of which we are also members. And we are providing a pool of 58 academics, including academics from the University of Nicosia, providing consultancy services to the European Parliament on matters like the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle Eastern politics. So we are both engaged in research and consulting activities in the framework of extensive research and other kinds of networks internationally, especially in the European Union. And some of our affiliated institutions, the research centers that we have in the University of Nicosia, which actually give flesh and blood to our research attempts, let me underline the UNESCO chair that we have in the University of Nicosia in the Department of Politics and Governance, the Royal Commonwealth Society under the School of Law, the Eastern Mediterranean Studies Initiative, also under the School of Law, which is a very big and ambitious new scheme of the University of Nicosia, aiming to host research pertinent with the Eastern Mediterranean, especially when it comes to energy, geopolitics, and other pertinent issues. And last but not least, the Cyprus Center for European and International Affairs, which is probably the oldest research center and think tank in Cyprus. It was founded back in the 1990s. The journals that we publish, let me underline the Cyprus Review, which is the best known Cyprological journal published globally. We host articles which are peer-reviewed from all over the world. And that goes all by me. I hope I was in the frames of time that were set. The contact details, you can see it here, the email that you can use in order to ask for more information in a written form. I am now, like Sturgis, at your disposal in case there are questions.
So thank you very much for the presentation. Was very useful and interesting. So now we would start answering all the questions we got from social network, as we are demonstrating our webinar there as well. If we will also sometimes switch to Russian to make it more easier to understand us, if you don't mind. So first question is, what are the requirements for students in order to start the program to enroll for both master and bachelor programs?
May I start with the law department programs?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, broadly speaking, in general, the basic entrance requirements for the LLB, the Bachelor of Laws, are the two following: a high school leaving certificate with, I cannot clarify this on that moment, but we can, after some contact, feel free to give our contact details to everybody interested. Now, I'm coming back. And high school leaving certificate with a minimum of grade in some cases. And the second requirement is a certification of English language skills. As well, here there are some minimum requirements in regards to which is the English certificate or the English examination program, but those are the two: the English language skills certification and the high school leaving certificate. Now, for the masters, the law masters, the law master programs, in general as well, the requirements are the following: a bachelor degree in law or in some relevant scientific field, let's say political science, international relations, and as well as in the previous case, an English language certificate and 2 recommendation letters.
Okay, thank you very much. And one more question: what is the requirement for IELTS exam for bachelor and master program?
I need to check out my notes. Okay, for
I
that.
can answer this question if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So for bachelor program, we need 5.5 and overall score, and for master program we need 6.5. Yeah, for master program.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me stress that all the entry requirements are in detail written in the website.
Yeah, that's it.
In the website regarding the programs of the Department of Politics and Governance, more or less the entry requirements are the same as those described by my colleague, both at the bachelor's as well as at the master's level. Let me say for the PhD that we need a PhD proposal, of course, and a personal statement regarding the reasons why someone is interested in starting a PhD with us, as well as 2 recommendation letters, just like in the master programs. And regarding the relevance of the bachelor's degree when someone wants to start a master programs, I agree that it has to be relevant. For example, you can come and study international relations and European studies if you have a bachelor's degree in business or in economics or in law, but it is rather difficult for you to be accepted if your first degree is in architecture or,
for example,
or in physics. So there has to be a thematic relevance when it comes to the master's degree programs.
Okay, it's clear. Thank you very much. And another question is, do you have any foundation program, or students can just start with the first course when they have a high school certificate? Zhenya, if you don't mind, could you please tell us in
you mean foundation
language?
Foundation for language?
Foundation course as we, let's say, have in UK or in other countries, like students cannot enter directly after they graduated from school. So Evgenia, would you please reply?
We have such provisions, for example, in the PhD programs. In the PhD programs, if someone at the master's level has not taken one of the courses that we deem necessary for her or him to proceed with a PhD, we will offer it at the foundation level. But in the bachelor's programs, the only foundation courses that we may offer have to do with language, with the English language. The students will definitely take English courses, but for those who seem in the process to be not that much advanced in English, we offer more advanced foundation courses for her or him to come to the level that we need him or her to study.
I'll just quickly translate it into Russian, if you don't mind. Дорогие студенты, участники, хочу подчеркнуть такое преимущество образования на Кипре. Между Россией и Кипром было подписано соглашение о том, что мы принимаем и признаем образование друг друга, поэтому нам какие-либо дополнительные курсы и дополнительные процедуры, как это бывает в других странах, нам не нужно проходить. То есть студенты могут после 11 класса сразу поступать на первый курс университета, без каких-либо дополнительных лет. Сразу студенты идут на первый курс, ну и, собственно, с магистратуры после бакалавриата также на первый курс. Это вот такое преимущество, которое очень удобно, минус одна бумага, минус одна процедура облегчает процесс и понимание в некоторых случаях.
Can I add something on this, Valeria, if I may?
Yes, please.
especially talking about the Bachelor in International Relations and European Studies, which are more familiar. The program deploys in a smooth manner the semester breakdown in the first semester for the new coming students includes only introductory courses. So the newly enrolled students, the first year students, will start with such introductory courses that essentially are foundation courses. And in the second year, the level of difficulty will raise. So it proceeds in an escalating, if I may say, way. It's a smooth deployment, and it starts with introductory courses, definitely.
The same applies to the LLB program as well. The first semester is, let's say, an introductory course program to the basic legal notions and the legal system areas that a first-year student needs to be aligned with, acquainted with.
Yeah, well, it is definitely a plus because students can gradually start and be involved in that, so they don't have as much stress and they have chance to get
and
into
also
the process.
Let me add, if I may, Valeria, that especially now we're in the COVID-19 period, unfortunately, and we are running online, exclusively online, only for this semester. I have to say that this is an advantage that the University of Nicosia has. The fact that we have a very strong distance learning unit helps us to adapt with the needs of this era, but of this difficult pandemic period. But in any case, because we have a very advanced distance learning platform, we are in a position to offer to the students quizzes, assignments, and exercises which are technologically attractive, like quizzes or like video presentations with the use of animations, especially in the bachelor's degree programs and the first year students. We're introducing them in a way that it is not the traditional one. We don't ask the students from the first semester, for example, to start delivering research projects. But eventually, because we need to keep the quality of the programs high, we are trying to lead them to that level through a smooth deployment of activities and teaching methods.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So let's move to next questions we have, and we have about 3-4 minutes to answer questions. So next question is about the price for programs. I am happy to answer this question if it is okay with you.
Personally, I don't know the pricing, so you are more qualified than I am.
By all means, thank you.
Yeah, well, you, if you teach, yes, it is, you're focusing on the other subject. So the цена за программу бакалавриата 9120 евро, на данный момент 9120 евро за год. Программа бакалавриата длится 4 года. И дальше программа магистратуры длится 1,5 года. И за всю программу, за все 1,5 года стоимость обучения 13 860 евро. Также хочу подчеркнуть, что университет предоставляет хорошие облегчения в финансовом плане для студентов. и есть стипендии. Мы также собираем, после того, как уже получили приглашение из университета, подтверждение обучения, собираем аппликационный пакет на подачу на стипендию, и студенты действительно получают скидку на бакалавриат аж до 40%, возможно, что-то немного изменится. На данный момент это так, и на программу магистратуры студенты также могут получить до 15% стипендию, другими словами, можно сказать, скидку на обучение. Я также помогаю с этим процессом, то есть сначала с зачислением, затем с стипендией, затем мы уже переходим к визовому процессу. Все одно следует за другим и сплетено. Все процессы с друг другом взаимосвязаны.
Лерочка, давай, наверное, скажем, я прошу прощения, что немножко вмешиваюсь, в продолжении как раз вопроса про стипендии, давай скажем о том, что раз ребята сейчас начали академический год в школах, да, как раз размер стипендий зависит от среднего балла в аттестате об окончании школы, друзья. Поэтому чем лучше у вас оценки будут в аттестате об окончании школы, тем выше стипендию вы получите на первый год обучения. Поэтому сейчас у вас все в ваших руках, старайтесь, и я думаю, что у вас еще есть возможность немножко подтянуть, если есть какие-то проблемы в школе, да, подтянуть оценки на нужный уровень.
Угу. Да, спасибо большое за уточнение. Так, ну и в целом смотрим еще на вопросы. Мы ответили почти на все. Сейчас, секунду, проверяю, есть ли у нас что-то еще. Но пока вы формулируете, хочу также отметить, что в университете на Кипре можно работать до 20 часов, и студенты, конечно, не на первом курсе, но на третьем, четвертом и на магистратуре стараются совмещать, чтобы покрыть себе какую-то часть расходов от обучения, поэтому это возможно и даже легально. И последний вопрос. Спрашивают про то, можно ли остаться на Кипре после того, как студент уже отучился, есть ли такая возможность?
Ну, я, наверное, да, отвечу на этот вопрос. Значит, что касается бакалавриата, к сожалению, такой возможности нет, друзья. То есть у вас будет возможность работать в процессе учебы, да, до 20 часов в неделю. Если раньше вы имели право работать только на бросовых работах студента, я имею в виду бакалавриата, то теперь у вас есть возможность работать в офисе. Что касается студентов, обучающихся на программе магистратуры, то после окончания программы по закону у вас имеется возможность остаться в течение 1 года в стране на поиск работы. То есть такая возможность предоставлена, и в этом смысле университет Никосии, в свою очередь, поскольку у нас имеется карьерный центр при университете, карьерный офис, целый департамент, работа целого департамента направлена на то, чтобы помочь вам, дорогие друзья, трудоустроиться. То есть мы рассказываем, как нужно, какими качествами нужно обладать, как нужно, в общем-то, преподнести себя работодателю, что нужно подать, что нужно представить в виде резюме. Да? То есть все эти вопросы решаются на уровне специального департамента или карьерного офиса. Ну, а мы, как крупнейший вуз Кипра, проводим ежегодную крупнейшую ярмарку вакансий, где вы, дорогие друзья, будучи еще студентами, уже можете себе, ну, в кавычках, конечно, подыскать будущего работодателя. То есть вот такая уникальная возможность у наших студентов имеется. Этим может похвастаться не каждый университет. В этом смысле университет Никосии уникален.
Да, это действительно плюс, и, насколько я знаю, этот отдел очень активно работает, то есть не номинально существует, да, а куда действительно можно прийти за помощью с трудоустройством, с документами, поэтому могу смело рекомендовать и говорить, что это соответствует действительности, практике. Ну, а сейчас мы уже с вами, к сожалению, должны завершить нашу презентацию и уже скоро, через 5 минут, передавать слово нашим следующим коллегам, поэтому я буду завершать. So, thank you very much for your presentation. Was very interesting and useful, and so now we answered all the questions, and if you have any, students have any other questions, you are more than welcome to contact me. I will share my contact details in a minute. So thank you again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for hosting us. That was all perfect. And again, our contact details are also at your disposal for any needs that they might cover.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you very
much.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Так, ну а теперь, дорогие участники, я продемонстрирую вам небольшую презентацию. Одну секунду. Хочу напомнить, что наш вебинар организован совместно с... Одну секунду еще. Наш вебинар организован совместно с IELTS-тест-центром. Это центр, где можно сдать экзамен, который необходим для поступления в университет. Вы можете видеть справа сайт. Если перейдете к нему, то найдете все контакты. Это является, IELTS-тест-центром является нашим структурным подразделением. Далее это языковая школа, IELTS School, где можно подготовиться к сдаче экзамена. Центр подготовки существует прямо при Международном центре IELTS. Ну и, конечно же, образовательное агентство Students International. Мы помогаем студентам с зачислением в университет. Помимо этого, помогаем студентам получать визы, получать стипендии. То есть это комплексный процесс, который следует один за другим. Мы с удовольствием с этим помогаем. Можете найти снизу наши все 3 сайта. Хочу напомнить, что, собственно, переходим к нашим бонусам. Первый из них – это электронный сертификат участника. Вся неделя является у нас профориентационной. Если вы еще пока сомневаетесь с выбором профессии, то можете прослушать каждый день, необходимо прослушать не менее 20% курса, и после этого написать нам на электронный адрес, и мы вышлем этот сертификат. Нужно полностью указать вашу фамилию, имя, отчество, имейл и телефон. Ну и мы следуем уже к нашему следующему семинару. Вы можете увидеть на своем экране наше расписание. Далее по расписанию у нас следует образование в той же сфере, в юридической сфере в Канаде. И уже совсем скоро мои коллеги будут готовы начать свой семинар. Но, собственно, на данный момент еще хочу сказать, что еще один бонус, как я и обещала, в самом конце мы раздаем нашим студентам. Во-первых, зачисление в университет на данный момент, после обращения, после вебинара, мы делаем, так сказать, бесплатно. Поэтому, если вы напишите нам на почту, мы начнем процесс, то этим сервисом можно воспользоваться. Ну и кроме того, университет Никосии предоставляет на все онлайн-программы, мы предоставляем скидку, а именно 500 евро, если вы также начинаете зачисление после нашего вебинара. То есть все онлайн-программы, напомню, онлайн-программы есть как на уровне бакалавриата, так и на уровне магистратуры. А теперь я хотела бы посмотреть, если я вижу уже следующего спикера, который расскажет про образование в Канаде, и я готова уже передать слово.
Спасибо большое, Валерия. Всем добрый вечер. Меня зовут Эрпене. Я являюсь сотрудником компании Students International и работаю в нашем прекрасном канадском отделе. Сейчас мы плавно продолжаем наше мероприятие и переходим в Северную Америку. На связи у нас Канада, и мы поговорим о юридическом образовании в Канаде. На связи у нас столица Канады Оттава, Carleton University. И Роберт Финлейсон, директор международного отдела, и сейчас мы поговорим о том, как же устроено юридическое образование именно в Канаде, какие перспективы ждут наших студентов по окончании данной программы. Good morning, Robert.
Hi, Arpine. How are you today?
Good. Thank you very much. How about you? We are ready to start.
Yeah, I'm ready to start. I'm looking forward to it. Excited to be here virtually today. Thank you.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Just one more thing I would like to add. Дорогие друзья, у нас работает чат-бокс, у нас есть секция «Вопросы и ответы». Вы можете задавать свои вопросы в течение всей презентации, и по окончании мы с моими коллегами ответим вам на ваши вопросы. Okay, we are ready to start.
Wonderful, Arpine. Thank you for that warm introduction. I just want to confirm everybody can see my slides, all right?
Да, подскажите, пожалуйста, видно ли слайды? Вы можете написать в чат. Well, I can definitely see your screen. Everything is good.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you again. I really appreciate this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you virtually speaking. Normally at this time of the year, we're out traveling around the world and meeting with students in person, and we hope to be able to do that again soon. But for now, virtual presentations are the best way forward. Again, my name is Rob Finlayson, and I'm speaking to you all today from Ottawa, Canada's national capital city. And I'm going to take a bit of time to talk about how law programs function in the Canadian context, and of course, at my university, Carleton in particular. As a good segue into that, it's nice to give you a bit of background information, I think, about Carleton University. And also about Canada, because I guess some of you are contemplating studying in different jurisdictions around the world, looking at some great universities in different countries, and so trying to get a feel for what would be a good fit for you. For those of you that are thinking about studying in Canada, a bit of information about why Canada should be on your list. If you're not thinking about Canada, why you might want to add that to your list of schools or countries rather. What makes Canada, I think, unique in the context of global education right now is that in the Canadian context, we offer primarily public universities. So when you look at the Canadian context, you have about 100 universities across our country, and they're government regulated. So all of our universities offer very high quality education, and that's a consistent variable across the Canadian landscape. So when choosing a school in Canada, you don't have to be as focused on things like rankings, because you don't find these big gaps between a top ranked university and universities that aren't particularly strong. So you can be certain that it's going to be a good fit for you. It's going to be a credential you can take anywhere in the world. So studying at Carleton or any other Canadian university allows you to go forth and practice your profession in the law profession or go on to advanced study in other countries. But regardless, you know, it's a credential that's well recognized globally. When you look at a university like Carleton and you can compare it cost-wise to similarly ranked universities in other countries, it's tremendous value. So again, because it's a publicly funded system, cost is a little bit lower than you might find in some of the other countries that you might be considering as well. It's also worth mentioning Canada spends more on post-secondary education than any other G8 country. So all of our universities are generously funded. And so by extension on our campuses, this is my campus here, some of it anyways, you'll find some of the best resources available to learn from. So state-of-the-art labs, brand new buildings, and a really dynamic learning style. So obviously studying something is going to prepare you for working in that field, but also being able to develop, critical thinking skills that you need to navigate the complexities of our globally collected society today is important. And I think that's definitely a hallmark of a Canadian degree. So when you're looking at Canada, I think you'll find amazing options. And I think it compares really, really favorably to some of the other countries you might be considering. So do consider Canada if you haven't. Just a really quick geography lesson. Canada and Russia share something in common, and that is we have a tremendously huge physical space. So Canada, is second biggest country in the world by landmass. Flying from our western coast, sort of on, the Pacific coast, Victoria, British Columbia, flying from there across to St. John's, Newfoundland is like flying from Moscow to Vladivostok. It's a huge, huge distance, and it's a really big, beautiful country. But it's also one of the most multicultural societies in the world. Canadians truly come from all over the world, and they're proud of their culture, and they're proud of being Canadian. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. And by extension, I think you'll find when you come to a Canadian university like Carleton, it's really easy to make friends. So you feel really welcome. You feel really at home very, very quickly. Canada's open to you beyond being friendly, of course. It's open to you in a more practical sense, in that you're able to work and study at the same time as being in Canada. So when you're thinking about paying for university, and I'll certainly talk about that as well, know that you're able to work and study simultaneously. So having a part-time job, which is a really typical thing to do in Canada, you can do that as you go through your degree. You can earn money by doing that. In Ontario, where Carleton is located, we have the second highest minimum wage in Canada. And of course, being able to extend your stay post-graduation just to be able to live and work in Canada is something that's open to you as well. So for 3 additional years, you can actually establish yourself professionally once you finish your degree. So I think that combination of really amazing education with, practical things like being able to work and study and extend your stay post-graduation really, place Canada, I think, among the best destinations globally for international education. To talk to you a little bit about my institution, which is called Carleton University. Again, while we're just on this slide, you'll take note that Canada's capital city is Ottawa, and that's where we're located. So if maybe you've been to Canada, hopefully you have. If not, you're invited. But in terms of where Ottawa is located in the Canadian North American context, you'll find us in the eastern part of the province of Ontario, Canada's most populous province, right between the major cities of Toronto and Montreal. And just south of us in America, you'll find major US cities like Boston, Chicago, Washington, DC, New York City. Sort of that central eastern part of North America is where you'll find a city like Ottawa. Again, it's a capital city, which is a tremendous opportunity for Carleton and for students studying law in particular, and I'll address that more specifically in a moment. I mentioned when you're looking at Canada, rankings are not as helpful in terms of identifying a university, but finding the right fit for you is. And so what makes each of our universities a distinctly separate entity? What makes Carleton different from any other university in Canada, and one that you might want to consider? I think our profile as a university, we're a medium-sized school. So we have about 35,000 students that study with us. They study bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs. So a lot of research happens at Carleton, certainly within law and legal studies, but across many other disciplines as well. We're a big enough university that we have all of the resources and infrastructure of a really large school. For example, Canada's biggest university has over 80,000 students. So we have similar infrastructure and student support to a school like that. But at the same time, it still feels very intimate. You're able to, know your professors by name. You run into your friends on campus on a regular basis as you walk to your classes. Carleton is a very international university. So across our student population, we have about 17% international from over 150 different countries. So on our campus, you can maybe make friends with other students from Russia or the Russian Federation, but you can also connect with American students and students from across Latin America and Europe and Asia and Africa and the Middle East and all over Canada for that matter. So our Think at our campus, it's sort of really a globally connected community of international scholars. And as a graduate of the university, you're part of this really diverse alumni community that's spread all over the world as well. In terms of rankings, of course, Carleton has established itself as a leading university within Canada. We have a high reputation for programs in public affairs, in engineering and design, science and social science. We typically rank in the top 5% of the world's universities globally. Our campus itself, as you can see here, is like a giant park within the city center. So we have a great location. It's the capital city. So there's a huge amount of infrastructure that we can engage with in a really direct way. And I'll talk about that in the law context in a moment. But it's also a really dynamic city in that you'll find there's 5 universities, 2 colleges in the city as well. Many people in Ottawa speak English and French. So there's a French flavor to the city that a lot of people find really charming. Our campus is bordered by the Rideau Canal, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And we have some of the best sports facilities available at the university. So an Olympic-sized swimming pool, indoor and outdoor tennis courts, 2 skating rinks. We have our own radio station and newspaper. In many ways, you could say Carleton functions like a city within a city. So good sense of community. If you came to Carleton's campus on a Sunday afternoon, it isn't a deserted office park. It's a dynamic student community where you'll find students meeting up with their friends after classes and getting involved in student life. But again, being in a city like Ottawa and being in the center part of the city, getting off campus is a super easy thing to do to take advantage of the resources found in the city. Ottawa, like Moscow, has colder winters, but we are really close to some really amazing downhill skiing. So if you choose to come and live and study in a city like Ottawa, throughout the year, we have really hot summers, beautiful autumns, colder winters, but groomed Nordic ski trails throughout the city. And again, within 30 minutes, you can be on the ski slopes for snowboarding, downhill skiing, and Nordic skiing as well. And then spring obviously comes and people are really excited about the weather. So amazing opportunities at the university. But more importantly for you as a student studying law, progressing through that particular discipline, why would a city like Ottawa appeal? Obviously, you know, it's the seat of government for Canada, so you'll find a lot of key infrastructure that is unique to Ottawa. So for example, that includes the Supreme Court of Canada, the Canadian Parliament, government and non-government profit research organizations, life and health science research facilities, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, our Central Intelligence Services. I mean, all of that is housed in the city. And I think our students benefit from that by being able to engage with these organizations quite directly. So whether that's through research opportunities, through internships, through cooperative education, through having key people that work at these organizations on campus speaking about current events or research or their fields of study respectively in a really immediate way, gives you an opportunity to kind of build yourself academically and build this professional network and engage at the same time. So I think all of those things collectively paint a really compelling picture for Ottawa as a study destination. So in terms of our programs, we do offer 22 different undergraduate degrees, and we offer master's and PhD programs. So broadly speaking, engineering and design degrees, social science, science and business programs. And so across all of these programs, you can combine programs, you can do double majors and majors and minors. But for students that are looking to pursue law and legal studies at Carleton, this is housed in our Faculty of Public Affairs. So within the field of public affairs, we have a number of degree programs, and they can be combined together as well with law. So there's interesting combinations you can do that are geared towards your own intellectual curiosities, plus your desire to practice and work in the legal profession. So a good place to start as we dig into the subject of law in the Canadian context is how does one go about becoming a barrister? What are the differences or the different pathways to accomplish that, different professional outcomes that you can pursue with this type of a credential? So it's worth mentioning, if you want to become a barrister or a lawyer that defends people in court, in Canada, you would complete an undergraduate program, to be honest, in any area, prior to applying for professional law programs. And the professional law school is the program where you study the legal profession in terms of the logistics and functions of that particular job. So legal codes, how you defend people in court, it's really specific to becoming a lawyer. And of course, once you complete that credential, you would write the bar exams and then be able to practice law as a profession within Canada. It's important to mention, of course, studying law, it's important to study the legal system of the country you intend to practice in as well. So that'll be something worth considering. What we offer at Carleton University is a solid foundation for people that want to go forth and do professional law school or work in politics or diplomacy or a number of different areas by offering a program in law at the undergraduate level as well as at the graduate level. So through our particular school, carleton.ca/laws, there's the website. You can get lots of information there about our program. We offer a Bachelor of Arts in Law and Legal Studies. We have a Master's of Arts, and we have a PhD program. So it's a full school. Our students are able to study the legal system and international systems through an interdisciplinary approach, which means you will be able to look at various issues related to law and various aspects of law from different academic disciplines, which will give you a solid basis to better understand some of the complexities of this really, really interesting field. So that is going to include, but would not be limited to, politics, economics, history, cultural studies, sociology, gender studies, feminism, a number of different other areas as well. So looking at a legal issue, but from different academic lenses to give you a better appreciation and understanding of some of the complexities that are inherent in this particular field. And so our students are very well prepared to go forth to law school once they finish and to a number of other different areas as well. And I'll be able to present some of the things our students go on to do once they finish the program. For students doing an undergraduate program, how is it structured? We actually offer 4 different options for you as a new student to the university. So within the Law and Legal Studies program, we offer a general degree, which is usually completed over 3 years. And it's a great basis to study and get a real solid understanding of the program. But many students opt for the 4-year honors program. The 4th year is dedicated towards research. And in the Canadian context, if your intention is to do postgraduate study or a professional law program, a 4-year honors degree is needed. So I do encourage you to apply for the 4-year honors program. It's a solid basis for you to go forth and do a number of postgraduate credentials once you complete the degree. So it's an enhanced way to study this subject, as you'll be exploring it over that research year and gives you a solid basis to go into grad school once you finish. But outside of the program, we do allow you to do 2 other degrees. So one is our Bachelor of Arts honors combined with law, and that gives you the basis to combine law with any other Bachelor of Arts major. So that could include, in the Carleton context, subjects like economics, human rights, development studies, public affairs and policy management, political economics, international relations, business. There are many, many, many options. So this is something that you can pursue right from first year, or something that you can add to your law degree as you progress through the 4 years of the degree based on having been exposed to other subjects as a student at the university. Carleton is also a leading university within the Canadian context for global and international studies. So we have a premier graduate program called the Norman Paterson School of International Affairs. A number of Canada's foreign service workers are former Carleton graduates. Being able to study international relations and global politics with law is a tremendous opportunity for you to go forth and do a number of interesting things once you finish the degree program. We recognize that, and we've allowed that to be combined in a formal program as well. So if you're looking at diplomacy and foreign service work, then you might want to consider our Global and International Studies program combined with the law program. So 4 different law programs at the undergraduate level that you could consider, as well as the Masters of Arts in Law and Legal Studies as well, and the PhD, of course, as well. Throughout our program, we're pleased to mention that we do have one of the largest selections of law programs in Canada, for sure. It's also the oldest program in Canada. We've just celebrated 50 years of offering this degree. It's a very prestigious program at Carleton University, and we're really proud of that fact. Students within our law faculty can choose a concentration. So if you know going into the program that you have a strong interest in business law or law with policy and governance, or even transnational law with human rights, then you can focus on one of those areas and you can really explore that in a really in-depth way. But you don't have to do that. And a number of students, in fact, the bulk of the students would actually not choose a concentration. They would remain open, which gives them the latitude to take courses across any number of subjects. And as I mentioned, we do have the largest concentration of law courses available at any Canadian university across Canada. So through our program, you can explore a number of different topics, including criminal law, where you would study subjects like sentencing, policing, drug enforcement, jury law, to name just a few examples. Through business law, we offer international business, trade, corporate law, labor issues, intellectual property, another few examples. There are many others, as well as human rights, looking at equality, discrimination, armed conflict, immigration issues, constitutional law, Aboriginal or Indigenous law, environmental law, family law, health law. There's a number of other choices. I'm also pleased to say, beyond this solid expertise we have within these areas, every year Carleton offers a special topic where we bring in international faculty to teach about subjects that we don't actually normally offer. So throughout your 4 years with us, you would have a chance to explore these very unique niche topics as well. So to conclude, you can choose a concentration and really study on something quite specific, but at the same time, you have the latitude to take a variety of different courses. And so by doing all of this, you're building a solid base of experience that you can then use to go forth into a number of different professions, including, becoming a lawyer, but also working in international trade, international migration, nonprofit organizations, many other examples like that. Across all of our degrees, we offer a number of interesting ways for you to engage globally as a Carleton student. So at this stage, our law school partners with institutions in 35 countries globally, which allows you as a student visiting and living in Canada, completing our program, to get an international experience outside of Canada as well. So that would include the US, the UK, and Australia. Most recently, we've partnered with a law school in Brussels, but as I say, it's 35 different countries and many partnerships across those 35 countries. So you would seamlessly take courses at institutions outside of Carleton and have those credits applied towards your Carleton degree as well. We also specialize in research. So as a student completing an undergraduate degree at Carleton, you can actually get research experience that's comparable to what you would normally do at grad school level as a Carleton undergraduate student. And we fund students to do this. So through our program, you can obtain funding and actually get involved with PhD level research as a research assistant. We have capacity within our faculty to help you publish articles, which of course is an amazing way to create a solid, compelling application for grad school, which is of course quite a competitive experience, as well as working with a number of organizations for professional engagement. So sometimes students after completing an undergraduate degree may choose to work before going to grad school or law school. We have a number of organizations that actively hire our students right out of their 4th year. So being able to engage and obtain employment before you finish the degree is an amazing opportunity as well. We also offer co-op internships, which I'll speak about in a moment, but professional paid work experience directly related to law school. Carleton also has a very active legal studies and law student society. And so I mentioned that because as a student at Carleton, you can get leadership skills by participating in this student society. Through this student society, you'll tour various law schools around Canada. You compete in international law competitions with law schools around the world. And you're just part of a community of students that are as engaged with this topic as you are. And that's one example of over 200 student societies that we have on campus. So really strong options across all of those programs. Some of the highlights I mentioned, as I indicated, this is Canada's oldest legal studies department in Canada, having just celebrated 50 years. It's an interdisciplinary approach to learning where you, of course, study law and legal studies, but combined with a number of other academic subjects to give you a really solid, in-depth understanding of issues related to law and legal systems around the world. We offer more undergraduate courses than any other legal studies program in Canada. First university to offer the Master of Arts in Legal Studies and a PhD as well. A number of our faculty are award-winning faculty with international research grants. Excellent student support across all of our programs, whether it's the International Student Services Office, academic support, a number of other ways you can engage. We also host the Canadian Journal of Law and Society at present, which I think speaks to the pedigree of the program. And I mentioned the funding that's available. And of course, students that have gone on to work in different capacities around the world. some of the more practical aspects of choosing to come and study with us, costs, scholarships. Here you'll see a summary of what the cost is for Carleton University in Canadian dollars. If you're more familiar with US dollars, you'd be looking at about 22 to 30,000 US dollars per year with tuition. Living expenses, you can live on campus, of course. So roughly speaking, that's a good budget to work with. But we offer a lot of support. So the majority of Carleton students would receive some form of financial assistance to help them with their studies. For law and legal studies students, of course, our co-op program is an excellent basis to get professional work experience directly related to your degree program. It's one of the most robust co-op programs in the Canadian context. As I mentioned, co-op is your ability to get professional paid work experience that is directly related to your program. So being able to work as an undergraduate law legal studies student for a number of organizations, including government agencies, policing, think tanks and nonprofit organizations, the court system, building experience, of course, creating a basis for future employment by developing a resume, having contacts that you can leverage for job hunting once you finish the degree program, learning about different jobs that you might find interesting when you finish, of course. But I think in a more practical way, the salaries that you can earn are comparable to entry-level work salaries that you would get once you finish the degree. Typically, that ranges from $50,000 to $80,000 Canadian, and of course, for set terms. So normally, co-op is 1 semester of employment, full-time work, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. You're not studying, you're just working during that time. So I think it's an amazing opportunity. It's not mandatory, but I think students that do co-op programs, generally speaking, have a bit of an easier time transitioning from being a student to being a professional once they finish the degree. And of course, when it comes to covering costs, it's a great way to pay for university as well. Carleton has one of the most generous entrance scholarships available in Canada. All students that apply to Carleton directly out of high school are automatically considered for entrance scholarships based on their grades. So if you've done well and you are seeking support, Carleton will automatically award you funding based on your grades. You could receive a scholarship ranging from $4,000 to $16,000, which would be applied directly against your tuition to lower the costs. And again, these are scholarships that you don't have to apply for. They're limitless based on your GPA. So it's a great way to lower the tuition based on your successful results from high school. If you have done really well academically and you've also got some great extracurricular experience, then you could apply for some of our prestige scholarships. These are awarded to students based on a combination of high grades and a lot of extracurricular work. So if you've volunteered, if you're involved with your students' council, if you've done sports or music, there's a number of different ways you can show your engagement and your leadership skills. You want to document all of that in the application, and that would automatically make you eligible for all of our prestige awards. You do have to apply, as I mentioned, by March 1st, but all of the prestige scholarships are higher than the entrance awards, and they're definitely worth applying for if you do have that sort of background. Carleton is also one of the only universities that gives away money based on financial need. So if you are a Carleton student in 2nd and 3rd and 4th year as an international student and you're seeking some support, you can submit an application for a bursary based on your finances, and you could receive some additional funding through that channel as well. So overall, when you're thinking about Carleton and Canada, remember what I said at the beginning, you can work and study simultaneously. You can have a part-time job up to 20 hours a week. You can take advantage of our co-op positions, which are paid, and you can qualify for scholarships and bursaries as well. So collectively, all of these different channels, I think, can make a pretty big difference when you're looking at how to pay for university. You saw a picture of our campus. So I think the first thing you notice is it really is a giant park-like community. In many ways, it's like a city within the city. So on campus, of course, you'll find health services. If you want to see a doctor, we have our own radio station and newspaper, sports facilities. Everything you need is right on campus. And for the majority of our international students, living on campus is a great way to begin your academic career. So coming and living and studying on campus gives you the opportunity to connect with other students. You can make friends really quickly. Our law and legal studies program has its own space and residence, so you can actually, be amongst other students within your program. We guarantee residence for all students coming out of high school, and we do our best to put students in environments where they're going to really thrive. All the food that we serve through our residence is prepared fresh on demand by chefs with ingredients that we source from local farms. vegetarian, kosher, halal, gluten-free. We provide all of that, so quite good. Campus life, as I mentioned, we have more than 200 student societies, including a dedicated student society for law and legal studies. If you want to play sports, our men's basketball team has been the top school in Canada for the past 15 years. It's a remarkable accomplishment. You could be a DJ for the radio station. You can go snowboarding in the winter. Really, there's something for everybody. I do encourage you to get involved. I'm a former international student. I've studied at a few different universities across different degrees. Truly, this is something Carleton does well. So being able to get a really excellent education, but also develop yourself outside of the classroom simultaneously is something that I think you should take advantage of. In terms of applying to our law program, so I should mention it is a competitive program. You need to have high grades to qualify. The primary assessment tool is going to be your academic results. So when you submit an application to Carleton, after applying, you're going to receive an acknowledgement package where we ask you to send us your results. We want to see that you've done well academically, and that's really the main way we're going to assess you for admission. SAT and ACT are not, generally speaking, required. But if you've applied for programs that do require that in the US, for example, by all means send them. I mean, it can't hurt your chances. And if it's something that can help you with your application, we'd be happy to take a look at that simultaneously. And if it's beneficial, for sure, we'll take that into consideration as well. If any of you are studying international curriculum like the IB higher level courses, British A-levels, College Board's advanced placement courses, all of those additional levels of study qualify for advanced standing at the university. So you could have some of your first year courses recognized by virtue of studying those particular curriculum, and that would reduce the number of courses you have to take in your first year. English language proficiency is something you have to demonstrate if English is not your first language. So when you apply to our law program, in addition to having good results from your high school or university courses, we would ask you to send us a TOEFL or an IELTS test score as well. So basically you would want a 6.5 on the IELTS or an 86 on the IBT. However, if you fall a little bit short, but you still have a good score, you could be placed in our foundation program. The foundation program, of course, gives you the latitude to begin the program. And at the same time, you would be able to take ESL courses to help you improve your English while completing degree credit together. So it's a nice opportunity for you to, of course, become more proficient in your second language and at the same time have access to degree credit. We do have another option. If your score was, say, below a 5 on the IELTS, but you have good academic results, then you could qualify for conditional admission through our CultureWorks pathway. So this would give you the basis to do an intensive ESL program in advance of your studies at Carleton. You can do this online, virtually during the COVID-19 global health crisis, or in person on campus. And this gives you the basis to satisfy the ESL requirement prior to even starting the study program while holding an offer to Carleton simultaneously. So once you complete the program, you'd be able to begin the degree at the next available intake that it's offered. So a few different options in terms of applying to the university. After you apply to Carleton, you would be engaging with us through our online portal, the Carleton 360 portal. And you can track your application at any time. You can upload your documents, and you can also work with Students International. So we work with Students International as a trusted local partner. We understand that seeking guidance from colleagues within your city is important. Students International has a presence right across the Russian Federation, and they're a great, excellent resource for you to take advantage of. So we would just need permission from you to be able to engage what would otherwise be private information through a third-party authorization form. It's a fairly straightforward process though. So I guess the other thing I wanted to share with you is, I think I started at the beginning by mentioning how important it is for you to do your research. Canada is a great country with amazing programs, and Carleton's a really strong university with an excellent legal department, one that we consistently win awards for through our faculty and research and through how the program is structured. But you need to do your own research and determine if this is the right pathway for you. One of the best ways for you to get an understanding of what that could look like is by talking to current students, by looking at our social media feeds, by doing a virtual campus tour through our website at carleton.ca. There's a number of ways for you to kind of get that information in to make an informed decision. We have a number of students within various departments, including the law program, who can answer questions, who have done video testimonials, and who you can engage with on a regular basis. In my international admissions office, we host regular chats as well, so you can get information in real time and take advantage of ongoing webinars that we host throughout the admissions cycle. And of course, as I mentioned, Students International is available to help you anytime as well locally through appointments. Various international students connect with us through various social media feeds. You can see them all outlined for you here. And I mentioned the virtual tour. So again, if you can't come to Canada in person, which is a great way for you to get a better appreciation for the various programs, then by all means, do connect with us virtually. Email me anytime if you have follow-up questions, because I'm definitely available and happy to help you at any time as well. So I guess to conclude, if you do choose Carleton and you want to study the Law and Legal Studies program, you're finding one of the more robust programs in the Canadian context. We offer the largest selection of law courses available. You can study those subjects from a variety of different vantage points based on what you might want to do when you graduate. And it's a great basis, of course, for law school, but also for diplomacy and politics, for business, for commerce, for the arts. Our graduates have gone on to work in all industry once they complete the degree program. So whether it's working for international organizations like the United Nations, serving in the Canadian Parliament, or as foreign service workers or ambassadors, I think that really is the best way to showcase the strength of the program, is all of the successful things our graduates have gone on to do once they finish the program. We have students from all over the world, including the Russian Federation, and we look forward to potentially welcoming you to Carleton as well. It's a lot of talking. I think I've spoken at you for the last 40 minutes. I wanted to allow for some time for questions, and so I'm going to sort of open up the floor for questions at this stage.
Thank you very much, Robert, for such detailed presentation. First of all, I would like to conclude and just let me know if I'm not correct, that doing just undergraduate degree is not enough. For example, to become a lawyer in Canada, they need to proceed to a higher level, correct?
That is exactly right. So for us at our program, we're one of the few schools that offers the undergraduate basis to apply to professional law programs. So it's an excellent pathway onwards. But I would say the bulk of our students, all of the students really, go on to do postgraduate studies. So through professional law programs or for a master's program. But definitely that's the basis to be able to work in a professional way in the law and legal system.
Well, if they continue to a higher level, and then if they want to work as a lawyer, for example, do they need to have a status in Canada, like permanent resident or citizenship?
Yeah, not necessarily. So it depends on what the student is hoping to do when they finish the degree program. So as I say, if you want to be a lawyer, then it's important to make sure you're studying the legal system and how law is practiced within the jurisdiction that you intend in living in. So if settlement in Canada is part of your life plan, then that would make sense, doing the law program within Canada after you finish the undergraduate degree. The benefit of the Carleton program or pathway is you can progress through the program, take a variety of different courses, and just learn and grow intellectually. And as you approach the termination of the program, you can make decisions like, okay, I think I'm going to, take advantage of Canada's postgraduate work opportunities. So I'm going to apply for the postgraduate work permit to give me 3 years of time in Canada just for professional purposes. Maybe instead of going to grad school or law school right away, I'll just do a number of different things. And that might include applying for permanent residency. And in tandem with that, of course, applying to professional law programs. At the same time, you might decide, oh, I've been in Canada for 4 years. I think I'm going to move to the US or to the UK, or I'm going to go back to Russia. And you can take your Carleton degree and build on it in those locations as well. So I'd say it's an open system, and it allows for students to kind of grow and evolve over the time that they complete the degree, which I think many people would attest to. Your undergraduate degree over those 4 years, it's a time of learning and personal growth. And I think with that in hand, you can make, a more informed decision about what the future might look like.
Thank you. I'll translate it into Russian, if you don't mind. Дорогие друзья, чтобы стать адвокатом в Канаде, вот вижу, у нас был вопрос от Анны, что необходимо сделать? Недостаточно иметь только бакалавра, законченного
Канаде или где-либо еще. Если вы хотите стать юристом, адвокатом в Канаде, вам необходимо заканчивать в самой Канаде как минимум программу магистратуры, а для этого необходимо сдавать специализированные экзамены, проходить интервью и, что немаловажно, если вы хотите иметь высокую должность, да, там, адвокатом, юристом на высоком уровне, необходимо иметь статус в стране, вид на жительство либо гражданство. Чтобы получить этот статус, вы можете сперва сделать программу бакалавриата в Канаде, получить рабочее разрешение до 3 лет, поработать в Канаде, да, оформить свои документы, а именно получить вид на жительство сперва в стране и далее продолжить свое обучение в магистратуре, либо на профессиональном уровне и получать специальные лицензии, чтобы работать адвокатом, либо юристом. Да, процесс долгий, длительный, трудоемкий. Нужно понимать, что потребуется довольно-таки длительное время, чтобы достичь вашей цели. Okay, Robert, we have, as you know, live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, and we have some questions from our potential students and their parents. If you don't mind, I will read them. Please. First of all, for undergraduate degree, what what grades you require in high school attested or diploma for students? It should be like just A or B, some GPA, for example, GPA requirement for admissions?
That's a great question. So as I mentioned, it is a competitive program. So the higher your grades, the higher the likelihood of qualifying for the program. But one of the things we do just as a best practice in our admissions office is we always assess our applicants for their first choice programs. So we'll look at the English proficiency, we'll look at the grades across the high school level. And if the student qualifies at the time that they apply, it's a rolling process. So starting in December, we'll be making offers. Then we'll make the offer at that time. If we see that they're progressing through their studies and they have potential, but they haven't quite hit the grade point needed for admission, then instead of refusing the student, we would just simply ask for the next iteration of their grades. And so we'd wait to see how those results unfold over the year. Ultimately, if they aren't successful, we usually do make what we call alternate offers to a program that is related to the original program. So for law and legal studies students, they might be eligible for another social science degree with a lower admission average, which would give them the latitude to start their studies at Carleton, do well academically, create a basis for transfer into the originally intended program in second year. So definitely apply for your first choice program. We'll always do our best for that one. And if you aren't successful, we'll try to provide a pathway forward.
Perfect. I will translate, if you don't mind. Для зачисления необходимо иметь высокие баллы в аттестате. Но если вдруг они у вас низкие, ничего страшного, не переживайте. Приемная комиссия может предложить вам либо альтернативную программу, год вы отучитесь на ней и потом сможете перейти на желаемую программу, либо в зависимости, да, от ваших оценок может приемная комиссия еще немного подождать, там, следующих оценок и уже посмотрит, давать вам оффер на программу или нет. You've mentioned that admissions is also looking at ESL, yes, ESL requirements. So please let us know what are those requirements, and if they are missing, can you make like double conditional offer, like waiting for IELTS results, TOEFL results? Or no, English must be presented at the time of application. And do you accept Duolingo?
All great questions. So for sure, we do require English language proficiency as part of the assessment. Students can show us they have that through two different ways. So one could be years of study in an English medium school. So for example, if you're a student studying at an international curriculum school like Anglo-American, and you've been studying in English for 3 years, then simply having been in this immersive English language context would show us that you have the ability to seamlessly transition into a university context in English and do well. So that's one way. If you haven't been studying at an English school, then typically you would supply an English language proficiency test. So Carleton will accept TOEFL, IELTS, MELAB, Pearson, and Kale. Those are the primary tests. So Duolingo, unfortunately, isn't one of them. And we would look for scores like 6.5 on the IELTS, but we do offer a foundation year. So if you have between a 5 and a 6.5 on the IELTS, or between a 60 and an 86 on the IBT, then, well, you wouldn't qualify for direct admission. We would offer you a spot in your program and the opportunity to take foundation level English courses simultaneously. So students within this particular foundation program, I guess you could say, would test into one of 3 levels of the ESL program. And depending upon where they place, they would have access to a higher number of degree courses. So it allows them to satisfy their English requirement, become more proficient in their second language, create a better basis for success at the university. But at the same time, they're taking degree courses, so they're also working towards finishing the degree. Final thing, we do offer conditional admission for students that don't have an English proficiency test. So if you're applying with minimal English, or if you just don't have a test, then you can apply through our CultureWorks pathway, which gives you the basis to get conditionally accepted to Carleton on the condition that you successfully complete the CultureWorks program. And we offer that either through distance learning or through coming to live and study on our campus, but through the intensive ESL program at CultureWorks.
Thank you. Конечно же, желательно, чтобы на момент зачисления у вас были, да, требования по английскому языку, IELTS, TOEFL. Это основные экзамены, которые у нас сдают студенты. Даже если он у вас не на проходной балл, не переживайте, вы сможете подтянуть свой английский язык в языковой школе при самом учебном заведении. Либо, если у вас нет вообще никакого из экзаменов сданных, то нужно брать подготовку через языковую школу партнера. К сожалению, совсем без языка поступать не получится, потому что программа довольно-таки конкурентная, да, и желающих попасть на нее очень-очень много. Thank you very much, Robert. We have some questions in chat box and Q&A section. Let's see. Is it allowed, the question is from Alona, is it allowed for international students to have a practice in government organization? As you mentioned, students can practice during the practical or co-op internship during the bachelor's degree program. So are they allowed to do this in government organizations?
That's a great question. There are some limitations or restrictions in some postings based on citizenship, but we offer through our co-op program and through just internships a variety of different types of experiences with many different organizations. So some of them are in government, some of them are in independent organizations or nonprofits or business. Corporate enterprises, there's a number of different types of things you can do. Even within the university sort of research profession area, there's opportunities as well. So I would say, yes, there are some restrictions depending upon certain circumstances, but always there are opportunities for students. So I would say no matter what, there's going to be something interesting to take advantage of.
Алена, к сожалению, в Канаде существуют определенные, скажем, ограничения, да, в связи с тем, что вы, например, наши студенты являются иностранными в Канаде, поэтому не на всех позициях студенты могут работать в госструктурах. На некоторых позициях, да, это можно, в зависимости от того, да, как и где вы будете проходить практику. В принципе, да, возможно, но не на всех позициях. Okay, I'm moving on with the chat box. After graduating bachelor's degree, where do students usually work? Maybe you have a feedback from the students who graduated and you know where they continue their work afterwards. Not necessarily, I think they continue to do master's degree or some professional programs.
Yeah, that's also a great question. And it's an interesting one to consider because it really shows the versatility of the program. So yeah, students that don't pursue professional law or graduate study go on to work in government, in nonprofit sector, and in business as well. So in commerce. So there's a number of, businesses that require people with this background to be able to work in international business law, corporate law, labor law, you name it, there's tons of opportunities there. Certainly social work as well, being able to engage with and work with individuals in the legal system, environmental law. I mean, there's just so many opportunities. I think it's a really interesting time to be in this field because beyond being a barrister defending somebody in court, there's so many other ways that you can apply this particular credential in professional ways. So I think that's one of the exciting things that students really, it really hits home as they kind of move through the degree, they do the co-ops, they engage with the hiring that we do right out of the program as well. As I mentioned, there's a number of organizations that actively seek our graduates before they even finish the degree. You know, certainly foreign service workers, I think a number of people that work in diplomacy have a legal background as well. And that's certainly been evidenced by the Carleton alumni that we see.
Thank you. And there is another question from Alona. Is there any postgraduate programs, degree or diploma ones, for example, in paralegal studies?
Yeah, correct. So if you're interested in, so I think I missed the front part of that question, but it had to do with postgraduate study in paralegal?
Postgraduate studies, which could be like diploma, degree, or like she's interested in paralegal.
Yes, so we do have a number of postgraduate options, including the largest one, of course, would be the Masters of Arts program, but we do have a few diploma programs as well. To be honest, my area of expertise is strictly tied to the undergraduate level, but I can certainly provide and facilitate contact with our faculty of graduate studies to give more detailed information about both diploma programs for people holding undergraduate degrees. So it'd be a postgraduate credential regardless, and or the master's program.
Thank you. And we had another question from Facebook. Do you have many Russian students coming to this, applying to this program, this type of programs?
Yeah, so Carleton, one of the things I think we're really proud about at the university is we have a really diverse student community. So across our student population, I mentioned we have approximately 32,000 students at Carleton, of which 17% are from outside of Canada. So we have students from across the Russian Federation every year, as well as many other regions of the world. So they study a variety of different topics, of course. Engineering and mathematics, the STEM subjects tend to be really popular, but we see increasing interest in global politics, international relations, law, development studies, human rights. There's an openness to study social science courses like this from across international student community these days as well. So I think students from Russian Federation will find potentially some friendly faces from home, but also an opportunity to connect with people from all over the world and across Canada too.
How many spots you have for international students in those programs? I'm sure the spots are very, very limited.
So I would say all of our programs are equally accessible to all applicants. So we don't have any limitations on international students. It's rolling admissions based on successfully satisfying the requirements for admission to the program. So we have opened our fall 2021 application now. You can apply anytime going forward, with the deadline being April 1st. But while the deadline is April 1, we do see programs, competitive programs certainly, that have hit capacity before the deadline. So I would certainly encourage students to apply early to avoid sort of those closures in advance of the deadline. We will start making offers as early as December, typically, maybe a bit earlier than that, based on completed results to date. So if you are admitted prior to graduating from your program or your high school, you would be given conditional admission, which means you have a spot in the program, but you still have to send in your final results at the end of the year. So that would be your leaving certificate, your final examination results, your English proficiency, like all of that has to be sent in officially, but you can be admitted conditionally as early as December based on your midterm results.
Well, if at the end students fail, yes, they provide not very good marks at the end when they graduate, what will happen then? Will you open an alternative program?
Yeah, exactly. So, that's a great question because it does happen sometimes. So with a conditional offer, the understanding is that the student will continue to do well academically. It is okay if their grades go down a little bit. Sometimes, oh, my final grade in chemistry was less than I thought, but my final grade in history was higher than I thought. And so, you'll see some variances, and that's okay. The only time it's a problem really is if your grades have dropped dramatically, or if you've potentially not obtained a high school leaving certificate, or you failed a class maybe. what I can say is we do our best to accommodate the students. So we would look at other options like alternate programs that they do qualify for. We have an enriched support program, which allows you to come into the university and create a basis of admission with some support. So for sure, not many students have their offers revoked, but it can happen. Always, we want to work really closely with the student to make sure we give them the best possible outcomes. So.
Perfect. And probably the last question for today, there are no additional requirements for admissions. I mean, just transcripts or high school diploma plus English requirements. No additional tests, I don't know, interviews, etc.
That's exactly right. So for the undergraduate program, it's a grades-based assessment plus the ESL English proficiency. When they go forth and go to grad school or law school, there are tests you need to do at that level, so GMAT or the LSAT. But that, again, it's a postgraduate credential. So as you progress through your Carleton degree, you'll be given everything you need to really ace those exams to give you a solid basis to be a lawyer when you finish, if that's truly what you want to do. But for admission to the undergraduate degree, it's really the academic excellence shown through previous study.
Thank you very much, Robert, for joining us today and for such great presentation. We have to move on with our day today. So thank you very much again, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Arpine. It was a pleasure to speaking with you today, and to all of you joining us from all over the Russian Federation. I say thank you again. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. Дорогие друзья, через 5 минут мы продолжим наше мероприятие. Напоминаем, что неделя международной профориентации организована компанией Students International, лучшим агентством Восточной Европы по версии британского журнала Study Travel Magazine. В сфере образования мы с 1992 года работаем и уже более 28 лет помогаем нашим студентам осуществить свою мечту. Мы поможем вам с программой обучения, определиться, с выбором учебного заведения и будем вас координировать на всех этапах зачисления и получения визы. Также наше мероприятие организовано лицензированной школой по подготовке IELTS School. Наши преподаватели помогут достичь нужного вам балла по экзамену IELTS. Занятия проходят у нас в школе и также онлайн. Поэтому, где бы вы ни жили, в какой точке России либо Украины, мы всегда будем рады вам помочь подготовиться к данному экзамену. И наш лицензированный тест-центр Students International, в котором вы можете сдать экзамен IELTS, начиная от академического модуля, заканчивая IELTS UKVI, Life Skills и даже IELTS на компьютере. Напоминаем, что наш марафон является полноценной профориентационной неделей, и в рамках которой любой желающий школьник либо студент может получить электронный сертификат. А для этого нужно выполнить два условия. Первое – это прослушать минимум 20% от курса и написать нам на наш адрес info@studenter.ru, указать свои данные, фамилию, имя, отчество, имейл и телефон. Мои коллеги с радостью пришлют вам электронный сертификат, в котором ждет вас немало бонусов. И наш марафон продолжается. Впереди вас ждет немало увлекательных вебинаров от наших коллег. А теперь я хотела бы передать слово в Соединенные Штаты Америки, в прекрасный город Бостон, и своему коллеге Константину.
Да, Арпина, спасибо большое за передачу эстафетной палочки США. Добрый вечер, уважаемые участники профориентационной недели. Спасибо большое, что нашли время присоединиться к сегодняшнему вебинару, посвященному образованию в области юриспруденции и права. И для начала позвольте мне представиться. Меня зовут Константин Барков. Я являюсь руководителем американского отдела компании Students International. И в ближайший час мы с вами поговорим об особенностях изучения права и юриспруденции в США на примере Suffolk University. Вот. Сегодня с 10 утра выступали представители различных европейских учебных заведений, рассказывали о том, как получить право и стать полноценным юристом в Европе. Вот. И предыдущий оратор Арпине, моя коллега, рассказала вместе с Робом о том, как это можно сделать в Канаде. Вот. Я хочу сказать, что сейчас, секунду. Да, я хочу сказать, что в Северной Америке получение юридического образования и изучение права в корне отличается от того, как получают студенты образования в Европе. Поэтому в ближайший час мы поговорим об особенностях, и я передаю слово представителю Suffolk University, Bridget Sandunski. Good morning, Bridget.
Good morning. Good evening to you, though.
Yeah, it's almost 6 p.m. So, so Bridget, can you share your screen, your presentation?
Yeah, just give me 1 minute here. And let me just move this box around here. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, I can see it, sure. So, Bridget, we have, I would say, 45 minutes, maximum 50. Then we need to leave 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A sessions, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so you can start.
Great, thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Bridget Sandusky, and I am the Assistant Dean of Graduate Law Programs at Suffolk University Law School in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about our graduate law programs. And you'll see them here listed. Our newest degree is an MS in Law and Life Sciences degree. And that one is really special because it allows, it's STEM approved, which means students can stay in the United States up to 36 months after completing the degree. So we'll talk about that. Our 2 LLM programs, our Master of Laws programs, the Global Law and Technology, and our general one. And then we do offer a PhD, a Doctor of Juridical Science, a Legal English Institute, and then, of course, our partnership with Into Suffolk, and we have an LLM pathway. So let's get started. We have a lot to cover. So if you haven't been to Boston, Massachusetts, the law school itself is located right downtown. It's in the heart of the city, surrounded by the city's financial and commercial districts, as well as you have up across the hill from us, the State House, the Supreme Judicial Court of the Massachusetts, as well as the oldest public park in the United States, the Boston Common. It is easily accessible by public transportation, and there's lots of green space. Boston is what I call a livable city. It's a walkable city, and it is a safe city. Here is a quote from an alum, Alex, and I saw him a couple years ago. So my job at Suffolk is both, I wear lots of many different hats. And so I both do some international recruitment, so going out on the road, accepting applications, reviewing applications. But once a student actually comes and enrolls in the program, I become their academic advisor as well. And so we have this really nice sort of pipeline in which I'm able to meet individuals that are interested, sometimes over a number of years before they finally come, and then of course staying in touch with them after they graduate. And so it really is kind of, we often call it the Suffolk family. Alex lives in Sao Paulo in Brazil. He works for Oracle. And when I met him, he said, Bridget, the position that I have, he's works in their counsel office. So, and he goes, I do everything. Every day I utilize the information and the knowledge and the coursework that I studied within the LLM program. So whether or not I'm dealing with contract issues or human resources, or he specialized in intellectual property and information technology, he goes, I'm pulling up, what did we do with e-discovery? So every day, he goes, I'm using that education. And I know I wouldn't be in this position but for Suffolk and the LLM program that I completed there. So it's always nice for us to hear always sort of successful stories. So I'm going to cover really quickly, just in case individuals are not as familiar with how the differences between a US educational system and the international educational system. So typically we're completing 12 years of high school, going on and then doing an undergraduate degree and whatever area. So an individual could be an engineer and then decide to go to law school afterwards, or an accounting major, a journalist, English, it doesn't matter. So you do that in 4 to 5 years, and then you go and do a law degree, a JD degree. And that's 3 or 4 years, depending on whether or not you're doing it full-time or part-time. And then at that point, you would be eligible for the Master's of Law, this LLM degree, which full-time is 1 year, which any international student will be full-time for visa purposes. And then they could do a PhD degree in law as well, the SJD degree. And as if we compare that to international educational systems, you have your secondary school, sometimes 12 years, sometimes 13. And then oftentimes they're going directly into specialization. So students are completing their Bachelor of Laws degree in over a 3 to 5 year time period. And that would enable you to be eligible for the master's program, the postgraduate law degree, the LLM. It also would make you eligible to do the JD degree, which is that first degree in law in the United States. And I'm not going to get into, why would you choose one or the other? Obviously, one's much shorter than the other one, but there could be a variety of different reasons. And if somebody wants to talk with me offline and schedule a one-on-one appointment, I'm certainly happy to talk about those distinctions as well. So some just facts about Suffolk Law School. We're about 1,100 law school students. So for the United States, that's actually a pretty sizable law school. And we have a number of full-time faculty, but because of our location being in downtown Boston, we're also able to draw from the legal community. So we'll have a judge who is an acting and sitting judge who'll come and teach professional responsibility at night. So our students really have this great access to legal practitioners, individuals that will teach them the theory of the law, of course, but they'll also hear about this is what happened today. And this is how it actually happens in real life. And these are the complications that I encountered in this mergers and acquisitions deal. So it's a really wonderful, and it has a more enriching experience for students to have somebody who's practicing, and it's also a great networking experience. I've had students secure internships because of the adjunct faculty member that they had, or positions afterwards. So it works in a lot of different ways. We offer over 200 elective courses every year. So as I said, will work, and I'm the academic advisor for each one of our LLM students and our PhD students. And so my job is to help you take it from 100 courses in a semester to about 4 courses in a semester. So that's a lot to choose from. And we'll really meeting and talking and discussing, what are your goals? What do you want to get out of an LLM degree? What do you see as your future objectives? And so we'll work on that together. We have 4 programs in the top 25 in US News and World Report. And those programs, if you consider and think about what are the skills that you think any really exceptional lawyer should have, you would say they need to be a great speaker, a great oral advocate, a great writer, an individual that is well-versed in negotiation or mediation. Those are the types of things that when you think about a great lawyer, you want to have those skills and those traits. And Suffolk, we're number 5 in the United States in legal writing. Number 14 in our clinical education program, where students have real clients. Number 20 in the United States in trial advocacy. And so students are learning how to be advocates and practicing that. And number 22 in the United States in dispute resolution. And we are the only law school out of all law schools in the United States, the only law school for 5 years in a row that have 4 top 25 ranked legal skills specialty programs. So that's really amazing. And it is, I think, part because of our dedication to making sure that our students are what we term practice-ready lawyers. We will teach them the theory, but what is most important is we want them to graduate from Suffolk Law and know how to be a lawyer already. So that's something that is from the founding of Suffolk in 1906 till today, that really is a founding principle that we hold true. And that we're obviously recognized by our other peer institutions that we perform and deliver those skills to our students quite successfully. And you'll also see we're #1 in the United States as the best school for legal technology. And that doesn't mean you have to be a tech or a person. It is, as a lawyer, how can we better harness the use of technology for our clients? How can technology make us better and more efficient lawyers? And so that is, lawyer, and I'm a lawyer myself, and we tend to be, it's more of a traditional profession. And I think we haven't embraced technology sort of as quickly as many other areas may have done so in business, for example. So I think law in Suffolk, certainly we have made it a #1 priority to make sure that our students know how to utilize technology to better serve their clients, their communities, and just overall be better lawyers. The university, we actually started as a law school, which is really unique and different. Usually a university, a college would be created, and then you would have professional schools thereafter. So a medical school, a dental school. But we started actually as a law school in 1906. And a man, Gleason Archer, did not come from a wealthy family, and he met a man that was very impressed with him and said, "You really should go to law school." He said, "I don't have the money for that." And he said, "I will pay for you to go." And Mr. Frost became his benefactor, and he paid for Mr. Archer to go to law school, and he graduated. And he said, "Now I want to pay it back to you." And he said, "No, I don't want you to pay it back to me, but if you have an opportunity to do this for somebody else, please do so." And Mr. Archer took that to heart. And he said at the turn of the century in the early 1900s in the United States, it was white, Anglo-Saxon, male Protestants that were able to go to law school. And he thought no matter what an individual's background, no matter what their ethnicity, no matter what their economic background was, that they should be able to go to law school if they wanted to. And at that time, law school was an undergraduate degree in the United States. Funny, huh? And so he created Suffolk Law School in his living room in Roxbury, Massachusetts. And from that small idea and the heart of that man of saying everybody should have access to legal education if they want it, we have grown to be an all-encompassing university with over 18% of our students are international students. We have students from over 100 countries. We offer over 60 degrees, and we have 2 campuses, one in Boston, Massachusetts, and the other one in Madrid, Spain. So just a really powerful story of providing access and opportunity. I don't think any of us really have are questioning why would we want to be doing an LLM program at this point in time. It's been driven by globalization, the need to have knowledge of another country. The United States clearly is involved with many. We're seen as a leader in providing the legal education, but overall, it's the clashes of everything. The internet certainly has paved its way to if you're producing a product in one country, you might be selling it in another country. What we may have thought as very local law in the past, and people buy real estate in different countries, and people marry people from different countries, and people have families, and people get divorced. People will produce, and they'll have, as I said, produce one item in one country, sell it in another, and there's intellectual property issues. And all of this has been driven by globalization and by the internet. And so an individual, a student, a lawyer who is able to have an understanding of how a US lawyer thinks and how they can predict how they will act in a negotiation, for example, that is going to be really valuable information. We're not going to make a Russian lawyer be an American lawyer. But we are going to give you that insight. You're going to know and understand how the US legal system works. You might gain some additional other specialized knowledge. You might become, and you might take the bar exam and also become a lawyer in the United States. But it's evening that playing field to give you that added extra edge and benefit. That's, I think, is really the true value of an LLM degree. You'll see Boston, we have 4 seasons, so all of those are well represented. That top picture is in the public garden. You'll see here is the law school building. It's a 7-story tall building. This is the Park Street Church, and the Boston Common is just right over here. If you've been to Boston, you'll probably will have gone shopping at Newberry Street and the Prudential Tower, which is right over here. It's really in the center of it all. So it's a beautiful city. It's a walkable city. Here are things that I term as what makes Suffolk different. There are lots of different LLM programs across the entire world, certainly in the United States, and there's very specialized LLM programs. So if you're looking for an LLM in animal rights, you can find an LLM in animal rights or in space law. We have 2 very particular types of LLM programs I'll talk a little bit more about in detail, but you would be learning in downtown Boston, the 2 degrees and the newest MSLL degree that we offer. Classes are available starting at 9 o'clock in the morning until 10 p.m. at night, because we're both a full-time and a part-time program. So you get to choose and study at the time that is the most beneficial for you. Some of us are morning people and some of us are night owls, and that we'd much be happier to take a class at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. at night. You can either specialize and custom design your program with my own individual expertise and experience. I've been at Suffolk for over 15 years. I'm always working with international students within our graduate law programs. You can start, and our traditional start date is in the end of August. Or you can also, we have an intake cycle in January, so you can start as soon as this coming January. And we offer a robust scholarshiping program, merit-based. So it means that the scholarship committee is really looking at your academics, any other special awards or honors, TOEFL or IELTS or Duolingo scores, and things like that. Scholarships range from $15,000 to $26,000. $26,000 is a 50%. That's 50% of our current tuition costs. And the vast majority of individuals admitted into the LLM program are awarded some level of scholarship funding. So whether or not it's $15,000 or $26,000, students are notified of their admissions decision and their scholarship award in about 2 to 3 weeks is typically the turnaround time period for that. We have a specialized career services and professional development office. And so there's 2 individuals that primarily work with our LLM students, and they will review your resume, your cover letter. They'll talk to you about job search strategies, and you'll get access to Simplicity, which is our online job database system. And they'll do mock interviews for students that might not be as comfortable interviewing. They will do how to network, and then they'll offer networking events. So it's a really important office, so important that I bring them into our orientation program at the start of the program. So even though there's lots of other things to cover, I want students from the very beginning to know that they need to focus on what it is they want to achieve at the end of the LLM program. And to do that successfully, they need to start thinking about that from day one in the program. And then students are able to do local or international internships. So after they complete the first semester in the program, so whether or not if they start in January, as soon as the summer, or if they start in a fall semester in September, August, and then that following January, they can do an internship at the same time as they're doing course credits. Of course, everybody is also eligible to be doing that OPT, that optional practical training, the 12-month time period for LLM students. For the Masters of Science and Law students, which is STEM approved, that's 36 months. Now, this is the Boston Common, a photo of the Boston Common with our beautiful State House behind it. Here's just a nice quote from Marty. He has, I think it's like 3 full-time jobs back in the Philippines now. He's a professor and teaching. He also has part of his own law firm. And then he's also working for their environmental agency as well. But he did an internship in a mid-sized law firm in Boston. And he found that to be a really amazing and rewarding experience for him. Here's the inside of the law school. So that's our great hall. You'll see it goes up to 4 stories in there. The total building is 7 stories tall. And this looks like a courtroom that you would see anywhere else, but it's actually in our building. We have 3 courtrooms like this, and that's where students do their training. That's why we're recognized as one of the leaders in trial advocacy, because our students have access to facilities like this. And you'll see the TV monitors, and students are recorded and it's played back, and they'll learn how to do an entire trial from start to finish. Here are classrooms, 18 smart classrooms. The largest classroom will seat about 120 students, and the smallest classroom has seats for 18. So it's not uncommon, and if it is a skills-based course, so a trial advocacy course, a negotiation or a mediation course, those courses are going to be capped at 18 students. Our LLM students come from around the world. If you're going to be looking for, we don't have, 30 students from China in our LLM program and another 30 students from Brazil. We might have 1 or 2. We have students, we're a small to mid-sized LLM program at any given time, around 20 to 25 students. So I think our students really get the best of all worlds, and that they have a small community in which they're building their own global network, but they have all the resources that a large law school can provide to them as well. So a beautiful building in downtown Boston, 200 elective courses, internship opportunities around the corner. So it's really, I think that, and lots of personal one-on-one attention from me and from other administrators. The LLM in Global Law and Technology is our oldest LLM. It was developed in 2002. Students are taking an Introduction to U.S. Law course, and then one required seminar course. But beyond that, there are other 20 credits, because they're both 2 credits each. There are other 20 credits they can choose to earn a specialization in international law and business, IP and IT, U.S. law and legal methods, or biotechnology and health law. And here's our general Master of Laws. The degree title is just Master of Laws, and students are custom designing a curriculum. So maybe they want to sit for a bar exam in the United States, or maybe they just want to design their own program, and I will help and assist them in doing that. Our newest degree is this Master of Science and Law and Life Sciences, and we're really excited about this degree. It's the first of its kind at Suffolk University because it is truly an interdisciplinary graduate level degree. So we have faculty members teaching from our College of Arts and Sciences department, from the Sawyer Business School, as well as from a law school. It is a law school degree, but you don't need to already have a law degree to apply to it. So you can have any background at all, as long as you've completed your first undergraduate degree, you would be eligible to apply for this new program. So if you are a lawyer, it is an opportunity for you to learn a little bit more about the life sciences and the more of the science background of life sciences, because presumably you wouldn't have that. Versus if you were a scientist, a research scientist, and you said, I want to do something, I still want to be using my science degree and background, but I don't want to sit in a lab every day. So that student could come and they would learn about law. And I'll show you the curriculum in just a minute. The life sciences industry, and this is prior to COVID-19, certainly right now, it's a booming business as well. But prior to COVID-19, it was typically taken 3.5 to 4 months to fill life sciences positions in the state of Massachusetts. It is a growing and continuing to grow area with lots of from either, contract managers to intellectual property. There are so many different types of jobs in the life sciences industry. It's 30 credits in total. So students, you would complete that as an F1 international student in 1 year. There are no standardized tests, so no GRE, GMAT, or LSAT. You do need to prove English language proficiency. So that would be the same for any one of our programs. So we accept the Duolingo, IELTS, TOEFL. So any of those you would be able to utilize. And also the special English language program that INTU has as well. And STEM approved. Our inaugural session starts in January of 2021. Most of the classes are held after 4:30 p.m. Because it is both a full-time and a part-time program, and we want to keep it as a small program. And then we do offer merit-based scholarships for this program as well. You'll see a really diverse, these are 10 required courses. If a lawyer is coming into the program and you said, I'm an intellectual property lawyer right now, but I really would like to get into the life sciences industry because I can see it's growing. There's lots of different opportunities for me. Then we wouldn't make you take the IP Law Survey course. And then that would free up an opportunity for you to do an internship in one of the many. The Greater Boston area has over 350 life sciences companies in the Greater Boston area. So you would be able to do an internship at one of those companies. I hope that many of you will decide to come and join us. So even if you're not interested in the Masters of Law in Life Sciences, you might be interested in joining this mini class that we're offering on October 28th. I know I'm really excited about this because the class is identifying and evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of COVID-19 diagnostic tests. Who doesn't really want to learn a little bit more about this? There's so much information out there. And Professor Hamdi, who will be teaching in the program, will be teaching this mini class. And she has a way of taking the most complicated information and making it easily understandable. She's relatable, just a really wonderful professor. And so I'm looking forward to attending this mini class on October 28th as well. It will be hosted via Zoom. And I hope that many of you will decide if you're interested in the MSLL. It will be a great insight. It's really focusing on her therapies course. And so that's exactly what these COVID tests is, designing a therapy to combat against that sickness, and she will be teaching that. So you would get it up and close, but also I think it would be a great opportunity for an LLM, potentially an LLM student, to come and learn a little bit more about Suffolk as well, and kind of teaching styles and things like that. General application requirements, we require an online application, a personal statement, which is really your opportunity to tell the admissions committee more about yourself. Why do you want to do an LLM or an MSLL degree? Why do you want to do it at Suffolk? What are your future career goals and aspirations? Usually 2 pages is sufficient in doing that. A resume, 2 letters of recommendation. So if it's to the LLM, they should be legally related. If it's to the MSLL program, they do not obviously have to be legally related. Official transcripts. Generally speaking, an average GPA of 3.0, but we look at the entire, we review applications in a holistic way, meaning that we're looking at everything within an application file. So if you had not a great semester and that has had an impact upon your GPA, then that's something that we're going to look at. We want to see that students have improved and learned from that experience. Maybe there was something else going on in your life. We don't think that that should be the be all and end all of whether or not you would be successful within a graduate law program. And then obviously we're looking for English language proficiency. We have the LLM program has a pathway program with into Suffolk University. So you are able to do a 1 semester or 2 semester LLM pathway program. So in a 1 semester program, you're earning 7 credits toward the 24. So 7 credits toward your LLM degree. 5 credits. So 1 semester, 5 credits. Over the course of 2 semesters, you would earn 7 credits. You pick up an additional course, a negotiation course toward that. And then you'll see the IELA, that's what I was blanking on, the into English language testing. So we accept IELA, TOEFL, IELTS, and we're also more recently accepting the Duolingo because there was such difficulties in students being able to take a TOEFL or IELTS exam. And if you have any other questions or concerns, I'm always happy to schedule a one-on-one meeting. You can book it yourself using this You Can Book Me link, and we'll be providing, and they have the PowerPoint presentation and it's all being recorded. So definitely outreach to me. Otherwise, you can just send me an email too as well if you have any particular questions that you would have, and I'm happy to answer questions today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bridget, for your presentation. So we still have like 15-20 minutes for questions and answer session. So let me ask our participants, our guests, so if they have any questions. Еще раз добрый вечер, уважаемые участники сегодняшнего вебинара. Пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь, задавайте вопросы. У нас с вами есть еще около 15-20 минут до конца сессии с университетом Саффолка, город Бостон. Поэтому еще раз говорю, у вас есть возможность в чат-боксе адресовать вопросы либо мне, либо нашим представителям из университета Саффолк. So, Bridget, while we are waiting for the questions from our guests, so would you mind to come back in your presentation on the slide, I believe slide number 3 or slide number 4. So it's a scheme of study, like starting from high school.
Yeah.
So I would like to focus on this slide. Oh, yes.
So the US or international?
Yes, US education system. So international one. Yeah, let's see international.
Oh, okay, the international. Oops, sorry. There you go.
All right. Would you mind to tell more details on how to become a, let's say, a judge or a lawyer? Let's pretend you interview the 11th grade student in Russian school who wants to be a lawyer. And could you please tell more details about this scheme, starting from the beginning, from the Bachelor of Graduate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know it is always a little bit, I can get lost on this slide for 10 minutes. So I just wanted to do just very briefly and happy to go back to it. So in most places, almost anywhere else outside of the United States, individuals are immediately specializing in doing a bachelor's degree of law after high school, after secondary school. And at that time period, if an individual said, I want to go to the United States, I think the primary question is, do I want to gain additional and sophisticated knowledge in the United States in a particular area? So maybe it's intellectual property, maybe it's life sciences, maybe it's international business. And that's why I'm going to do an LLM degree. Or they have a focus of, I want to be eligible to sit for a bar exam in the United States. And in the United States, licensure to be a lawyer is determined by each individual state. So the state of Massachusetts has different requirements than the state of California or the state of Texas or the state of New York. It is not a federal, it's not controlled on a federal level. So you're not licensed to be a lawyer in the United States of America. You're licensed to be a lawyer. I'm licensed to be a lawyer in the state of Connecticut. And so each state develops its own rules about who is eligible to take their bar exam. So in the state of Massachusetts, foreign lawyers are able to take the bar exam in Massachusetts, but they must be licensed lawyers. So if an individual completed their legal education and yet then they didn't sit for a bar exam, or they didn't do a mandatory internship program, or take, and they're not yet licensed lawyers, they wouldn't be eligible to sit in the state of Massachusetts. The state of Massachusetts requires certain coursework to be completed, and these are courses that a student would be able to do within the LLM program and within the 24 credits, the 1-year time period. So you don't need to be extending your time to gain that additional coursework. So you're taking constitutional law, professional responsibility, and then 3 other bar tested subjects. Students also have to take and pass our ethics exam, the MPRE, the multi-professional responsibility exam. The state of, excuse me, the state of New York and the state of California don't require that an individual be a licensed lawyer, but they require that you will have completed what is truly your legal education. So in some countries, so for example, in Uganda, they have a postgraduate diploma that an individual needs to complete. So they complete a bachelor's and then there's a postgraduate diploma. If they hadn't completed that postgrad diploma, then New York says they're not eligible to take New York. So each state is going to have complex and different rules, and they can change their rules. So what might be the rule today in 5 or 10 years ago, 10 years ago, Massachusetts didn't allow civil law lawyers. So individuals from Russia would be from a civil law background versus a common law background. An individual from the United Kingdom, so from Ireland, from South Africa, from Australia, are all common law jurisdictions. And they don't actually even need an LLM degree to be eligible to sit. So Massachusetts makes that distinction as well. If you're coming from a civil law legal education system versus a common law legal education system. So it is something that if a student wants to be eligible to sit for a bar exam, it's something that they need to know kind of right at the very beginning of the LLM. 2 semesters goes by very quickly. Individuals can stay for a 3rd semester. So I have had students complete the LLM over 3 semesters. So they might say, I just need, I need to take additional coursework. Maybe they decided they wanted to take a bar exam later on. Maybe they wanted to have wait until a 3rd semester to do an internship. There's lots of different reasons why an individual might complete the LLM over 3 semesters rather than 2 semesters. 2 semesters is standard, but 3 semesters, we routinely allow students to do that as long as there's sort of a demonstrated reason for doing so.
All right. So, and how many years altogether it will take the high school student to become a lawyer, like a professional lawyer? So it's like 3-5 years undergraduate degree in law plus Juris Doctor 3-4 years. So altogether, like 6 to 8 years, right?
Well, here I have the bachelor's degree, and that really depends oftentimes on the degree that a student is completing in their home countries. Sometimes there's bachelor's degrees that are 3 years, sometimes they're 5 years if they're combining both a bachelor's and a master's degree. And so that would be more akin to Bologna, in which they standardized and said students a 5-year time period and completing both. The LLM program, it says 1 to 3 years. 3 years is if a student is completing it as a part-time student. An international student is never eligible to go part-time. If you're on an F1 student visa, the slowest that you can do the program and still remain in status as a full-time student is over 3 semesters, so 18 months. Standard is a year. So they could be completing a bachelor's degree in 4 years and then the LLM in 1 year. And so in 5 years, being eligible to take a bar exam. Bar exams are offered usually twice a year, a couple months after graduation, and they often won't get results again for another couple months after that. So, that's when doing and having 12 months of the OPT, the optional practical training for law school students is a bit challenging because if somebody's looking at you and say, I want to hire individuals that have passed the bar exam, they're not going to know whether or not you passed the bar exam for almost half of your OPT time period. So that, and then they say, okay, then we have to train you. So, and that's assuming you passed the bar exam on the first time. So it is, I think it is a little bit more challenging than, say, for a student, if you're completing an MBA program, you basically can go and work almost doing anything business related. I do think it's a little bit more challenging for lawyers and pursuing, especially if they have kind of a broader desire to potentially want to stay in the United States. It's not impossible, but it's something that students have to be working really hard at, both their grades, of course, but also in networking. The vast majority of individuals that are securing legal opportunities, and that goes for JD students as well as LLM students, is through networking. So internships and going in, and also through networking opportunities. You can send out 1,000 resumes and never get a reply. But if you are really targeted, so if a student from Russia is finding that here's a company that does a lot of business with Russia, so what is it that I am bringing to the table that is different from another regular American JD student or another international student? So maybe it is because you have language skills, so multiple language skills. Maybe it's knowledge of your home legal system in which you are a licensed lawyer in that legal system, and they are looking. So you have to kind of look at yourself and see what it is that distinguishes you. Why should this company, why should this law firm be interested in you. What is it that you have to offer them that they can't get somewhere else? And that's where really that networking and sort of sometimes educating of, this is why you really should look at me, because I know you do this amount of business, and I think I would be beneficial and helpful because I speak these 4 languages. And so I think it goes in sort of that way.
All right. So, and we got a few questions from our guests. So question number 1. So is there any chance to study dual major, for example, law and business, law and economics?
So in the JD program, so if an individual decided to do a JD degree, they can do a JD MBA, a JD, there's lots of dual degrees with the JD program. With the LLM program, we are not currently offering any sort of dual degree within that. It's too short of a degree to be granting credit from another program. So essentially with dual degrees, you will have almost 1 credit's worth of a semester from that other degree. And when you have a degree that's completed in 1 year, it's really difficult to do that versus if many master's programs are 2 years. So if they're doing a dual degree, master's in finance and accounting, they're able to take away and count from 1 semester the other one, and that's 75% of their degree is still within their regular degree. I think it's just more difficult with an LLM program because it is such a short program. But great question.
All right, thank you. And one more question. Do you have internship during the study? And if the university can help to find an internship during the program?
Yes, we do. So our LLM program is specially approved to offer what is called curricular practical training, CPT, which allows you in the 2nd semester of the LLM program to do an internship. Generally speaking, for credit, not for being paid. And that's why I talked about our professional and career development office. They are there to provide you with all the skills that you need to how to complete a successful job search. What we don't do is we don't hold internship positions open for LLM students because you're not just it's not a cookie cutter option. It's not, each student doesn't just fit in slot them in, because each student brings to the table really unique language skills, background, legal experience. And what one student might be interested in, another might not be interested in at all. So we have found that it's the best way is to work with the students, provide them, so they're reviewing your resume, making sure it's a US styled resume, providing feedback, cover letters, teaching you how to draft cover letters, and you'll have access to our online legal job search database system, Simplicity. They do networking events. They'll tell you how to really job strategies to be pursuing. So we provide all of the skills and the resources for you to seek out to gain an internship. You often have to put yourself out there. I recall I had a student from Thailand, and her fluency, speaking fluency was good, but it wasn't great. And she said she walked into a court system and spoke with somebody and said, I'd like to get an internship. And you know what? And they said, okay. And I was shocked that that's how it happened, and that she did an internship by she just walked in and asked, spoke with somebody. And so it's oftentimes students that are really going to put themselves out there. They're going to go to events where we're having alumni. We have our Suffolk alumni from the law school. There's almost 24,000. Many of them are located in the greater Boston area. And oftentimes they give priority. They want to help other Suffolk law students. So those students, we have a mentorship program. So if a student wants to talk with somebody who's working in a particular career path, they can outreach to them and have sort of an informational interview and learn more about them. And I think those can be really powerful experiences. One, students get to know more about that particular area of the law. So maybe they find out that that's not what they want to do, or maybe it really cements that, yeah, that is exactly what I want to do. And two, they're starting to develop a network because maybe they really impress that person and they don't have any job positions opening or an internship opening, but they actually later on, a month later or something, a colleague of theirs does. And they said, oh, you know what? I met somebody that I think would be a great fit for that. And, you know, that's how things work sometimes, and actually quite often. So I always tell students, get involved. We have our students receive free membership to the Boston Bar Association, to the Massachusetts Bar Association. They're around the corner from us. They have activities, they have a foreign lawyers committee. So you get to learn from individuals that are where you want to be. So they're practicing law as a foreign lawyer in another country, and they've stayed there. We've had students that have been successful in securing an H-1B and sponsorship, and are staying here and have stayed here and are in great positions. But it's not just going to get handed to you. I'll tell you a quick story about a woman from India, and she was really wanted to do an internship. And she had was completing it over a 3-semester time period because she had some additional coursework that she wanted to take that she thought would make herself more marketable. And one of the courses wasn't being offered in a semester. So she stayed for a 3rd semester. She ended up having to choose between an internship that was in Virginia or one that was in Boston. And the one that in Boston would have been easy, but she didn't see that they were all that interested in keeping her on later on. The internship that was in Virginia she ended up commuting to Virginia a couple days a week and then doing her coursework at the same time. And she was exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. And Davi would come to my office and say, Bridget, I'm so tired. But she had her goal, her eye on the prize. This individual had spoken. It was an Indian law firm that was an Indian man was running it. So she was developing rapport with individuals that recognized the value that she could be adding. And at the end, they ended up keeping her on for OPT, optional practical training, and sponsoring her for an H-1B. So, at the beginning, it was really hard for her. And we talked a lot about the pros and cons about, which one to take and which one to do. And she said, this is the one that I think has the biggest potential for me and what I really want to happen. So you have to be open. You have to be open to new experiences, open to different places, flexible, and you have to be a really hard worker. As I said, it's not easy, but it can be done.
All right, thank you so much, Bridget. And we got, I think, last question in this session from Anastasia. What is the % of LLM students who pass the bar exam in the United States after graduation?
I actually don't know, because if you say that it's not a federal licensure, so you would have to, it's done by state. I can say in the state of New York, usually of the foreign lawyers that sit for the bar exam in New York, between about 25 to 30% of foreign lawyers pass. But you wouldn't, there isn't numbers that just exist for overall in the United States. It just doesn't exist that way because it's not tabulated that way. Some states will don't publicize in a particular way that it would be easy for you to know or to understand how many LLM students actually took that bar exam. They typically are just going to be listing students that passed. And so you wouldn't really have a way of knowing that information.
All right, Bridget, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks a lot for your presentation, and thanks a lot for all detailed answers. And so I think that Suffolk is a good place to study in LLM for sure.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate an opportunity to tell you a little bit more about Suffolk and all that we offer to our LLM students. And please, for anybody who is listening, thank you for joining us today. And absolutely use the link to schedule a one-on-one meeting with me if you have more questions, or just send me an email too. You could do it just at llm@suffolk.edu instead of even my full name, and that will come directly to me as well. But I wish everybody a good evening. I know it's probably been a long day with lots of information, but let's be in touch.
All right, thank you, Bridget. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Уважаемые участники вебинара, через 5 минут мы продолжим наше мероприятие. Напоминаем, что неделя профобразования организована лучшим образовательным агентством Восточной Европы по версии журнала Study Travel Magazine, Students International. И с организаторами нашего мероприятия является Центр подготовки к экзамену IELTS, специалисты которого помогают подготовиться на необходимый балл всем жителям России и других стран. Да, потому что у нас в центре подготавливают не только очно, но еще и можно заочно заниматься подготовкой к экзамену IELTS по скайпу. Еще одним соорганизатором сегодняшнего мероприятия является Международный экзаменационный центр IELTS, Students International. Мы принимаем экзамены в более 30 городах России и Украины. Кроме того, Students International единственный IELTS-центр, где сдаются абсолютно все форматы экзамена IELTS, от академического экзамена до экзамена IELTS UKVI. И наш образовательный марафон является полноценной профориентационной неделей, в рамках которой любой желающий студент или школьник может получить электронный сертификат о прохождении профориентации, в котором прописан ряд бонусов по подготовке к сдаче международного экзамена IELTS. Чтобы получить электронный сертификат, да, необходимо выполнить 2 требования. Эти требования указаны на ваших экранах. Первое, нужно прослушать минимум 20% курса, а второе, написать нам на адрес info@studenter.ru и указать фамилию, имя, отчество и контактные данные, email и телефон. И на ваших экранах вы видите программу сегодняшнего мероприятия. У нас осталось еще 3 сессии. И, пользуясь случаем, хочу еще сказать, что наша компания гордится огромным опытом работы. Мы работаем с 1992 года. И наша компания является первой ступенью для приемных комиссий в ведущие зарубежные вузы по всему миру. Поэтому если у вас есть вопросы, как зачислиться в тот или иной вуз, на ту или иную программу, как сделать правильный выбор по специальности, как правильно подать документы на визу, мы, конечно же, оказываем полный комплекс услуг, и мы вам обязательно поможем в реализации ваших планов и проектов. И наш профориентационный марафон продолжается, и у нас на связи Канада, канадский колледж, Seneca колледж, и я передаю слово своему коллеге Николаю. Николай, вы меня слышите? По крайней мере, я вас вижу точно.
Да, я вас вижу, слышу. Спасибо большое, что представили. И действительно, текущая презентация. Мы продолжаем наш День юридического образования. На связи с нами будет Seneca колледж, и мы поговорим о том, как получить юридическое образование в канадском колледже. Для начала представлюсь. Меня зовут Николай. Я специалист канадского отдела московского офиса в компании Students International. И сейчас, как я уже озвучил, к нам присоединится моя коллега, представитель Сенека колледж Торонто, Светлана Обухова, и мы вместе с ней постараемся раскрыть эту сложную тематику, но очень интересную, под названием «Как же стать юристом?» и получить юридическое образование непосредственно в канадском колледже. Какие есть опции у студентов-иностранцев по этому поводу. И с радостью, да, приоткроем эту занавес, которая не всем студентам известна. Вот мы познакомим вас непосредственно с этой спецификой. Светлана, добрый день.
Добрый день, всем привет. Ну что, я, наверное, тогда включу свой экран.
Да, вы можете поделиться экраном, мы понемножку начнем. Я для того, чтобы пока вы будете включать экран, несколько организационных моментов озвучу. У нас работает чат, у нас есть секция «Вопросы и ответы». Я знаю, что многих всегда интересует получение юридического образования, в частности, в Северной Америке, в Канаде, в США. Вот о США мы только что поговорили, сейчас Канада, поэтому не стесняйтесь, пишите ваши вопросы по ходу нашего вебинара. Мы будем периодически останавливаться, отвечать на них, чтобы вы долго не ждали. Вот. Ну и надеюсь, что наше общение будет достаточно живым, поэтому не стесняйтесь. Секция чат, вопросы, ответы, и мы будем рады к такому продуктивному диалогу.
Хорошо. Николай, напомни мне, сколько времени у меня?
У нас порядка 45-50 минут на презентацию, ну, с учетом того, что в конце мы еще где-то 5-7 минут уделим вопросам.
Хорошо, но у меня презентация не такая длинная. Я вам сразу заранее скажу, что я не юрист, и я не работаю на юридический университет. Поэтому я вам просто расскажу, как это устроено в Канаде. Вы только что прослушали лекцию про систему в США. Я думаю, что сложности в Канаде были похожи. Это очень регулируемая профессия. Я не знаю, напугались вы уже сложностью данного процесса или нет еще. Давайте попробуем посмотреть, что вообще возможно. Я просто сначала начну пару слов, скажу про Канаду, если кто-то из вас не был. Мне тяжело с вами так общаться в плане того, я не знаю, кто вы. Я не знаю, сколько вам лет.
Спросим, кто был, да, кто знает о Канаде что-либо, потому что, конечно, онлайн-мероприятие, оно не совсем может быть удобно, да, для какого-то диалога, но мы надеемся, что у нас аудитория разогрета предыдущими мероприятиями. Давайте поинтересуемся, кто был в Канаде, кто, может быть, учился в Канаде, кто вообще знаком с канадской системой образования и тем, какие возможности дает Канада. Смогли бы вы вкратце ответить, да, на эти вопросы, буквально там одним предложением?
Да, просто чтобы мы знали свою аудиторию. Я начну рассказывать. Значит, для тех, кто из вас не был в Канаде, не смотрел в Википедии, что это за страна такая, а может быть, пару хоккейных матчев наблюдал, Канада часто встречается именно в этом аспекте. Это вторая по размеру страна в мире, после России, и соседи наши через полюс. И Канада страна огромная, но население в ней очень маленькое. Нас тут мало, мы тут разбросаны. В основном живем в районе 100 километров от границы с США. Ну, во-первых, там очень удобно в силу экономических связей, много происходит обращения. Ну и тем более, также, конечно, немаловажно, что это самая южная часть Канады, ну, конечно, климат имеет значение. Вот, канадская граница сейчас закрыта со Штатами, как из-за ковида, конечно. Это первый раз в истории, что так долго и так плотно эта граница закрыта. А вообще, исторически, наша граница со Штатами – это самая длинная незащищаемая граница в мире. Поэтому мирные соседи, весело живем. Я, например, живу в Торонто, я работаю на Trinity College, как вы видите по моей маечке, и Trinity College находится в Торонто. Это один из самых больших колледжей. Я вам про него пару слов расскажу позже. А вообще Торонто интересный город. Для тех из вас, кто, вот Николай будет читать чат, он посмотрит, если кто-то не был в Канаде, но был в США, у вас все равно будет какой-то понятный референс. То есть вы сможете уже понимать, что такое Северная Америка. Она очень отличается. Поэтому и называется новый мир, старый мир. Старый мир — это Европа с историей, с архитектурой, и с какими-то устоями. Новый мир, он новый. Тут даже чисто визуально все по-другому. Вы видите эти все стеклянные здания, которые уходят в небо и так далее. Это, конечно, Торонто — это типичный североамериканский город. Что ты говоришь, Николай, ты хотел что-то сказать?
Да, я вижу, что у нас, в принципе, аудитория достаточно подготовленная, я бы сказал, собралась, потому что многие не были в Канаде, но несколько знают о Канаде, кто-то планирует учиться. Хорошо. После 11 класса. Есть ребята, которые сейчас на втором курсе университета. То есть в целом могу сказать, что готовились студенты к нашим выступлениям и немного о Канаде почитали.
Ну, тогда мы вообще за полчаса уляжемся. Значит, хорошо. И еще знаете что? Напишите в чат просто цифру, свой возраст. Мне интересно, вы молодой студент еще в школе, или вы учитесь в университете, или вы уже папа, мама человека, который собирается ехать. Напишите свой возраст, и тогда мы будем понимать еще лучше, кто вы, что вы, о чем вы. Так. Значит, Торонто — четвертый город по размеру в Северной Америке, то есть это город не маленький, вот самый большой город в Канаде, это финансовая столица Канады, но четвертый в Северной Америке, это после Нью-Йорка, Лос-Анджелеса и Чикаго, то есть вы можете себе представить габариты этого города. Для тех из вас, кто живет в Москве, наверное, вас не испугаешь габаритами, но для тех, кто, может быть, находится в маленьких городах, это, конечно, впечатляющий момент. Я живу в даунтауне, вот около озера, вот как раз вы видите эту знаменитую CN Tower, недалеко от нее живу, и Сеника находится в городе Торонто, но я вам должна сказать, вот, то есть это московские мерки, то есть мне 40 минут пилить на метро на север, и это вот такого размера город. Важно находиться в большом городе. Особенно, когда начинаете, из-за того, что там просто много всего, в том числе и чтобы получить работу, сначала на полставки, потом расти и обрастать связями, но мы к этому еще продвинемся дальше. И просто интересный факт, самая длинная улица в мире, если кто-то вас спросит на вечеринке или вы пойдете играть на какую-то игру, где находится самая длинная улица в мире, вы будете теперь знать, что это в городе Торонто в Канаде, на почти 2000 километров. Так что, конечно, уходит за пределы Торонто. Торонто город большой, но не такой большой. Хорошо. Ну что, сколько у нас лет нашим слушателям, Николай?
Вот нам отвечают, да, что 17 лет. Студентка второго курса, я предполагаю, что это тоже где-то 18-19 лет. Есть ребята 27. Ну, то есть в целом я скажу так, что как раз по уровневой системе и хорошо подходят и на undergrad, и есть кто хорошо подходит на postgrad. Да.
Хорошо. Система образования в Канаде одна из самых сильнейших в мире, поэтому мы с вами общаемся, поэтому вы рассматриваете это как вариант, потому что это известно, что образование в Канаде ценится, в него вкладываются большие деньги, государственные, лучшие колледжи, университеты в Канаде, они государственные. В этом большая разница с системой образования в Штатах, которая тоже, конечно, сильнейшая. Просто, чтобы вы понимали, это одна из больших разниц. То есть, если вы смотрите на этот Ельский университет, MIT, Гарвард, все эти знаменитости, эти гиганты индустрии, это все частные заведения. В Канаде, в стране так называемого развитого социалиста, все самое лучшее, на самом деле, принадлежит государству. И Trinity College, в том числе государственный колледж. самые известные среди канадских университетов в мире — это UFT в Торонто, UBC, это в Ванкувере находится университет, и МcGill, который находится в Монреале. Ты посмотрите, вот у меня дата, неправда, на пару лет уже ей, как надо новые цифры посмотреть. 25 миллиардов долларов канадских, это только одна провинция Онтарио за 1 год потратила на образование. То есть вы можете себе представить, это, конечно, не просто только высшее образование, а все образование с садика до выплат в университеты. Так что это имеет значение, конечно. То есть оно ощущается, нам поэтому в силу этого удается платить хорошие зарплаты профессорам, а профессора у нас они не академики. В колледжах профессора — это те люди, которые уже состоявшиеся профессионалы в своей карьере. И, как вы понимаете, они прекрасно зарабатывают и без нас. Поэтому, чтобы пригласить такого калибра людей читать лекции, нам нужно быть способными платить им хорошие деньги. И все это вместе, деньги имеют значение, конечно, в медицине, в образовании. И в этом плане Канада, конечно, прекрасная, шикарная страна в этом плане. Поэтому хорошо, что вы на нас смотрите, приезжайте. Интересный факт, да, канадские взрослые, Canadian adults, среди развитого мира, стран развитого мира, самое большое количество людей с высшим образованием находится именно в Канаде. И это именно из-за того, что система колледжей так развита. Я знаю, что вы все здесь хотите быть юристами, и мы перейдем к этой теме тоже. Ну, просто немножко, чтобы вы понимали, что к чему и почему Канада работает. Этого, наверное, для тех, кто из вас не знает, вот колледж, университет, это имеет смысл к нашему дальнейшему разговору. Вот эта табличка, чтобы вы понимали. Я представляю колледж. Мне очень хотелось бы, чтобы вы приехали к нам. И в конце я покажу там пару программ, которые имеют отношение к юриспруденции. Мы до этого дойдем. Начнем с большой картины. Что такое большая картина? Значит, образование вы можете либо идти в университет, либо в колледж. Я вас зову к себе. У нас есть короткие программы, которые будут связаны на юриспруденции. То есть, если вы хотите иметь карьеру, все-таки появляться в суде, находиться в этой сфере, в этом климате, работать, соответственно, с юристами, адвокатами, прокурорами, судьями и так далее, это у нас есть, где можно начать с этого. Поэтому в колледже вы можете пойти отучиться 2 года, 3 года. Для тех, кто из вас, может быть, передумает и решит, знаете, что не буду я юристом, я, может быть, в бизнес пойду. И эти все варианты есть, и у нас очень много подписанных вот таких вот мостиков, чтобы переходить из колледжа в университет. Это вообще очень популярная система в Канаде. То есть любой из колледжей, опять-таки я буду говорить государственные, у них будет хорошо настроенная система вот этих мостиков, потому что это нормальный, стабильный вариант обучения в Канаде. Система колледжей очень популярна, я вам скажу почему. Помните, в начале я сказала, что у нас очень мало людей. У нас всего 37 миллионов человек над гигантскую территорию, с нашими огромными соседями снизу, где население в 10 раз больше, там более 340 миллионов человек живет. Нам нужно быть конкурентоспособными, поэтому система колледжа началась в Канаде 52 года назад, мы были пионерами в том числе. Была необходимость получать ценные профессиональные кадры быстрее, чем за 4 года. Университеты всегда были, у них все прекрасно получалось, но нам нужны были профессионалы через 2, потому что нас мало, а работы много. И вот эта система была выстроена, она отлично работает. Я приведу пример своего сына. Он сейчас начал учиться в колледже. Он отучится 3 года. Он не пойдет сразу на бакалавра. Я знаю, там в старом мире это страшновато. Неоконченное высшее образование. Эти наши родители, у них волосы на голове дыбом встают, когда они слышат эти слова. В Канаде не так. Он пойдет, получит профессию, он идет на программиста. Не потому, что это популярно, а потому, что ему это нравится. Он сначала хотел быть актером, например, поэтому он учился, как подростком ходил в академию актерства, обучался. Я очень волновалась. Потом он решил, что он хочет быть юристом, кстати, о теме. Стал брать предметы, которые ведут на данную тропинку в школе. Здесь, как вы знаете, наверное, high school students в школе ребята помимо обязательных курсов, предметов, выбирайте остальные сами. У кого-то более гуманитарный идет, у кого-то более точные науки. Это в зависимости от того, что ребенок, чем молодой человек хочет заниматься, подготовить вот соответственную базу, потому что при поступлении на тот или иной факультет смотрится на конкретно те или иные предметы. И он, соответственно, взял и антропологию, историю, литературу и так далее, всю эту гуманитарную, весь этот пакет, и учась на этом, он понял, нет, мне это не интересно. В итоге он заметил, что он сидит в компьютере и пишет программки. Ну, хорошо, пошли на программиста. Вот вы тоже себя спрашиваете, задавайте себе вопрос, хочу я быть юристом или нет. Но не идите, потому что это популярно, не идите, потому что у вас мама юрист, не идите, потому что вам кто-то сказал, что там будут огромные деньги, а там действительно огромные деньги. Если у вас нет к этому желания, способности, таланта, времени, энергии, не занимайтесь той профессией, которая вам не по душе. Идите на то, что вам нравится. И вот эти вот, а потом он, понимаете, он закончит свое программирование, потом он закончит, восстановится в одном из университетов, который ему понравится, в силу того, опять-таки, вот эти мостики, которые выстроены по всей Канаде, есть университеты в Штатах, с которыми у нас есть подписанные, есть в Австралии, в Европе, зависит от программы. И закончит, он хочет бизнес закончить, потому что он хочет работать на себя. И вот эти вот, это очень достаточно типичная такая вот стезя, которая получение высшего образования в Канаде. Поэтому вот я вас зову к себе в колледж, начинайте откуда-нибудь. Так, все понятно дальше. После бакалавра, то есть дипломы, 2-3 года диплома, 4 года у нас идет бакалавры, либо в колледже, либо в университете, и потом уже идет магистратура двухгодичная будет в университетах и одногодичные postgraduate программы. Это для всего, кроме чего, правильно, юристов. У юристов у них немножко другой, вот здесь вы видите просто более так наглядно показано, что вы получите своего бакалавра, но просто не за 4 года, если идти сразу, а за 5, но вы получите очень многое помимо степени бакалавра. Вот здесь вот, вы видите мышку, вот в этот момент вот здесь вот, где вы переходите, у вас уже есть и диплом о высшем образовании, у вас уже вы строите свою карьеру, вы можете, может быть, если вам это интересно, ждете своих документов на ПМЖ, то есть это очень полезно, то есть вы, когда уже будете вот здесь 5 лет с бакалавром, у вас уже будет, как говорится, 2 корочки, 2 профессии, и вы будете совершенно другим человеком, вы будете уже выйдете с бакалавром. У юристов происходит вот все вот так вот. А вам видно топ?
Да,
или
видно,
это меня
все.
только загораживает? У всех видно?
Нет, видно все.
Окей. У меня, Николай, ты у меня половину экрана закрываешь. Все, значит так. Нормальный процесс и процесс аккредитации. Что под этим всем имеется в виду? Нормальный процесс – это процесс, допустим, вот у меня все-таки решил мой сын пойти на юриста. Он пошел бы сразу в университет, на какой-нибудь факультет, который имеет однозначно гуманитарный. Не обязательно они должны иметь непосредственно слово law in it. Очень популярный, самый популярный, наверное, факультет – это факультет political science, то есть политическая наука, которые, как правило, будущие юристы идут. То есть они берут этого бакалавра, учатся 4 года. Потом где-то на 3-м или на 4-м курсе они уже учатся и сдают LSAT, Law School Admissions Test. Это очень сложный тест. Он, кстати, не имеет отношения к юриспруденции как таковой. Там не нужно знать закон. Там он длится, по-моему, какой-то 4 часа, что ли, он длится. Вот. И там просто логика, память, comprehension, то есть как вы понимаете текст задания, как вы читаете, считываете информацию, как вы ее назад отдаете. Этот тест вот такой. То есть это сложный, это первый уровень, где отсеивают людей, которые не принадлежат данной профессии. Вот я, например, точно не принадлежу в данной профессии, меня бы точно отсеяли сразу. Это процесс. Как вы можете себе представить, быть врачом, быть юристом, это не просто хорошие зарплаты, но и это навыки, от которых, это профессия, от которых зависят жизни. Это очень регулируемая профессия, поэтому все строго, тут нет коротких путей. То есть нельзя как-то вас, чтобы вам дали разрешение работать, из вас вынут все нужные ниточки, поэтому смотрим и ниточки. Вот. Сдают LSAT. Если они сдали, они после этого могут подаваться на JD degree. Это 3-годичная программа. Стоит она $150 000 в год, и это для канадцев. То есть можете себе представить, сколько это будет стоить для международных студентов. Опять-таки, наверное, вас все это пугает, но в принципе она такая реальность. Это действительно иногда страшновато. Потом они проходят процесс получения bar, то есть они должны сдать экзамен, и потом их должны пригласить. Я еще немножко более подробно про это скажу. Accreditation process – это для тех, кто получил бакалавра где-то дома. Допустим, вы закончили там Московский университет какой-нибудь. И вы вообще, в принципе, они, конечно, будут смотреть, что это должна быть профессия, обязательно связанная с юриспруденцией. Вы, помимо того, должны уже быть юристом профессиональным, у вас должна быть какая-то карьера. Это не после сразу выпуска дали вам диплом, и вы сразу подаетесь. Просто, чтобы пройти вот этот NCAA-процесс аккредитации, там нужно показать, что вы, опять-таки, принадлежите данной профессии. Значит, anyone, это у вас всех английский, то есть любой человек, у которого есть бакалавр именно в юриспруденции, то есть вы закончили юридический институт дома, вы можете пройти через этот процесс National Committee on Accreditation, NCA процесс. Очень выглядит все вроде, что такого странного, вполне возможно. Надо получить LLM, степень LLM, это Master of Law, и потом дальше проходить бар. Значит, все это звучит очень просто, только это не так просто. Вот эту самую программу LLM во всей Канаде преподают всего 3 law schools. Один University of Toronto, второй York University, знаменитый Osgoode Hall, и третий это UBC в Ванкувере. Чтобы попасть на данную программу, вы должны, значит, показать то, что у вас есть степень юриста из дома. Вам нужно, чтобы у вас IELTS score был как минимум 7,5 и как минимум 100 по TOEFL, в зависимости, какой вы будете. То есть английский язык, естественно, у вас должен быть как родной. Естественно. Конечно, ваши транскрипты, где вы, в принципе, должны показать, что вы отличник. Университет должны заканчивать на отлично. То есть они смотрят не просто корочку, а что вы действительно выучились и хорошо понимаете предмет. И statement of purpose, personal statement. Здесь вы напишите письмо, почему вы, в принципе, считаете, что вас должны взять в эту школу. Это не просто написать эссе, это не просто как я провел лето. Это серьезный документ, в котором этот документ будут читать до того, как они вас смотрят на ваше резюме, на ваши оценки, какой университет вы закончили, с какой страны. Все это будет смотреться после того, как они прочитают вот этот вот statement of purpose. И 2 reference letters и резюме. Значит, поэтому я говорю, вы уже должны быть состоявшимся юристом из дома, чтобы у вас резюме было сильное, чтобы не просто «я закончил университет, я теперь хочу у вас учиться». Нет, это нужно, чтобы вы уже были, уже прошли какие-то свои рабочие периоды в этой профессии. 2 reference letters, 2 рекомендательных письма, это очень серьезные должны быть рекомендательные письма. Желательно это письма из... Вот, например, в Канаде это письма либо членов парламента, либо членам юридической ассоциации, либо это должен быть человек, который с огромной репутацией, с опытом, который уважаемый в стране, не просто, что вы его знаете и работали у них год. Это серьезные люди. Вот это все вместе нужно при подаче в law school. И все это вместе собранное совершенно не гарантирует, что вас возьмут. Очень сложный процесс, и нужно быть просто гением в этом и очень хотеть. Не знаю, еще люди не отключились у нас, Николай? Никого я там не испугала?
Слушают, я смотрю, да-да-да,
для тех,
имена
кто еще
немножко
пока не
дрожать
испугался.
начали.
Да, после того, как вы все это сделали, вас взяли в школу, в law school, вы отучились на программе по аккредитации NCA, вы молодец. Действительно, это очень редкий человек, который долетит до такой высоты. После этого вам все равно нужно сдавать вот этот самый bar экзамен, Passing the Barrister Licensing Examination. Этот экзамен проходит 3 раза в год. По-моему, он длится 7 часов. Допустим, вы взяли, сдали экзамен. Потом вы должны пройти 10 месяцев практики в юридической компании. Это тоже вместе с этим должно быть. Там отдельная история, как туда попадать. Having a good character – это тоже важный пререквизит. У вас должна быть железная репутация. А что это значит? Это значит, что вы не просто хороший человек, а что вас знают как хорошего человека, и что вас знают люди, которые могут за вас поручиться. То есть это те 2 письма, о которых я вам говорила, это одно. А к этому моменту вы уже должны, то есть когда говорят Николай Петров, вы что-нибудь знаете? Да, он уже, ты знаешь, он работает вот там на Янг-стрит в большом офисе, он уже там 3 года проработал в такой-то фирме, он отлично себя показал в суде, там выиграл такое-то дело. Вот это все, вот эта вот репутация. Не дай бог, что у вас какие-то скандалы. Мы все видели эти сериалы, в том числе Suits, который снят в Торонто. Все вот это, что не дай бог, где-то про тебя что-то узнает, это вредит репутации, в том числе и фирмы, и от вас будет шарахаться. И все это вместе у вас есть, и все равно последний пункт, это нужно, чтобы вас пригласили. Being called to the bar of Ontario, вам должны посмотреть 50 человек, из них посмотреть, слушай, это Николай действительно интересно, давай-ка мы его пригласим, и он уже тогда будет настоящим bar association member, и вы уже тогда будете работать. Международных юристов, их побаиваются, вот люди, которые проходят через вот такую систему. Немножко сначала вам нужно будет работать гораздо плотнее, чем канадцам. Это просто в силу того, что, еще пока не знают, что вы за человек и что вы умеете. Но положительная часть для таких людей, для таких аккредитованных юристов, это то, что именно во связи. Юристы нужны везде, а юристы нужны в России. И большие мультинациональные юридические компании или консультационные компании, им важно иметь человека, который знает, имеет связи из дома, который может, если их нет, то наладить эти самые связи. Это важно. То есть вы потенциально привезете новый сегмент клиентуры. То есть это у вас не отнимешь. Поэтому в этом плюсик. Хоть один какой-то хороший плюсик. Значит, сейчас, для тех, кто из вас остался, но думает, у меня нет столько денег, у меня нет столько сейчас времени, я не смогу сейчас так английский сдать, приходите к нам. У нас есть программы, вот, например, Office Administration Legal или Law Clerk, это 2-годичная диплома. Есть Law Clerk Accelerated, это 3 семестра, за 3 семестра вы получаете эту программу. Зайдите на наш сайт, вот эти программы посмотрите, и обязательно посмотрите Pathways. Помните эти мостики, про которые я говорила? У этих программ много вариантов вот этих самых переходных мостов на бакалавра в университетах. То есть, если вы пойдете уже начинать с нуля, как канадец, вы можете начинать с Сенеки. Это быстрее, это дешевле, потому что университет по-любому будет дороже, а это в Торонто, и вы начнете непосредственно работать, учиться и работать, проходить практику в сфере юриспруденции. То есть вы будете так или иначе присутствовать в фирмах, которые занимаются законом, может быть, будете каким-то помощником какого-нибудь юриста и помогать готовить кейсы и так далее. В общем, если вы этой темой болеете, вы вполне можете начинать с малого. Приходите, заканчивайте колледж, получайте документы на ПМЖ, обрастайте вот этими связями, чтобы потом восстановиться в университете на соответствующем курсе, закончить свой, допустим, тот же самый political science, бакалавра где-нибудь в Канаде, и работать на то, чтобы получать вот эти вот reference letters, знакомиться с людьми, волонтерить где-нибудь в тот же самый офис члена парламента. Это все полезно, это вам даст вот эту подушечку и времени, и энергии, и сэкономит вам так необходимые деньги, но это будет процесс долгий, но не невозможный. Если у вас действительно болит, горит этим, это можно сделать, но это будет непросто. Сенека – это отличный вариант, чтобы через колледж начинать топать шагами, шаг за шагом к данной цели. Вот. Ну, в принципе, вот и все. Я больше особенно не буду по этой теме распространяться. Я просто вот приведу вам, например, эти примеры, да, это люди, которые закончили Сенеку. Вот у них вот такое количество, 2500. Сейчас у нас работают CEO, они занимают большие должности, multinational, больших компаниях. Они закончили Сенеку. Вице-президенты, президенты. В том числе вполне возможно, что это компании или фирмы, которые занимаются юриспруденцией. 11 с лишним тысяч человек, которые закончили Сенеку, открыли свой собственный бизнес, занимаются в этой среде. Я что хочу сказать? 99% этих людей пошли в Сенеку в данном случае на диплом, не на бакалавр. Бакалавр они заканчивали, проходя вот эти самые мостики позже. По мере роста своей карьеры, по мере взросления, по мере принятия уже осознанных решений, куда они хотят идти. Часто очень же сложно в 17-16 лет знать, чем ты хочешь заниматься всю жизнь. Очень только редких и счастливых людей они знают так рано, что они хотят делать. Поэтому это вам все дает возможность все-таки передумать, если надо, поменять профессию, если надо и так далее. Вот это один из вариантов, которые Сенека вам может дать. Николай, ну, в общем, я все.
Да, Светлана, спасибо большое. На самом деле, мне кажется, такого подробного разбора по обучению юриспруденции в Канаде мы за долгое время уже не проводили. И это действительно было очень важно услышать всем, кто услышал. Я надеюсь, таких желающих у нас было много, и на самом деле многие уже написали, что это очень интересно, и никто не боится поступать.
Молодцы!
Путь понятен. Я думаю, что да, многие студенты сейчас будут более оптимистично на определенные вещи смотреть или более реалистично, что мы тоже хотели бы донести, да, потому что это действительно процесс, ну, однозначно нелегкий, да, и Светлана очень правильно расставила акценты по поводу того, как этот путь лучше пройти, на каком этапе присоединиться к нему и так далее. Но так как у нас есть время, время это очень полезная вещь в наше время, я бы хотел отвести определенное время еще на то, чтобы задать вопросы вам наводящие, потому что есть моменты, которые мы все-таки, скажем так, вскользь прошли, вот, и, наверное, мы их более подробно для наших слушателей озвучим.
Это хорошо, но я сразу скажу, что у меня может не быть ответов, потому что я все-таки сама этот процесс лично не проходила, поэтому если у меня нет этих ответов, то, в принципе, Student International, мы с ними вам их добудем.
Да, вопросы будут, несколько вопросов от меня, мы начнем, а потом будут уже, соответственно, вопросы по ходу, я думаю, наших слушателей, потому что действительно у нас есть порядка 20 минут, которые мы готовы будем провести еще полезно. Прежде всего, вначале звучала информация о том, что Канада не так сильно заселена, как самый большой брат ближний, как США, и что проводится определенная политика по привлечению студентов. Вот как вы видите, как сотрудник канадского колледжа, как вы видите адаптацию иностранных студентов в государственные колледжи Канады и университеты Канады? Насколько иностранному студенту страшно условно, начинать учиться, как в этом помогают вузы, в силу того, что они в дальнейшем, да, хотят видеть этого студента уже, наверное, в рядах своих компаний и корпораций.
Ой, ну, конечно, шок будет, сразу скажу. Это нормально. Вот этот cultural shock, это, в принципе, как знаете, по-английски есть такое выражение learning curve. Это как по-русски лучше всего это сказать?
Ну, это как образовательный барьер, не барьер.
Не барьер, а именно взлет. То есть это
да.
Быстро и резко идет обучение. Обучение, я имею в виду самого себя, не только что программу, которую вы учите, а вы узнаете себя со стороны, с которой вы еще не знали, что вы такой или такая. Сначала, может быть, вам покажется, что чего я боюсь каких-то вещей, которые я раньше не боялся. А потом, наоборот, какие-то вещи станут, ой, я не знала, что, оказывается, я люблю выступать перед людьми, делать презентации. Вот это все, конечно, сначала будет страшновато, тяжеловато, климат и так далее. Ну, хотя вы из России, вам климат вроде прохож. Вот. И, например, знаете, я, правда, давно переехала, и даже не знаю, если сейчас в России так. Для меня было чисто вот культурные другие привычки. Было странно сначала, что люди, чтобы прийти друг к другу в гости, должны назначать дату. Они должны соглашаться. То есть я так привыкла, что дома, ну, максимум там я иду или что-то, ну, быстро, более так спокойно как-то здесь. Нужно обязательно назначать вот эти вот самые встречи. Сам, когда ты эту встречу не назначишь, тебе просто так народ толпой валить не будет. А я имею в виду именно...
А вот тут вот такое уточнение. А это касается и учебного процесса? То есть, допустим, студент приходит к преподавателю задать вопрос. Он без назначенной встречи этого сделать не может.
You can pop in, поэтому pop in, это именно pop in. У профессоров есть открытые, то есть расписание, когда они в офисе. Просто получается ситуация, вы никого не обидите, если вы придете. Просто я думаю, что это вы быстро поймете, что вы тратите свое время, потому что кто-то до вас уже назначил эту встречу, и ваш профессор уже сидит с кем-то, и он занят, или она. Поэтому это просто вы поймете достаточно быстро, что гораздо более эффективно просто эти встречи назначать, чем появляться и ждать кого-то. Так как ваше расписание будет построено, у всех вокруг вас тоже есть расписание. Вот это вот I'm busy, это не просто, как говорят, I'm busy that day. Это не просто, это не высокомерно, ой, я занятый до тебя, а просто у всех действительно расписание личного плана, семья, школа, работа, эти кемпинги, какие-то развлечения, все строится заранее по полочкам, то есть вот спонтанности такой, она, конечно, существует, но это не стиль жизни, спонтанность, то есть вот это, вот для меня это было, то есть я как-то, у меня заняло какое-то время к этому привыкнуть, сейчас я себе по-другому не представляю, как можно жить по-другому. Но вот такие нюансы, это опять-таки на личном опыте для меня это было, у вас будут какие-то свои заморочки. Это совершенно нормально. Теперь, как колледж, который принимает, у нас в год приезжает более 8 тысяч международных студентов, у нас всего 35 тысяч студентов на кампусе, но в год около 8 приезжает. Мы знаем, что 8 тысяч человек, которые приехали из другой страны, будут проходить через вот этот вот процесс шока. Мы к этому готовы, у нас огромные... И причем в любом учреждении, опять-таки, я представляю Сенеку, но я большой как бы посол вообще образовательного процесса в Канаде. Мы позаботимся, есть ресурсы, есть люди, которые предназначены для того, чтобы помогать международным студентам, куда бы вы ни приехали. И вообще, вот как ты сказал, да, система иммиграции достаточно открытая, чтобы привлекать людей. Это и даже если люди приезжают по рабочей визе, или они восстанавливаются с семьей, ресурсы всегда есть, чтобы помочь. То есть это вас не бросит. То есть это Канада, вот у меня там в первом слайде было написано, я просто про это не сказала, но было, что слово Канада на местном языке аборигенов, индейцев, это означает деревня. Эта Канада, она большая деревня. Не в плане того, что она какая-то провинция, провинциальная, нет, а в плане менталитета. Потому что из-за того, что нас мало, и ладно, я-то сейчас уже 100 лет как канадка, но представьте, что было в прошлом веке и так далее, когда действительно люди, их жизнь зависела от помощи друг другу. Жесткий климат, гигантские территории и так далее, просто выдрессировали вот этот менталитет, что нужно друг другу помогать. И вы это ощутите здесь, да.
Вы сейчас очень-очень такие громкие слова сказали, на самом деле, наверное, это каждый родитель и каждый студент хочет услышать, что все найдут поддержку необходимую, будучи студентом, приезжим в гости и так далее. Это действительно ценная информация, которую...
Вы, главное, не стесняйтесь, не думайте, что это стыдно попросить помощи, это вообще наоборот. Если вы, вот по учебе, да, вот давайте по учебе, я вам скажу такой пример. Приехала девочка учиться к нам, закончила школу, отличница, круглая отличница, все, золотая медаль, все дела. Она провалила в первом семестре. Почему? Потому что она не попросила помощи. Она не сказала, что... Она пыталась все сделать сама, а система образования совершенно другая. У вас не будет такого, что вы за ночь до экзамена прочитали параграф 1 до параграфа 20. Это так не делается. У вас все время ongoing, все время процесс, что у вас где-то какой-то проект. У вас 6 предметов, в каждом разные проекты. Групповое задание, там, либо что-то написать, либо что-то посчитать, либо что-то снять, либо кого-то пригласить. Но это зависит от вашей программы. А она не переключилась, и она не попросила помощи, она не просила менторства. То есть у нас есть люди, старшекурсники, которые вас за ручку проведут, расскажут, как это делать. Она не попросила репетиторства, потому что она, видимо, не привыкла к тому, чтобы подтягивать какие-то базы. Но вы не забывайте, даже если у вас хороший английский, вы же приезжаете жить, работать и учиться в нем. У вас займет какое-то время, чтобы переключиться на обучение и жизнь в этом данном языке. Она не попросила поддержки. Неважно почему. Либо ей было стыдно просить ее, либо, может быть, гордость какая-то мешала это сделать. В итоге ее не восстановили. Она провалила экзамены, задания не сдавала, у нее были жуткие совершенно оценки. И когда она попросила, когда она уже все поняла, что нужно было делать по-другому, ей сказали, ей задали вопросы, а вот мы не видим, чтобы вы когда-либо позвонили к нашим mentors, у нас целый департамент, который вам бы помог, а мы не видим, что вы связались с нашими репетиторами, ни один из профессоров ваших не сказал, что вы обратились, сказали, я плыву, мне нужна помощь, и вы ни разу с ними не посоветовались, не назначили вот ту самую встречу с профессором. Вот это все есть, и это, может быть, денег не хватает. У вас, может быть, особенно вот второй курс называется student blues, у вас депрессняк может начаться, понимаете, потому что вы вроде бы вот этот ажиотаж, энергия прошла, что, ой, я в Канаде, я поступила, я учусь, или поступил, а второй семестр, ой, я скучаю по маме, еда мне здесь не нравится, вообще зачем я это все затеяла и так далее. Это нормально. Обращайтесь, мы вас отвезем на Ниагарский водопад, чтобы вы не грустили. Пойдем в боулинг с вами поиграем. Это все важно, поэтому не стесняйтесь, обязательно обращайтесь. Никто вам не поможет так, как вы, а у нас есть ресурсы, поэтому скажите, я Светлана, у меня вот сейчас я плыву, я не могу ваше задание сдать, потому что мне тяжело. Я бы это сказала профессору. Я такое говорила, кстати.
Главное, у нас очень интересная беседа получается, потому что мы, не видя вопросов в чате, ответили уже на несколько. Был вопрос от Оксаны, которая спросила, а что делать, если мне будет трудно даваться какой-то предмет?
Вот эта вся поддержка есть. От того, что это могут старшекурсники вас подтаскивать, если вы запишете на ментора, или вы пойдете в библиотеку, в Learning Center, то есть попросите там репетитора, и вы можете пойти к своему профессору. Кстати, имейте в виду, вы, будущие юристы, обязательно общайтесь с профессором. Одна из самых важных частей, аспектов, в принципе, в любой профессии, это вот эти самые связи. Вы когда, неважно на каком факультете вы будете учиться, у вас наверняка будет какой-то свой любимый предмет или какой-то совсем нелюбимый. Вы это проговорите с профессором, потому что я вам должна сказать, вот, они вам могут, они же в этой, как я сказала, они профессионалы, они в этом варятся, это их основная работа, то, чему они вас учат, они это делают каждый день, это их настоящая работа. Они вам могут подсунуть, знаете, например, ты знаешь, вот эта статья мне ассистент принес, это интересно, мне кажется, вот когда мы с тобой в прошлый раз разговаривали, мне показалось, тебе было бы интересно прочитать эту статью. Или скажет что-нибудь такое, ты знаешь, вот через 2 недели в Торонто будет семинар на такую-то тему, вот тебе линк, мне кажется, тебе будет интересно было бы там пройти. То есть это как бы внеклассное чтение. Но из-за того, что они в этой сфере, в индустрии варятся, они знают то, чего вы никогда даже не увидите. У вас это на радаре даже не появится. А если вы вот с этими профессорами нормально про себя расскажете, чтобы они знали, кто вы такие, что у вас в голове, какие у вас сильные стороны процесса, где вам тяжело, они будут с вами работать. Им нужно видеть, что вы хотите. Не просто присел, заплатил, отсидел парой. Так здесь не получится. Но зато
да,
это интересно.
Давайте мы несколько вопросов озвучим, которые касаются непосредственно права. У нас созрели некоторые вопросы, и я их готов зачитать сейчас. Значит, спрашивает нас Алекс. Если после вашей дипломной программы у меня не получится поступить в law school или не хватит денег на все про все, то кем можно пойти работать непосредственно после дипломной программы по праву и какие вообще есть карьерные перспективы, варианты?
Алекс, твой вопрос настолько логичный и настолько частый, что знаешь, что мы сделали? Мы повесили это на веб-сайт. Вот те профессии, которые... Где мой предыдущий слайд? Вот, я просто его здесь оставлю, чтобы вы могли легко найти. Там на главной странице данной программы будет висеть окошко, которым в данный момент люди, которые имеют такое образование, должности, работы требующиеся, и сколько эта зарплата, сколько на данной должности предполагаемая зарплата. Не значит, что к вам прибежали и сразу «на, возьми», но это вам даст очень хорошее понимание примерно, где вы окажетесь после окончания данной программы. То есть вы видите, каждые пару минут там меняется вот этот слайд, и это live, то есть это идет от Job Bank of Ontario, то есть из... Банк занятости Онтарио. То есть это сегодняшняя информация. Ну и также будет вообще расписано, что именно, какие профессии, какие навыки у вас будут, с какими ассоциациями вы потенциально можете войти в них, сдав дополнительное какое-то тестирование и так далее. Обязательно посмотрите на pathways, вот эти мостики, почитайте, в какие университеты вы можете пойти после. Но факт в том, что эта профессия, вот эта программа 3 семестра, 2 года, она дает законченную профессию. Вы абсолютно готовый кадр, чтобы идти и работать. Вам пока можно отложить бакалавр на попозже, когда немножко и денег заработаете, и, может быть, статус получите. Ну, как бы то ни было, опять-таки, как я сказала, это вам покупает время и экономит деньги на вот этот долгосрочный план ваш.
Да, я, насколько помню, вот буквально недавно заходил, как раз мониторил эту информацию на сайте и видел, что сейчас средняя заработная плата у помощника, по факту это помощник адвоката, помощник юриста, составляет в районе 28,5, ну 29 канадских долларов в час. Это практически, ну это не практически, это в 2 раза больше, чем минимальная зарплата.
Да, да.
То есть это для тех, кто, скажем, соотносит канадский колледж, да, с тем, что это не то образование, не тот уровень, да, это ПТУ, вот, это, конечно же, такая ценная информация, что в колледже вы получите профессию, которая будет оплачиваема абсолютно не хуже, чем, условно, в том же университете, да. Единственное, что вас отличие, да, то, что вас научат здесь работать, и вы выйдете уже с профессией, с определенными навыками и наработками. Поэтому и зарплаты, которые указываются, да, они абсолютно реалистичны. Это хорошие примеры. У нас были студенты, которые проходили через эту программу, проходили, выпускались и начинали работать, да, в этой индустрии. Понятно, что не каждый ставит себе цели, не каждый, скажем, доходит, да, до финальной стадии получения вот приглашения вступить в совет юристов, адвокатов, да, но в целом это та сфера, которая вам, если она интересна, вы в нее можете попасть вот посредством таких программ.
Да.
Так, этот вопрос мы ответили. Есть еще вопрос, касающийся больше программ поствысшего образования. Он касается программы Paralegal. Что по этой программе, какие условия поступления и карьерные перспективы?
Paralegal мы не предлагаем международным студентам.
Угу.
Она закрыта для международных студентов, потому что там мест не остается. Поэтому мы не предлагаем то, чего мы не можем продать.
То есть, если мы говорим сейчас, чтобы аудитория, которая нас слушает, если мы говорим о том, студент выпустился из российского вуза и хочет пойти, условно, там не на первое высшее образование, а вот сделать шаг вперед получению, скажем, какой-то около юридической, да, сферы, Paralegal в данном случае мы рассматривать цены как колледж не можем. Окей.
Не можем.
Здесь тоже понятно. И есть еще один такой вопрос, наверное, тоже достаточно частый для вас. Вопрос от Марии. Я учусь на втором курсе Московского государственного юридического университета. Могу ли я к вам перевестись на программу Paralegal? Ну, мы только что ответили, что на нее нельзя, но может есть какой-то другой вариант.
Не, ребят, вы идете, заканчиваете свои университеты, если уже начали их, потому что предметы, которые проходите вы, они не совершенно другие, чем то, что учим мы. Поэтому ваше предыдущее образование, если оно не закончено, если вы не выпустились, не получили своего бакалавра, оно просто, ну, это как яблоки и апельсины сравнивать. Поэтому мы не сможем вас зачислить на какой-то более высокий курс. Единственное, что вы все-таки, если вы решитесь, когда даже уже закончили, приедете где-нибудь учиться, имейте с собой весь curriculum, то есть разбивку попредметно, почасовое, по-тематически со своего университета. Они знают, как это делать. Тогда, чтобы в последующем, уже после того, как вы поступили, вы можете попросить, чтобы некоторые кредиты вам засчитались. Это отдельный процесс, и это не мостик. Это нужно вот каждый предмет. Департамент по credit transfers, он есть в любом вузе, у нас есть. Они будут именно смотреть, сколько часов вы провели, изучая вот эту тему, сколько часов вы провели, изучая вот эту тему. И потом они смогут сравнить. Если курсы похожи, что вы получили те знания, которые мы предлагаем, они вам его засчитают. А если нет, то нет.
Есть еще вопросы по поводу стоимости программ. Law Clerk Accelerated Program, который Office Administration, ценовая политика.
Да, они Law Clerk 15, да, вот это средняя, двухгодичная, там 15 тысяч, ну, с небольшим, допустим, 16 тысяч долларов канадских в год. Трехсеместровые Accelerated программы стоят 30 тысяч.
Ну, там за год получается обучение. То есть, в принципе, плюс-минус то же самое получается.
Да.
Окей.
Да, вот рассчитывайте где-то на 30 тысяч, да, потратите на деньги, которые вы дадите нам, ценнику.
Ну, за знание, это не просто
за знание,
отдать,
да,
это знание. И вот как раз логически дальнейший вопрос еще тоже, который мы не затронули, было два вопроса по поводу проживания, где лучше жить, в общежитии, в семье и сколько это стоит.
Эти программы проходят на базе Йорка кампуса. У нас там нет резиденции, поэтому вы будете жить в частном секторе. Где
насколько я знаю, можно жить в резиденции в Ньюнаме и ездить на шаттл-басе в Йорк.
Можно, теоретически, но шансы таковы, что Ньюнам самый большой кампус, там спрос превышает предложение. И это не так удобно будет. То есть такая опция есть, но, честно говоря, я вам не советую. Надо жить рядом со школой, где вы находитесь. снимать квартиру в частном секторе, скидываться, может быть, сокурсниками, что-то вместе снимать. На первое время, первый семестр мы вас можем поселить в семью, пока вы там не оклемаетесь, пока сами чего-то не найдете. Ну и резиденция, да, как опция есть. Тратить на жилье чисто над крышу, над головой, ну, вы будете как минимум 1000 в месяц канадских долларов.
Ну,
Если будет меньше, то если будет
получается.
меньше 1000, это значит, вы классно, вам повезло, вы нашли классных румейтов, соседей, и хорошую квартирку сняли, и вам здорово повезло, может быть, чуть-чуть дальше ехать, но, в принципе, рассчитывайте 1000, это вы не положь. И больше, зависит от фактора, где, что.
Конечно.
Да.
Конечно. Так, и, наверное, ну, интересный вопрос, и я думаю, что ответ будет не менее интересным. Есть ли разница подавать документы на поступление самостоятельно или через агентов? Существуют ли какие-то преференции по подаче документов через агентов? Ну, вопрос больше о том, как Students International в этом случае может помочь.
Да. Мы почему вот сейчас я сижу с вами, разговариваю на платформе стадии Student International, потому что когда при подаче через агента вы не будете делать ошибок. Вы подадите правильные документы в правильное время, и, соответственно, безболезненно мы вас зачислим. Мало того, они вас проведут через процесс подачи на разрешение на учебу, а это достаточно сложный процесс. И если вам не нужно представителя, чтобы подавать на этот study permit, вы это делать сможете вполне сами. Зайдете на сайт, заполните и так далее, там все разжевано. Но есть аспекты, которые только с опытом приходят, этого опыта у вас быть не может, потому что это будет ваша первая заявка на разрешение на обучение. В отличие от Student International, они уже собаку на этом съели, и поэтому ну, просто процесс более безболезненный для вас в первую очередь.
Да, и ну, я от себя, наверное, так буквально одну реплику добавлю в том, что, как правило, наши заявки все-таки еще и дополнительно за ними присматривает колледж, потому что благодаря Светлане, благодаря другим контактам, которые у нас есть в колледже,
да.
мы
у Коли есть мой сотовый телефон. Да, он мне может посреди ночи смс-ку прислать.
Это тоже помогает процессу зачисления.
Это да, это
я надеюсь, что мы на этот вопрос тоже ответили. И да, я вижу, что в целом по этой части мы закончили. Может быть, сейчас у нас еще кто-то захочет вопрос задать. У нас осталось буквально пару минут для того, чтобы закончить этот вебинар. Вот. Пока подводя такую логическую черту, да, всему озвученному, я бы еще раз хотел сделать акцент на том, что юридическое образование в Канаде, оно реальное. Да, и мы сегодня, вот благодаря Светлане, действительно увидели, как можно стать человеком права в стране под названием Канада. Путь достаточно тернистый, да, но его пройти можно, как иностранному студенту в том числе. Но если вы хотите попробовать для себя, подходит ли вам сфера юридического образования, сфера юриспруденции, благодаря Сенека колледж вы сможете начать обучение на программах дипломного образования, которые представлены в данном государственном учебном заведении. И, соответственно, можно получить диплом, опыт работы определенный, да, дальше уже смотреть, насколько эта индустрия вам под силу, да, чтобы ее осилить до конца. Я думаю, что вот этим мы и можем закончить наш вебинар. Такой вопрос, вот еще последний от нашего студента возник, Тамара нам пишет, можно ли учиться и работать одновременно? Мы об этом не сказали, я думаю, что нужно такое тоже резюме по работе во время и после окончания.
Можно и нужно. Ну, желательно не в первый семестр, а вообще, конечно, Канада разрешает. Ваше разрешение на учебу подразумевает разрешение на работу на полставки, 20 часов в неделю. И в отличие от США, вы не привязаны к кампусу, вы не обязаны работать только на территории университета. Вы можете работать где угодно. А это очень удобно. Поэтому однозначно работайте, помогайте себе и семьям финансово, потому что это, конечно, вам поможет, ну хотя бы за квартиру заплатить, уже хорошо. А главное, вы начнете строить свое резюме, вы начнете обрастать связями. Это, конечно, необходимо. В Канаде стыдно не работать. Неважно, какая работа, главное, чтобы работать.
Ну да, когда есть такая возможность, глупо будет ее упускать. Вопрос по поводу бюджета на проживание в 15 тысяч канадских на год хватит?
Сколько?
15 тысяч канадских проживания, питания.
При очень скромном стиле жизни и при том, что вы все-таки будете подрабатывать. Хватит, но шиковать не будете. Но и с голоду не помрете. Так что...
Ну, да, в среднем как раз где-то в районе как раз вот 15-18, в зависимости от того, чем заниматься. И да, действительно, как проводить досуг, немаловажно. Так расходы и формируются у студентов. Торонто крупный город, траты соответствующие, потому что очень-очень много и студентов, и местных жителей, которые хотят жить в этом городе. Поэтому нужно к этому быть готовым заранее.
Да. Ну что, все?
Я думаю, что да. Больше
Хорошо.
Не буду задерживать. Очень благодарен за такую информационную сессию. Я надеюсь, что это было полезно не только мне, как минимум. Вот, и,
да, я много чего узнала.
Но в любом случае, по крайней мере, освежил. Спасибо большое, Светлана. Был рад видеть. Хорошего окончания дня. Пока. Ну, а мы продолжим наш образовательный марафон по обучению и образованию в юридическом направлении. Для тех, кто к нам только присоединился или остается еще с нами уже не на протяжении нескольких последних сессий, я хотел бы напомнить, что данный образовательный марафон, который сегодня посвящен юридическому образованию, проводит образовательное агентство Students International. Мы являемся лучшим образовательным агентством Восточной Европы по версии Study Travel Magazine. С 2009 года по 2013 год нашу компанию награждали как лучшее образовательное агентство в странах СНГ, поэтому мы очень-очень гордимся этой наградой. Совместно с языковой школой IELTS School и нашим международным экзаменационным центром IELTS Students International проводится данный марафон для вас. У нас наша школа IELTS School, контакты которой вы видите у себя на слайде, проводит ряд подготовительных программ, специализированных к экзамену IELTS. Учиться в школе может любой желающий на территории России, Украины, Казахстана и многих других стран, потому что наши программы проводятся как очно, так и онлайн, а преподаватели школы смогут подготовить вас на нужный балл для того, чтобы поступить в желаемое учебное заведение, либо с какой-либо другой целью, если вы сдаете экзамен IELTS. Результаты и статистика подготовки очень и очень впечатляющие. Надеюсь, что и вы в ближайшее время сможете оценить профессионализм наших преподавателей. Международный экзамен IELTS мы проводим на территории России, Украины, Казахстана, России и Украины, извиняюсь, и это порядка 30-35 городов, где этот экзамен можно сдать. В Москве у нас экзамен проводится каждый день на компьютере, мы проводим и бумажный вариант, который более распространен, скажем так. На самом деле в нашем экзаменационном центре можно сдать любой вид экзамена IELTS. Это и IELTS Academic модуль, и IELTS UKVI, и IELTS Life Skills. То есть очень-очень много версий, и именно все форматы данного экзамена проводит наш международный центр IELTS Students International. Наш образовательный марафон, который сегодня длится уже второй день, он считается по праву профориентационным мероприятием, поэтому каждый участник, который прослушает минимум 20% курса, сможет получить электронный сертификат участника от нашей лицензированной школы, то есть это полностью легитимный будет сертификат. Что для этого нужно сделать? Прослушать 20% курса и написать на почту свои данные, указать фамилию, имя, почту вашу и контактный номер телефона. Коллеги с вами свяжутся для уточнения дальнейшей информации и подготовят для вас именной сертификат о том, что вы послушали и прошли неделю профориентации с компанией Students International. Более того, в данном сертификате мы подготовили несколько приятных для вас бонусов, которые вы сможете использовать для подготовки к дальнейшему обучению или поступлению в учебное заведение и сдачи экзамена IELTS. Поэтому не только полезное подтверждение вашей профориентации вы получите, но и ряд бонусов от компании Students International. Сейчас вы видите расписание сегодняшнего дня. Очень много тем и университетов уже успели выступить с информацией о том, как же получить юридическое образование в той или иной стране. И только что мы прослушали с вами презентацию Seneca College о том, как получить юридическое образование в Канаде. Следующая наша презентация будет посвящена непосредственно юридическому образованию в Австралии. И у нас будет представитель Bond University. Сейчас я бы хотел еще раз напомнить, что компания Students International – это лидер образовательного направления международного образования в России. Мы работаем уже более чем 28 лет и имеем колоссальный опыт по зачислению в различные учебные заведения. Мы имеем самое богатое партнерскую базу вузов по всему миру. Это более 300 университетов и институтов, в которые вы можете поступить вместе с нами. Это топ-университеты, которые расположены в США, Великобритании, Австралии, Канаде. Поэтому, обращаясь к нам, вы гарантированно обращайтесь к лучшим специалистам в сфере международного образования. Мы будем рады помочь вам реализовать вашу мечту. Надеюсь, что дальнейшая презентация и дальнейшие дни профориентации будут для вас полезными. А сейчас я бы хотел передать слово своим коллегам из австралийского отдела Виктории, которая подготовила интересную беседу с представителем Bond University из Австралии. Виктория, слышите ли вы меня?
Николай, да. Большое
Да,
спасибо вам и Светлане за такую чудесную и познавательную презентацию. Дорогие друзья, всем еще раз добрый день, добрый вечер. С кем-то наверняка мы сегодня уже виделись. Хочу поблагодарить вас за вашу активность, за то, что вы остаетесь с нами. Нам безумно приятно, что вы у нас такие замечательные, любознательные студенты. Сейчас перед нами выступит наш коллега из Австралийского университета, Bond University, и он вам расскажет про, безусловно, университет в целом, про юридические программы, которые они предлагают, и поделится с вами тем, как же за 2 года можно в Австралии переквалифицироваться в юриста. Надеемся, что вебинар будет для вас очень интересен. Пожалуйста, не покидайте нас, да, оставайтесь с нами, потому что у нас есть для вас много сюрпризов впереди. Let me please check if we have Matt here with us. Так, дорогие друзья, все, вижу, наш представитель подключился, 5 секунд. И мы запустим нашу презентацию. So, Stuart, hi there. Could you please unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. It's so lovely to have you here with us today. I think you can start sharing your presentation.
Fantastic.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yep.
And we look forward to hearing about Bond University and law degrees in Australia.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for having me today. I'm very excited to be able to present to you about Bond University in Australia. So my name is Stuart Floyd. I work for Bond. I'm also a graduate myself of the law program at Bond. So I studied my law degree there almost 15 years ago now. I'm working for the university and I work with my colleague Matt, who you may know as well. So here's some nice photos of the university. And so Bond University is on the Gold Coast in Australia. Now, I know at the moment we can't travel anywhere in the world, but I'm hoping that perhaps some of you have been to Australia before. This is Australia. And so the Gold Coast is on the east coast of Australia. Australia is a very large country. It's about the same size as sort of all of Western and Central Europe, or about the same size as mainland USA. The Gold Coast is in the southeast corner of the state of Queensland. So it's just south of Brisbane by about 100 kilometers. And as a reference point, if you know where Sydney is in the state of New South Wales, we're about 1,000 kilometers north of Sydney, so about 1 hour by plane. The Gold Coast itself is actually a city. It is the coastline, but it's also a city. And so you can see there that it is a great beachside city, lots of high-rise apartment buildings, and we get a lot of tourists that come to Australia and to the Gold Coast every year. So tourism is the #1 industry on the Gold Coast. We have around 10 million international and Australian tourists who come through every year. At the same time, higher education, so post-secondary university education, is our second highest sort of industry on the coast. So there's a number of great universities, colleges, English language institutes, and lots of infrastructure there and support services for our international students. The Gold Coast is about 650,000 people, so it's a small to medium-sized city. It is also Australia's 6th largest city, behind the other major cities like Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, Perth, and Adelaide. The good thing, though, is that the Gold Coast has the lowest cost of living of all of the major cities. So in terms of living expenses, it's actually quite cheap. The other really good thing about the Gold Coast is that for those of you who've never been to Australia before, it gives you a great opportunity to see everything that Australia has to offer, all in one place. So obviously we have the beautiful beaches. We then also have the great city lifestyle. It's very cosmopolitan, lots of great bars and restaurants, lots of tourist attractions and things to see and do. But then you can see in the background, you also have the hinterland or the hills region. And there we have national parks, rainforests, wineries, great food. So everything that you might know Australia for, including kangaroos, you'll find right there on the Gold Coast. So these are the sorts of things that we have there available. As I mentioned before, the nightlife is really great there, the tourist attractions, of course, the beach, and all of the animals that you associate with Australia, like the koalas. So now let's talk a bit about the Australian education system. It's a little bit different to a lot of other countries around the world. Generally, students in Australia will go up to grade 12 for their high school, and then from there, they will go into university studies. In Australia, students can undertake professional degrees like law straight out of high school. And so that's what I did myself when I studied at Bond. I finished high school and then went straight into my Bachelor of Laws degree. And in Australia, that's all the education, or that's all the degree that you need in order to be able to work as a lawyer. Our degree is also recognized at the bachelor level internationally in countries like Canada and the United States of America, in the United Kingdom, and in places like Hong Kong. We then in Australia also offer graduate level programs. And so for law school, we also offer the Juris Doctor program, which is at that graduate level. So for that, you need to have completed a bachelor degree, and it needs to be equivalent to an Australian bachelor's degree. So the Juris Doctor is a master's degree by coursework. Once you then also have either your Juris Doctor or your Bachelor of Laws, you can also elect to undertake a Master of Laws, an LLM program. And so that program allows you then to further your legal education. So Bond University, here are some great photos. This is our lovely, beautiful campus on the Gold Coast. That main building there is our arch building and is actually the largest freestanding arch in the Southern Hemisphere. And so it's a fantastic, beautiful campus. Some more lovely photos there. This is our main quadrangle area where we have our main faculty buildings, as well as our library facilities, student working areas, and other food and beverage outlets. And this is our limitless sculpture. So Bond University was started back in 1989. And so last year in 2019, we celebrated 30 years of history. And every single graduate that the university has had in those 30 years now has a place on that statue. And so their names are engraved. And so for us at Bond University, the community is very important. And so we want to make sure that we recognize every one of our current students, as well as all of our past students as well, who have made the institution what it is today and who continue to be part of our Bond community. So this is the campus. As you can see, all of those buildings and the high-rise apartments that I showed you before in that first photo with the beach, they're off into the north of the Gold Coast. So that's about 15 or 20 minutes away by car. The beach itself, just to the right of this photo, is about 2 to 3 kilometers away. So it's quite easy to, say, go for a jog or a run there in about 20 minutes, by bike about 10 minutes, and by car about 5 minutes. So you're very close to the beach, which is great. The campus itself, we have one main campus, which is our varsity campus, and this is where all of the faculties have their facilities. We have our Bond University College, we have our Faculty of Law, our Faculty of Society and Design, our Faculty of Health Sciences and Medicine, and our Bond Business School. We've then also got lots of teaching space, recreation space, and I'll show you some more photos of that in a moment. We then have our Bond Institute of Health and Sport. And so this is our Robina campus. It's about 5 to 8 minutes drive away. And this is where we teach specific programs in sport and exercise science, occupational therapy, and physiotherapy. But if you're interested in coming to study law, you'll be here on our main varsity campus. You get all of the fantastic facilities to use. So why do students choose to come and study at Bond? Well, there's a number of reasons, and these are some of those reasons. So in Australia, we have the Good Universities Guide, and that is an official ranking and rating system. Bond has achieved #1 status for student experience for the last, says 14 years in a row, and the latest guide just came out where we're #1 again. So for 15 years in a row, Bond University has been #1 for student experience. And as you can see there, we achieve 5-star ratings in all of those different categories. So things like student support, learner engagement, learner resources, overall quality of education. So coming to Bond University, it's really about the quality of the education you receive and the experience that you have. At the same time, you can see their employer satisfaction, where we're #1 in Australia, both in 2017 and 2019. And so this means that our graduates are really well educated and that the employers are the most satisfied with our graduates compared to all of the other Australian universities. And so that then helps you in terms of getting a job and being able to move on beyond university. Bond teaches on a slightly different academic schedule to other universities in Australia. We actually offer 3 full semesters per year. What this means is that you have less vacation or less weeks of holiday, but you have more weeks of class. You'll have 3 semesters, and they do follow a Northern Hemisphere schedule. So we have semesters that begin in September and go through until December. You then have a 4-week break over Christmas, and then you start again in January and go to April, 3-week break, and then May through to August with another 3-week break. And so what this means is that a typical bachelor's degree, which is 6 semesters in Australia, will only take you 2 years to complete. A Bachelor of Laws is usually 8 semesters, and so that will only take you 2 years and 8 months to finish your Bachelor of Laws. So that's less than 3 years. For the Juris Doctor program, that's usually a 6-semester degree, and you complete that in just 2 years. The other really great thing about our system is that the applications are open all year round, and you can start or commence your program in any semester, January, May, or September. And you will still be able to finish in 6 or 8 consecutive semesters. So it means that you have lots of flexibility depending on your own personal circumstances and when you wish to start at Bond. So Bond is a small university. We're Australia's first private, not-for-profit institution, and we have always aimed to be very individual focused. We want to make sure that every student is acknowledged and is helped individually. You're not just another number at Bond. We have the smallest class sizes in Australia. So for every academic teaching staff, there are usually a 10 to 1 student to staff ratio. And so this is the same as the smaller colleges in the United States and the United Kingdom, and those ones that are sort of the top ranked universities in the world. And so this means that in your law classes, your lectures, you may be a few more in a lecture, say 50 or 60 students, but then in the tutorials, those tutorials are capped at 10 to 12 students. And so you're in a smaller group and you really get that opportunity to learn and to really understand the material and to work with your academic and your professor. And Bond is very international. Bond is not just an Australian university, we are an international university. And so this means that we really aim to have an even split, 50-50, between our international students and our domestic students on campus. And you can see there that even our international students come from a number of different countries and come from a lot of different regions, all in quite equal numbers. So it's a very diverse group of students at Bond University. We've got over 80 different countries around the world represented. And you can see there's a good group from Europe, from North Asia, from North America, from South America, and from Southeast Asia, as well as Africa and all of the continents and countries on the planet. So let's now have a look at some great photos of our facilities. So this is our main library. And so this is where students from all programs can come and they can work, they can come and study, they can get help looking for resource materials, they can get IT help, and there's also a great little cafe there as well to get coffee while you're studying. This is our Multimedia Learning Centre. This facility is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for students to come and use, come and do their work, and use all of the great machines and the IT that we have there. There's also great breakout rooms and little areas that you can work in groups without disturbing other students. This is a quiet workspace that we have that's connected to the Multimedia Learning Centre. This is our Bond School of Architecture. And so this building has won numerous awards internationally for its design and is actually a living space. And so this is somewhere that the students who are involved in the architecture program actually study the building, how it was designed and how it was constructed to ensure that they're learning absolutely the best in the world. Our program in film and television, we have an excellent film and TV degree. At Bond, we provide all of the equipment that students need to make a full-length feature film. And so students have all of the cameras, all of the equipment, all of the lighting, the editing, everything that they need. Some of these cameras can cost up to $400,000 or $500,000, and we let students use that for free. And so Bond is very focused on making sure that students have all of the equipment and all of the materials to be the real best and get the best and most out of their education. In our health sciences and medicine faculty, we do have a medical program. That's for Australian citizens or permanent residents. But we have a number of other programs where international students are coming into the degree. We have all of these equipments and everything that is set up for students to basically run their own doctor's clinics or perhaps an emergency room or something similar to that. But it's not all just academic life at Bond. We have lots of different clubs and societies, and we encourage students to join those clubs and societies and be an active part of the Bond University community. We have lots of different sports, and so we encourage students to learn a new sport, perhaps a sport that they've never seen before, play the Australian rules football, perhaps netball, cricket, something like that. There's also lots of other different sports that you can join, like tennis. We have a great swimming team and other options there as well. Excuse me. We also have things like our French Enthusiast Club, our Latin Society, our Student Philanthropy and Fundraising Council, and lots of other ways to get involved. Sport is a big part of life at Bond. And when you're a student, you'll pay a small student activities membership every semester, and that will give you access to all of our sporting facilities. So we have a variety of sporting facilities, including this, which is our main gymnasium. It's a beautiful space. And so lots of equipment, lots of weights, and just down towards the right at the back there is all of our cardio and exercise machines. So things like treadmills and bicycles and ellipticals. I have used that gym several times when I'm on campus there in Australia, and you never have to wait for a machine. You can always use the one you want, and it's always clean and it's always very new. So it's a real great facility for our students and community to use. Here are some other photos. This is our large gymnasium, so you can use it to play sport. As a law student, you'll also get to know this space, because this is where they put carpet down and you write your big exams at the end of each semester. Some of our other sports facilities, including our outdoor tennis courts. As you can see, the weather in Australia is quite fantastic. On the Gold Coast, we have 300 days of sunshine every year. During winter, there's no snow, it's all sunny and weather like this. Typical winter temperatures are around 20 degrees Celsius, and summer temperatures will be up around 30 to 35 degrees Celsius. So it's beach weather all year round, and it's just a beautiful place to live. This is our football fields and our swimming pool and aquatics complex. So what are the programs we teach at Bond? Well, I'll talk about law in a second, but we have a lot of other programs as well. We have programs in architecture and built environment, including construction management and project management. Our business and commerce programs include everything from management and marketing through to accounting, finance, economics, as well as actuarial studies and science, and a focus on business and data analytics. Communication and creative media incorporates everything from PR, advertising, film and television, as well as corporate communications. Humanities, language and international studies includes our international relations degree, as well as philosophy and global studies. Health sciences and medicine has our medical program in biomedical sciences, as well as our exercise and sports science focused programs in allied health, such as exercise and sport performance, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, and nutrition and dietetics. Social sciences, psychology, counseling, and criminology is quite a popular program at Bond. And then we also offer other higher degrees by research as well, so PhD and Master of Philosophy programs. So let's now talk about our Faculty of Law. So these are some of the great facilities that we have within our faculty. A large component of our law program is for students to be participating in legal skills exercises. So coming to law school, you definitely learn about the law, but the main focus of law school is learning how to be a lawyer. And so even coming in, if perhaps you come from a slightly different legal system, the skills that you need to be a lawyer are very much the same wherever you work as a lawyer around the world. You need to be able to present in court, so oral advocacy. You then also need to be able to do things like interview clients, or perhaps negotiate a problem amongst a group of people. There's also things like mediation and other alternative dispute resolution. And you'll practice all of these things throughout your time at Bond. This is a courtroom that we have on campus. We actually have 3 courtrooms in our legal skills facility. So just a quick glance at Bond for law. Lawyer is obviously the major title that our graduates have. We have some of the best academics in the country. And so we have people who are not only teaching the law, but they're actually current practicing lawyers as well. And so that means that you're getting really up to date and current legal practices and information which will help you when you're learning about the law. Importantly, you can see there that even though we teach an Australian law program, over half of our alumni, or the people who have been through our law program, have come from overseas. And so that means international students within our law faculty make up more than half of our students. Over 20 different countries are represented. And it means that we do teach a very international law focus as well. So it really is a great place to come and study and get that legal qualification. So how do you get into the law program at Bond? Well, as I mentioned before, when talking about our semesters, there are no application deadlines, and you can apply at any time for any upcoming semester. Applications are assessed individually and upon merit. So there are no limits or quotas on how many students we accept into the program, and the entry requirements are the same for all intakes. So it doesn't matter when you apply or which semester you're applying for, you have the same chances of getting into our program. And it's all about you. So we don't compare you to other students. We want to see whether you are going to be a good law student. Generally, you need to have somewhere around about a 70% cumulative average. And this will either be from your high school results, your college results, or your university results, depending on the program for which you're applying at Bond. You will also need to submit your resume and a personal statement. And of course, there will also be English language testing as well. We do accept the IELTS, TOEFL, and all of the major tests. We encourage you to obviously apply through Students International. They do a fantastic job for students to assist you with your application in terms of getting your documentation together, student visa, and a whole range of services. So please talk to them. They do a great job with all of the students who come to Bond, and they will be able to help you come to our program. So what about the money? Well, here are some approximate costs that you can expect to pay for your studies at Bond. Each semester, you'll undertake 4 courses or 4 subjects, and each one of those subjects will cost you approximately 5,000 Australian dollars. This means that per semester, your tuition fees will be approximately 20,000 Australian dollars. Keep in mind that you have 3 semesters per year. So therefore, each year, for tuition for a 12-month period, you're looking at about $60,000 Australian. You pay this on a per semester basis. So you don't pay everything up front, you just pay for the semester that you're doing at that time. So this means for the Juris Doctor, the graduate entry law school program, you're looking at 6 semesters, 20,000 per semester, so approximately 120,000 Australian dollars over 2 years. For the Bachelor of Laws, there are 8 semesters, and so therefore you're looking at approximately 160,000 over 2 years and 8 months. The Master of Laws is only 8 subjects in total, so that's 2 semesters, and so you're looking at approximately 40,000 Australian dollars. Now those costs are just tuition. So on top of that, you also have living expenses. And so for all non-tuition expenses, so things like rent, where you're going to live, your food, your travel, or your textbooks, we recommend that you budget another 20 to 25,000 Australian dollars each 12 months or each year to cover those additional costs. This is the example of some of our accommodation. So this would be one of our single rooms with a bathroom built in. So it's almost like a hotel room on campus that you have. And so we have lots of space here. This would be a twin share room that we have available. And so this is where 2 students will live in the one room, again with your own bathroom facility there. We have lots of different types of and styles of accommodation on campus. This is our main restaurant or food eatery on campus there. They do amazing food. It's always really delicious, very international as well. So you get types of food from all over the world, and it really does cater for our international student community. And of course, in Australia, everyone's outside all the time. The weather is fantastic, so you can eat outside. The last thing that I'll talk about today are our student services. Obviously, coming to Bond and coming to Australia as an international student, you're going to be a long way from home, and we know that. And so that's where we provide lots of different support services to help you. Our Career Development Centre is a fantastic resource that will help you while you're at Bond and once you have graduated in terms of finding a job. They are an international service. So Bond has lots of alumni now all over the world, and they will help connect you with those alumni, connect you with employers, and help you with the process of finding a graduate job. While you are on campus, we've also then got various support for your computing services, international student support, and the library services as well. Importantly, the medical and counselling services are available to all students. The counselling services and our disability support services are free to all students. Our medical clinic also then provides services to students, and as an international student, you will come in and have your international health insurance, which we will accept on campus. So generally there's no out-of-pocket expenses. We also have religious services on campus, and so if you wish to observe that, we have spaces for you to go and do so. Orientation week is a great thing each semester that allows you to learn about the university services and become familiar with the campus. And finally, we have our Student Business Centre and Student Learning Support. These officers are there to help you with your enrolment, to make sure that you're doing the correct subjects, to help you if there's any issues with those. And the Student Learning Support is there to help you during the semester. So if you need someone to maybe check your English, if you need someone to help you understand a question that you've been asked or understand something you've learned that week in class, we have senior academics and other senior students there to help you and support you through that. Finally, we also have campus security. They're on campus 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep everyone safe and secure. And we don't have any issues with campus security at all. So that is Bond University. Hopefully that was helpful and explained a lot of the information that you perhaps want to know about our university and our law school. Does anybody have any questions that we can help with?
Thank you so much for your beautiful presentations to us. I must say that a very impressive campus Bond has, and I feel so happy for our students who get a chance to go and study at Bond University, as the education services and infrastructure you offer is fantastic. And as our webinar is streamed through some social media platforms, we do have some questions from the students.
Okay.
And one of them is very is popular enough for university graduates in Russia. And the question is about becoming a lawyer in Australia if you have a non-relevant degree. So yeah, if you could focus more on this, that would be great.
Sure. So my understanding of the question is if you come to Australia and have a bachelor degree that is different to law, is that correct?
Yeah,
how that
absolutely.
works? Yep. Okay. So that's the Juris Doctor program, our JD degree. So the JD degree is for students who have done another degree, but that's not law. And so they will come to Australia, they will come to Bond, they will study our Juris Doctor, our JD degree. And at the end of that program, they are able to then become a lawyer in Australia. It is a qualifying law degree. And so that degree allows them to then stay and work in Australia because of the post-study work visa. Our Juris Doctor is 92 weeks or longer in duration, so they can apply for that. And then once they've completed that Juris Doctor, they will have to do a short 8-month program called the Graduate Diploma of Legal Practice, and that will then be their qualifying program to then become a lawyer in Australia. So the Juris Doctor is the degree they do, and then they do the short 8-month Graduate Diploma of Legal Practice to meet all of the accreditation requirements, and then they become a lawyer.
So if the student completes the Juris Doctor, then undergoes this 8 months legal practice, does he have to undertake any professional exams after that point, or he can apply directly to the association that is responsible for accrediting law graduates, and then they get their license and start working as a barrister or solicitor?
That's exactly correct. So we have no professional exams in Australia. So there are no, once you have finished law school, there is no more exams. You just complete the 8-month program and then apply to the professional association, so to the Law Society. As long as you have passed all of the requirements, which during that 8-month process, and you have your law degree, which you will have, then they will then admit you to legal practice. And that's when you're then able to call yourself a lawyer and practice as a lawyer.
Well, that's fantastic indeed. And we have another question from Alex. And he's asking if bond entry requirements same or lower than state universities have. If you can add something on this, that would be great.
Sure, absolutely. So the entry requirements at Bond are different to the other state universities. And that is because we do not have any limits or amounts of students that we can take. So at other universities, generally when students apply, there is a small number of places that they can get into. And so that is where the entry requirements may be higher. For Bond though, as I mentioned in my presentation, every application we assess by itself. So individually and upon merit. And so what we're looking for is to see whether you're a good student. Are you an academically strong student? Do you have good grades? Have you been consistent in your results? So we want to make sure that you are achieving at a really good level all the time. We don't want to see your grades go up and down, because then that shows us that perhaps you're not a good student, or perhaps you haven't been prepared for law school, because law school is tough. You need to have a good preparation. And so that's what we're assessing your file. And so every university is very different how it does entry standards and entry requirements. And so that is how Bond, we do our entry requirements. And so it makes it easier because we're just looking at that one student who applies.
Well, thank you so much. I'll quickly elaborate in Russian, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
Алекс, извините, я не знаю, как правильно обратиться, Алексей или Александр. Спасибо за ваш вопрос. Надеюсь, мы на него ответили, но если у вас появятся дополнительные нюансы, которые вы хотели бы уточнить, пожалуйста, пишите в чат-бокс. И, дорогие друзья, обращаюсь ко всем, не стесняйтесь, пока у вас есть уникальная возможность пообщаться с представителем университета, скорее готовьте, пишите ваши вопросы. We have another inquiry. I'll just quickly double check one thing with the students and then translate it to you into English. Тамара, не могли бы вы, пожалуйста, уточнить ваш вопрос касательно стоимости? То есть на слайде действительно было указано, что программа стоит 120 тысяч австралийских долларов. Если мы говорим про курс именно Juris Doctor двухгодичный, вы хотите сравнить, сколько это будет в другой валюте? Или, может быть, мы не совсем правильно поняли ваш вопрос? Вот. Что касается онлайн-программы, давайте сейчас я переведу нашему коллеге, и он с удовольствием на него ответит.
So while I'm still waiting for the feedback regarding the first question from Tamara, she also has another inquiry, and she is wondering if you offer Juris Doctor, I guess, in online mode for those who are
yeah,
right now and in future as well.
Okay, so all of our degrees at Bond, we teach in person. So we don't do online or distance education. All of our degrees require students normally to come to Australia and be on campus and study in Australia. At the moment, the borders to Australia are closed. And so we are teaching our programs still face-to-face in person, but through the computer. So we're calling that remote education. So it's not an online degree, but students, our international students, are still able to study from their home country through our remote platform. As soon as the borders do open up again though, so when it's then possible and safe for students to travel to Australia, we will be expecting students to return to campus and to come to campus to continue their education. So once the borders are open and the world perhaps quietens down, then we will not be doing online education anymore.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll translate into Russian.
Yep.
Тамара, спасибо большое за ваши вопросы. Что касается онлайн обучения для тех, кто не имеет права как первое образование, ну и в принципе, да, любую программу, которая предлагается университетом Бонд, временно, да, поскольку границы сейчас закрыты, то университет действительно обучает студентов онлайн, но это исключительная мера, и сразу, как только откроются границы, всем студентам нужно будет приступить к обучению непосредственно на кампусе. Поэтому, если вы хотите рассмотреть вариант с получением образования полностью онлайн, то, ну, к сожалению, университет Бонд, он не подходит. И на всякий случай, дорогие друзья, ставлю небольшую ремарку, да, по поводу программы. Именно Juris Doctor. Еще раз, да, это курс, который предназначен для студентов, которые уже имеют высшее образование, но не в юридической области. Это первый момент. И второй момент, даже если у вас ваш диплом, вы имеете на руках диплом юриста, но полученный в стране, где действует не англосаксонское право, вы все равно можете подаваться на программу Juris Doctor. И чем она уникальна именно в университете Бонда, это тем, что она длится всего 2 года. То есть стандартно, да, во всех вузах продолжительность 3 академических полных года, в то время как Бонд за счет своей триместровой системы обучения готов дать вам возможность переквалифицироваться в юриста за 2 года. Если у вас есть вопросы конкретно по этой программе, либо в принципе по юридическим программам, еще раз не стесняйтесь, пишите. Тамара, если я все-таки правильно поняла ваш первый вопрос про стоимость обучения, то 120 тысяч австралийских долларов, если мы переводим по текущему курсу в американский, получается в районе где-то 79 с небольшим тысяч американских долларов за 2-годичную программу. Да. Но повторюсь, что эта 2-годичная программа по факту включает в себя 3 стандартных года обучения, если мы смотрим на другие университеты, поэтому и стоимость за 2 года, она как за 3. Ну, по стоимости проживания, действительно, да, на год нужно примерно в районе 20 тысяч австралийских долларов. Если мы переводим в американский, то, ну, у вас получается где-то в районе 15, да. Так, про стоимость. Да, Тамара, конечно, повторю, спасибо, что отметили, да, что у вас пропала связь. 120 тысяч австралийских долларов
на сегодняшний день это примерно 79 тысяч американских долларов. И еще раз обозначу, что по сути это стоимость за трехгодичную программу, которую вы осваиваете за 2 года за счет триместровой системы обучения. То есть вы учитесь в более интенсивном режиме, у вас будет меньше каникул, но по факту объем он трехгодичный. Да? Еще раз спасибо за такие замечательные вопросы. So, Stuart, I'm coming back to you. At the beginning of the presentation, actually you mentioned that you are a law graduate from Bond University. So I think it's a unique opportunity for us as a company and our students to know a bit more about the cost structure, about your experience, probably internships that you did, and in general your impressions about the program and education.
Certainly. So it was a fantastic program to do. One thing I really liked about the degree, and that's why I talked a bit about it, was the legal skills training that the program at Bond gives you. And I've spoken with lots of graduates from other law schools who they don't get that training. They don't know how to write a legal letter. They don't know how to stand up in court and to present. And for me, that was one thing that helped me secure internships and be able to really do well when I was a graduate. I don't practice law. I decided not to practice law after I finished my degree, but I used my degree and all of the skills that I learned in the degree every single day, and I've used them in all the different jobs that I've had. The degree at Bond really does, it gives you a good overall education as a lawyer. And a lot of the graduates that I speak to say that that's what has helped them get a job. It's not just that they know the law, but they know how to be a lawyer. Bond also does a really great job, and I did this when I was a student. We have lots of community outreach programs in the law. And so, for example, we used to go up to Brisbane once a week as a group of students, and we would go and work for the government legal aid centre. And so this was providing free legal advice to members of the public, obviously with a trained lawyer as a supervisor, but it would help us to actually start to interact with the with clients, with the public, and really practice our legal skills. Lots of ways to give back to the community as well. So even now at Bond, we offer law clinics. And so this is the same kind of concept. We do one in family law. So for members of the public who perhaps have a family law question, they can come into the university on a certain night of the week, and they can meet with an academic, a professional, and a student to be able to talk through their problem and get some free legal advice. And so all of this experience, all of these internships really do help you then in terms of finding a job, but also like me, finding out if it's what you really want to do. I was very happy. I studied my law degree. I really enjoyed the study of the law. And it's a really good degree that you can use in so many different ways. So I know some of my friends, one of them is now working for the Red Cross. She is a senior advisor within the Red Cross in Australia. I have another friend here in Canada who works for the College of Nurses. So the organization that accredits all nurses within Ontario in Canada. She is there. She's not a lawyer, but she uses her law degree in the policy creation and the different ways there. I've got friends who have gone into government. So they use their law degree and their skills to become politicians or to perhaps work for the various ministries. And then lots of other friends who have become lawyers and are now running their own law firms, who are working as barristers and are just enjoying their life that way.
Well, it was wonderful. Thank you so much. Actually, we do have one more inquiry, and we just have extra 5 minutes to mention this question. But first, I'd like to say that Australia is one of the few countries that really gives students an opportunity to move to the law area and to try to become a practicing specialist. And it's a very unique fact, so hopefully our students will definitely grab this opportunity. And the question is very good indeed. Alena is asking, if I complete my Juris Doctor degree and realize that I'm not ready to become to practice law, what would be the career opportunities for me with that degree in Australia?
Excellent question. Honestly, anything you want. With a law degree, you can either be very, very narrow and be a lawyer, or you can use it in a whole range of different areas, because the skills are quite transferable to a whole range of different occupations and different jobs. As I just mentioned, the career could be perhaps working in politics. It could be working for different professional organizations. It could be working in a whole range of different industries or businesses. There are lots of companies who need people with legal training to understand contracts. So sales contracts, contracts between companies, those sorts of things. So you might have a background, let's say in construction or in property development. You come and get your law degree, your Juris Doctor. You perhaps don't want to be a lawyer, but you might work for a big engineering company or building company as a legal representative, or perhaps as a contracts manager, or someone who is there to help just guide the company through all of the legal aspects of their business. And so that's just one example of the multiple of different ways that you can take it.
Well, beautiful. Thank you so much. I think the presentation was fantastic, and I'm sure that our students learned a lot of new things from you, which is really great. Oh, I'm sorry, I think something happened with my video. Just give me a second, I'll try to go back. But I'll continue talking anyway. So, oh, sorry. Is that the noise that everybody hear, guys? Just let me know. No? Then I guess that's something wrong with my computer. I apologize for these technical issues. Well, anyway, I'd love to thank you so much for your presentation. It was very beautiful to have you with us today. I know that's the early morning in Ottawa right now, and I hope you'll have a really great day. And on behalf of our students, I'd love to thank you so much for being with us, and hopefully to see you soon in some other events in future.
Well, thank you very much. I hope everybody has learnt lots, and have a fantastic rest of your day, and best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Итак, дорогие друзья, буквально 5 секунд, давайте я попробую вернуться к вам с видеоизображением. Заранее извиняюсь, если этого не случится. Наш марафон на сегодня не заканчивается. У нас для вас в запасе бонус-вебинар. И который мы продолжим буквально через несколько минут. Но сейчас хотела бы напомнить, что неделя международной профориентации была организована лучшим образовательным агентством Восточной Европы, компанией Students International. Мы являемся лучшим агентством согласно изданию Study Travel Magazine. Нашими соорганизаторами является лицензированный центр подготовки к экзамену IELTS School. Наши специалисты, суперпрофессиональные преподаватели помогают подготовиться на необходимый балл жителям России и других стран, поскольку мы ведем наши занятия как очно, так и онлайн. Поэтому, дорогие друзья, пожалуйста, пользуйтесь данной возможностью. И также нашими соорганизаторами является Международный экзаменационный центр IELTS. Мы принимаем экзамен в более чем 30 городах в России и Украине. И мы гордимся тем, что Students International – это единственный центр в России, где вы можете сдать любой из существующих на сегодня форматов экзамена, начиная от обычного академического модуля и заканчивая компьютерным IELTS, либо IELTS UKVI. Напоминаю, что наша неделя профориентации является, наш образовательный марафон является полноценным профориентационным мероприятием, и в рамках этой недели вы можете получить электронный сертификат участника. Для этого вам необходимо всего лишь прослушать минимум 20% курса и написать нам на адрес info@studenter.ru. Когда будете писать, пожалуйста, укажите ваши фамилии, имя, отчество полностью, имейл и телефон. В сертификате у вас будут прописаны обязательно бонусы от прохождения курса по подготовке к IELTS и от сдачи непосредственно самого экзамена. Вернемся к расписанию сегодняшнего дня. Ну, как я уже сказала, у нас с вами еще на очереди последняя презентация, но хочу сказать, что у нас, как вы можете видеть, да, за эти 2 дня достаточно обширная база учебных заведений, с которыми мы сотрудничаем уже на протяжении более 25 лет, и компания Students International является первым этапом, да, приемной комиссии для вас, как для будущих студентов, которые планируют обучаться за рубежом. Дорогие студенты, как только вы определитесь со страной, с программой, с будущей профессией, в чем мы будем очень рады вам помочь, безусловно, мы курируем вас на протяжении всего процесса поступления и не оставляем вас даже, когда дело доходит до подготовки виз и вашего отъезда в страну обучения. Если у вас есть вопросы по обучению за рубежом, пожалуйста, обращайтесь в любой из 40 наших офисов. Они находятся в России, Украине и даже Казахстане. И мы поможем вам определиться и отправиться учиться за границу. Сейчас я хотела бы передать слово своему коллеге Николаю.
Виктория, спасибо большое. Спасибо за передачу слова, и еще раз приветствую наших слушателей на нашем завершающем сегодняшний день вебинаре, который подведет такую логическую черту всему вышесказанному, которое мы сегодня обсуждали, тему юридического образования за рубежом, обсуждали эту тему со многими партнерами, со многими коллегами из разных учебных заведений. И чтобы у наших студентов, у наших будущих студентов, текущих студентов и их родителей было понимание, где же, в каких сферах и на каких позициях иностранные студенты могут работать в сфере юридического образования, мы сегодня на завершающем нашем бонусном вебинаре поговорим со специалистом, с нашей коллегой, другом, который расскажет и поделится информацией о том, где же все-таки такие выпускники и специалисты с юридическим образованием могут трудоустроиться за рубежом? Будем говорить с прицелом о Канаде, потому что наш специальный гость Светлана Белау, которая уже с нами на связи, сотрудник одного из государственных колледжей Канады. Это специалист, который имеет большой, я бы даже сказал, колоссальный опыт работы не только с иностранными студентами, но и с помощью в поиске работы иностранным студентам. И сейчас данный вебинар, как завершение нашего второго дня профориентации, подарок для вас, для того, чтобы вы поняли, что с юридическим образованием вы также сможете трудоустроиться за границей и получить абсолютно прозрачные, видимые карьерные перспективы. Итак, Светлана, рад вас приветствовать. Добрый день. Светлана, мне кажется, у вас звук выключен. Вас прекрасно видно. Да? Здравствуйте, здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте, Николай. Презентация в порядке, слышно, видно, все хорошо, да?
Слышно, видно, презентация шикарна, все прекрасно.
Спасибо огромное, Николай, за представление. И я рада, что смогла присоединиться к этой неделе марафона, достаточно интенсивной для ребят, для родителей. И надеюсь, это будет очень полезно. И оставайтесь с нами в течение всей недели. Мы будем говорить о разных сферах. Вчера у нас был бизнес, сегодня юриспруденция, инженерия, технологии, дизайн, мода и также творческие, естественные науки. Поэтому сегодня мы будем говорить о юриспруденции.
Да, Светлана, в качестве небольшого представления еще раз расскажите о себе, чтобы наши участники смогли понять, какой опыт вы в себе несете и почему этот вебинар нужно слушать изо дня в день, да, и понимать, какую полезную информацию могут от вас получить наши слушатели.
Спасибо огромное, Николай, спасибо за поддержку. Во-первых, хочу еще раз выразить благодарность Students International за такую возможность говорить on a public, да, то есть говорить во все российские регионы, всем нашим замечательным ребятам, будущим студентам и талантам, не только канадским, но и глобальным, да, поэтому сегодня мы будем говорить о многих вещах касательно юриспруденции. И представлю себя, я бы хотела, чтобы то, что вы сейчас слушаете, было много лет назад, чтобы помогало другим ребятам, включая меня, выбрать программу, карьеру, страну и поддержку, то, что делает Students International, которая очень важна с поддержкой визовой. Со Students International мы работаем очень много лет. У нас достаточно успешное сотрудничество, и для нас студенты номер один, поэтому мы всегда поддерживаем студентов во всем вопросе до приезда, во время обучения и даже после окончания. Теперь касаемся меня, да, то есть я работаю в сфере образования в Канаде более 12 лет. Я работаю и представляю сегодня государственный вуз Канады, называется Macquarie College, который находится в городе Гамильтоне, провинция Онтарио, Канада, между Торонто и Ниагара, где-то дистанция около 40-45 минут на электричке или на автобусе. Я также была студенткой, международным студентом в Канаде. Я приехала с бакалавриатом, начала с изучения английского языка. Поэтому прекрасно вас, ребят, понимаю, те, кто еще сейчас на этапе выбора, скажем, своей профессии, соответственно, английский язык мы не можем отнять. Поэтому я начала свой путь как студент с бакалавриатом по экономике, и я отучилась 1 год в Канаде и получила управление международным бизнесом, International Business Management с отличием сертификат. И также я закончила курсы Гарварда Leadership Skills. И, соответственно, то, что будет и вам полезно в будущем, мы будем сегодня тоже говорить в последующих наших сериях вебинара о том, что состоять в профессиональной организации – это очень важно. Да? Бизнес-ассоциация или касательно вашей индустрии юридической – это тоже очень важный фактор. Поэтому я также состою в разных организациях и на государственном уровне, и на частном уровне, включая бизнес-организации. Это вот обо мне. Чем занимаюсь я? Я занимаюсь и в Канаде я уже 14 год. Я жила в разных странах, говорю на разных языках, не только русском и английском. И, соответственно, я помогаю ребятам выбрать правильную программу и состыковать это с вашими карьерными возможностями, с вашими планами на то, кем вы хотите стать в любой специализации, в любой сфере. Абсолютно бесплатный такой тоже бонус сегодня вам от Macquarie College, собственно говоря, персонально от меня и от Students International. Okay. Здесь больше вы сможете увидеть, о чем мы будем говорить. Конечно же, сегодня наша тема – это юриспруденция, это как найти работу, что необходимо знать в поиске работы, и, соответственно, мы не можем отделить сектора вообще в целом Канады, и почему Канада привлекает такое количество иммигрантов, почему студенты будущие и будущие кандидаты на хорошие позиции по зарплатам и по карьерным возможностям выбирают все-таки Канаду. Да? И, конечно же, мы не можем коснуться вопроса пандемии, как пандемия повлияла на рынок труда в Канаде, и что же все-таки ожидать. И, конечно же, хорошие бонусы и подарки ребятам, всем вам будет сегодня, потому что вы молодцы, сегодня второй день марафона, уже позднее время, берите чашечку чая, кофе, шоколадку, и мы продолжим сейчас о более серьезной теме юриспруденции. Николай, подскажите, как вы хотите, в каком формате, чтобы мы говорили?
Я думаю, мы можем начать в формате монолога, но я буду по ходу периодически встревать с определенными вопросами, и думаю, что к этому подключатся и наши слушатели, потому что у нас работает чат, у нас работает секция вопросы-ответы, и я надеюсь, что данная тематика трудоустройства, да, мы говорим об учебе, мы говорим о трудоустройстве, и вот на данный момент я надеюсь, что те слушатели, которые у нас сейчас смотрят нас в онлайне, в соцсетях и на платформе Zoom, их интересует, да, то, где с таким образованием можно будет найти работу, поэтому будут вопросы. Поэтому давайте пока в общем, да, из чего состоит индустрия в Канаде, да, какие особенности при поиске работы именно в сфере юридического образования у выпускников, а дальше уже будем смотреть, и я надеюсь, что будут вопросы.
Супер, спасибо огромное, замечательно. Ну что, ребят, поехали. Будущие юристы, готовьтесь. Вы уже в Канаде, и мы начинаем свое путешествие. Мы говорим о legal industry in Canada. Соответственно, юридическая сфера, юриспруденция. Вы можете сейчас приготовить бумагу с ручкой, но я знаю, что будет запись, и вы сможете потом просмотреть или показать своим партнерам или родителям. Вообще, давайте разберемся, из чего состоит канадская система правоведения. Да? Она состоит зачастую из, здесь двойное право, public and private, или публичное и частичное дело, частное, собственно говоря. Да? И, соответственно, самый большой юридический центр находится в Торонто, это провинция Онтарио. Это статистические данные, и все, что мы сегодня говорим, это мы основываемся на государственные источники и ресурсы и иммиграции Канады, и Министерства образования, и, соответственно, индустрия, о которой мы сейчас говорим. Я бы разделила, да? Я бы разделила провинции такие вот по Канаде, где больше фокус юридического направления. И почему? Да? Первое – это Торонто. Почему? Торонто считается хаб корпораций, бизнесов, сосредоточенных в нашем городе. А многие даже путают, говорят, что capital city Канады это Торонто, но на самом деле Оттава. Но из-за того, что очень много корпораций, бизнесов концентрируется в Торонто, Торонто считается как хаб для больше корпоративных сделок и ведения дел юридического сопровождения. Это номер один. Номер два – это идет Альберта и Британская Колумбия больше по нефтегазодобыче и энергетике, да, то есть специалисты этой направленности. И третье, я бы так выделила, это франкоговорящие провинции, Квебек, где больше направленность это гражданское право и частное право, где больше практикуют юристы. Okay. Индустрия юриспруденции на самом деле очень быстро растет. То, что вы видите здесь показательно, мы сейчас тоже коснемся, это то, что вообще сам план Канады, вообще Канада – это страна иммигрантов, да, более 70% населения составляет иммигранты. И план Канады, как сегодня уже мои канадские коллеги говорили, тоже касались этой темы, то, что Канада очень большая, очень мало населения. И следующий план в течение нескольких лет привлечь более 1 миллиона иммигрантов, то есть жителей новых Канады. Okay? Соответственно, мы здесь больше говорим о какие же все-таки сферы практики будущие юристы вы будете практиковать в Канаде. Это корпоративное право, и я бы разделила вторую огромную часть, которую мы не можем не коснуться, это иммиграция. Все, что касается миграционного закона, миграционной политики, изменений, визы, беженства и прочее. Это вот две такие основные части, на которые я бы хотела сосредоточить внимание. Здесь вы видите, что по опросам юридических компаний Канады, это достаточно недавний опрос был, и все очень обновленная информация, которую я предоставляю, делаю подборку, анализ рынка по каждой сфере. Практически 60% юридических компаний, опрошенных по всей Канаде, планируют увеличение и расширение своей деятельности. Соответственно, будет привлекаться больше юристов, больше административного состава, и мы также должны говорить о том, что IT-специализация, да, то есть специалисты, которые будут работать на защите этой информации. Поэтому то, что вы здесь видите, какие востребованные специализации по всей Канаде, то есть позиции, скажем так, да, это юристы, вы видите, практически 70% востребованных позиций – это юристы, и это юристы, которые будут в течение нескольких следующих лет в тренде, в наборе. И административный аппарат, да, который требуется, ассистенты, помощники юристов, секретари, люди paralegal, которые будут работать над кейсами, да, и так далее. И третья часть, то, что я говорила, это security, да, то есть это data privacy specialist, где тоже практически 60%, то есть такая вот хорошая пропорция идет. Собственно говоря, это вот о сфере юридической направленности в Канаде. И с правой стороны вы сможете видеть, в каких вот сферах, собственно говоря, вы будете практиковать, да, то есть где потребность рынка того, чтобы вы, будущие специалисты, оканчивающие вузы, где вы, в каких сферах можете практиковать, что в спросе. Как я уже сказала, корпоративный бизнес-право, это тоже номер один. Здесь не указана иммиграция, но я бы добавила иммиграцию тоже где-то в такой пропорциональности, судебные направленность и, соответственно, то, что мы и говорили о защите информации, да, то есть это вот тоже часть, на которую смотрят и есть потребность рынка. Николай, есть ли у нас какие-то вопросы?
Я думаю, что здесь, в принципе, достаточно понятно. Единственное, у меня вопрос уже есть, но я его чуть позже задам вам.
Okay. Договорились. Ребят, если у вас есть вопросы, пожалуйста, пишите, мы постараемся ответить. У нас не очень много времени, но я думаю, что я постараюсь вложиться быстрее, чем вчера. Здесь я выделила большую часть тоже вот по тому, как клиенты будут выбирать вас, ваши компании будущие, в которых вы будете работать, в которых вы откроете как бизнес-владельцы, юристы, да, на что обращают внимание. И, соответственно, компании юридические, которые будут вас набирать в свою компанию, они тоже на это смотрят. Okay? Первое – это expertise, то есть ваша практика, ваши знания и ваш опыт работы в какой-то сфере, в какой-то индустрии или в целом, не только, например, в индустрии строительства, да, но и в целом у вас было вот в какой-то компании или в нескольких индустриях вы работали, например, в юридической компании, которые предоставляли разные сервисы, включая рынок недвижимости, да. Второе – это сервисы, и третье – relationships. То есть как вы работать будете с клиентами, на это очень обращают внимание. Customer service, и Канада является такой вот очень интересной страной по предоставлению сервисов. На это в Канаде выделяется более 70% бюджета, и соответственно, Канада построена на сервисах, большую часть, да? Поэтому то, что мы говорим юриспруденция, юридическое направление, обязательно вам как навыки в будущем вам необходимо иметь опыт менеджмента, опыт работы с людьми и так далее. Да? То есть то, что сегодня тоже наши коллеги говорили об этом. Но вы не одни, у нас есть то, с чего мы будем начинать, и где вы будете брать эти знания, где вы будете брать этот опыт. Потому что то, что мы говорим, мы концентрируемся на то, что вы будущие специалисты, будущие таланты юридической сферы. Мы не говорим только о юристах, мы говорим о разных категориях направленности. В следующих слайдах у нас будет более расписано по позициям и с чего начать, в принципе, свою карьеру как будущего юриста. Okay? И как сегодня коллеги и говорили уже, то, что обязательно учиться, и рекомендовали, даже университет Канады сегодня выступал, говорили, что обязательно, желательно идти в колледж сразу, да? Идти в колледж, получать образование, университет, потом экзамены, лицензии, практиковать свое дело. Если мы говорим о самом топовой такой вот категории юриста, здесь я подобрала подборку для вас. 5 самых больших компаний Канады. Их достаточно большое количество, но это одни из компаний, которые включены обычно в ежегодный выпуск Fortune 500, да, то есть журнал, в который включают самые лучшие компании мира. Это вот на примере 5 глобальных компаний, зачастую их основные офисы, headquarters находятся в Торонто. Okay? Так, и здесь, собственно говоря, мы переходим по работам, да, то есть кем можно работать, какие зарплаты можно ожидать в сфере юридической и на что стоит обратить внимание. Как я повторю, что Канада фокусируется на диверсификации. Мы multicultural country, и Канада делает все возможное для того, чтобы привлечь больше людей для проживания и построения экономики в Канаде. Поэтому ваша роль будет как будущего юриста или работника в сфере юридической – это помогать документально и разбираться в законодательстве разных индустрий. Соответственно, вы будете работать в такой большой сфере, и вы можете начинать из разных категорий. Но мы должны коснуться программ, да, потому что нужно понимать, мы не можем отделить вашу карьеру и программу выбора в вузе, на кого вы пойдете учиться. Поэтому мы сначала выбираем то, что вам интересно. Зачастую, я думаю, что многие из вас согласятся о том, что, я думаю, Николай поучаствует, может быть, о том, что важно выбирать в будущем вашем. Вы можете рассматривать канадское образование здесь, говоря о юридической направленности, как получение образования, переквалификация или повышение квалификации. Вы можете быть юристом, и вы можете запросто переквалифицироваться. Просто нужно понимать учебный план и карьерный план. Все эти подборки, всем этим занимаемся мы. Я и Students International, когда вы регистрируетесь в Macquarie College. Поэтому, когда мы говорим о программе, на примере программы, я вам скажу на английском языке, возможно, Николай тоже поучаствует, какие приближенные, то есть вы можете взять приближенные к юридической сфере, если вы еще не готовы, вы еще не знаете, хотите ли вы стать юристом, хотите ли вы инвестировать в этот долгий процесс немного, потому что я обычно сравниваю в Канаде, именно канадский сектор, юридический вместе с медицинским сектором, если вы хотите стать доктором. Да? Доктора и юристы имеют определенную специфику становления пути, поэтому это важно понимать, насколько вы готовы на этот долгий процесс. Канада чем отличается? Тем, что здесь нет понятия возраста. Что это значит? Это значит, что вы можете прийти учиться в колледж, получить, например, программу Paralegal, то, что вы видите, тоже на слайде написано, позиция есть такая по работе, Paralegal, как помощник юриста, например, отучиться 2 года, подрабатывать и идти работать в юридическую компанию помощником юриста. Когда проходит время, вы понимаете, что все, я хочу быть только юристом, вы тогда с перезачетом наших credits, то есть наших предметов, вы идете в наши университеты, партнеры или университеты других вузов партнеры с перезачетом предметов, и если вам это нужно по карьере, вы оканчиваете университет и заканчиваете все лицензия, экзамен, который вам нужно практиковать уже в своей деятельности, понимаете? Поэтому здесь очень гибко. Вы можете пойти отучиться в колледже, и не обязательно сразу идти в университет. В этом весь смысл канадского образования и привлечение гибкости этого всего. Вы учитесь, подрабатываете, как сегодня уже и говорили мои коллеги, о том, что вы имеете право подрабатывать в Канаде не более 20 часов в неделю, во время каникул работать не более 40 часов в неделю, и по окончанию до 3 лет вы получаете открытую рабочую визу. Поэтому этот процесс очень интересный и замечательный. Очень популярная программа для юристов, будущих, которые хотят быть юристами. Я рекомендую всегда посмотреть на программу Paralegal. На что стоит обратить внимание? Описание курса. Вам дается база, основа канадского законодательства. И, соответственно, после окончания вы можете работать в юридической сфере, и это будет старт вашей карьеры. Также программы юридической направленности, например, в нашем вузе есть Protection, Security, Investigation, да, Community Justice, то есть работа в суде. Например, у нас есть в нашем вузе Court Simulation Room, то есть у нас есть судебная комната, настоящая, как обычный суд. Да, где есть судьи, где есть вы, как юристы будущие или помощники юристов, готовящие кейсы и защищающие права ваших клиентов в суде. Это очень круто, очень интересно. На самом деле, я очень люблю ходить и гулять по вузу и заходить в такие вот интересные места. Поэтому это о программах. И мы связываем программу и карьеру. С левой стороны вы сможете посмотреть, кем вы можете работать. Это иммиграционный юрист, то есть иммиграционный консультант, иммиграционный юрист. То, что я делаю упор на том, что вы можете работать с сектором иммигрантов, а также с другим сектором. Okay? Вы можете зачастую открывать свой бизнес запросто и работать. Но я всегда рекомендую, ребят, не спешите, поработайте, наработайте свой опыт, тогда уже открывайте и смотрите дальше. Вы можете работать в административном аппарате, вы можете работать в суде. И также то, что мы говорили, язык очень важен. Да? То, что вы знаете русский язык или другие языки, не считая английский язык, это всегда здорово и хорошо. И это может помочь вам и даст очень много бонусов, поверьте мне, из многолетнего опыта работы и проживания в стране. Всегда дает бонус того, что всегда все документы нужно переводить и подготавливать кейс именно с переводом всех ваших документов. Или же вас могут вызвать в зал суда, если, например, это беженство, кейс беженства, где вы сможете переводить синхронно как помощник юриста. Очень много массы возможностей. Вы должны понимать, у вас большая масса возможностей, как вот, я так понимаю, Стюарт вот, да, из предыдущей вот, institution говорил о том, что вам дает право работать в политике, в любой другой структуре. И это очень здорово и классно. Теперь говорим о зарплатах. Да? То есть вот зарплаты, в принципе, как студент вы можете зарабатывать примерно где-то от 15-16 тысяч в год, в Канаде считаются, или в год, или в час обычно зарплата, и выше. Соответственно, когда, ребят, вы уже становитесь юристом, или вы становитесь paralegal, помощником юриста, да? В среднем зарплаты от 50 и до 150 тысяч и выше зарплаты, как уже юриста, да, то есть вы уже просто реально lawyer. Окей, и, соответственно, что вы получаете? Вы получаете возврат ваших инвестиций в обучение. Это вот то, что мы говорили о зарплатах. Здесь я тоже сделала вам подборку, это вот буквально сегодня нашла интересный материал и для вас хотела отразить. Так что я немного занизила по Торонто зарплатам. На самом деле зарплата юриста, если вы уже law graduate school, да, у вас будет от 160 тысяч и выше. Обычно лидирующие два города, то, что мы говорили в предыдущих слайдах. Первый это Торонто, второй обычно это Монреаль. Okay?
Да, Светлана, вот тут вот да. Хорошие, я такой небольшую ремарку сделаю, хорошие фразы прозвучали по поводу того, что с юридическим образованием, с получением первого высшего образования в сфере юриспруденции не всегда студент понимает, что это его, но с этим образованием, скажем, нельзя сделать какого-то неправильного шага. В любом случае юридическое образование, оно применимо во всех сферах. будете ли вы заниматься бизнесом, либо вы будете открывать свой собственный какой-то небольшой бизнес, да, либо пойдете работать условно в индустрию, которая, казалось бы, да, с юриспруденцией не имеет ничего общего, вы в любом случае столкнетесь с определенными юридическими вопросами, да, и здесь знание как раз вот тех там законопроектов, отношения там государства по тем или иным вопросам даст вам определенное преимущество, наверное, по сравнению с другими выпускниками, да, потому что все равно это та база, которая знаний, да, которая у вас остается. Поэтому многие студенты и родители, выбирая специальности, не думают о том, как бы не сделать неправильный шаг, да, как бы сделать наиболее правильный поступок и выбрать ту самую специальность. Вот мне кажется, с юриспруденцией здесь очень сложно ошибиться, потому что, в принципе, те специальности, которые предлагаются там, в данном случае канадским учебным заведениям, да и, в принципе, во многих вузах по всему миру, они в целом дают очень правильный набор знаний и навыков, да, которые вполне легко сопоставимы там, с дальнейшей деятельностью там, в сфере бизнеса, сферы, там, я не знаю, сервисов и так далее, да, то есть это все равно легко комбинируемое образование, поэтому, когда думаете об этом, да, юриспруденцию не стоит, мне кажется, отбрасывать. Есть определенные особенности, да, и от страны к стране, но, как по мне, это очень перспективно для того, чтобы иметь не одно высшее образование, а несколько, как минимум.
Абсолютно согласна. Спасибо большое, Николай, за комментарий. Ребят, это правда, потому что то, что мы всегда говорим и будем говорить всегда, это мое кредо жизненное, нужно выбирать то, что тебе нравится. Потому что, например, юриспруденцию, юридическое, вот всю документацию, законодательство, которое необходимо знать, оно постоянно меняется, добавляется, да. Нужно, я говорю, это как работа бухгалтера. Да, вот как бухгалтерия, потому что оно постоянно меняется. Это нужно настолько следить за ситуацией, что если вам это нравится, например, мне не нравится постоянно сидеть у компьютера, да, я не могу постоянно читать законы, мне нужно микс всего, например, в бизнесе, презентации, разговаривать с клиентами, частично делать какую-то документальную работу. И поэтому мы открываем в вас вот этот интерес и талант. Что же вам интересно? Хотите ли вы, будете ли вы в будущем быть юристом? Но ведь не обязательно, как мы уже говорили, так, подводя итог вот уже вот этой первой части нашей дискуссии сегодня о том, что важно очень определиться, но если вы еще не определились, это окей. Как и вчера мы говорили о том, что, может быть, лучше взять широкоспециализированную часть. Например, я училась на International Business Management, где я, может быть, и была юристом, но это не совсем для меня. Но у меня была часть юридического направления в этой программе. Например, была International Trade and Regulations course, да, где я выучила определенные вещи, и я не хотела бы идти дальше глубже. И я была рада, что я выбрала широко специализированную программу. Поэтому есть очень много вещей подумать. Вы не одни, всегда обращайтесь в Students International и к нам. Спасибо. Самое интересное, что как же все-таки найти работу? Какие факторы на это влияют? Как быть самым классным кандидатом для поиска работы? Да? Здесь очень много вещей, о которых я могу говорить, но я постараюсь это сузить, и мы продолжим с вами беседу. Что нужно? То, что мы и говорили. Первое – это английский язык обязательно. И у вас классная опция есть, что в Students International есть курс английского языка и подготовка к IELTS. Вы понимаете, если вы будете юристом или даже помощником юристом, английский язык номер один. Вы должны грамотно составлять определенную документацию, готовить кейсы в суды или в другие структуры и, соответственно, разговаривать на правильном должном уровне. Поэтому это номер один. Номер два – это образование. Без college degree, at least, без образования колледжа здесь, в Канаде, вам будет очень сложно, вы не сможете. Это та сфера, которая требует дополнительной очень сертификации, лицензирования и так далее. Без этого вы не сможете практиковать и даже не можете пойти к кому-то на работу, если у вас не будет определенной лицензии. Okay? И сдачи определенных экзаменов в дополнение к образованию, которое вы будете здесь брать. Okay? Понятно? То есть вы берете английский колледж и работа, ваш путь, или английский колледж, университет, работа, ну и, соответственно, лицензия и экзамен. Окей? То есть у вас очень гибкие опции. Второе – это experience и references. Для того, чтобы вы были подготовлены к работе, мы готовим наших студентов, я готовлю наших студентов здесь, находясь уже в Macquarie College, в нашем вузе, с опытом. Это идет волонтерство, которое всегда стоит на первом месте в Канаде и в Macquarie College. И второе – это подработки. Вы никогда не одни, сегодня тоже звучало от Students International коллег, что вы не одни. Мы вам делаем индивидуальную подборку программы, карьеры и сопровождение полностью во всех процессах. Поэтому ваш опыт будет начинаться, как только вы приезжаете в Macquarie College, как только вы register и выбираете расписание. У вас вся эта поддержка есть. Рекомендации. Что такое рекомендации? Без рекомендаций вас на работу никто не возьмет. Рекомендации – это не письмо написанное, что я рекомендую такого-то человека. Но рекомендации, references обычно 2 человека в среднем. 2 человека, 2 разные компании, менеджеры или директоры, или ваши коллеги, но лучше менеджеры или директоры, которых вы даете как рекомендации, то есть мы с ними уже будем связываться, работодатель будет с ними связываться и спрашивать уже определенные вопросы по вам. Поэтому это очень важный ключевой фактор. И, конечно же, в Канаде у нас есть, я занимаюсь резюме более 12 лет и сопроводительными письмами в Канаде для студентов в том числе. Обязательно канадский стандарт резюме. Определенные правила, которым необходимо следовать. Не только стилистика, но и формат. И также, как составлять резюме. Это очень важный фактор. Окей? То есть это вот такие основные компоненты для вас, для понимания, как быть готовым к работе в Канаде. Здесь, как найти работу, собственно говоря. Да? То есть мы уже практически закончили. Замечательно сегодня идем по времени, Николай. Завтра уже за 15 минут все уже скажем. То есть здесь больше, чтобы вы понимали о том, что какая поддержка у вас идет в поиске работы, потому что вы должны понимать, то, что мы говорим, как быть высококлассным специалистом с классной 200 тысяч зарплаты, даже не могу выговорить, в год, у вас как юриста будет, вы должны понимать, что у вас ваш путь карьеры начинается не тогда, когда вы окончили, а только с Macquarie College, когда вы регистрируетесь, у вас путь начинается до приезда в Канаду. Это очень важный фактор, это бенефит вам и бонус того, что вы регистрируетесь в Macquarie College. У вас идет поддержка всего, включая карьеры и подработок до приезда в Канаду, во время обучения и после окончания. У нас в Macquarie College есть определенные программы поддержки и на кампусе, и вне кампуса, и Career Advising Department, и масса других возможностей для студентов начать свою карьеру в лице меня еще даже перед приездом. Вот даже повторится вот то, что вы можете ожидать во всех сферах, включая юридическую. И, соответственно, здесь, ребята, у вас все будет записано, как я помню, говорили, что не обязательно писать или делать фотографию, но это разрешается, пожалуйста. Того, что где искать, какие у вас есть ресурсы по поиску работы. Я всегда рекомендую, ребят, резюме и поиски по работе начинайте уже сейчас, находясь в своей стране проживания, чтобы вы понимали немножко и подготавливали себя, может быть, немножко к другой системе, может быть, немножко к другому менталитету. Вы регистрируетесь с нами, и у вас есть полная поддержка по всему. Поэтому основные ресурсы я выделю, я их озвучу сейчас. Это Macquarie College Job Search Resources. На нашем сайте достаточно огромное количество ресурсов по поиску работы. У нас есть центр поддержки для студентов, также занимаюсь и я этим. И у нас также есть iSend Application, то есть это на телефон вы можете закачать себе приложение со всеми информациями, обновлениями, включая по работе. И, соответственно, 2 основных вещи я еще выделю. Это Government of Canada Job Bank, это один из основных сайтов по поиску работы. И LinkedIn профайл я обязательно, немножко перескочили. Обязательно его рекомендую, если вы не можете в своей стране его создать, вы сможете создать здесь, в Канаде, при нашей поддержке. Для вас, как будущих юристов, или специалистов в сфере юридической обязательно иметь LinkedIn профайл. Okay? Это мы уже коснемся больше в процессе нашей работы. Собственно говоря, мы уже практически закончили. Это больше overview о канадском секторе, того, что же требуется, почему Канада очень привлекательна для других людей, почему студенты приезжают, в каком количестве студентов выбирают именно Канаду для учебы и карьеры, потому что, как вы знаете, фокус Канады – это иммиграция. Это привлечение людей, страна большая, людей мало. И я состыковываю это обучение, иммиграция и экономический рост, потому что то, что вы видите здесь цифры, у нас огромное количество людей сейчас пенсионного возраста, и им очень маленький процент рождаемости в Канаде. Поэтому для того, чтобы в первую очередь взаимозамещать людей, которые уходят на пенсию, нам необходимо как минимум где-то 7-9 человек на одного человека, чтобы экономически хорошо модель существовала страны. Где-то к 1935 году, как вы видите, у нас на одного человека, который уходит на пенсию, где-то 2 человека будет приходить. Это очень маленькое число, поэтому нам нужно взаимозамещать в первую очередь людей, которые уходят на пенсию, и второе, расширять наши пределы географически для того, чтобы функционировала экономика и работали все компании. Поэтому то, что я уже и говорила, что у нас составляет более 75% иммигрантов Канады, поэтому это фокус в этом. И в среднем приезжает в Канаду более 300 тысяч человек в год. И большая часть концентрируется в Торонто. Да, в Торонто, Британская Колумбия, но больше оседают в Торонто и разъезжаются в другие города. И это собственно говоря, то, что происходит. Я жила в Торонто, сейчас я живу 6-й год в городе Гамильтоне, это буквально 40-45 минут езды. Красивый город по дороге на Ниагару, более 100 водопадов, и это индустриально развитый город с прекрасной инфраструктурой. Рядышком с нами, почему я об этом говорю, у нас есть город Бурлингтон. Загуглите, посмотрите, пожалуйста, очень красивый тоже город. И мы стоим на озере Онтарио, тоже очень красивый вид, где Бурлингтон считается один из лучших городов по проживанию в Канаде. Поэтому это очень интересный факт, ребят. Я тоже благодаря вам узнала такие факты. Это, собственно говоря, по Канаде, почему она привлекательна, по индустриям и по развитию индустрии, и то, что мы связываем и с юриспруденцией, юридическим направлением, почему нам нужны вы, почему нам нужны вы как специалисты, будущие кандидаты в учебные заведения, и в Macquarie колледж, и в последующем начинать свою карьеру деятельности в этой сфере, потому что более 70% Канада предоставляет сервисы, где юриспруденция включена в эту часть. И план Канады в целом, выход на международный уровень по увеличению экспорта из страны товаров. И, как вы понимаете, юридическая часть, компонент очень важен для того, чтобы вы предоставляли эти сервисы компаниям на международном уровне и локальном уровне. Это в принципе, по сервисам в целом Канады. И уже последний слайд практически, как пандемия повлияла на работы в целом, что сейчас происходит и что ожидать. В целом мы сейчас практически в периоде стагнации и такой recovery stage, третьей фазы по провинции Онтарио. Вы знаете, Канада делится на провинции, поэтому я нахожусь в провинции Онтарио, я больше фокусируюсь и на провинции Онтарио, и других вам буду давать тоже апдейт, где третья фаза открытия компаний, бизнесов начала функционировать, все достаточно открыто. Вторая часть – это то, что более 1 миллиона новых работ в июне было открыто создано, в августе более 245 тысяч добавлено работ, и Amazon открывает новые центры, включая в Гамильтоне, где я нахожусь, где наш вуз находится, и Macquarie University тоже находится в нашем городе. Почему Гамильтон выбрал Amazon, где будет создавать 1500 новых мест? Потому что мы один из самых крупных карго-аэропортов в Канаде. Поэтому, соответственно, Amazon и выбрал здесь distribution center, который уже практически строится на территории нашего международного аэропорта в Гамильтоне самом. Okay? И, соответственно, не могла тоже не показать, не сфокусироваться на том, что вы будущее страны, вы будущие таланты, вы будущие юристы или административного характера, или будущие политики, никогда не знаешь, да, где студенты основу составляют Канады, иммигранты, последующие таланты, которые будут строить экономику страны. Поэтому экономический рост и возврат нормальное, как говорится, русло зависит от вас, ребят. Мы вас ждем в Канаде, мы готовы вам помочь и выбрать вашу профессию в будущем. И, конечно же, что самое главное по пандемии, на чем концентрируется и то, что вы будете вовлечены в этот процесс, это safety и это health and safety, то есть медицина и защита, безопасность – это номер один глобально, и по Канаде считается номер один. Без этого ни любой policy, ни любой документ не может быть разработан, особенно в Канаде, без вашей поддержки, без вашего участия, ребят. Поэтому вы нам очень нужны, приезжайте, вы очень ценные кадры. И, соответственно, предложение, которое для вас, это если вы регистрируетесь со Students International Macquarie College, у вас получается полная поддержка подработок, отчетов, резюме сопроводительного письма и полностью замечательного индивидуального сервиса, который вы сейчас ощущаете, то, что мы с вами будем на протяжении всей деятельности, всего вашего процесса обучения до приезда, во время обучения, после окончания. И у нас также есть стипендии от $500 до 5000, каждый семестр эти стипендии меняются. Поэтому очень много всего интересного, обращайтесь, будем с радостью, с удовольствием вам отвечать на все вопросы. Я думаю, что я закончила. Николай, ждем вопросы.
Да, спасибо большое, Светлана. Было очень познавательно и интересно. Я надеюсь, что наши слушатели, по крайней мере, подчеркнули для себя правильность выбора специальности юриспруденция. И те, кто сомневался, либо те, кто хотел понять, где же все-таки можно работать, хотя бы теперь представление имеют, и с ваших уст, да, услышали, что это вполне себе реальная должность и работа на перспективу в любой стране, не только в Канаде. Есть все предпосылки, да, иметь юридическое образование и работать во многих секторах нашей жизни. Вопросы, на самом деле, я смотрю, у нас наши участники, либо слушатели, либо немножко уснули, может быть им информация показалась достаточно полной и вопросы не появились, но на данный момент их нет. Вот. Я думаю, что мы и задерживать никого не будем, потому что наши контакты, они продублированы, еще раз я вижу в чат, мне модераторы помогают в этом вопросе. Поэтому по всем вопросам непосредственно обучения на специальностях юриспруденции, которые мы сегодня обсуждали с вами весь день в разных странах и в разных учебных заведениях, мы будем готовы вас в дальнейшем консультировать. Вот. Светлане большое спасибо за помощь и предоставленную статистику и та полезная информация, которая была вами подготовлена. Я надеюсь, что кто захочет ее получить от нас дополнительно, в любом случае с нами свяжется, мы ее, конечно же, предоставим. Это ценно и это имеет право на жизнь, то есть мы эту информацию обязательно поделимся, чтобы студенты, родители принимали взвешенное решение. И вот мне мои коллеги еще напоминают о том, что наш марафон по профобразованию, по профориентации, он продолжится еще и завтра, и мы будем с вами аж до 26 сентября. Завтра у нас день инженерного образования. Мы обсудим все варианты, которые возможны в этом направлении. У нас много-много интересного, и опять наши коллеги, партнеры из вузов Австралии, Новой Зеландии начинают. Будет масса интересных вариантов из стран европейского направления. Потом вернемся в Канаду, где поговорим о том, какие инженерные направления развиваются в Северной Америке, поговорим о Канаде, США. И закончим бонусным вебинаром со Светланой, которая поделится своими знаниями и даст определенные советы, как быть успешным инженером в Канаде и в целом после окончания обучения во всем мире. Оставайтесь с нами, регистрируйтесь на дальнейшие сессии и участвуйте в тех презентациях, которые вам действительно интересны. Мы постараемся сделать их наиболее интерактивными и готовы отвечать на все ваши вопросы. Спасибо за ваше внимание сегодня. Светлана, еще раз благодарю вас за участие и вашу презентацию. До скорой встречи и встретимся на интернет-пространстве.
Спасибо, ребят. До завтра.